Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 765 to Chapter 817. My cave. On the Devouring Island, there were not many places where one could build a cave. It was impossible to build one on a flat land. Therefore, mountains and hills were all good places to build one. The Iron Valley area was the biggest area of the number 3 Devouring Island, so it had the most mountains and caves. Before, the battle between Xianxia and the Explosive Fire King had already destroyed a lot of caves. And now, it was even worse. More than 30% of the caves in the Iron Valley area had been destroyed. The good thing was that the commotion outside was too loud, so most of the people had already left the caves. So, there should not be any deaths. Looking at the mountain area that had been completely destroyed, everyone wanted to cry but had no tears. Of course, compared to the caves being destroyed, Xianxia's power had shocked them 100 times more. Who was the Explosive Fire King? He was the top half-step king warrior on the number 3 Devouring Island. Even the Blackwater Alliance did not want to pressure him too much, so they had given him some special privileges. Out of the 30 regions, only the Iron Valley area had the highest dark power distribution, which was 30 to 70 with the Blackwater Alliance. The power of the crescent-shaped sword power was too powerful, and it was extremely powerful as well. The Explosive Fire King felt like all of his organs were about to be squeezed out of his mouth as blood kept on puking out. In the end, the Explosive Fire King only managed to stop after he had smashed through 4 mountains of the Devouring Island. However, his battling power had probably been reduced by 80 to 90%. With one sword attack, the Explosive Fire King had lost badly. The waning moon is indeed powerful. After reaching peak level late seas of Soul's realm, it was the first time Xianxia had performed the waning moon, and the result was very satisfying. Even a top half-step king warrior like the Explosive Fire King could not fight back at all. If it were not for the fact that Xianxia did not want to kill the Explosive Fire King, he might not be able to survive. Even so, the power of the waning moon was still a bit out of Xianxia's expectation. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. Among all of Xianxia's profound sense martial arts, the waning moon was already the most mysterious one. It contained 80% of the gold profound and 60% of the water profound. Once the 2 profound were combined, it would not be as simple as 1 plus 1. It would be multiplied. In other words, even among the high-rank profound sense martial arts, the waning moon would be one of the top ones. Boss lost. Iron Six's face was pale. Xianxia's strength was unimaginably strong. He had no way to calm down. Furthermore, Xianxia looked so young. From his appearance, he looked to be in his early 20s. His real age was probably no older than 30. Let's go collect the Xianyuan crystals. Without much hesitation, Xianxia asked Murong Qingqing to gather up the warriors of the Explosive Fire King. He believed that he had defeated the Explosive Fire King with one sword attack, which should be enough of a deterrent. If there were really some people who did not have eyes, then they must be stupid. The Iron Valley Zone was indeed the number 1 zone of the 3rd Devouring Island. The amount of Xianyuan crystals they collected was several times that of the other dark forces. The Explosive Fire King's followers had contributed 3,000 Xianyuan crystals, and the Explosive Fire King himself had contributed 20,000 Xianyuan crystals. Altogether, it was 23,000 Xianyuan crystals. Adding with the 67,000 Xianyuan crystals that he had gotten before, the total was just over 100,000 Xianyuan crystals, which was more than enough for Xianxia and Murong Qingqing to leave. Of course, Xianxia did not plan to leave just yet. The Devouring Island was something that could only be found by luck. In there, one could create their own Xianyuan crystals. One Xianyuan crystal would be worth 100,000 top-rank soul stones on the Crystal Island, which was very shocking. If it were somewhere else, one could even be worth 200,000. Therefore, Xianxia planned to get enough Xianyuan crystals here. He would not only need to prepare himself to become a half-step king warrior, but also to become a life and death realm warrior. Unfortunately, the Xianyuan crystals would not work for Murong Qingqing. What Murong Qingqing needed were demon power crystals, which were extremely rare in Elysium. Besides Murong Qingqing, there was no one else who trained demon power, which meant that Murong Qingqing would have to rely on herself. For the sake of Morong Qingqing, Yichen decided to stay on the Devouring Island for a while longer so that Morong Qingqing could make more demon power crystals. With Morong Qingqing's power, she could make more than 100 demon power crystals in a month, which would be close to 500 in 4 months. 500 demon power crystals should be enough for Morong Qingqing to train to the life and death realm. As for after that, she would have more choices, and it would not be limited to demon power crystals. It's him. Dongfang Hao and Meng Xiaoling left the Iron Mountain District Prison and mixed in with the crowd. In fact, the Iron Mountain District Prison would not be able to hold them at all. But they did not dare to leave, because once they did, they would definitely anger the Explosive Fire King. Therefore, no matter if they were willing or not, they would still choose to stay in the prison for 3 months. Right then, a huge part of the mountain had been destroyed. Dongfang Hao and Meng Xiaoling flew out of the broken prison. Seeing that it was Yi Chen who had beaten the Explosive Fire King, they had mixed feelings. Ever since they first met Yi Chen, they had not taken Yi Chen seriously at all. But as time went on, Yi Chen's power, whether intentionally or unintentionally, had increased their evaluation of Yi Chen. It was not until Yi Chen had killed Tu the Third that they finally realized that Yi Chen was not a sheep, but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Pissing him off would result in a brutal counterattack. However, Dongfang Hao was not easy to deal with either. Although Yi Chen had killed Tu the Third, he did not think that Yi Chen was more powerful than him. However, right then, Yi Chen, who had beaten the Explosive Fire King, had already proved that he was more powerful than Dongfang Hao, so he could not argue back. Damn it! Dongfang Hao clenched his fists tightly. Brother Hao, let's not mess with him in the future. Meng Xiaoling turned her head subconsciously. Seeing Dongfang Hao's unwilling expression, she hurried to say. Dongfang Hao said fiercely, "You mean, I can't catch up to him?" "No, that's not what I meant. We don't have any big grudges with them." This was what Meng Xiaoling wanted to say. Dongfang Hao was in his 30s, and Yi Chen looked much younger than Yi Chen. Whether it was talent or comprehension, Dongfang Hao was weaker than Yi Chen. Even if Dongfang Hao could improve, how could Yi Chen not? It was not an exaggeration to say that Yi Chen was still in a period of rapid development, while Dongfang Hao had already stabilized. The possibility of him improving by leaps and bounds was very low. Humph. Dongfang Hao suddenly waved his sleeves, hiding the unwillingness in his eyes. Looking at the void in the north, Yi Chen seemed to have found something. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen turned to Morong Qingqing and said, "Go to the 4th Devouring Island." The 3rd Devouring Island had contributed a total of 100,000 Xin Yuan crystals. Even if the 4th island was not that good, it would not be that bad. Right now, the dark forces on the 4th island still had no idea that they were about to face a disaster. At the center of the 1st Devouring Island was a huge mountain that reached into the clouds. On it stood a magnificent palace, looking extremely majestic. A voice came from the palace on the peak. "You're saying that you were robbed by a man and a woman?" Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man wearing black clothes with golden threads. He was the manager of the Blackwater Alliance stationed on the island, and was called Sima Zongwen. "Yes, that youngster is very strong. We couldn't even take one sword strike from him." Below him stood more than 20 people. The tough king was at the front, and behind him were the leaders of the 3rd Devouring Island. Couldn't even take one sword strike. Sima Zongwen lowered his eyelids. According to the narration of the leaders, he had more or less understood Yi Chen's strength. If he guessed correctly, the latter was definitely a peak half-step king. As for what level, he did not have enough information. Shwa. Shwa, another 2 figures flew over and entered the palace. What? It's Clearwater King and Yellow Sand King. Everyone recognized them as the Jadewater King of the Jadewater District and the Yellow Sand King of the Yellow Sand District. These two were the top 3 figures of the 3rd Devouring Island. "You guys were robbed as well." Sima Zongwen frowned. The pale-faced Clearwater King glanced at everyone and said with a bitter smile, "Indeed, that youngster is too powerful. Since you guys have all been beaten, then he should have gone to the Iron Valley region. Let's wait a bit longer." Sima Zongwen did not say anything. The strongest warrior on the 3rd Devouring Island was the Explosive Fire King. If he did not come after a long time, it meant that Yi Chen had already been beaten. If he came as well, then things would not be so good. About half a cup of tea's time had passed. Shua, a human figure, flew up the mountain and appeared in the palace. Explosive Fire King. Everyone gasped. They did not think that the Explosive Fire King was here to show off that he had beaten Yi Chen. The result was obvious. He had also lost. You don't need to say anything. Sima Zongwen looked at the Explosive Fire King's complexion and knew that he had lost. Plus, he was quite heavily injured, and his chi was extremely weak. Waving his hand, Sima Zongwen said, "You all leave. From now on, my Blackwater Alliance will take over this." Yes. The Tough King and the rest left. The Explosive Fire King was a bit depressed. He had just realized that he was not the only one who had been robbed. All the other black power parties on the third Devouring Island had been robbed as well. This youngster must have eaten a leopard's guts. Doesn't he know that the strongest power on the island is not the black power parties, but the Blackwater Alliance? Yi Chen still did not know that he had caused this scene in the palace. But, even if he knew, he would not care. Ever since he robbed the Tough King, he had never planned to live peacefully with the Blackwater Alliance. Between the two of them, there would be a winner. On the fourth Devouring Island, many of the leaders of the black power parties wanted to cry. Just now, all of their Jinyuan crystals had been robbed. The other side was still fine, as he had kept the Jinyuan crystals they had made this month, so they would not be punished by the Holy Spirit. But, all of their belongings had been robbed. Even the most generous of people would not be able to take it. The fourth Devouring Island is still a bit weaker than the third one. The most powerful half-step king warriors are only at the level of the Tough King. Yi Chen was a bit disappointed. After robbing the fourth Devouring Island, the black power parties had gotten 75,000 Xinyuan crystals. Adding the ones from the third island, they had a total of 175,000 crystals. If they were brought out to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Even life and death realm warriors would be greedy and try to rob them. Although the Jinyuan crystals from the fourth Devouring Island were not as good as the ones from the third island, there was still a piece of good news. On the fourth island, there was a leader of a black power party who was actually a dark creature. Although the demonic power he trained was not that pure, the demonic power crystals he made were definitely real. In this way, Morong Qingqing's demonic power crystals had increased by 2,000. Swish. 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 Swish, above the boundless black ocean, a large number of lights rapidly approached. While Yi Chen was plundering the black powers on the fourth Devouring Island, Blackwater Alliance had already dispatched experts in Yi Chen's direction. Since the distance between the islands wasn't too close, only after Yi Chen had swept through the fourth Devouring Island did the Blackwater Alliance's experts arrive at the fourth Devouring Island. Damn, these two don't put my Blackwater Alliance in their eyes at all. Seeing the destruction in front of them, a half-step king beside Sima Zongwen squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. Sima Zongwen said, "In the past few decades, it's not like there hasn't been someone challenging our Blackwater Alliance's rule. However, not a single one has succeeded. Zongwen, these two certainly know that the Devouring Islands are under our Blackwater Alliance's rule. Since they dared to do this, they might have some tricks up their sleeves. Don't be careless." Another skinny old man warned Sima Zongwen. Sima Zongwen nodded, "I know. Even a lion uses its full strength to capture a rabbit. Don't hold back." Yes. The Blackwater Alliance's experts roared in unison. On the black ocean between the fourth and fifth Devouring Islands, Yi Chen suddenly stopped and said indifferently, "They're here. This Blackwater Alliance seems to attach great importance to us. They've dispatched all half-step kings." Morong Qingqing also noticed the lights in the distance. Yi Chen said, "Peak masters won't be of any use. I presume Blackwater Alliance knows this as well. A small group of top master-level warriors could kill normal half-step king warriors and compete with the top warriors among them. But, facing a top half-step king warrior, it would be useless." Plus, Yi Chen had defeated the Explosive Fire King, which meant that he was one of the top warriors among the top half-step king warriors. Dozens of lights flew over and stopped a few li away from Yi Chen. "State your names." A half-step king roared. "You must be the experts of the Blackwater Alliance." What can I do for you? Yichen asked. Sima Zongwen frowned. This devouring island is under the rule of my Blackwater Alliance. You ignored the rules here and robbed the Jinyuan crystals. Why do you think we're looking for you? Under your rule? Yichen pretended to be surprised. I really didn't know that. Kid, don't be arrogant. If you surrender now, we can still spare your life. Some fiery half-step kings couldn't bear Yichen's tone and roared. Yichen smiled. I only know that the devouring island is ruled by the Holy Spirit. Your Blackwater Alliance has fooled the Holy Spirit and made the people here work for you. Those dark powers are all blood-sucking worms, sucking the blood of the people here. I am doing justice for the heavens by robbing their Jinyuan crystals. Doing justice for the heavens, huh? However, you should also know that the weak are prey to the strong. This is one of the unchanging heavenly laws. Sima Zongwen was expressionless. That's right. The weak are prey to the strong. That will never change. Wherever there are people, there will be conflicts and fights. Between me and you, there is no right or wrong relationship. There is only the strong preying on the weak. Rules were just an excuse. The strong preying on the weak was the true meaning. Well said. Very few people can see through things so thoroughly. Sima Zongwen shook his head. However, you're very stupid. You shouldn't have challenged my Blackwater Alliance. Go. Sima Zongwen waved his hand, and dozens of half-step kings behind him pounced forward. The first to attack was a middle-aged fiendish man with withered yellow hair. His palms were like two large palm leaf fans as he chopped toward Yichen. Following this palm strike, a huge palm imprint appeared on the surface of the Black Ocean, and a boundless chi energy pressed down like an iron mountain. Following closely behind was a skinny old man beside Sima Zongwen. He sucked in a deep breath, and the surrounding air was suddenly sucked out. As for himself, he turned from skinny to fat, and his face became round like an inflated balloon. With a thunderous roar, he punched out. The violent fist energy raised a huge wave on the Black Ocean, looking incomparably frightening. At the same time, fiery energy, overlapping phantoms, dazzling golden blade chi, and indomitable spear light attacked like a torrential storm, not giving Yichen the slightest space to dodge. Scram! Yichen pulled out the Thunder Calamity Sword, and instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet them. He first sent the yellow-haired fiendish man flying with golden ripple, causing the latter to spurt out a few mouthfuls of blood. Then, he thrust his sword at the fat old man. The sharp sword chi cut the latter's arm, leaving a bloody wound. Yichen then pointed his left index finger at the air, breaking the fiery energy and heavily attacking the opponent. This series of actions was completed in a flash. As for the overlapping phantoms, they all brushed past him, unable to injure him in the slightest. The dazzling golden blade chi was also cut off by his finger, greatly reducing its might. Morong Qingqing wasn't idle either. Her opponent was a spear-wielding half-step king. The two were exchanging blows at high speed, turning into countless afterimages. Only pitch-black arcs of light and spear lights could be seen clashing in the void. This kid's too strong. The fiendish middle-aged fiendish man, who had been sent flying, stabilized his body. He discovered that his internal organs had suffered a certain degree of injury, and his battle power had been reduced. This was still because the opponent was fighting one against many, and couldn't bring out his offensive power to its peak. Otherwise, his injuries would have been 10 times worse. My Empyrean battle body has been broken? The old man recovered his skinny appearance and was incomparably shocked. After a series of exchanges, more than half of the dozen half-step kings attacking Yichen had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Although the remaining few weren't injured, their attacks were also ineffective. 9 swords at the same time. Suddenly, Yichen's left hand moved, and a sword flew out from the scabbard on his waist. This was a semi-extreme grade sword, one of the semi-extreme grade swords Yichen had obtained from Sky Scorpio King's sword tomb. Its might was even above that of the Thunder Disaster sword, and 2 words were carved on the sword's body. In the past, Yichen had never used a semi-extreme grade sword. Firstly, there was no need, and secondly, it was to conceal the sharpness of the sword control art. Afterwards, Yichen's various profounds had greatly improved, and the sword control art had suddenly weakened a lot. It couldn't compare to Yichen's major profounds. But now, Yi Chen's sword control art had made a lot of progress. From 5 swords simultaneously, it had become 9 swords simultaneously. Adding the fact that the sword he was controlling was a semi-extreme grade sword, the offensive power of the sword control art was no weaker than Gold Ripple, second only to Waning Moon. Chi, 9 sword shadows shot out, and 9 half-step kings were sent flying while spurting out blood. A deep cut appeared on their chest. Armor. Sword control art. Sima Zongwen had been observing Yi Chen's strength the entire time. As long as he could figure out the opponent's strength, he would immediately use his killing move to kill him. Seeing the 9 sword shadows, he couldn't help but blurt out. Be it on True Spirit Continent or in the deep ocean, this sword control art was a lost sword art. He didn't expect to see this legendary sword art in Yi Chen's hands. Of the dozen half-step kings, 9 were heavily injured, and the remaining few weren't in a good state either. On the other hand, Yi Chen's aura was calm, and he seemed to know when to advance or retreat. Back off. Sima Zongwen's face was gloomy. The half-step kings he had brought with him were all experts among half-step kings. He hadn't expected that they wouldn't last more than a few moves against Yi Chen. If he had known this earlier, he would have joined the battle from the very beginning, not giving Yi Chen the opportunity to injure them. This way, Yi Chen's advantage wouldn't be so great. A long staff appeared in his hand. With a stern roar, Sima Zongwen waved the staff. The shining staff shadow was like a star, like a myriad of rays, and like a silver river pouring down, violently attacking Yi Chen. Eh? This staff is strange. Yi Chen exclaimed in surprise and raised his sword in front of him. Clang, amidst the sound of metal clashing, Yi Chen retreated a few steps. The qi around him surged, and the winds and clouds fluctuated. Faintly, a dragon's howl could be heard. Butcher chop. Sima Zongwen swung his staff through the air again. The powerful staff shadow tore open a huge hole in the Black Sea below. It was unfathomably deep. Clang, Yi Chen retreated a few more steps, his blood and qi fluctuating. Worthy of being Sima Zongwen. He's actually suppressing him. The experts of Blackwater Alliance, who had retreated far away, revealed joyous expressions. This shouldn't be strange. Sima Zongwen has long since become a peak half-step king. Adding the replica dragon extermination staff in his hand, ordinary peak half-step kings can't even last 10 moves against him. Dragon extermination staff. Hearing the words of Blackwater Alliance's expert, Yi Chen seemed to be lost in thought. Take another staff strike. Sima Zongwen was overbearing. His staff shadows filled the sky, each strike reaping the life. Just as Blackwater Alliance's expert had said, the staff in Sima Zongwen's hand was a replica of Dragon Extermination Staff. Although Dragon Extermination Staff couldn't compare to a pseudo-supreme grade artifact, it was a top-notch existence among semi-supreme grade artifacts. Moreover, it had a dragon-slaying property. Although it was called dragon-slaying, it actually had a deeper meaning. According to legends, the vitality of dragons was extremely powerful. Moves that could kill a human of the same level couldn't kill a dragon. Since it could slay a dragon, it was naturally easy to slaughter a human. After all, the vitality of a human was several levels lower than that of a dragon. You have Dragon Extermination Staff, and I have Blood-Severing Ghost Finger. Yi Chen raised his left hand's index and middle fingers and slashed at Sima Zongwen. Rip, a strand of condensed qi and blood was obliterated within Sima Zongwen's body. What? Sima Zongwen was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly raised Dragon Extermination Staff to block Yi Chen's Blood-Severing Ghost Finger. Dragon Extermination Staff and Blood-Severing Ghost Finger seemed to have some similarities. The unblockable power of Blood-Severing Ghost Finger was actually mostly neutralized by Dragon Extermination Staff, and the remaining power was negligible. So that's how it is. Yi Chen had a rough understanding of Dragon Extermination Staff's effect. Dragon-slaying cut. Sima Zongwen was extremely wary of Yi Chen's Blood-Severing Ghost Finger. The Zhen Yuan in his body surged, and a large part of it poured into Dragon Extermination Staff before slashing down. Woo 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 woo, the staff's shadow, which dimmed the sun and moon, whistled over, faintly carrying the aura of splitting mountains and rivers. Waning moon. Yi Chen raised his sword to meet it, slashing out a black crescent-shaped sword energy. As soon as the sword energy appeared, the sun and moon became even dimmer. Above the Black Sea, the gravity completely disappeared. Vaguely, it was as if a star that was about to shatter had crashed over, destroying everything. Rumble, a semicircle caved in on the Black Sea, and a water pillar shot up into the sky. On the other side of the water pillar, Sima Zongwen spat out a fountain of blood as he flew out with dragon extermination staff in hand. Eventually, he fell into the Black Sea and crashed into the seabed, his fate unknown. The broken blood sword floated above Yi Chen's head, its tip shining with a beam of blood light. Making a clanging sound with his left hand, Yi Chen said, "The weak are meat, and the strong eat them. Right now, you guys should be very clear about the situation. Do not do anything stupid." Swish, after saying these words, Yi Chen pointed his left hand, and the blood-ruined sword turned into a beam of bloody light, striking at the spear expert fighting Murong Qingqing. This spear expert was not bad. At the crucial moment, he could still raise his spear and block in front of him. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's defensive sword art had already reached the realm of 9 swords at the same time. Although he blocked the blood-ruined sword's main body, he was caught unprepared by the sword images and was blown back while spurting blood. For a moment, all the experts of Blackwater Alliance brought by Sima Zongwen were gravely injured. Sima Zongwen himself was even worse off. Under Yi Chen's deterrence, no one dared to move. Even if they did, it would be useless. Their current strength had been greatly reduced, and their bodies still contained a trace of destruction sword intent. This destruction sword intent was extremely hard to remove, and the slightest carelessness would cause the sword intent to invade their souls and injure them. After plundering these people's Jinyuan crystals, Yi Chen was quite surprised. These fellows had very few Jinyuan crystals. The most among them only had 500 or 600, and the least among them only had 100. In total, they had less than 3,000 Jinyuan crystals, not even as much as a leader of a dark force. What Yi Chen didn't know was that Blackwater Alliance was different from the dark forces of Devouring Island. Their Jinyuan crystals were all stored in the crystal storehouse, and not carried on their bodies. If they were ordered to leave the island, Blackwater Alliance would naturally supply them with Jinyuan crystals. Although the leaders of dark forces had a lot of Jinyuan crystals, they couldn't leave. They were like fat sheep in a pen, no matter how fat they were, it didn't matter. Sima Zongwen didn't die. The moment he appeared on the sea surface, he was subdued by Yi Chen, and the storage ring on his finger landed in Yi Chen's hand. "You dare?" Sima Zongwen turned pale. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so daring, even wanting to loot Blackwater Alliance's Jinyuan crystals. "Don't you think it's ridiculous to say such things now?" Erasing the soul imprint on his storage ring, Yi Chen sent a trace of his consciousness into it. TSK, it seems like you are the top warrior on the Devouring Island. You have more than 100,000 Jinyuan crystals in your storage ring. Half-step king warriors would only need to pay 100,000 Jinyuan crystals to get out, and they would be able to enter the Devouring Island at any time. You will regret this. Sima Zongwan knew that he was no match for Yi Chen, so he allowed him to take away more than 100,000 true essence crystals. That's a matter for later. Putting away the Jinyuan crystals, Yi Chen nodded at Murong Qingqing and flew towards the number 5 Devouring Island. "Manager, what should we do next? This brat's strength is several times stronger than what we had imagined. With our strength, we definitely won't be able to take him down." The other experts of the Blackwater Alliance flew to Sima Zongwan's side. Sima Zongwan said with a gloomy face, "Let him be arrogant for a while, I'll go invite the Crown Prince." "Invite the Crown Prince?" The skinny old man was startled. The Crown Prince hates trouble the most. Although this brat is strong, I don't think he'll need the Crown Prince's help. The Crown Prince he spoke of was the number 1 half-step king of the Blackwater Alliance, and also an unshakable leader of the young generation. Although they had never seen the Crown Prince fight, it was said that he was already a strongest half-step king. Under life and death realm, he was practically invincible. Sima Zongwan shook his head. "This person is very strong. Inviting others is not safe. Only by inviting the Crown Prince can we be absolutely safe." He also didn't believe that Yi Chen was a strongest half-step king. Strongest half-step kings were too rare, much rarer than even life and death kings. Although some people could become life and death kings, they might not necessarily be strongest half-step kings. They might even directly enter life and death realm from peak half-step kings. It was just like true spirit continent. Although half-step kings were not as numerous as the hairs on a cow, their numbers were still not small. However, there were only 3 strongest half-step kings. With the crown prince making a move, nothing will go wrong. No matter how strong this brat is, he won't be able to do anything to the crown prince. Seeing Sima Zhongguan's resolution, the experts of Blackwater Alliance revealed cold smiles. The 5th Devouring Island's population was less than half of the 4th Island's, and the 6th Island's population was even smaller, only having 3,000 to 4,000 people. After looting the black powers of the 2 islands, Yichen had only obtained 30,000 Xinyuan crystals, which was better than nothing. Right now, we have more than 300,000 Xinyuan crystals. Should we go out? Morong Qingqing asked. Yichen faintly nodded. We're only at the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm. The 2 of us only need to pay 100,000 Xinyuan crystals, and we'll still have 200,000 left. Since you have demonic power crystals, let's go. We can't be careless. Yichen was still somewhat apprehensive of Blackwater Alliance. If a life and death king came, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Taking out the naturally formed stone altar, Yichen placed 100,000 Xinyuan crystals inside. Buzz, the stone altar blossomed with an ancient radiance, and the Xinyuan crystals disappeared. However, there was no movement after that. Yichen and Morong Qingqing were still in this world. Deceiving us? Yichen's complexion was unsightly. The rules don't allow me to deceive people. At this moment, a strange ripple appeared in the void, and the Holy Spirit's figure gradually took shape. Morong Qingqing closely stared at the Holy Spirit and said, "Then why can't we leave?" The Holy Spirit said, "You've killed 34 people, and you still haven't paid all of their Xinyuan crystals. The rest will be paid by you. 520,000 Xinyuan crystals in total. F***CKU. Even someone as calm as Yichen couldn't help but curse out loud. He had looted the 4th Devouring Island and obtained 300,000 Xinyuan crystals. He thought it would be more than enough to leave the island. But, he had never expected that he would owe more and more Xinyuan crystals. Even if he put in the remaining 200,000 Xinyuan crystals, he would still owe 300,000 Xinyuan crystals. This was too much of a scam. If he followed the normal method, he would never be able to leave the island. You're not deceiving us? Morong Qingqing also felt that it was absurd. You see for yourself. The Holy Spirit waved its right hand in the void, and a moving image appeared in front of the 2. When he looted the 3rd and 4th islands, he didn't think that he had killed anyone by mistake. However, it was only his assumption. Since his soul power could only extend 50 meters in the mud and rocks, he couldn't be sure that he hadn't killed anyone by mistake. But, this moving scene told him that he had killed a lot of people by mistake. They were all people who were making Xinyuan crystals in their caves, and couldn't escape in time. The rules don't allow me to deceive people. Therefore, everything I've said is the truth. As long as you hand over enough Xinyuan crystals, you can leave the island. The Holy Spirit's tone didn't change at all. Sucking in a deep breath, Yichen said, "All right, I believe that you won't lie. But, can you tell me what kind of agreement you have with the Blackwater Alliance?" The Holy Spirit said, "Among them, there is a powerful life and death king who communicated with me. As for the details, I can't tell you." After speaking, the Holy Spirit's figure disappeared with the wind. It's harder than I thought. Yichen had to admit that what he did before was in vain, and he still owed 300,000 Xinyuan crystals. In for a penny, in for a pound. Morong Qingqing said resolutely. I can only do this for now. Yichen's gaze pierced through the boundless black ocean and landed on the other side of the 3rd island, where the 1st and 2nd islands were located. Sima Zhongguan's figure slowly appeared at a connection point between the island and the outside world. Without any hesitation, he directly flew toward the Crystal Island, raising his speed to the limit. Roughly 2 hours later, Sima Zhongguan arrived at the Crystal Island. There were many half-step kings stationed on the island. Sensing Sima Zhongguan's aura, they found it strange. Today was not the day to transport Xinyuan crystals, so why did Sima Zhongguan leave the island? Could something big have happened? Sima Zongwen, why did you leave the island without permission? A half-step king greeted him. Sima Zongwen said, Elder Feng, it's a long story. A powerful person has arrived on the island, and he's looting Xianxia crystals everywhere. What powerful person? Even you can't handle him? Elder Feng was well aware of Sima Zongwen's strength. The number of half-step kings he couldn't handle was few and far between. The other party couldn't be a strongest half-step king, right? Very powerful. Apart from strongest half-step kings, no one is safe. Sima Zongwen said again, is the crown prince on the island? Your luck is pretty good. The crown prince returned half a month ago, and is currently cultivating in seclusion on the island. I'll notify him for you. Elder Feng knew that the matter was urgent. Many thanks. Sima Zongwen cupped his fists. In merely 2 hours, Yichen had looted the second island. There were many experts on this island, and there were even 2 half-step kings on the level of Flame Burst King. There were also many half-step kings on the level of Tough King. However, they could only suffer a crushing defeat before Yichen. After looting the second island, Yichen and Murong Qingqing arrived at the first island. There were more than 80,000 people on the island, but there were no dark forces. It turned out that the first island was under the direct management of the Blackwater Alliance. Just like the third island, the first island was divided into 30 regions, each of which was guarded by experts of the Blackwater Alliance. Without any dark forces, Yichen looted the experts of the Blackwater Alliance stationed in each region, not letting a single one go. We've obtained 130,000 Xianxia crystals from the second island. I didn't expect the first island to have twice as many as the second, 270,000. Altogether, we have 400,000. 400,000 plus the 200,000 from before was enough to make up for the remaining 520,000 Xianxia crystals. However, Yichen was clear that this was still not enough. After looting the first and second islands, it was impossible to not kill anyone by mistake. The caves on the islands were too concentrated. As expected, the Holy Spirit appeared once again. Adding the people you killed by mistake before, there are 50 people in total. You need to make up for 750,000 Xianxia crystals. The Holy Spirit spoke in a businesslike manner. 750,000, we still owe 150,000. This time, Yichen was very calm. His gaze fell on the huge mountain peak at the center of the first island. There were palaces there, precisely the headquarters of the Blackwater Alliance. The Devouring Island had 6 islands in total. The number 1 island had the most people, 80,000, and the number 2 was slightly less, around 50 to 60,000. The third island was 30,000, the fourth was close to 30,000, the fifth was 15,000, and the sixth was 3 to 4,000. The total population of the 6 islands was more than 200,000. Although most of them were astral-reaching realm warriors, and less than 1/10 of them were Sea of Souls realm warriors, the population was still there. According to the rules of the Blackwater Alliance, an astral-reaching realm warrior would have to hand over 3 Xianxia crystals to the Blackwater Alliance every month, and Sea of Souls realm warriors would have to hand over 15. After a month, the accumulated Xianxia crystals would definitely be shocking. Plus, it should not be forgotten that most of the Xianxia crystals collected by the Dark Power parties would belong to the Blackwater Alliance as well. In other words, the Blackwater Alliance would have 2 portions of income, one would be the Xianxia crystals that everyone handed over, and the other would be the Xianxia crystals handed over by the Dark Power parties. If Yichen wanted to clear his debt and leave the island, he would have to think about the Blackwater Alliance. Who is it? On this massive mountain peak, there were countless powerful warriors. Countless human figures flew out of the palace, moving as fast as lightning. Yichen's speed did not decrease at all. With his body as the starting point, a horrifying destructive sword intent shot out, carrying the will to destroy everything. It swept across in a straight line. That kind of brutal and pure aura made all of the powerful warriors from the Blackwater Alliance feel a chill in their bodies, and their souls were in chaos. All of a sudden, all of the flowers and trees on the mountain peak were wiped out without a trace. At this moment, warriors whose martial will had not reached the 5th step, or were not even half-step king warriors would not have the courage to fight at all. Let's go in. Within a blink of an eye, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing had already arrived outside of the palace on top of the mountain. "Stop right there." All of a sudden, 4 half-step king warriors whose power was not weaker than the tough king jumped out from 4 directions, trying to stop Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing. Yi Chen smiled lightly as he took out his Thunder Disaster Sword and waved it out in 4 different directions. 4 beams of black sword chi were thrown out almost at the same time. The 4 warriors went back the way they had come, puking out a huge mouthful of blood. Crack! After blowing away the 4 of them, Yi Chen raised his Thunder Disaster Sword up high and chopped down. The palace was instantly cut in half like a fruit. "Not here." Yi Chen glanced around, but did not find any place that could possibly store Xianxia crystals. However, he was not in a hurry. With another slash of his sword, the left half of the palace was split into 2. Just like that, Yi Chen swung his sword to the east and to the west. The originally majestic and luxurious palace was like a fruit platter, turning into pieces and strips, falling to the left and right. "I found the crystal vault." When Yi Chen swung his sword for the 18th time, the momentum of his sword met with resistance. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He held his sword with both hands and swung it down. Boom! A large expanse of light blossomed, and everything in front of him suddenly became clear. This was a vault made entirely of crystals. The crystals were not Xianxia crystals, but a kind of energy crystal that could be used to set up arrays. The resistance just now was precisely the power of the array, which had been shattered by Yi Chen's full power sword attack. Inside the broken vault was a stone platform. On top of it was a floating light sphere, and inside the sphere was a storage ring. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen arrived beside the light sphere and reached out his hand. Bang! The light ball suddenly shook, bouncing off Yi Chen's palm, making it impossible for him to exert any force. "It's the power of space." Yi Chen could feel that the light sphere contained an extremely pure power of space. Normal attacks would not be able to touch it. If one tried to forcefully attack it, the light sphere would break the space and escape into the void. In other words, without knowing the method to open it, no one under life and death realm would be able to obtain the storage ring inside. Slowly letting out a breath of impure chi, Yi Chen extended his right index finger. The void around his finger gradually twisted, emitting a fluctuation that was similar to the light sphere. It was indeed the power of space. "Break!" Yi Chen poked at the light sphere. Pop! A popping sound was heard as the light sphere shattered. Without the light sphere's support, the storage ring fell down and was grabbed by Yi Chen. After obtaining the storage ring, Yi Chen immediately released his soul power into the storage ring. This storage ring didn't have a soul imprint, so Yi Chen's soul power went straight in, entering its internal space. So big. The storage ring's internal space was much bigger than Yi Chen had imagined. It was more than 20 times the size of a mid-grade storage ring, like a huge plaza. On this flat ground, there were piles of huge chests that were half the height of a human. These chests were all open, and through the gaps, one could see the glittering crystal radiance inside. 10 chests, 100 chests, 200 chests, there were so many chests that they almost covered a quarter of the flat ground. Roughly speaking, there were about 200 to 250 chests. According to the size of the Xianxia crystals and the chests, it was not hard to estimate that one chest could hold 10,000 Xianxia crystals. 200 chests would be more than 2 million Xianxia crystals. Take a look. Yi Chen handed the storage ring to Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing took the storage ring and poured her soul power into it. So much? Blackwater Alliance can collect more than 2 million Xianxia crystals in a month? Morong Qingqing asked suspiciously. Yi Chen shook his head. It should be more than 1 month. It should be 3 months. This month has not arrived yet, so I guess they have only collected a part of it. Based on this, the Blackwater Alliance should be collecting around 1 million Xianxia crystals per month. As for how many months they would transport them, I am not sure. If they were to transport the crystals, they would have to be sent by half-step king warriors, which would cost 100,000 Xianxia crystals per trip. One would not be safe, and a few more would add up to hundreds of thousands of Xianxia crystals. It was not a small number at all. Blackwater Alliance had considered this point, which was why they did not transport the crystals every month. Otherwise, it would not benefit Yi Chen so much. There was no mistake this time. 150,000 should be enough. Yichen let out a deep breath as a smile appeared on his face. 2 million Jin Yuan crystals were priceless, and a top-grade storage ring was priceless as well. Although they had been tricked by the Blackwater Alliance, the items they had collected were more than enough. Let's go now. Yichen took out the stone altar. All of a sudden, the space above the mountain rippled, and two figures appeared. One was Sima Zongwen, and the other was a dignified young man with a purple gold crown on his head. The young man looked to be in his 30s, but his real age was probably in his 40s. His long and narrow eyes emitted a tangible killing intent. As soon as he appeared, his gaze locked onto Yichen in the palace. It's the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has arrived. Upon seeing Sima Zongwen and the young man, the experts of the Blackwater Alliance revealed ecstatic expressions. Then, they looked at Yichen as if they were looking at a dead man. Yichen sized up the young man and inwardly said, "What a profound cultivation base. Twice as high as the explosive Flame King. Is he his strongest half-step king?" "Crown Prince, it's him." Sima Zongwan glanced at the peak and the ruined palace, and finally fixed his eyes on the stone platform at the center of the crystal warehouse. Seeing that the light ball on the stone platform had disappeared, he roared as if he had seen a ghost, "You dare to rob the crystal warehouse of my Blackwater Alliance?" The Jin Yuan crystals that the Blackwater Alliance collected on the Devouring Island would only be transported out once every 6 months. This time it had only been less than 3 months. Even so, there were still more than 2 million Jin Yuan crystals in the treasury. It would be terrible if they were robbed. Consider this compensation from the Blackwater Alliance. Yichen didn't care about the furious Sima Zongwen at all. "You." Sima Zongwen's face turned ashen. "State your name." The young man in luxurious robes didn't make a sound. Only when Sima Zongwen said that Yichen had plundered the treasury did his expression change. His face turned gloomy, revealing his killing intent. "Why don't you introduce yourself?" Yichen said. "Wang Tai." The young man in luxurious robes looked down from above. "Yichen." Nodding, Yichen stated his name. "Yichen, never heard of you. But, it doesn't matter. Hand over the Jin Yuan crystals, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you and your girlfriend will wish you were dead." Wang Tai's voice was extremely gloomy, carrying a bone-piercing chill. "Sorry, but the choice is mine." Yichen took out 150,000 Jin Yuan crystals and threw them on the stone platform. "Courting death." Wang Tai was enraged. Spreading his 5 fingers, he sent a palm toward Yichen and Murong Qingqing. Roar, a dragon roar resounded as Wang Tai's 5 fingers emitted a boundless qi energy. The 5 qi energies were like 5 water dragons, coiling together and pressing down on the mountain peak. At this moment, all living things seemed to have lost their will. Only the frightening dragon roars could be heard, distorting the space around the entire mountain peak. A strongest half-step king, as expected. Yichen's pupils shrank. Buzz, the moment the 5 water dragons attacked, Yichen and Murong Qingqing disappeared. Having lost their target, the 5 water dragons immediately lost control and smashed the huge mountain peak into pieces. Their wriggling bodies drilled up and down in the dust. It was a scene of apocalypse. "You're dead. There's no place for you in this world." The killing intent in Wang Tai's eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void. The moment Yichen disappeared, a faintly discernible voice reached Yichen's ears. "I'll be waiting for you." Yichen's voice came from the void. Humph, hearing Yichen's voice, Wang Tai tightly clenched his right fist, causing the ground below to crack. "Crown Prince, this bastard took away more than 2 million Jin Yuan crystals. We can't let him escape." Sima Zongwen was about to go crazy. Although Yichen's strength was too high, and the loss of the treasury had nothing to do with him, the Blackwater Alliance couldn't let him off the hook. Moreover, his lucrative position as Zongwen would be in jeopardy. Wang Tai coldly said, "Those who aren't from my Blackwater Alliance will only appear in one place after being transported out of the Devouring Island, the chaotic demonic ocean. After I leave, I'll lead a group of people to hunt him down. As for you, go to the Alliance headquarters and beg for forgiveness." After speaking, Wang Tai took out the Jin Yuan crystals he had prepared and directly tossed them into the air. With a swish, the Zhenyuan crystals disappeared, and Wang Tai's figure also gradually faded away. It was not Yi Chen's first time experiencing it, so it should not be too bad for him. However, the truth was the opposite. Both Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing felt extremely uncomfortable after being teleported out of the Devouring Island. Not only did they feel dizzy, but their blood and Zhenyuan also started to flow in the opposite direction, as if they were about to burst out of their bodies. This state lasted for a long time. Gradually, a flash of light appeared in the chaotic nothingness. The light was extremely dazzling, as if many spears of light were condensing and stabbing towards them. Pop, the two were teleported out of the chaotic world. What a strange teleportation. Yi Chen had not regained his sense of direction and balance yet, so he just floated in place, waiting for his body to recover. Morong Qingqing did the same. They did not lose control for long. About 10 breaths later, the two completely recovered. Originally, I thought that the Devouring Island was just a lost plane. Now, it seems that it is not so simple. Yi Chen looked around and realized that they were on the vast ocean. He let out a sigh of relief and said to Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing nodded. The Devouring Island's rules are different from Elysium's. If it is a lost plane, then the rules should be similar to Elysium's. Yi Chen said, we can think about the Devouring Island later. But this ocean is a bit strange. Although the ocean beneath their feet was no different from other oceans, and there was nothing strange about it, Yi Chen had a feeling that the ocean below was darker and more ruthless than other places. Occasionally, small fishes and shrimps darted out, giving off an awe-inspiring feeling. It is demonic qi. Morong Qingqing said. Demonic qi? Yi Chen suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that it was familiar. It was the source of demonic power, demonic qi. Morong Qingqing continued, I can feel that the demonic qi is coming from the bottom of the ocean. The deeper we go, the stronger the demonic qi. Then isn't this your paradise? Yi Chen smiled. The demonic energy here is indeed very dense, but it's also mixed with other things. Morong Qingqing, who possessed pure demonic energy, seemed to have sensed something and looked toward the northwest. In the northwest direction, a large black dot had appeared out of nowhere. The black dot was moving at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was still on the horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it was already more than 100 miles away. Moreover, it was flying towards Yi Chen's direction at an astonishing speed. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would have already hurriedly avoided it. However, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing had not yet figured out the situation, so they naturally would not avoid it in order to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Of course, these black dots were not black dots, but human figures. These figures were divided into two groups. The group in front had fewer people, only 7 or 8 people, while the group behind had more than 30 people. The two groups were chasing each other. What surprised Yi Chen was that the group in front had a demonic beast shadow behind them, while the group in the back also had a faint demonic qi ripple on their bodies. It's the half-monster clan and the demonic human clan. Yi Chen exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Morong Qingqing's face turned slightly solemn. When they were less than a few miles away from Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing, the group of 7 or 8 people from the half-monster clan was caught up by the group of 30 demonic humans. These 7 or 8 people were led by a white-robed woman. She looked around as if she was facing a great enemy. Her eyes swept past Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing, and she blinked her eyes as if she was hinting at something. Should be from the Silvermoon White Fox clan, not bad at all. The phantom of the white fox behind the white-robed woman was very clear, and there was a silver crescent moon imprinted on the white fox's forehead. It was not hard for Yi Chen to guess that she was the descendant of the Silvermoon White Fox King and a human. As for the white-robed woman's blinking eyes, it should be a signal for them to leave. Miss, we'll stop them, you run quickly. The young man next to the white-robed woman said anxiously when he saw that they were surrounded by many demonic humans. The white-robed woman said, Our Silvermoon White Fox clan is not an ordinary demonic fox clan. We have never abandoned our clansmen. Miss, don't argue at this time. You staying here is useless, as long as you can avenge us in the future, it's fine. The old man on the white-robed woman's right tried to persuade her. The white-robed woman smiled bitterly. Do you think I can escape? Even if I can escape for a while, they will still catch up in the end. At that time, I'll be the only one left. It's better for everyone to risk their lives now. Maybe we will have a chance to survive. Haha, why aren't you running anymore? I've chased you for 3 days and 3 nights, I thought I could play for a few more days. The demonic human in the lead was a middle-aged man with an abnormally robust body. His upper body was naked, and his muscles were like streamlined metal. His arms had already lost the shape of a human, becoming 2 extremely thick black arms. 2 sharp white bones extended from his elbows and shoulders, and the hand that held the spear had sharp, curved nails that flickered with a strange black light. Just like the middle-aged demonic human, the other demonic humans all had their upper bodies naked, and there was always a part of their body that was different from ordinary humans, like demons or devils. Demonic transformation. Yichen could tell that these demonic humans could all transform, and the part of their transformation was extremely sinister, far more frightening than the demonic humans on True Spirit Continent. Our Silvermoon Arctic Fox clan has no enmity with your demonic humans. Why do you have to force us? Do you really think our Silvermoon Arctic Fox clan is easy to bully? The white-robed woman held a silver-white thin sword in her hand, her expression stern. Hee, who doesn't know that Chaotic Demon Ocean is our demonic human clan's territory? Since you're here, you'll have to accept our management. Put down your weapons and follow us back obediently, and we might let you live. Otherwise, apart from you, everyone else will die. The middle-aged demonic human grinned. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. In these years, countless demonic beasts have disappeared in Chaotic Demon Ocean. Most of them were captured by you guys. The white-robed woman also didn't want to come to Chaotic Demon Ocean. Although the ocean was extremely evil and rich in demonic chi, it was precisely because of this unique environment that some rare spirit plants grew here. The white-robed woman had come precisely for the demonic silver grass. Since you already know, why bother asking? Are you going to follow us obediently, or are you going to fight and leave behind a few corpses? The middle-aged demonic human's arms were shrouded in a layer of black chi, as if they were demonic arms burning with ghost flames. Don't even think about it. The white-robed woman clenched her teeth. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. The middle-aged demonic human's expression turned even more sinister. However, he didn't immediately attack the white-robed woman and the others. Instead, he said to a demonic human beside him in a low voice, Iron Bones, take a group and surround those 2. If they're willing to surrender, then that's fine. If not, kill that young man. Yes. The demonic human called Iron Bones was much stronger than the middle-aged demonic human. His exposed upper body was like a small mountain. His right arm and half of his body were covered in a layer of black bone armor. This bone armor grew out of his flesh and was extremely thick with spiral patterns on its surface. I didn't expect to have to fight you demonic humans right after coming here. How could Yichen not see that these demonic humans didn't want to let them go? Demonic humans, there's no difference. The only difference is whether we're enemies or not. Morong Qingqing didn't have a good impression of these demonic humans. The demonic humans here had already changed. Their auras were extremely violent and murderous. Go. The middle-aged demonic human waved his hand. More than 20 demonic humans pounced at the white-robed woman's group. On the other hand, the demonic human called Iron Bone led 10 demonic humans and shot toward Yi Chen's direction like black lightning bolts. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen and the white-robed woman were surrounded. Kid, seal your own Jin Yuan, and I can spare your life. As if Morong Qingqing's temperament had an astonishing attraction for him, the demonic human called Iron Bones didn't target Morong Qingqing. Instead, he fiercely roared at Yi Chen. With just the few of you? Yi Chen sized up the 10. Apart from the demonic human who spoke, the others hadn't reached half-step king realm. Of course, once a demonic human transformed, their strength would multiply. These demonic humans who hadn't reached half-step king realm should be able to contend against ordinary half-step kings. Seems like you want to die. Iron Bones narrowed his eyes and waved his palm. Kill. Immediately, 5 demonic humans charged at Yi Chen. 5 late Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans were enough to make ordinary half-step kings retreat. As far as Iron Bones was concerned, Yi Chen, who wasn't a half-step king, wouldn't be able to block even a single move. However, he was wrong. Without even drawing his sword, Yi Chen raised his right index and middle fingers and casually waved. With a swoosh, a dark golden ripple spread out. The 5 demonic humans spurted out blood, and a bone-deep wound appeared on their chests. Then, they fell toward the ocean below. All of you, go. You too, deal with that woman. You must capture her. Iron Bones was gobsmacked as he roared. No matter how many come, they'll all die. Yi Chen's fingers moved like lightning, condensing a small thunder ball at the tip. Puff. 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 3 soft sounds rang out, and the 3 demonic humans had a charred hole on their foreheads. The hole didn't seem big, but the back of their heads had exploded into nothingness. They didn't even see how Yi Chen had attacked, and died without knowing why. On the other side, the 2 demonic humans, fighting with Morong Qingqing, were indescribably frightened. The demonic chi on their bodies immediately crumbled the moment it struck Morong Qingqing's body, not posing any threat at all. It was as if Morong Qingqing was a black hole devouring demonic chi. Rip, with a palm chop, Morong Qingqing chopped off the head of a demonic human. The other demonic human gathered his courage and punched at her. Morong Qingqing's right hand grabbed the opponent's head first, and an extremely pure demonic power gathered in her palm. You too, the demonic human's eyes widened. He could feel that Morong Qingqing's palm didn't contain Jin Yuan, but pure demonic power. This kind of demonic power could only be possessed by a perfect demonic human bloodline. Moreover, it was a woman. If he brought this news back, the entire demonic human race would be shaken. Unfortunately, he wouldn't have the chance. Morong Qingqing's demonic power shot out from her palm, and the demonic human's head was immediately annihilated. Iron Bones didn't have a mind to care about Morong Qingqing's side. All of his attention was on Yi Chen. In just a split second, the 8 demonic humans attacking Yi Chen had all died miserably. Moreover, he himself was actually not Yi Chen's opponent. His entire body was in pain, and his bones were on the verge of breaking. This armor piece's defense isn't bad, Yi Chen said unhurriedly. His finger suddenly pierced through Iron Bones' defense and swept across his throat. Puff, a putrid blood sprayed out. Iron Bones clutched his neck and fell from the sky. On the other side, the white-robed woman's group was surrounded by more than 20 demonic humans. They were barely able to hold on until now because the Silvermoon White Fox race's members had an advantage in speed and agility. Secondly, the White Fox phantom behind the white-robed woman was abnormally agile. The silver crescent moon on her forehead flickered from time to time, emitting a clear silver radiance. This silver radiance would immediately stick to the members of the Silvermoon White Fox race the moment it came into contact with them. The members of the Silvermoon White Fox race who were enveloped by the silver radiance all had their battle prowess greatly increase and were no longer afraid of death. However, the demonic humans not only had more people, but they also had more experts than the Silvermoon White Fox race. The reason they had been fighting until now was because they wanted to win without losing a single person. If there were no accidents, the Silvermoon White Fox race wouldn't be able to cause any waves. What? Iron Bones was killed? The middle-aged demonic man, who hadn't exerted his full strength, took a glance at Yi Chen's side. What entered his eyes was Iron Bone clutching his neck and falling down from the sky, blood gushing out from between his fingers. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing were completely unharmed. This discovery shocked him greatly. Although Iron Bones wasn't as strong as him, he didn't dare to ignore the defensive power of the demonized bone armor. Don't fight anymore. Kill everyone except her. The middle-aged demonic human decisively decided to end the battle quickly. He would first capture the white-robed woman and then reorganize his men to deal with Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing. He wanted them to pay a heavy price. As he spoke, the middle-aged demonic human didn't stay idle either. He held a long spear as thick as a bowl and thrust it towards the white-robed woman's chest. The white-robed woman's cultivation wasn't weak. She was a genuine half-step demonic beast king. Her movement technique was agile, and her clothes fluttered in the wind as she slashed out with her sword. Clang, the dragon-like spear shadow collided with the silver semicircle sword energy and exploded into thousands of light dots. Pfft, In terms of agility, the white-robed woman was naturally above the middle-aged demonic human. However, in terms of attack power, she was much weaker. This short exchange made her feel as if she was struck by lightning. She couldn't help but spit out a small mouthful of blood, staining the white robe in front of her chest. Lose for me. The middle-aged demonic man's eyes were ferocious as he swung his spear at the white-clothed woman. Facing this thunderous attack, the white-clothed woman who had lost the initiative was about to be struck by the spear. Dang, right at this moment, a crescent-shaped sword energy flew over from afar. It was like a dazzling aurora, but also like a heavenly dog eating the moon. It struck the middle-aged demonic man's spear, causing it to fly out of his hand. The middle-aged demonic man's mouth started to bleed, and a layer of skin was scraped off. Puff. The spear flew out of his hand like a skewer of candied haws, piercing through the group of demonic men in a straight line. The remaining force of the crescent-shaped sword energy was even more ferocious. With a single blow, most of the demonic men, including the middle-aged demonic man, were swept away, dying miserably. It turned out that at the crucial moment, Yi Chen had made his move, and his first move was the peerlessly powerful waning moon. Ah, the white-clothed woman cried out in shock. She was frightened by the scene in front of her. It's him. The silver moon white fox race, whose pressure had been greatly reduced, noticed that the one who had attacked was Yi Chen, who was wielding the thunder sword. He had attacked from several li away. Damn it. With just one sword, the demonic men had suffered heavy casualties. Only a few of them were left. The middle-aged demonic man's mouth was bleeding, and his chest felt stuffy. He was pushed back several li by the crescent-shaped sword energy. All the bones in his body were on the verge of breaking, especially his arms, which had suffered the most damage. He could barely lift them up. Raising his head, the middle-aged demonic man looked at Yi Chen with a venomous gaze and said, "You're dead." In the chaotic demonic sea, no one has ever dared to provoke my demonic man race. Those who kill will always be killed. If the other party hadn't provoked him first, Yi Chen wouldn't have been so ruthless. But since the other party wanted to kill, he couldn't be blamed. Humph, I want to see how you're going to kill me. The middle-aged demonic man roared towards the sky. Circles of evil black rings spread out. These black rings were like living creatures, twisting towards the injured demonic man next to him. Amidst the miserable screams of the other, the black rings sucked out all of his essence chi, flesh, and blood, and then filled the middle-aged demonic man's body. Crackle, the middle-aged demonic man's body twisted and swelled, as if there were countless snakes slithering under his skin. It was extremely disgusting and cruel, giving people a hair-raising feeling. Rumble, the demonic chi on the middle-aged demonic man was already very dense. After devouring a large amount of essence chi, the demonic chi fluctuations immediately caused the weather to change. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and black lightning bolts danced everywhere. Crack! A black lightning bolt struck the middle-aged demonic man's body. As the demonic chi retracted, everyone could clearly see the middle-aged demonic man's appearance. Demonic man, the middle-aged demonic man looked no different from a demonic man. His skin had turned black and keratinized. His elbows, shoulders, knees, and ankles had sharp, curved bones. His feet and palms had turned into claws. His fingernails were as sharp as knives, and they were purple-black. His eyes were blood red, and the whites of his eyes had disappeared. Roar, the middle-aged demonic man roared at Yi Chen. The human part of his voice had already disappeared, leaving behind only cruelty and ruthlessness. Be careful. Although the demonic man has lost most of his reason, his speed and strength have increased explosively. It's equivalent to overdrafting his life force and potential. His regenerative ability has also increased tenfold. As a demonic human, Morong Qingqing was very clear about the demonic man. Even a part of it had the side effect of eroding one's intelligence, not to mention the complete demonic man. Although the demonic human's lifespan was greatly reduced, their strength was frightening. This is the first time I've seen a complete demonic man. Yi Chen also knew about the complete demonic man. This was the reason why some people on True Spirit Continent were targeting demonic humans. Of course, as far as Yi Chen was concerned, demonic humans were not much of a threat. After all, there were too few of them, and they couldn't stir up any waves. Young master, many thanks for saving us. The white-robed woman and the rest could see the middle-aged demonic man's frightening strength, so they flew to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen said, "It's nothing much. There's no need to thank me. Young master, don't be careless. The reason why demonic humans can dominate chaotic demon ocean is not only because this is chaotic demon ocean, but also because they can transform completely. This man is one of the most powerful half-step demonic human kings. Once he transforms completely, he will be extremely frightening." Clearly, the white-robed woman had some understanding of demonic humans. Yi Chen faintly nodded. "You'll all die. Hee hee." The middle-aged demonic man bent his knee and fiercely shot out. Xiao. The distance of several li seemed to have been ignored, and even Yi Chen couldn't see its exact trajectory. Clang, while everyone was dumbfounded, Yi Chen made his move. He raised his sword to meet the middle-aged demonic man's claw, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Clang, clang, clang. Following that, the middle-aged demonic man launched a series of attacks. His attack trajectories flickered, and besides Yi Chen, no one could see them clearly. If it weren't for Yi Chen, he would have been killed in a single move. This was the destructive power of extreme speed. With the spiritual sword, although Yi Chen couldn't see the middle-aged demonic man's movement trajectory, he was always able to block the other's attack. Die. After attacking for a long time without success, the middle-aged demonic man became even more ruthless. His eyes turned red as he drew scarlet arcs in the air, creating a soul-stirring scene. Ding 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 ding, the speed at which the two exchanged blows was unimaginably fast. Suddenly, Yi Chen yelled with a low voice, "9-sword attack." With a clang, the blood remnant sword at his waist automatically unsheathed. Under Yi Chen's control, it divided into 3, 3 into 5, 5 into 9. 9 sword images circled around, moving as fast as the Aurora Phantom. Even the middle-aged demonic man couldn't completely dodge the flying swords, and was slashed countless times. Swish, the middle-aged demonic man's legs shot out, escaping the range of the flying swords. The middle-aged demonic man's abdomen, back, and legs had several bone-deep sword scars. The one on his chest was the result of Yi Chen's spiritual sword. The sword chi pierced through the skin and injured the opponent's internal organs. However, in the next moment, everyone frowned. The flesh inside the middle-aged demonic man's wound wriggled like worms, joining together and entangling with each other. As the insides healed, his hard skin automatically healed, leaving behind only a faint scar. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. What a powerful regenerative ability! This was the first time Yi Chen had seen an ability below life and death realm that could rival his undying body. Just this point alone was enough for the middle-aged demonic man to grind to death people on the same level as him. Hee hee, I'll see how long you can last. The middle-aged demonic man's mouth curled, and his expression turned fierce. Bring it on. Go. His left hand pointed, and the blood remnant sword turned into 9 sword images once more. Get lost. The middle-aged demonic man roared, and his body fiercely spun like a spinning top. His claws, feet, elbows, and knees all deflected the 9 sword images, leaving him unscathed. With a swish, the middle-aged demonic man's body flickered, drawing an arc in the void as he attacked Yi Chen from the side. Sword light flight art. The Zhenyuan outside Yi Chen's body surged, and 5 sword lights formed a pair of simple sword wings on his back. With a swish, he dodged the attack. Puff puff puff, the middle-aged demonic man no longer had any rationality, but his battle instincts were even stronger. 3 sharp spikes shot out from his back, enveloping Yi Chen. Ding ding, Yi Chen didn't expect the middle-aged demonic man to have this kind of move. Caught off guard, he only managed to deflect 2 of the spikes, while the third one landed on his protective Zhenyuan. With a ping sound, the protective Zhenyuan didn't break. At the crucial moment, Yi Chen activated his bronze armor, greatly increasing his defense. Die. The middle-aged demonic man turned around and pounced over. You're the one who's going to die. Yi Chen stopped his backward momentum and did not try to dodge. Instead, he jumped forward. Rumble, the collision of the two caused a huge tsunami, which spread out in all directions and reached hundreds of meters high. Above the distorted space, Yi Chen and the middle-aged demonic man pressed against each other due to the powerful inertia, creating a time-like effect. When the effect disappeared, the middle-aged demonic man's left hand turned into a fist and punched at Yi Chen's chest. However, Yi Chen didn't try to block this move. Instead, he raised his Thunder Disaster sword and slashed at the middle-aged demonic man's head. His sword speed was even faster than the opponent's. Poochie, a head flew up while Yi Chen was also sent flying, spurting out a small mouthful of blood. Strictly speaking, the middle-aged demonic man's strength was more or less the same as Yi Chen's. The middle-aged demonic man's speed was fast and his profound martial skills were powerful, but the latter's sword speed was faster and his profound martial skills were more powerful. The reason for this outcome was not strength, but intelligence. After the middle-aged demonic man had completely demonized, he had lost more than half of his intelligence. He was single-mindedly focused on killing Yi Chen, completely disregarding his own life and death. This kind of fearless style was good, but one couldn't blindly pursue it. That would be courting death. Seeing through the middle-aged man's weakness, Yi Chen took a punch at the last moment and killed him. The process was just that simple. Wisdom is something that high-level beings cannot lack. Yi Chen shook his head. Of course, Yi Chen wasn't mocking the middle-aged man's stupidity. After all, the middle-aged man wasn't a complete demonization, so he wasn't his match. Dead. The white-robed lady's eyes shrunk in shock. Yi Chen's strength was beyond her imagination. Even half-stepped demonic beast kings of the Silvermoon White Fox tribe wouldn't be Yi Chen's match. Miss, this kid is probably a disciple of some super clan or sect. He probably came to the chaotic demonic ocean to train himself. The old man beside the white-robed lady said. The more powerful a force was, the more outstanding disciples they could cultivate. The two were directly proportional. To be called a super force, it was at least peak 5th grade, or even 4th grade. From the old man's point of view, Yi Chen's background was absolutely terrifying. It wasn't something ordinary people could imagine. Elder Ge, I don't care who he is. I only know that he saved all of our lives. The white-robed lady said. That's true. The old man called Elder Ge smiled faintly and curiously sized up Yi Chen. The middle-aged man was dead after his head was chopped off. His neck spurted out a large amount of blood, and his flesh was wriggling like slimy worms. Unfortunately, he hadn't reached the flesh derivation realm, so he couldn't escape death. The middle-aged man wasn't an exception. Splash, after struggling for a moment, the headless middle-aged man fell from the sky and into the sea, sinking instantly. In this battle, more than 30 human devils were completely annihilated. I am Yu Bingxin, a disciple of the Silvermoon White Fox clan. May I know your name? Yu Bingxin took a deep breath and stepped on the void, slowly arriving in front of Yi Chen. I am Yi Chen. Putting away the Thunder Disaster sword, Yi Chen looked at Yu Bingxin and said. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. If young Master Yi doesn't mind, you and Miss Morong can come to my house as guests. I can entertain the two of you. Yi Chen shook his head and said, there's no need for that. I'm not familiar with this place yet. You can just introduce me to it as repayment for saving my life. You two don't know this place? Yu Bingxin asked. I only heard you say that this is the chaotic demonic ocean, but I don't know the specifics. Nodding, Yu Bingxin said, this place is indeed the chaotic demonic ocean. The reason why it is called the chaotic demonic ocean is because there is a vast amount of demonic qi leaking out from an unknown place at the bottom of the ocean, turning this ocean into a demonic ocean. There are many powers here, but the overlord is the demonic human clan. It is said that the demonic human clan migrated here from another place hundreds of years ago. At that time, this was just an ordinary ocean, and there was no demonic human clan here. Yu Bingxin explained slowly. Migrated here hundreds of years ago? From where? Could there be a large number of demonic human clan in other places? Hearing this, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing had many questions. But from the others' tone, they didn't seem to know much about the origin of the demonic human clan. What is the strength of the demonic human clan here? The one who asked this question was Morong Qingqing. Yu Bingxin honestly replied, terrifyingly strong. In the chaotic demonic ocean, there are 10 great demonic human clans. Each clan has a demonic human king overseeing it. The strongest clan has 3 demonic human kings, and one of them might be a demonic human emperor. Demonic human emperor? Is this true? Morong Qingqing was slightly astonished. True Spirit Continent also had demonic human kings, and 2 of them at that. However, there was not a single demonic human emperor. Who would have thought that there would be a demonic human emperor in the chaotic demonic ocean? This is only a rumor, but I believe that it is most likely true. Otherwise, the 5th grade powers around chaotic demonic ocean wouldn't be so apprehensive. Moreover, a world-shaking battle took place in the chaotic demonic ocean 100 years ago. The scale of that battle was extremely vast, and even the zenith sky was torn apart. The space became chaotic, and it should have been the result of a battle between a titled monarch and a demonic human emperor. Yu Bingxin spoke everything she knew. Perhaps this chaotic demonic ocean is the headquarters of the demonic human clan in Elysium. In the past, Yichen thought that the demonic human clan was not a threat, and that the low number of demonic human kings and demonic human clans was their biggest weakness. But now, he didn't think so. It turned out that there was a place called Chaotic Demonic Ocean outside of True Spirit Continent. We can't stay here for long. The demonic human clan raises millions of 4-winged black demonic insects. They don't have much intelligence, but they can transmit what they see back. They are the eyes of the demonic human clan in the entire chaotic demonic ocean. If we are discovered by them, we won't be able to escape even if we grow wings. As if thinking of something, Yu Bingxin said anxiously. Hearing Yu Bingxin's words, Yichen was inwardly astonished at the demonic human clan's control over chaotic demonic ocean. It wasn't that he hadn't seen these 4-winged black demonic insects before. In his early years, when he was merely at Condensing Reality Realm, he had encountered the 4-winged black demonic insects raised by Corpse Man's subordinates. In terms of battle strength, they were equivalent to 3rd-grade demonic beasts. However, when their numbers reached millions, they were extremely frightening. Most importantly, they weren't used for battle, but for scouting. In that case, let's leave this place first. Yichen wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could challenge the demonic human clan, so he nodded at Yu Bingxin. Not long after Yichen's group left, a large number of squeaking sounds came from afar. Before long, a black cloud rapidly moved over. This was naturally not a real cloud, but a black shadow formed by a large number of chopstick-shaped insects. At a glance, there were at least several thousand of them. These insects were exactly the same as the 4-winged black demonic insects that Yichen had seen before. However, they were much smaller, only 3 inches long. They were slender and black, with 4 pairs of thin black wings on their backs. Their heads were spherical, filled with silver-gray compound eyes. Everything in the surroundings was reflected in these compound eyes. The cloud formed by the 4-winged black demonic insects flew over the sea. Under the sunlight, the cloud's shadow followed closely behind. Splash, a 5th-grade demonic fish thought that the shadow was some kind of prey. It suddenly broke out of the water and opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Buzz, the 4-winged black demonic insects were well disciplined, but dozens of them at the edge couldn't resist the temptation and suddenly left the group. Their 4 pairs of wings flapped rapidly, like black lights, piercing through the 5th-grade demonic fish's body. In just a short moment, the 5th-grade demonic fish was eaten until only an empty shell was left, falling into the sea. Satisfied, the 4-winged black demonic insect squeaked a few times and followed the group. If Yichen was here, he would definitely be incomparably shocked. In his impression, the 4-winged black demonic insects could only fight against 3rd-grade demonic beasts. Even if there were dozens of them, it was impossible for them to eat a 5th-grade demonic fish until only an empty shell was left. There was only one answer. These 4-winged black demonic insects were not 3rd grade, but 4th grade. The chaotic demonic sea was vast and had countless islands. On an ordinary island, Yu Bingxin's group was bidding farewell to Yichen and Morong Yu. Young Master Yi, Miss Morong, we will take our leave first. If you have time, you can come visit my clan. My Silvermoon White Fox clan is located 50 million li to the northwest, on the Moonlight Island. Yu Bingxin's voice was clear and melodious. Alright, I'll come visit when I have time. Yichen faintly nodded. Yu Bingxin revealed a smile. We still have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. Let's go. After saying these words, Yu Bingxin led her clansmen and flew off the island. Watching them leave, Yichen said to Morong Qingqing, "This place is too close to the scene of the incident. It's not very safe. Let's find another island and enter secluded cultivation." The large amount of Zhenyuan and demonic crystals they had obtained on the devouring island was enough for the two to squander. The two were also preparing to break through to half-step king realm. Morong Qingqing still had demonic power essence left in her body. Her chances of breaking through to half-step king realm in a short time were quite high. Riding the flying puppet for 3 days and 3 nights, the two arrived at a desolate island. After opening up their respective secluded cultivation spots, the two officially entered secluded cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. The news of more than 30 demonic humans being killed had long since reached the demonic human clan, causing quite a commotion. In the past few days, the number of 4-winged black demonic insects in the sky above chaotic demonic ocean had been increasing. Among the thousands of 4-winged black demonic insects, there were even smaller 6-winged black demonic insects. Such a huge commotion naturally made the martial artists in chaotic demonic ocean anxious. In the distant southeast, a huge golden bird with a wingspan of more than 30 meters was rushing toward chaotic demonic ocean with a dozen people on its back. Crown Prince, chaotic demonic ocean is the territory of demonic human clan. If we enter, we might attract their attention. On the back of the huge golden bird was the Crown Prince of Blackwater Alliance, Wang Tai. At this moment, the tall old man beside Wang Tai spoke with some hesitation. With his hands behind his back, Wang Tai gazed at the scenery before him and said, "Although the demonic human clan is powerful, my Blackwater Alliance is not weak either. I believe that the demonic human clan will not purposely target us. They will most likely give us some face. As for that brat, no matter where he escapes, I will drag him out. My Blackwater Alliance's Jinyuan crystals are not for anyone to swallow." 2 million Jinyuan crystals was not a small number. It should be known that although Devouring Island was ruled by Blackwater Alliance, apart from its own consumption, Blackwater Alliance had to allocate a portion to some life and death kings who knew about it. Thus, Blackwater Alliance's annual stockpile was no more than 1 million Jinyuan crystals. The 2 million Jinyuan crystals Yi Chen had plundered were equivalent to 2 years of Blackwater Alliance's stockpile. Crown Prince's words are not without reason, but chaotic demonic ocean is boundless. Finding the two won't be easy. I'm worried that they might be captured by the demonic human clan. Demonic human clan has always been tyrannical, and they won't hand over the Jinyuan crystals they've obtained. The tall old man voiced out his worries. Then let's hope they live a little longer. If they're captured by the demonic human clan, death is certain. Clearly, Wang Tai was also extremely apprehensive of the demonic human clan. This was a frightening power that even Blackwater Alliance couldn't afford to provoke. While Wang Tai was searching for Yi Chen, the experts of the demonic human clan were also searching for the murderer of their clansmen. For a long time, the human devil clan had been the overlord of the chaotic demon sea. As long as the 10 great families willed it, they could uproot and annihilate all forces in the chaotic demon sea except for the human devil clan. But now, someone had killed more than 30 of their clansmen, 3 of whom had already reached half-step king realm. This was simply unforgivable. The demonic human clan couldn't be compared to humans. The number of humans was too great, numbering in the trillions, thousands of times more than the demonic humans. Therefore, it didn't matter how many died. Moreover, demonic human clan's reproduction rate was much lower than humans. Adding on the fact that their population was small, 1 death meant 1 less. Moreover, half-step kings were the wealth of the demonic human clan. They were existences with hopes of becoming kings. Losing 3 at once was not a small loss. Therefore, the demonic human clan dispatched a lot of experts this time, more than any time in the past. Merely mid-sea of Soul Realm and above demonic humans numbered 600. 6 half-step demon human kings. The 600 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans were divided into 3 groups, each led by 2 half-step demonic human kings. Apart from that, millions of 4-winged black demonic insects had also become the eyes of the demonic humans. As soon as a suspect appeared in their sight, they would immediately notice and rush over. This was not enough to show how much importance the demonic human clan attached to this matter. Apart from Sea of Soul Realm and Half-Step Kings, the clan also dispatched a genuine demonic human king. Demonic Human King was a king of the demonic human clan. Under similar cultivation bases, 2 life and death kings could contend against it. Buzz 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 buzz, with the scene as the center, group after group of 4-winged black demonic insects flew out like an inescapable net, slowly spreading out. Once this inescapable net took shape, one would truly be left with no path to the heavens and no door to the earth, unless one entered Stunning Sky or Extreme Void Sky. However, one couldn't stay in these 2 skies for long. Stunning Sky was filled with all kinds of pure yuan qi. Upon entering, one's Jin yuan would be consumed at a rapid pace. Extreme Void Sky was even more tyrannical, consuming 10 times faster than Stunning Sky. Pop, above the ocean where the incident happened, a mass of black gas suddenly appeared. Within the black gas was a lean old man dressed in black with a profound aura. The skinny old man looked down and scanned the surroundings. Soon, the skinny old man found a wreckage at the bottom of the sea. This wreckage was the corpse of a demonic human. After being eaten by the demonic fish, it was badly mutilated, leaving only bits of flesh on the bones. The wreckage was pulled up by a mysterious force and floated in front of the old man. Stretching out his right hand, the old man exerted his strength through the air and abruptly inhaled. Chi, an almost inaudible sound of something tearing through the air rang out. As the old man exerted his strength to inhale, a faintly discernible aura shot out from the wreckage. The black-robed old man carefully grasped this wisp of aura and sensed something. Peak latency of Soul Realm Cultivation Base, Destruction Sword Intent. A moment later, the black-robed old man slowly spat out a few words. If Yichin were here, he would certainly be astonished. Not only could this man gather a wisp of faintly discernible aura from the wreckage, he could also discern the cultivation base and the sword intent he was using. This kind of ability was already not something a half-step king could accomplish. Only a life and death king could accomplish this. Killing a half-step king of my demonic human race with a cultivation base of peak latency of Soul Realm. I wonder which power this person came from. Could it be the Blood Sword Palace? Not likely. Although the young master of the Blood Sword Palace is also at peak latency of Soul Realm, his strength is inferior to this person. Moreover, the young master didn't comprehend the destruction sword intent. Apart from the young master of the Blood Sword Palace, who has a cultivation base of peak latency of Soul Realm, there aren't many who can battle higher realms. The black-robed old man's gaze turned profound as he inwardly speculated. Whether he's from the Blood Sword Palace or not, killing a half-step king of my demonic human race will have to pay a sufficient price. Letting out a breath, the black-robed old man's gaze turned sharp. The wreckage couldn't bear the pressure of the old man's gaze and exploded, turning into nothingness. Breaking through from peak latency of Soul Realm to half-step king realm was a huge breakthrough, as well as a brand new beginning. Under half-step king realm, the meridians were the circulation channels of Jin Yuan. If the meridians were damaged, the circulation of Jin Yuan would become sluggish, greatly reducing one's battle power. However, upon reaching half-step king realm, not only the meridians, but also the blood circulation channels of Jin Yuan. Only by fusing Jin Yuan into the blood and forming a perfect circulation could one be considered to have officially stepped into half-step king realm. However, achieving this was extremely difficult. Without outstanding talent and extraordinary willpower, half-step king realm was like a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water. One could only stare at it helplessly. Fusing Jin Yuan into the blood was not a safe thing to do. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to blood necrosis, weakening one's bodily functions, and reducing one's physical strength to the level of an old man past his prime. This was also the reason why half-step kings usually appeared in 5th grade and 4th grade powers. The chances of half-step kings appearing in 5th grade and below were extremely low. This was because when a 5th grade powers member tried to break through to half-step king realm, even if something went wrong, they would have life and death kings to help them adjust their chi and blood. Or, they could spend a huge price to refine some precious medicinal pellets to treat blood necrosis. In short, as long as there was a life and death king, breaking through to half-step king realm wouldn't be too dangerous. At worst, they could just wait until their body recovered and continue. Of course, this was a matter of having the ability to break through to half-step king realm. If one didn't, it wouldn't have anything to do with them. Yi Chen had already consolidated his peak late sea of Soul Realm. In theory, he could attempt to break through to half-step King Realm. Although without many years of accumulation, the chances of success were low, it wasn't impossible. Inside the spacious and simple cave, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the hard ground with his palms facing the sky. Inside his body, Yi Chen's Xinyuan flowed out of his dantian and slowly poured into his blood, attempting to fuse with it and circulate his Xinyuan. There were many blood channels in the human body, and there were even more minute details. It was impossible to fuse them one by one. However, although breaking through to half-step King Realm was difficult, it didn't require one to fuse all the blood at once. One only needed to fuse a part of the blood and complete a perfect circulation. This process was complicated and slow, requiring extreme patience. One couldn't be impatient at all. In the beginning, the process was quite smooth. In a short half a month, Yi Chen made progress every day, and he was getting closer and closer to the perfect circulation of Xinyuan and blood. However, as time passed, Yi Chen discovered that the further he went, the slower his progress became. Now, even after a few days, he hadn't made even the slightest bit of progress. It turned out that there was a time limit for Xinyuan to fuse with the blood. After this time limit, the Xinyuan would withdraw from the blood. Only by completing a perfect circulation would the Xinyuan remain in the blood forever. However, it was simply too difficult. The speed at which the blood flowed was not very fast, not to mention that it was a perfect cycle. Every time a cycle was completed halfway, the true essence in the front would begin to withdraw. Although the true essence in the back would continue to fuse into the blood, it could only maintain a balance. This won't do. The Xinyuan isn't pure enough. The time it stays in the blood is too short. If it accelerates the blood flow, my heart won't be able to bear it. The reason why Yi Chen dared to break through to half-step King Realm was because of his undying body. He didn't care about some minor injuries. However, the burden on his heart was too great, and it still exceeded the limits of his undying body. At most, he could only slightly overload it. After all, the heart was a major weakness of the human body, unlike other parts. Huff, opening his eyes, Yi Chen forcefully exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up. I wonder how Morong Qingqing is doing. Her demonic power is very pure, and her fourth-step demonic body is also stronger than my spirit body. She should have a high chance of entering half-step King Realm. Morong Qingqing had demonic power essence in her body, which was the essence of King-grade demonic power. It had an extraordinary effect on refining demonic body. On the Devouring Island, her demonic body had successfully upgraded from third step to fourth step, allowing her to break through to half-step King Realm. Shaking his head, Yi Chen walked out of the cave and arrived at a spacious area outside. I've already obtained the foundation of Space Profound for a long time. My Space Profound has been steadily improving, approaching 40% completion. The Might of Void-Shattering Finger containing Space Profound has also surpassed Golden Ripple. Unfortunately, Void-Shattering Finger is a finger art without the amplification of a sword. Moreover, its variations are too little. If I could create my own Space Profound sword art based on Space Profound, its might would be able to catch up to Waning Moon. Only by combining profound martial arts with artifacts could one erupt with greater might. Using the Void-Shattering Finger required artifact gloves, but since Yi Chen used a sword, wearing gloves would have a negative effect. Creating a Space Profound sword art was very useful to Yi Chen. Space Profound was one of the strongest profounds. 10% of it was equivalent to 30% of other profounds. Once it reached 40 to 50% completion, the Space Profound sword art created would surpass Waning Moon. Most importantly, Space Profound sword arts were unpredictable, far more threatening than Waning Moon. Standing on the empty ground, Yi Chen closed his eyes as an image appeared in his mind. It was a sword artist performing a sword art. This sword art was very mysterious and unpredictable. It was obvious that the sword was thrown out, but it was still very far away from the target, but in the next second, it had already destroyed the target. Plus, the sword art was extremely fast, creating a space-folding effect. Looking at it, one would not be able to tell the trajectory of the sword art at all. Clang, all of a sudden, Yi Chen opened his eyes and pulled out the Thunder Disaster Sword. Relying on his intuition, he slashed out 49 times, each sword faster than the previous one. One could see that Yi Chen's movements were exactly the same as the sword artist in his mind. However, the sword art's effect was not as good as the sword artist's in his mind. It could only make the sword art's trajectory blurry, creating countless afterimages, and was unable to create a spatial folding effect. Kacha kacha kacha, even so, the surrounding boulders still shattered like broken mirrors. The ground beneath Yi Chen's feet also seemed to have turned into a huge piece of glass. Cracks spread everywhere before it collapsed with a loud rumble. This was not the effect of sword chi, but the power of space through sword arts. When space profound reached a certain level, no one under life and death realm would be able to receive a single sword strike from Yi Chen. After all, a single sword strike from Yi Chen would be equivalent to tearing the space apart. Under life and death realm, who could resist the tearing of space? The tide slapped against the reefs at the edge of the island, again and again. Several li away from the island, a four-winged black demonic insect had unknowingly appeared there. Its body was motionless, and the 4 pairs of black wings on its back were rhythmically flapping up and down, maintaining an incomparably balanced state. At a glance, it seemed to be fixed there. The insect's head was round and full of compound eyes. At this moment, the scenery of the island appeared in its compound eyes. Some were near, some were far. The most bizarre thing was that it seemed to have a magnifying function. Before long, the image of a person appeared in its compound eyes. This person was none other than Yi Chen. Yi Chen still didn't know that he had been targeted by a 4-winged black demonic insect. After all, he was not an Iron Man, and couldn't release his soul power without restraint. Overconsumption of soul power would take a long time to recover. Not being able to recover in half a month was quite normal. After practicing sword arts for half a day, Yi Chen saw that Murong Qingqing wasn't moving at all. He knew that she was still trying to break through to half-step King realm, so he didn't disturb her. Although he had failed to break through, he still had many other things to do. For example, comprehending space profound. The space profound he had obtained in the graveyard of 4 Extreme Emperor could be said to be a priceless treasure. With it, Yi Chen's speed of comprehending space had increased by several folds, and his own comprehension ability was several times that of ordinary people. With the two added together, it would be dozens of times, or even more than 20 times. Returning to the cave, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and took a deep breath, entering an ethereal state. Then, he released his incorporeal soul power, spreading it over several hundred meters. The smaller the range of soul power, the less soul power would be consumed. With Yi Chen's soul power, he could maintain it for 10 days to half a month. Soul power was a perception many times greater than the 5 senses. Under Yi Chen's control, he gradually captured the spatial ripples within several hundred meters. The space was constantly fluctuating. Of course, these fluctuations were very small, so small that they were negligible. But, they were still there. Space was illusory and unfathomable. Soul power was incorporeal and unfathomable. Only soul power could capture spatial ripples. This was also the reason why all life and death kings would dabble in space profound. Their soul power was too powerful. According to the basic knowledge of space profound in his head, Yi Chen used his soul power to capture the space energy fluctuations while comprehending the space profound. In another cave, Murong Qingqing was sitting there with her legs crossed, unmoving. From time to time, a black brilliance blossomed from her body. This brilliance was sometimes strong, sometimes dim, sometimes ostentatious, and sometimes reserved. The interior of the cave was illuminated in a strange and dazzling light. At this moment, Murong Qingqing was in the late stage of the half-step Demon King realm. She was different from Yi Chen. She had demonic power essence within her body, and the demonic power she refined was exceptionally pure. If not for the limitation of realm, refining demonic power into half-step King realm wouldn't be a problem. After all, the demonic power essence was the demonic power essence of a demon king. Rather than refining, it was more appropriate to describe it as diluting and refining. The demonic power essence was first diluted and then refined into her demonic power. With such pure demonic power, Murong Qingqing's chances of breaking through to half-step King realm were naturally higher than humans and other demonic humans. Apart from this, Murong Qingqing had another huge advantage. As a demonic human with perfect bloodline and a fourth-step demonic body, her life level was higher than that of humans and demonic beasts. She was close to the life level of the demon race. Therefore, her heart's ability to produce blood was extremely powerful, and her heart's capacity far surpassed humans at the same level. For example, Yi Chen's blood flow was similar to that of humans. But now, her blood flow had reached a frightening level, and her heart was beating at a frightening frequency. It was no longer beating, but vibrating. Swish, when blood flowed normally, no sound could be heard. But now, Morong Qingqing's blood was issuing a sound like a stream flowing down a mountain. Such a rapid flow caused Morong Qingqing's fair face to turn red, making her look like a red beauty. Above her head, white mist curled up, faintly emitting a red light and a faint bloody aura. It's here. A day later, a large group of uninvited guests arrived on the ocean outside the island. These uninvited guests were the troops of the demonic human clan. There were 202 of them, 2 half-step demonic human kings and 200 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans. They were able to find this place because of the information transmitted by the 4-winged black demonic insect. As for finding this place in a day, it was mainly because they weren't far from the island. As soon as they obtained the whereabouts of the suspects, they immediately rushed over. White Nightmare, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch them with just the 2 of us. Right now, our best course of action is to use an enchantment to seal the island and prevent them from escaping. Among the 2 half-step demonic human kings, a rather fat middle-aged demonic human said. The half-step demonic human king called White Nightmare had a very strange appearance. His head was bald, and his face and head were covered in white spots. His eyes also had more whites than pupils, making them look like 2 black dots. He had no eyebrows and was emitting a sinister killing intent. That would be best. Let's use the hidden fog enchantment. White Nightmare nodded, his eyes fixated on the island. U-108, come out and surround the island. Use the hidden fog enchantment to seal the island. Don't let a fly or a bug escape. The fat demonic human ordered the demonic humans behind him. Yes. Without needing to be called out, 108 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans walked out and flew along the edge of the island. Seeing his clansmen carrying out the order and surrounding the island, the fat demonic man let out a sigh and said, killing my clansmen in the chaotic demonic ocean. I wonder who the other party is. Could it be a half-step king of the Blood Sword Palace or someone from the Skull Island? White Nightmare sneered, be it Blood Sword Palace or Skull Island, killing my clansmen will have to pay the price. That's natural. Although Blood Sword Palace and Skull Island are powerful, they're still lacking compared to my clan. The fat demonic human chuckled. As the 2 of them spoke, 108 light black pillars suddenly rose from the outer edge of the island. The pillars rose in an arc and collided with each other in the sky above the island. In the next moment, the island was covered by a light black membrane. The scene inside distorted and then disappeared completely. The light black membrane also gradually turned into mist. From the outside, it seemed as if there was no island at all. There was only thick black mist, rolling and surging. Success! Seeing this, the fat demonic human heaved a sigh of relief, and the smile on his face became even more radiant. I'll go test him. White Nightmare said indifferently before his figure flickered and shot toward the surging black mist. White Nightmare, don't be impulsive. The fat demonic human was startled. Rest assured, you still don't believe in my strength. Moreover, with the hidden fog enchantment, you can attack and retreat at will. White Nightmare's voice resounded. Hearing these words, the fat demonic human smiled bitterly. He was naturally aware of White Nightmare's strength. Of the 3 half-step kings who had died half a month ago, the strongest was Guli. Guli could be considered a powerful half-step king among the demonic humans. However, White Nightmare's strength was a level higher than Guli's. He was a peak half-step king of the demonic human clan. Under the same level, a demonic human was equivalent to 2 humans. White Nightmare could contend against 2 peak half-step kings without any problem. However, the opponent could kill 3 half-step kings, including Guli, as well as more than 30 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans. His strength was no small matter. With White Nightmare's strength, he might not be able to deal with him easily. Fortunately, as White Nightmare had said, with the hidden fog enchantment, he could attack and retreat at will. There was no need to worry about his safety. Fine, let's see how strong this person is first. If he can be dealt with, there's no need to wait for others. With this thought in mind, the fat demonic human followed. On the island, Yi Chen, who was comprehending the space profound, felt something amiss. Previously, he could still feel the gale blowing through the mountain. But now, the gale had stopped, and the island was completely silent, as if it had been isolated from the world. Buzz, his soul power, which was only several hundred meters wide, suddenly expanded, instantly covering the entire island and continuing to spread out. Not good. It's an enchantment. His soul power was obstructed by a layer of barrier, as if it had sunk into a swamp. In his soul perception, there was a boundless black fog surging out. Rip, with a flash of sword light, Yi Chen broke out of the mountain and appeared above the island. The ocean outside the island had disappeared from his line of sight, replaced by layers of black fog. It was exactly the same as in his soul perception. At this moment, an opening appeared in the black fog, and two figures flew in. Demonic humans. Yi Chen squinted his eyes. They were naturally White Nightmare and the fat demonic human. They had also noticed Yi Chen. Are you the one who killed my demonic human clansman? The fat demonic human shouted. Yi Chen said without batting an eyelid, I'm afraid you're not here to ask whether I'm a murderer or not. So, why bother asking? With the demonic human race's tyranny, as long as he was a suspect, it didn't matter if he was the murderer or not. Then you're the murderer. White Nightmare sized up Yi Chen and said coldly. Correct. Yi Chen didn't plan to hide it. There was no point in hiding it. Very good. Being able to kill ghoulie means you have some strength. I, White Nightmare, will test you first. Hearing Yi Chen admit that he was the murderer, White Nightmare released his killing intent like a devil. Bring it on then. Yi Chen was confident that he could break the barrier. The barrier was actually a method of using spatial power, but it was powered by formations. With the void-shattering finger, it shouldn't be hard to open a path through the barrier. However, he couldn't leave the island right now. Morong still hadn't come out, which meant that she was in a crucial moment of breaking into the half-step king realm. Once interrupted, she would need a long time to break into the half-step king realm again. The details were very complicated. Therefore, he had to observe the situation first. Do along, don't do anything. I'll deal with him. White Nightmare said to the fat demonic human. Be careful. The fat demonic human took a step back and glanced at the place where Morong Qingqing was cultivating. A cold light flashed in his eyes. White Nightmare didn't have the perfect demonic human bloodline, so he still cultivated Jinyuan. However, his Jinyuan was contaminated with a large amount of demonic qi. This demonic qi mixed with Jinyuan, but not only did it not decrease the destructive power of Jinyuan, it instead made it even more berserk. As White Nightmare circulated his Jinyuan with all his strength, an ash-gray qi flow appeared outside his body and violently revolved around him. A frightening pressure swept out in all directions, dispersing much of the black mist at the edge of the island. Some of the small hills on the island even turned into ashes, scattering between the heaven and earth. Although this cultivation base is not as good as Blackwater Alliance's Wan Tai, it's not the slightest bit inferior to Flame Burst King. In terms of pressure, Flame Burst King is a lot weaker. Seems like Demonic Human Clan is worthy of being the ruler of chaotic demonic ocean. Their resources are unimaginable. Half-Step King was a process of accumulating Jinyuan. The more vigorous the Jinyuan, the more hope one had of reaching peak Half-Step King, and the chance of breaking through to life and death realm. If one's Jinyuan accumulation was insufficient, then breaking through to life and death realm would be a long way off. It was extremely difficult for a half-step king to accumulate Jinyuan. If one cultivated with upper-grade spirit stones, one might not be able to reach peak half-step king in 100 years. Cultivating with supreme-grade spirit stones would increase the speed by many folds, and the best choice was none other than Jinyuan crystals. This was a shortcut. Unfortunately, supreme-grade spirit stones were too hard to find. Even 5th-grade sects might not have much in stock, and Jinyuan crystals could only be produced by life and death kings. Flame Burst King's cultivation base was so deep because he was trapped on Devouring Island. Every month, he would have a lot of Xianxia crystals for cultivation. Wang Tai's cultivation base was twice that of Flame Burst King, and he was suspected to be his strongest half-step king. This was also because he was an important figure of Blackwater Alliance, so he didn't need to worry about Xianxia crystals. The Thunder Spirit King from the True Spirit continent was one of the top half-step king warriors, so it would be impossible for him to have an endless amount of extreme rank spirit stones, not to mention Xianxia crystals. He might have been lucky enough to get some other treasures to increase his cultivation, since he was not that old after all. If he were to rely on accumulating his cultivation, it would take him at least dozens of years to reach that level. Therefore, Yichen clearly understood that cultivation talent was important, but so were resources. For example, in Half-Step King Realm, if one had sufficient resources, one's cultivation base could increase by 10 times, or even dozens of times. Others wouldn't be able to catch up no matter how hard they tried. Bang, he took a step forward, and energy ripples spread in all directions. Bai Hao roared. His arms turned into countless phantoms, attacking Yichen fiercely. The space in front of White Nightmare distorted, and a large amount of grayish-white energy shot out like sharp blades. Some spun, some slashed, and some collided with each other, changing directions. In an instant, the dense grayish-white energy was like an inescapable net, enveloping Yichen's figure. Yichen's eyes were sharp as he observed the trajectory of the chi flow. He then pulled out his Thunder Disaster Sword, slashing upwards, slashing sideways, sweeping, and stabbing. Although there were a lot of gray chi flows, none of them could get within 3 meters of Yichen. It was as if this area was an absolute domain that nothing could get close to. Dang, in the void, some of the chi flows collided and changed directions again. However, it was futile. Yichen's spiritual sword was extremely fast and silent. Sometimes, the chi flows were clearly coming from behind Yichen. Yichen was intercepting the chi flows in front of him, but they would be shattered by the time they got within 3 meters. Yichen simply didn't know when Yichen would counterattack. Under the life and death realm, Yichen's sword arts were already at an unfathomable realm. Any offensive techniques would be useless against him. As if realizing this, White Nightmare gave up on fighting speed and switched to a powerful killing move. Void Forcing Chop. White Nightmare roared, and his sturdy right hand turned into a bone blade. Grayish-white chi curled around the bone blade as he launched a powerful strike at Yichen. Rip, grayish-white blade. Chi slashed down with peerless tyranny. Yichen's body slanted upwards. Facing the blade chi, he swept his sword diagonally, and a dark golden ripple burst forth, destroying White Nightmare's killing move. At the same time, Yichen's left hand was not idle either. His fingers formed a sword and pointed at the nearby White Nightmare. Go! The blood-ruined sword left its scabbard and turned into 9 sword images, shooting at White Nightmare. Imperial Sword Attack. White Nightmare was gobsmacked. He had heard of this lost sword art before. It was said that in ancient times, there was an era of swordsmen. There were many swordsmen among martial artists, and the Imperial Sword Art was one of the most legendary sword arts. This sword art had an extremely high requirement on soul power. Without a soul power talent, one could not bring out the essence of this sword art. Flying swords controlled by the Imperial Sword Art were incomparably fast. Before the enemy could even react, they would be pierced through the heart or decapitated. It was impossible to defend against. Cultivated to the highest realm, one could unleash 81 swords simultaneously, striking fear into the hearts of others and forcing them to retreat. Although Yichen's Imperial Sword Art had only reached the realm of 9 swords simultaneously, it could not be looked down upon. Just the speed of the flying swords was enough to make many people suffer. Having no time to defend, White Nightmare crossed his arms and curled his body into a ball. Grayish-white chi crazily revolved around him, forming a shield of light. Ding 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 ding, rip, the majority of the 9 sword phantoms were repelled. Only the blood-ruined sword's attack power was the strongest. It instantly pierced through White Nightmare's protective Xianxia and was about to strike his body. Get lost. White Nightmare's curled body stretched out, and the powerful Xianxia in his body erupted like a sun, blasting away the blood-ruined sword's main body. What a powerful Xianxia! Yi Chen squinted his eyes. This sword of his could already kill the majority of half-step kings. Half a month ago, the middle-aged demonic man had suffered a bit of injury when facing the imperial sword art. Who would have thought that White Nightmare's Jin Yuan would be so much stronger than that of the middle-aged demonic man? The imperial sword art would be ineffective. After repelling the blood-ruined sword's main body, White Nightmare hastily retreated. There was a shallow sword scar on his arm, but it could only be regarded as a flesh wound. The sword chi contained within had long been forced out by his Jin Yuan. However, Yi Chen was only at the peak of late Sea of Soul realm. If he were to advance to half-step king realm, wouldn't he be killed in one sword strike? White Nightmare, delay him. At this moment, the fat demonic man suddenly shot a glance at White Nightmare. What are you doing? White Nightmare transmitted his Jin Yuan. His companion is there, and he should be cultivating in seclusion. As long as we capture his companion, we can make him restrain himself and bring him back alive. The fat demonic man's thoughts were deeper than White Nightmare's. Capturing Yi Chen alive was more beneficial than killing Yi Chen. At this moment, he had already determined the specific location of Yi Chen's companion. All right. White Nightmare faintly nodded. He was not an honorable person. For the sake of his goal, he would be unscrupulous. Buzz, a huge iron shield appeared in his left hand as he inwardly thought, close combat is my advantage. Let's see how you resist. Swish, holding the shield, White Nightmare pounced at Yi Chen. Dragging things out like this is not a solution. This place has already been discovered, and more demonic humans are rushing over. I'd better kill these two first. Yi Chen's killing intent was set, and he didn't want to drag things out any longer. Waning Moon. Holding the sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen slashed down with all his might. The crescent-shaped sword energy looked like a black crescent moon as it flew out, leaving a clear sword mark in the air that did not disappear for a long time. Facing this sword, White Nightmare felt as if the entire world had disappeared, and he had lost track of Yi Chen as well. It was as if he was flying in a boundless white world, and what greeted him was a boundless black sword energy. I have to block it. White Nightmare didn't have the time to launch an attack. He raised the huge iron shield in front of him and shrunk his body behind it. As Jin Yuan poured into the shield, it blossomed with a gray-white radiance and rapidly enlarged into a small mountain, blocking the black sword energy. Clang, dazzling sparks flew everywhere, and cracks appeared on the shield in White Nightmare's hand. The cracks spread out from the sword mark in the center, producing a teeth-numbing metal cracking sound. If not for White Nightmare's Jin Yuan being strong enough, the shield would have long since shattered. There was a loud bang. White Nightmare held the shield upside down as his whole body shot out. He came and went quickly, spurting out a mouthful of blood in midair. His face was extremely pale. On the other side, the fat demonic man had flown toward Murongqingqing's seclusion location at an extreme speed the moment Yi Chen made his move. However, he didn't expect White Nightmare to be defeated so quickly. He didn't have much time left, so he had to capture Yi Chen's companions first and make them hesitate. Scram! Yi Chen sensed the fat demonic man's movements and saw that he wasn't far from Murongqingqing's seclusion cave. Ordinary sword chi wouldn't be able to catch up. Yi Chen's expression turned cold as he extended his left index finger and pointed at the fat demonic man. It was precisely the void-shattering finger. The trajectory of the finger energy couldn't be seen, but Yi Chen's finger only pointed once, and the space around the fat demonic man immediately distorted. The boundless finger energy sent him flying, making him somersault in the air. Swoosh swoosh, with one finger attack, Yi Chen repeatedly used the void-shattering finger. Transparent traces of distortion appeared in the air, exploding around the fat demonic man. What a powerful finger energy! The fat demonic man turned pale with fright and retreated again and again, unable to get close to Murongqingqing. Go! With a loud shout, the fat demonic man no longer had the heart to fight. He flew toward the black mist at the edge of the island and roared at White Nightmare. Yi Chen's expression turned even colder as he chased after him. However, the barrier's power was extremely mysterious. Yi Chen had only entered a few dozen meters into the black mist when he lost track of the two. Moreover, he himself was about to get lost in the black mist. Left with no choice, Yi Chen could only retreat from the black mist and return to the sky above the island. Outside the barrier, White Nightmare continuously vomited blood. We underestimated him. Seeing White Nightmare's appearance, the fat demonic man said with a gloomy expression. White Nightmare waved his hand. I'm going to meditate. Don't let anyone disturb me. His injuries were too severe. Even with a demonic human's physique, he couldn't bear it. Landing on a huge reef outside the island, White Nightmare sat cross-legged and took out a scarlet pill from his storage ring. Swallowing it, he closed his eyes and focused on healing. His injuries are so heavy. The fat demonic man thought that White Nightmare had only suffered ordinary injuries. How could he have imagined that even speaking would be exhausting? Moreover, the pellet he took out was the famous Blood Yuan pellet of the demonic human clan. This kind of pellet was only used when suffering from incurable injuries. Even half-step demonic human kings like them only had one pellet each. After using it, they would have to wait until next year to reclaim it. This kid can't be dealt with alone. I'll have to wait for all 4 of them to arrive before using the 6-way cloud pollution. The fat demonic man inwardly said. Inside the enchantment, on the island, putting away the thunder disaster sword, Yichen turned around and glanced at Murong Qingqing's seclusion. I wonder when Murong Qingqing will finish her seclusion and become a half-step demonic human king. Yichen was a bit hesitant. If Murong Qingqing still needed a few more days to finish her seclusion, the longer he stayed here, the more danger he would face. Who knew how many experts the demonic human clan had sent? Once the number of Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans reached a certain level, coupled with a few half-step demonic human kings, he would have no choice but to flee. What he was most worried about was whether the demonic human clan had sent a demonic human king. Life and Death Kings were the peak strength of Elysium. Only by reaching this realm could one truly move freely between heaven and earth. Life and Death Kings were extremely difficult to kill. Among them, even the weakest had cultivated limb rebirth. As long as their head and heart were not destroyed, they would be completely fine. At the flesh derivation realm, even if they were beaten into meat paste, they could come back to life. The most powerful was the blood rebirth realm. As long as a drop of blood remained, even the smallest drop of blood could be reborn. Being chased by a demonic human king was the most frightening thing. Forget it. I'll wait one more day. If it doesn't work, I'll wake Murong up and have her break the enchantment. Relaxing his furrowed brows, Yichen said inwardly. However, I only have a certain amount of confidence in breaking the barrier. I might not succeed. I should take this opportunity to comprehend the space ultimacy. Every little bit counts. Right now, I'm only one step away from reaching 40% of the space ultimacy. Maybe I can reach it. 10% of space profound was equivalent to 30% of ordinary profounds, and 40% of space profound was equivalent to 120% of ordinary profounds. This was already more powerful than the perfection of ordinary profounds. Once he reached this realm, the might of void-shattering finger alone would not be inferior to waning moon. Returning to his cave, Yichen continued to comprehend the space profound, trying to figure out the basics of it. In the abode where Murong was, the black light flickered more and more frequently. The white mist had already filled the entire abode. It was so hot that one could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. In the center of the cave, Murong Qingqing was covered in a thick white mist, which was rising up from the top of her head in an endless stream. On the other hand, Murong Qingqing's face was abnormally red, and her lips were starting to feel dry, not as smooth and moist as before. Her blood flowed faster, evaporating the water in her body. Even though she had the perfect demonic human bloodline, she couldn't withstand the rapid loss of water. After all, she was still a flesh body, not an energy body. Water was very important to a living being. Time passed bit by bit. Murong Qingqing's body was losing more and more water. Her lips started to crack, and her long black hair started to lose its luster. Meanwhile, her breathing was getting heavier and heavier. Night fell, and a waning moon hung in the sky. Both inside and outside the enchantment were racing against time. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard in the distance. It was extremely fast. Previously, it had been indistinct, but in the blink of an eye, it could be heard clearly. They're here. The fat demonic human revealed a happy expression. He stood up and flew into the sky. Haha, Dolong, I didn't expect you to arrive first and even set up the hidden fog enchantment. More than 200 people flew over. The one speaking was a red-robed demonic human. He was tall and burly, with a square head and a face covered in black scales. Hey Lin, you guys are so slow. The fat demonic human Dolong laughed. We were a bit slow. We also had a few suspects, but they were too weak. They couldn't be the culprit, so I killed them casually. The red-robed demonic human Hey Lin didn't mind. Yes, I killed them. Dolong nodded. Eh? Why is White Nightmare injured? Who injured him? The grey-robed demonic human beside Hey Lin exclaimed. Hearing this, Hey Lin also looked over. Dolong's expression darkened. We've already fought with the culprit who killed our clansman. He injured White Nightmare. This person is so strong. Can you tell us in detail? Hey Lin's expression was grave. Doran told the two of them everything that had happened. White Nightmare almost died at his hands. Hey Lin said in a low voice. White Nightmare's strength was the strongest in their group, but even he had suffered a crushing defeat at Yi Chen's hands. One could imagine how powerful Yi Chen was. I was planning to go in and kill the culprit right now. Seems like we'll have to wait a bit longer. The grey-robed demonic human glanced at the enchantment and said. Right. White Nightmare is currently recovering from his injuries. The three of us don't have much assurance. Of course, with several hundred clansmen, we don't need to fear him. As long as he doesn't run, killing him won't be a problem. However, there's a chance that he might escape. Once he does, it'll take a lot more time to find him. Wait for Blue Blood and the rest to arrive. With the 6 of us working together and the 6-way cloud pollution, even a strongest half-step king won't be able to escape unscathed. Let's wait. The 3 chose a towering reef and sat cross-legged, calmly waiting. Time flew by, and a smear of reddish-orange appeared on the ocean. Before long, an intense ray of sunlight shone from the end of the ocean. The sky was bright. An abnormally powerful spatial ripple transmitted from Yi Chen's cave. Under the spatial ripple, the mountain peak distorted like a reflection in the water. As the water rippled, the reflection naturally rippled along with it. It was an incomparably profound scene. The frequency of the spatial ripple increased, and the mountain peak distorted more and more. Finally, pong, the entire mountain peak shattered like a mirror, folding into countless pieces and scattering into a pile. On top of the pile of rubble, Yi Chen floated, his long hair fluttering in the wind. One could see the space around his body distorting, as if he was not in this world. 40% space profound, done. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen revealed a joyous expression. For Extreme Emperor's foundation of space profound was too precious. With this foundation, Yi Chen was no longer like before, fumbling about on his own. Sometimes, he would wander aimlessly and waste a lot of time. With the help of the foundation, Yi Chen could comprehend space profound in a regular pattern. Although he might not make any progress at times, once he did, it would lead to a chain of comprehensions. 40% space profound was already equivalent to 120% of ordinary profounds. Even the majority of life and death kings might not be able to compare to him in terms of space profound. After all, Yi Chen's comprehension ability was 5 times that of ordinary people, and he also had the foundation of space profound. His superiority was simply too great. After this matter, I'll start creating space profound sword arts. Only by creating my own space profound sword art can I display the full effect of space profound. Other people's profound martial skills were others in the end, and their perception would not be as deep. Nobody could understand their own profound martial skills as well. Morong's side seems to have made great progress. Floating in the air, Yi Chen sensed a powerful demonic ripple coming from Murong Qingqing. This demonic ripple was no longer at Sea of Soul Realm, but close to Half-Step King Realm. Evidently, Murong Qingqing was about to break through, perhaps in the next moment. Haha, you're all here. Just as Yi Chen exited his seclusion, a new situation occurred outside the enchantment. Another group of demonic humans rushed over, 202 in number. Adding the others, all the experts dispatched by demonic humans had arrived. We were just waiting for you. Black Scales let out a sigh of relief and smiled. What? The person inside the enchantment is very troublesome. Even the four of you can't handle him? Of the two half-step demonic human kings, one had light blue skin while the other had a wooden expression. Sensing the problem, the blue-skinned half-step demonic human king said, "He's much more troublesome than you think. But, now that everyone is here, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. He can only obediently wait to be captured. White Nightmare's treatment is almost complete." At this moment, the fat demonic human Duolong said. "And, it's a good time." About half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea later, White Nightmare, who was sitting cross-legged on a reef, opened his eyes. Surging Zhenyuan rushed out, shattering the surrounding reef and reversing the waves. He stood up and flew to the side of the group, then said with killing intent, "Let's do it. Go, let's go." Duolong signaled the Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans to open a hole in the enchantment. Swish, their figures flickered as they entered, and the other Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans followed behind, flying in batches. The enchantment closed, leaving only 108 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans in charge of maintaining the enchantment. 6 half-step demonic human kings and 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans. Yichen's complexion was unsightly. He didn't expect so many experts to arrive. One White Nightmare was already not weak, and 5 half-step demonic human kings were no small matter. Moreover, 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans were already a medium-sized force, capable of sweeping across half-step kings. Yichen was astonished, but White Nightmare and the rest were even more astonished. They were not astonished by Yichen, but by Morongqingqing's seclusion location. An extremely pure demonic power ripple was transmitted from there. It should be known that demonic power could only be cultivated by perfect demonic human bloodline. Humans and ordinary demonic humans simply couldn't cultivate it. Could this kid's companion be a perfect demonic human? This was simply unimaginable. Moreover, from the demonic power ripple, the other party seemed to be in the process of breaking through. Once a perfect demonic human broke through to the half-step king realm, they would become a perfect half-step king. Perfect half-step demonic human king, this was no joke. It represented the most perfect half-step demonic human king, as well as the most invincible. Moreover, the opponent cultivated demonic power, which was higher than Zhenyuan. It was a higher-level energy. Under the same cultivation base, those who cultivated demonic power could instantly kill those who didn't. This was the disparity between them. Apart from this, as members of the demonic human clan, the 6 also knew that perfect demonic vessels could awaken innate abilities, which would become more and more frightening along with the increase in realm. For example, if the innate ability was defense, then it would become more and more powerful along with the increase in realm. Even if the opponent's cultivation base was much higher, they would still find it hard to break through. They had only come to capture or kill the murderer. How could they have imagined that they would run into a perfect demonic vessel? The 6 exchanged glances. Haha. Black Scales laughed heartily and said to the 5, "This is our luck. Perfect demonic vessel bloodline. Even my chaotic demon ocean lineage has only cultivated 2 of them. One is at mid-sea of soul realm, and the other is only at late astral reaching realm. If we capture this person and bring him back, the patriarch and the rest will certainly reward us handsomely. Zhenyuan crystals and extreme-grade spirit stones will not be lacking. I wonder where she came from. Apart from our chaotic demon ocean, are there other demonic human clans that can raise a perfect demonic vessel?" Dolong asked. The blue-skinned demonic human said, "My chaotic demon ocean is known as the 10 Great Clans. In fact, in ancient times, there were more than 10 demonic human clans. There were hundreds of them. However, with the passage of time, some clans gradually declined until they disappeared. Some clans hid in the dark, never seeing the light of day. Isn't there a Yuan clan on True Spirit Continent? I heard they also have 2 demonic human kings. Perhaps she came from the Yuan clan. Who cares about the Yuan family? Would they dare to fight against our top 10 families?" Earlier on, the leader and the others had already planned to go to the True Spirit Continent and force the Yuan family to migrate over, turning our demi-demon race into the top 11 families. The perfect demi-demon bloodline that they have raised would naturally have to serve us as well. It is only natural. Haha, looks like the heavens favor my demonic human clan. One day, my demonic human clan will unite the entire Elysium. Hearing this, Yichen creased his brows. He didn't expect that the demonic human clan would stretch their hands this far. They actually had their eyes on the true spirit continent's demonic human clans, and even wanted to force the Yuan clan to migrate over. Since the Yuan clan had migrated over, the Morone clan and other demonic human clans would not be able to escape either. After all, their strength was too weak, and it was impossible for them to contend against the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan. Not to mention them, any power on true spirit continent seemed weaker than the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan. Morone being targeted by them was definitely a troublesome matter. I was too careless. If I had known this would happen, I would have interrupted Morone's breakthrough and left this place. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within them. However, according to our demonic human clan's historical records, once the perfect demonic human bloodline breaks through to the perfect half-step demonic human king realm, its battle prowess will be unparalleled. With the 6 of us and 500 clansmen, it won't be difficult to defeat or kill her. However, it won't be easy to capture her. The grey-robed demonic human said with a frown. White Nightmare's killing intent overflowed, there's no need to waste so much effort. As long as we injure her with all our strength, we can bring her back. You're right. Even if she becomes a perfect half-step demonic human king, she will need time to familiarize herself with her strength. She won't be able to excavate her strength to the limit so quickly. Duo Long nodded. The 6 didn't have any intention of interrupting Morone Qingqing's breakthrough. After all, the breakthrough of a perfect demonic human bloodline was no small matter. Once interrupted, who knew what would happen? In the worst case, they might bring back a cripple, and they would be punished. Therefore, they could only wait for Morone Qingqing's breakthrough before capturing her. In any case, with their current strength and numbers, they didn't need to worry about not being able to deal with her. Before that, we have to take care of this trouble first. Turning his head, White Nightmare looked at Yi Chen with a sinister gaze, his white, freckled face brimming with killing intent. Since she has the perfect demonic human bloodline, there's no need to keep her alive, lest something unexpected happens. Blackscale sneered. Seems like you're quite confident. Yi Chen secretly accumulated his strength. A peerless destruction sword intent converged in his sea of soul, ready to erupt at any time and destroy everything. You think that with our strength, we shouldn't be confident? The blue-skinned demonic human looked at Yi Chen with a mocking expression. Don't waste words with him. Let's attack together and kill him. The destructive power of 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans was too great, and could easily destroy the entire island. Therefore, the 6 decided to personally take action and kill Yi Chen. With their control ability, as long as they paid the slightest bit of attention, the island wouldn't suffer too much pressure. Very well, I'll kill you as well. Yi Chen's body suddenly leaned forward. Without any warning, he unsheathed the Thunder Disaster Sword and slashed at the 6, waning moon. Buzz, the black crescent-shaped sword energy seemed as if it wanted to devour the whole world. The scorching sun in the sky dimmed, losing its splendor. As the sword energy advanced, a pure destruction sword intent spread out like a storm, engulfing everything. At this moment, Yi Chen exerted his strength to the limit. Be*****, be careful. White Nightmare, who had tasted the might of this sword, roared. Grey-white Jinyuan gushed out of his body and surged forward like a surging tide. Apart from Duo Long, the other 4 already knew that Yi Chen had an extremely powerful sword art. Facing this sword art, they couldn't be careless and had to join hands to defend. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. Therefore, including Duo Long, all 5 of them operated their Jinyuan to the limit and rushed out together. Converging with White Nightmare's grey-white Jinyuan, they formed a multicolored river of Jinyuan and intercepted the black sword energy. Rumble, the black sword energy bombarded the river of Jinyuan with an unstoppable momentum, bursting out energy ripples that distorted the enchantment above the island. Layers upon layers of black mist were annihilated, as if a black sheet of paper had been painted with a different color, leaving a large empty space. The sun and moon lost their radiance, and the heaven and earth lost their color. The spectating sea of Soul Realm demonic humans all lost their hearing and sight. They couldn't feel anything, as if time had frozen in this space. Dong, it was unknown how much time had passed. Perhaps it was a very long time, or perhaps it was only an instant, but everyone's hearing was restored. However, the loud noise that followed made them dizzy. Their vision turned black, and they almost fell from the sky. Bearing the brunt of the attack, White Nightmare and the other demonic humans couldn't help but fly back. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of their mouths, their complexion slightly pale. Meanwhile, Yichen also retreated a dozen steps, his clothes fluttering in the wind. How can he be so powerful? Even with the combined strength of the six of us, we can barely block him. Facing him alone, won't we die without a doubt? Black Scales was both startled and furious. Duolong said, take out the six-way cloud polarity. Otherwise, our chances of killing him won't be high unless we have 500 of our clansmen attack together. This kid must be dealt with the six-way cloud polarity. A gloomy light flickered in the hand of the grey-robed demonic human, and a wrist-thick chain of unknown length appeared. The chain was black, with a barb at the front and a ring at the back. The ring was tied to a thin chain, and the front of the chain was a buckle that seemed to be able to hold on to something. The chain was clearly an artifact, emitting an extremely powerful fluctuation. However, according to Yichen's eyesight, this chain was merely a half-step extreme-grade artifact. He didn't know what kind of mysteries it had. Connect! The blue-skinned demonic human roared. Ka, a shocking scene occurred. The ends of the chains in the hands of the six people could actually connect with each other, interlocking with each other. In this way, the chains in the hands of the six people could be considered as one, turning from individual to whole. Even an idiot could tell that the power of the chains was different. Kill! The six lined up and brandished the chains in their hands, lashing at Yichen. Crack, a mountain on the island was only grazed by a chain, and it immediately turned into ashes, blown away by the qi. Meanwhile, the other 5 chains attacked at Yichen one after the other. Black qi surged out from the surface of the chains, making them look very thick. At first glance, they looked like 5 black flood dragons dancing in the air, trying to tear Yichen into pieces. Ding! His figure flickered as Yichen held the Thunder Disaster Sword and clashed head-on with one of the chains. Immediately, an incomparably frightening power transmitted from the chain and struck Yichen's body along the Thunder Disaster Sword. Yichen's entire body was blasted away. Although he had made ample preparations, he didn't expect the chains might to be this powerful. How was this a half-step extreme-grade artifact? It was most likely a pseudo-extreme-grade artifact. With the 6 of them using a pseudo-supreme-grade artifact, although their movements were inconvenient, their Zhenyuan was more abundant. After all, the Zhenyuan of 6 people added together was not something a single person could compare to. He finally understood the use of the 6-way cloud pollution. With it, the 6 of them could completely contend against a strongest half-step king. What? Didn't kill him? Didn't injure him either? Duolong was astonished. So that's how it is. He's wearing a pseudo-extreme-grade defensive artifact. No wonder he can come out unscathed. Seeing the bronze runes on Yichen's protective Zhenyuan, White Nightmare immediately understood. So what if he has a pseudo-extreme-grade defensive artifact? His cultivation base is only at the peak late sea of Soul Realm. He simply can't bring out the full might of a pseudo-extreme-grade defensive artifact. Moreover, activating a pseudo-extreme-grade defensive artifact requires a large amount of Zhenyuan. He can't use it more than a few times. Kill! With that thought in mind, the 6 of them continued to wave their chains and attack Yichen. Whatever the chains that were spewing out with the black qi would be destroyed. Dang! Yichen unceasingly waved his sword to counterattack. Due to his apprehension of the chain's destructive power, he had to send out sword qi through the air to block the chain. However, the sword qi couldn't compare to the attack of the sword itself, and was easily shattered by the chain. Left without a choice, Yichen clashed with the chain a few more times. Each time, his blood and qi boiled, and he rapidly retreated. Die! White Nightmare and Hei Lin had the highest cultivation base. The two waved the black chains in their hands, and like 2 dragons emerging from the sea, they attacked Yichen from the left and right. The frightening pressure brought by the six-way cloud pollution froze the space around Yi Chen, making it hard for him to dodge. At this moment, Yi Chen couldn't afford to hold back anymore. He shot out 4 void-shattering fingers, each striking the 2 chains. Space immediately warped. Although the six-way cloud pollution was powerful, its trajectory was warped by the void-shattering fingers, and it slid to the side. Space profound. He Lin's pupils shrank. His space profound has become much more powerful. Duo Long was the only one who had seen Yi Chen's void-shattering fingers. He could tell that Yi Chen's void-shattering fingers had become even more powerful. It could even warp the six-way cloud pollution's trajectory. Yi Chen's figure shot backward. Not daring to waste a single second, he took out 2 upper supreme grade pellets from his storage ring, swallowing one and hiding the other in his mouth. This pellet was a semi-supreme grade pellet given to him by Dragon God's Celestial Palace. Not only could it rapidly recover Jin Yuan, it had no side effects. Unfortunately, there was only 1 bottle, and every time he used one, it would be 1 less. The pellet melted in his mouth like a clear spring, flowing through his limbs and bones while recovering Yi Chen's withered Jin Yuan. Let's attack together. Use the 6-way array. He has a semi-supreme grade pellet for recovering Jin Yuan. Seeing Yi Chen's Jin Yuan rising again, the blue-skinned demonic human's expression changed as he yelled at the other 5. We actually have to use the 6-way array to kill him. Even if this kid dies, he should be proud. Yi Chen's toughness caused the 6 expressions to turn grave. The 6-way cloud polishing rope was an artifact passed down in the demonic human race. It could be divided into 6 parts, and the 6 parts could also combine into one, forming a pseudo-extreme grade artifact. Corresponding to this artifact was a 6-way array. The 6-way array combined with the 6-way cloud polishing rope could not only trap the enemy, but also exhaust them, ultimately killing them. It was originally meant to deal with strongest half-step kings. Who would have thought that it would be used on a peak sea of Soul Realm cultivator like Yi Chen? The 6 of them had also consumed a lot of Jin Yuan. Using the 6-way array required a lot of Jin Yuan. The 6 of them swallowed down a medicinal pill at the same time, trying their best to restore their Jin Yuan. 6-way formation, seal heaven and earth. The thin chains attached to the chains were extremely long. The 6 separated and surrounded Yi Chen in the middle, forming a 6-way array. As soon as the array was formed, a boundless and frightening black chi flowed along the chains and shot out from the 6 bodies, forming 6 black chi pillars. The chi pillars connected with each other and formed a thin black membrane, sealing Yi Chen within. Inside the 6-way array, Yi Chen could no longer see the scene on the island. Raising his head, he could only see black chi surging everywhere. What a mysterious array. Yi Chen's Jin Yuan had already recovered 80%, so he didn't have to worry about running out of Jin Yuan for the time being. However, the situation before him didn't allow him to be optimistic. Huff. Huff, in the void, black chi surged. All of a sudden, a chain shrouded in black chi appeared out of nowhere and attacked Yi Chen with an unstoppable momentum. Yi Chen didn't dare to face it head-on. Using the void-shattering finger's power, he twisted the chain's attack trajectory. However, in the next moment, another 5 chains appeared out of nowhere. Since he couldn't see the source of the chains, Yi Chen's reaction was a bit slower. He couldn't change the trajectory of the 5 chains at the same time like before. Only 3 of them could be twisted, while the remaining 2 were like evil dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Sword Light Flight Art. Forming the sword wings on his back, Yi Chen's body flashed once, barely dodging the last 2 chains, brushing past his body. Huff. Huff. Huff, huff. 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 The second wave of attacks followed. 6 chains danced in the air, forming an inescapable net. Meanwhile, Yi Chen felt like he was walking on a tightrope. He could be hit by the chains at any moment and fall from the tightrope, smashing his body into pieces. This won't do. Do I have to use the Sky Scorpio sword? Inside the 6-way array, Yi Chen was already at a disadvantage. He would be defeated and killed sooner or later. At this moment, apart from the Sky Scorpio sword, there was nothing else that could help Yi Chen break the 6-way array and escape. However, using the Sky Scorpio sword was no small matter. The Sky Scorpio sword was the sword of the Sky Scorpio king under Emperor For Extreme. It contained one of the 10 great miraculous metals, the purple crystal iron. When activated by the sword chi, it could instantly crystallize and shatter anything it came into contact with. However, with Yi Chen's Jin Yuan, he could only use the Sky Scorpio sword once. After that, his Jin Yuan would be completely drained. Although he had the Dragon God metal, which stored 30% of his Jin Yuan, and could be replenished at any time, as well as half a bottle of upper clear pellets, which could also allow his Jin Yuan to recover very quickly. However, one mustn't forget that there were still 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans outside. Even if he destroyed the 6-way array and killed 6 half-step demonic human kings, he would still have to face the joint attack of 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans. The joint attack of 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans was absolutely destructive. Not to mention him, even a strongest half-step king would perish. Putting aside all these, once the Sky Scorpio sword appeared, Yi Chen would have to silence everyone who saw it, because it was too precious. After these demonic humans returned, they would certainly report the news to their demonic human kings. At that time, the ones chasing after him would not be Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans or half-step demonic human kings, but genuine demonic human kings. With his strength, even with the Sky Scorpio sword, facing a demonic human king would only lead to death. Could he exterminate all the demonic humans here? Clearly not. The biggest possibility was that after killing 6 half-step demonic human kings, he would be killed by 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans. This possibility was 90%. Whatever, it's not the time of life and death yet. If that moment comes, even if I die, I'll use the Sky Scorpio sword. Being overcautious was not Yi Chen's style, but he couldn't be too impulsive either. Yi Chen decided to wait until Morong Qingqing broke through to half-step demonic human king realm. Then, they would attack the 6-way array together and open a passage in the enchantment, leaving this place. Morong, you have to hurry. Yi Chen felt that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. In Morong Qingqing's seclusion cave, waves of powerful demon power spread out. Morong Qingqing, who was at the source of the ripples, was dripping wet one moment and then dry the next. A thick white mist seemed to pour out from the top of her head. Her face was extremely dry, and her lips had already cracked open, with many wrinkles appearing on them. Her hair had gradually turned from black to yellow, without a trace of luster. However, at this moment, an even more vast demonic power fluctuation spread out. The mountain where the cave was located trembled, and a dazzling black radiance shot out from the cracks on the mountain's surface. The entire mountain looked like a huge hedgehog, with black radiance like swords. Huh! A crisp roar pierced through the sky. Morong Qingqing suddenly opened her eyes, which were unfathomable and incomparably sharp. The long hair on her head danced like black flames. Puff, white mist spread out in all directions. Morong Qingqing opened her hands, and her body bent into a bow shape. The water chi of heaven and earth gathered with her as the center, fusing into her body and nourishing her withered body. One could see with naked eyes that Morong Qingqing's long hair turned black and supple, carrying a trace of black light. The skin on her face returned to its original white and supple state, without a trace of blemish. It was like a boiled egg that had just been peeled off. The dead skin on her lips fell off automatically, revealing her moist and supple skin. She has broken through. Don't waste time. Kill this kid as soon as possible. He Lin had a bad premonition as he yelled. At the same time, he sent a Zhenyuan transmission to his 500 clansmen, telling them to stop Morong Qingqing and not let her come over and destroy the 6-way formation. Within the 6-way formation, the frequency of the chain's attacks became higher and higher. It had long since reached the point of being dazzling and indistinguishable. If not for Yi Chen's pseudo-extreme grade armor, Dragon God metal, upper clear pellet, and void-shattering finger, he would have long since been killed. In fact, although Yi Chen's strength couldn't compare to the strongest half-step kings, his survivability was still above them. The strongest half-step kings were stronger than Yi Chen in terms of offense and Jin Yuan. However, in terms of reaction, defense, and technique, they might not necessarily be able to surpass Yi Chen. This was also the biggest reason why Yi Chen could last until now. The chain's attack frequency suddenly increased, and the pressure on Yichen instantly increased tenfold. Ding, ding, ding. However, what left White Nightmare and the rest in disbelief was that Yichen had once again used a space-profound sword art. This sword art had many loopholes, and it hadn't been fused with the space profound, so its might wasn't that formidable. However, it still contained the space profound. The instant it clashed with the chains, it could twist the chain's trajectory, allowing it to counter 1,000 caddies with little effort. Why is this kid so troublesome? Duo Long almost cursed out loud. Go to hell. The six mustered their Jin Yuan and brandished the chain with all their might, crazily attacking Yichen. The frequency once again doubled, and the Jin Yuan within their bodies flowed like water. Puff, it was difficult for 2 fists to contend against 4 hands. Yichen's space-profound sword art was still imperfect, and it was hard for him to resist such a high frequency of attacks. After being whipped several times by the chain, his protective Jin Yuan, which had been amplified by the bronze armor, dimmed a bit. A tyrannical power passed through the protective Jin Yuan and struck Yichen's body. Even though the power was weakened, it still caused him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Only now could Morong Qingqing freely control the demonic power within her body. She turned her head and saw the 6 half-step kings forming the 6-way array. The array was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. However, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that the person inside was Yichen. Stop him. 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans blocked in front of Morong Qingqing. Their weapons and gloves flickered with all kinds of lights. As long as their leader gave the order, they would attack together. Morong Qingqing coldly smiled. With a pung, a pair of huge black wings unfolded from her back. Black chi surged on the wings like black flames. With a fierce flap of the wings, Morong Qingqing's body instantly disappeared and reappeared behind the 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans. So fast. The Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans were dumbstruck. They couldn't even keep up with such speed. How could they fight? A perfect half-step king was too frightening, especially one with innate speed. The Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans could only look on blankly as Morong Qingqing flew toward Yichen. At this moment, they didn't dare to attack, because whether it was the enemy or the 6 half-step kings leading them, they would all be within their range of attack. She's coming. Activate the 6-way array. As long as we have a bit more time, we'll be able to kill this kid. White Nightmare and the rest were paying attention to Morong Qingqing. Seeing that the 500 clansmen couldn't stop her, their complexions changed. Each of them swallowed a Jin Yuan replenishing pellet and activated the 6-way cloud polation with all their strength. The black chi of the 6-way cloud polation roiled, and the 6 thin chains connected to it were activated. A second membrane appeared around the 6, putting them in between the 2 layers. Seeing this, Morong Qingqing's right hand turned into a blade and chopped down. Pung, the membrane around the 6 crazily distorted, causing their complexions to turn pale. Eh? It can't be broken. Morong Qingqing's brows creased. Midway, her hands rapidly formed seals. Due to her fast speed, it seemed as if her hands were shrouded in an illusory sphere. At the same time, boundless dark power rippled out from her body. Dark Devour. After forming seals, Morong Qingqing pushed her hands forward. Rumble, on the outer wall of the membrane, a dark energy ball that was constantly collapsing and rotating appeared. This dark energy ball was like a black hole, emitting an astonishing suction force that was distorting the membrane around the 6 of them. Under this terrifying suction force, the membrane became unstable, expanding and contracting at times, as if it could collapse at any time. Don't even think about it. The 6 roared and poured their Jin Yuan into the 6-way cloud polation like water, stabilizing the membrane. Humph. Morong Qingqing coldly snorted and formed seals again, condensing a second dark energy sphere. Under the pincer attack of 2 dark energy spheres, the membrane finally couldn't endure and loudly collapsed. Puff, with the outer array broken, the 6 spurted blood, their Jin Yuan fluctuating. Break! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Morong Qingqing struck toward Duo Long, who was the closest to her. As long as one of the 6 was injured or became uncoordinated, the 6-way cloud polation would collapse. Damn it! As a last resort, Duo Long couldn't afford to attack Yichen anymore. He moved his body horizontally, avoiding Morongqingqing's incoming palm energy. As his body moved, a flaw appeared in the six-direction formation, and a gap appeared. With a swoosh, a sword light flashed, and Yichen rushed out of the gap. Fortunately, you broke through in time. Yichen was in a sorry state. There were many tears on his clothes, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, this was only his appearance. With the undying body, these injuries were nothing to Yichen. Of course, if Morongqingqing had come a little later, the situation would have been even worse. Why didn't you interrupt me? Seeing the 500 sea of soul realm demonic humans and 6 half-step kings, Morongqingqing sucked in a breath of cold air. She was somewhat blaming him. Facing so many enemies, Yichen should have interrupted her breakthrough and left together instead of risking his life to buy time for her. It's fine. You still don't believe me? Moreover, it's not like I don't have a trump card. I just can't use it casually. Yichen was talking about the Sky Scorpio sword. If I had broken through a little later, even if you had the Sky Scorpio sword, you might not have been safe. Morongqingqing sized up the 6 half-step kings, then turned her head to glance at the 500 sea of soul realm demonic humans. She was speechless. This kind of lineup was not a joke. Let's go out first. I should be able to open a gap in this enchantment. Morongqingqing's breakthrough allowed Yichen to heave a sigh of relief. Stalling for time was correct. Things were progressing in a good direction, and the only thing he had to face now was the enchantment. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. White Nightmare and the other 5 were attracted by Morongqingqing's temperament. Compared to Morongqingqing, even the perfect demonic human bloodline of Chaotic Demon Ocean Clan was far inferior to Morongqingqing. She seemed to be the most perfect, without a single flaw. Since they had encountered such a perfect demonic human bloodline, they had no reason to let her go. Therefore, they had to capture her. Miss, you and I are both part of the demonic human clan, and you have the perfect demonic human bloodline. As long as you come back with us, I can guarantee that our demonic human clan will worship you as the saintess. This is much better than wandering the world with him. I believe you will make the right choice. Duolong said patiently. Morongqingqing said, I have my own clan. I don't need to join the Chaotic Demon Ocean clan. If I'm not wrong, you should be from True Spirit Continent's demonic human clan. They're too weak, and they're harming the dignity of my demonic human clan. Moreover, it's not just you. In the future, True Spirit Continent's demonic human clan will also join my Chaotic Demon Ocean. Duolong revealed a faint smile. Then we'll talk about it later. As she spoke, Morongqingqing silently held Yichen's palm, secretly accumulating demonic power. Yichen's heart shook as he understood Morongqingqing's plan. I'm afraid it won't be good in the future. Why don't you come to my clan as guests? As long as the two returned to their territory, they would have the final say. Let's go. Morongqingqing spoke halfway when the wings on her back fiercely flapped. A black halo emitted from her body as she brought Yichen toward the enchantment at the edge of the island. Her speed was so fast that only a black light could be seen. It was no different from teleportation. Damn it. Stop her. The 6 had long since been on guard against Morongqingqing and Yichen's escape. The moment the two disappeared, they brandished their chains and lashed at the two. The 6-way cloud polation was, after all, a pseudo-supreme grade artifact. Once activated, its speed was inconceivably fast. Unfortunately, Morongqingqing's speed was not much slower than the 6-way cloud polation. Adding on the fact that she was a step ahead, there was still a certain distance between them. No matter how much the 6-way cloud polation urged, it could only gradually close the distance. The island was not small, but it was not big either. Yichen and Morongqingqing soon arrived before the enchantment, with the 6-way cloud polation still chasing after them. Void-shattering finger. Yichen urged the space profound and stabbed at the enchantment in front of him. The enchantment was infused with the power of space, and was hard to see with the naked eye. However, under the attack of the void-shattering finger, it instantly distorted and bulged outwards. Pop, a spiraling passage appeared before the two. The walls of the passage looked like glass shards, a sign of the solidification of space power. Let's go. With no time to lose, the two rushed toward the spiraling passage. How is this possible? He actually broke the enchantment. The six turned pale with fright. The hidden fog enchantment was a rare enchantment of demonic humans. Although they knew that Yichen knew the space profound, with his cultivation base and realm, it would be hard for him to break it. However, the scene before them clearly told them that Yichen had the ability to break the enchantment. It was truly beyond their expectations. Yichen's ability to break the enchantment was naturally not purely relying on the space profound. He also had the soul eye, which granted him the ability to instantly see through the imperfections of the enchantment. After all, not everyone outside was proficient in using the enchantment. Relying on this ability, he dared to say that he had a certain amount of confidence in breaking the enchantment. And now, he had succeeded. Without the sixth command, the 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans had already started attacking the moment Murong Qingqing and Yichen escaped. Therefore, the instant the two entered the passage, hundreds of attacks rained down on them. Unfortunately, the two were a step faster and entered the spiraling passage first. Bang! Bang, bang! The attacks landed on the enchantment barrier and the spiraling passage, producing a series of loud explosions. The passage rapidly collapsed and chased after Yichen and Murong Qingqing. Open the enchantment, quickly! Duo Long transmitted his voice to the demonic humans outside through a special method. Although the Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans outside didn't know what was happening inside, they could feel the enchantment shaking. Someone had forcefully broken the enchantment and was about to come out. Therefore, with Duo Long's command, they immediately stopped operating the enchantment and dispersed their Jinyuan. Layers of black mist scattered, and a gale blew in from the ocean outside the island. The entire island was suddenly exposed to the heaven and earth, looking extremely mysterious. The enchantment disappeared. Yichen and Murong Qingqing felt the pressure lighten. Looking back, the island returned to its original appearance, without any barrier. Forget about it. Let's leave this place first. Without the enchantment, Murong Qingqing's speed sharply increased once again. With a flap of the black wings on her back, she brought Yichen away like a black ray of light. After traveling for several dozen li, Yichen and Murong Qingqing suddenly felt a frightening crisis approaching. Looking back, the two's expressions instantly changed. In his line of sight, a gigantic black chain that was several meters thick and immeasurably long rushed over. Wherever it went, the seawater was plowed open, the clouds in the sky were shattered, and some small islands suddenly collapsed, turning into dust. The might of this chain was terrifying to the point of being a complete mess. And the source of the chain was in White Nightmare's hands. Unknowingly, the six-way cloud pollution had reassembled into a single chain. Holding the six-way cloud pollution chain in its other form, White Nightmare circulated his Jinyuan with all his might and lashed out with the chain. As the chain lashed out, it automatically enlarged and lengthened, resulting in the scene just now. This is the true power of the pseudo-extreme grade artifact, the six-way cloud polishing rope. Its previous form could be used in conjunction with arrays, but its might was spread out. Its offensive power was only several times that of a half-step extreme grade artifact, not reaching the standard of a pseudo-extreme grade artifact. Only then did Yichen understand how frightening the six-way cloud pollution chain was, and how frightening a pseudo-extreme grade artifact was. The bronze armor and six-way cloud pollution chain were of similar grade, but his cultivation base was only at peak late Sea of Soul Realm. Being able to resist the six-way cloud pollution chain made him feel somewhat strange. Rumble, the six-way cloud pollution chain's might was unparalleled as it swept toward the two with unstoppable momentum. Waning Moon. Demonic Finger. Yichen and Murong Qingqing turned around and used their strongest moves, attacking the chain. The black crescent-shaped sword power contained the profoundness of metal and water. It was sharp and tenacious at the same time, and had great potential. When the sword was swung out, it seemed like the void was about to be cut open. Before it collided with the chains, the sharp sword power had already counterattacked. The black finger energy was Murong Qingqing's innate skill, Demonic Finger. Using Murong Qingqing's perfect half-step demonic king strength, its might was 10 times greater than before. The finger shot out, dragging a heart-palpitating black luster behind it, as if it was a resplendent black diamond. Dong, The crescent-shaped sword energy and the black finger energy collided with the chain, creating a shockwave that swept out in all directions. The island below exploded with a bang, and the surrounding 100 li of seawater caved in by several thousand meters. A huge black hole also appeared in the sky. This was the sign of stunning sky being torn apart by the shockwave. The might of the exchange between the two sides had already faintly surpassed the peak confrontation of two strongest half-step kings. The shockwave not only destroyed everything in the vicinity, but also sent Yichen and Morong Qingqing flying with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. White Nightmare also spurted out blood. Yichen's waning moon and Morong Qingqing's demonic finger were enough to deal with one of them, but two of them were beyond his power. Moreover, the six-way cloud scraping rope was not an ordinary pseudo-supreme grade artifact, and its Jinyuan requirement was enormous. Thus, White Nightmare's Jinyuan, which wasn't much to begin with, made him incomparably weak. His injuries seemed even more severe than those of Yichen and Morong Qingqing. You didn't stop them? Beside him, He Lin's face was gloomy. Morong Qingqing's speed was astonishing, and the distance between them was close to 100 li. Even if they chased, they wouldn't be able to catch up. White Nightmare rigidly stared at the two in the distance and said, worthy of being a perfect half-step demonic human king. As soon as she entered this realm, her strength is already close to a strongest half-step king. Given some time, it won't be hard for her to become a strongest half-step king. On the side, Duo Long smiled bitterly and said, there's also that kid. His cultivation base is not high, but the profound sense martial skill he comprehended is incomparably profound, allowing him to display 10 times his strength. Fortunately, he hasn't become a half-step king. Otherwise, the ones running away wouldn't be them, but us. Although we didn't catch them, it's not like we didn't gain anything. Since we found the whereabouts of perfect half-step demonic human kings, the patriarchs will reward us with some Jinyuan crystals and supreme-grade spirit stones. It's better than returning empty-handed. The blue-skinned humanoid comforted himself. After flying for tens of thousands of miles in a single breath, Morong Qingqing and Yichen finally slowed down a little, maintaining their normal speed. A pseudo-supreme grade artifact really can't be underestimated. That demonic human strength was lower than ours, but he could display a might surpassing ours. Trivial injuries were nothing to the two. Yichen had the undying body and instantly recovered. On the other hand, Morong Qingqing had a perfect demonic human bloodline, and her fourth-step demonic body was no small matter. Although her recovery speed was inferior to Yichen's, she had long since recovered. At this moment, Yichen sighed. Morong Qingqing said, this chain should be a peak existence among pseudo-supreme grade artifacts. Pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were usually replicas of supreme grade artifacts, and their might could hardly reach even half of an extreme grade artifact's might. Pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were inferior to pseudo-supreme grade artifacts, but it was not to say that pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were necessarily inferior to pseudo-supreme grade artifacts. Some extremely powerful pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were not inferior to pseudo-supreme grade artifacts at all. However, this six-way cloud pollution chain's might was simply too powerful, and it had many transformations. Even with the two of them joining hands, they could only slightly suppress it, and suffered some minor injuries. If it were the other two, they would have been smashed into meat paste by the chain. The demonic humans are the rulers of chaotic demonic ocean, and their hands and eyes are everywhere. It seems like we can't stay here any longer. We have to leave as soon as possible. They had hidden themselves well enough, and were more than 1,000,000 li away from the scene of the incident. But, they had still been discovered. It was easy to see how terrifying the demonic humans' control over chaotic demonic ocean was. It would be very difficult to escape their pursuit. The two no longer hesitated, choosing a direction and flying at a normal speed. After the two escaped, White Nightmare's group of 6 didn't linger on the island any longer. They immediately set off, returning to the demonic humans' headquarters. They wanted to report the discovery of the perfect demonic human bloodline and let the higher-ups make a decision. On the way back, the black-robed old man of the demonic human clan was also hurrying. His figure flashed through the void, and his speed was unimaginable. A moment ago, he was still 100,000 li away, but the next moment, he was right in front of them. With the appearance of the black chi, the old man stopped as usual and began to investigate. The old man closed his eyes, and an incorporeal soul power spread out in all directions, covering a radius of several tens of thousands li. Seeing that there was nothing strange within several tens of thousands li, the old man formed a seal with both hands and let out a low roar. The evenly spread out soul power spread out, and the area it covered expanded by several times, reaching a radius of 200,000 li. The old man opened his eyes, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Puff, the black chi dissipated, and the old man disappeared. White Nightmare's group of 6 quickly led the 600 clansmen. Suddenly, a black chi appeared in the sky before them, and a black-robed old man walked out. Ancestor! White Nightmare and the rest were shocked, and one after another, they bowed in respect. The 500 clansmen behind them directly knelt in the void, not daring to raise their heads. The black-robed old man was none other than one of the demonic human kings of the demonic human clan. Demonic human kings were extremely revered existences no matter where they were. In the demonic human clan, they were called ancestor. This black-robed old man was extremely old, at least several hundred years old. Thus, he was worthy of being called ancestor. All of you, rise. The black-robed old man said expressionlessly. Yes. White Nightmare and the 500 clansmen rose one after another. From your appearance, you seem to have fought with someone? The black-robed old man asked. The fat demonic human Duo Long said, Ancestor, we've already found the culprit, but we were useless. He escaped again. The 6 of you together with the 6-way cloud polishing rope and 600 clansmen still couldn't catch him. Could he be a strongest half-step king? The black-robed old man's face sank. Beside him, Black Scales explained, Ancestor, he's not a strongest half-step king, but he has grasped an extremely profound space profound, able to distort the 6-way cloud polishing rope's attack trajectory. Moreover, his strength is also close to a strongest half-step king. His sword arts are unpredictable and hard to deal with. Oh, grasping space profound. This is not surprising. Space profound is one of the strongest profounds, and has many wondrous uses. It can't be calculated with common sense. It's understandable that you couldn't catch him. But from your expressions, I'm afraid that's not the main reason. The black-robed old man observed their expressions and asked back. Ancestor is wise. Duo Long cupped his hands and said, he was able to escape because he had a companion, and that companion's identity is no small matter. He has perfect demonic human bloodline and has already advanced to half-step king realm, possessing innate speed abilities. Perfect demonic human bloodline? Speak quickly. The black-robed old man's complexion suddenly changed, no longer maintaining his calm demeanor. Duo Long didn't dare to keep the old man in suspense and said, according to our conjecture, she should be from True Spirit Continent. When we talked to her, she didn't deny it either. I'm thinking that our chaotic demonic ocean lineage should migrate people from True Spirit Continent to strengthen our clan. The black-robed old man glared at Duo Long, don't ask about matters that don't concern you. Yes. Duo Long was startled and immediately lowered his head. True Spirit Continent is not a good place. There are as many kings as there are clouds in the sky, far more than any other place. If our chaotic demonic ocean lineage wants to subdue the True Spirit Continent's demonic human clan, we have to think long and hard. We can't be too hasty, lest we bring disaster upon ourselves. Although the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan seemed to be much more powerful than any power on True Spirit Continent, True Spirit Continent was not as simple as it looked. True Spirit Continent was known as the Land of 100 Kings, and the number of life and death kings had never been less than 100. And this was only the human side. Adding the demonic beasts and other races, there were even more life and death kings. If one recklessly charged in, even the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan would not be able to escape unscathed. Otherwise, they would have long since forced the entire True Spirit Continent to migrate. Alright, you go back and report this matter. I'll chase after them. The black-robed old man attached great importance to this matter. He wished he could immediately chase after that perfect demonic human bloodline. Unfortunately, 2 days had already passed, and the other party had already fled several million li away. With his ability, he couldn't find them in a short time. Yes. Duo Long, White Nightmare, and the other 5 immediately left with 600 clansmen. Perfect demonic human bloodline, hee hee. The black-robed old man coldly smiled and his body turned into black chi, disappearing like a bubble. Chaotic demonic ocean occupied several million li. 5 days later, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing left chaotic demonic ocean and arrived at the ocean outside. The two didn't continue on their way, but instead found a secluded island as a temporary resting place. Because Morong Qingqing had just entered the half-step king realm, she didn't have the time to consolidate her cultivation base and familiarize herself with her abilities. She could use this opportunity to consolidate her foundation. Moreover, with demonic power crystals, she could continue to strengthen her Jinyuan after consolidating her cultivation base. As for Yi Chen, although he had no hope of entering the half-step king realm for the time being, his space profound had already reached 40% completion, and his space profound sword art had also taken shape. As long as he had the time, creating a space profound sword art wouldn't be too difficult. Once the space profound was formed, Yi Chen's battle strength would naturally soar, and he would be able to contend against strongest half-step kings. Moreover, the space profound had many uses, and Yi Chen only knew a few of them. But, just this little bit was enough to benefit him immensely, allowing him to contend against 6 half-step demonic human kings. If not for the space profound, he would have been defeated long ago. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Break! In a mountain range in the center of the island, Yi Chen held the Thunder Disaster sword in his hand and waved it out. The mountain in front of him twisted instantly before shattering like a mirror. Space profound is indeed formidable. This sword art of mine can't be considered complete, but its might is already not inferior to Waning Moon. Moreover, it's even more difficult to guard against. As long as one is enveloped by the sword aura, it'll be like a mirror, hard to dodge. If one's strength is slightly weaker, they'll be shattered into millions of pieces. Yi Chen himself was astonished by the sword art's destructive power. What a powerful human! It's better to retreat. There were many oceanic beasts in the deep ocean. The sudden appearance of 2 humans on the island had already attracted the attention of many powerful oceanic beasts. The oceanic beast that had retreated a moment ago was a half-step demonic beast king not inferior to a human half-step king. Seeing Yi Chen's sword art so powerful, how could it dare to have any devious thoughts? It immediately retreated. Yi Chen smiled faintly and didn't mind it too much. Although the opponent's concealment skill was very high, being able to merge with the sea water, it still couldn't escape his soul power's detection. The reason why he didn't make things difficult for him was because he was in the deep sea, the territory of the sea beasts. It was best not to cause any trouble. This sword move has already reached 60 to 70% completion. I can give it a name now. Thinking back to the scene just now, Yi Chen mumbled to himself, let's call it Bewitching Mirror Shattering. When the sword was waved out, the mountain seemed to be reflected in a mirror and then shattered, giving people a very illusory feeling. Therefore, the first 2 words were very suitable, as it was both poetic and dreamy. The second 2 words, shattering, brought people back to the cruel atmosphere. No matter how beautiful the bewitching mirror was, it would still shatter one day. Swords were originally used for killing, and sword moves were also created for killing. Bewitching mirror shattering. Bewitching mirror shattering. Yi Chen repeated it twice and suddenly smiled. The space profound has many wondrous uses. This move is just one of the uses of the space profound. Next, I will create the second and third moves, and the space profound sword art will also become one of my strongest sword arts. The theory of bewitching mirror shattering was not hard. It was to spread out the space power under the urging of the sword chi. Once the space power locked onto the target, it would suddenly condense and freeze the opponent. Then, under the effect of the sword chi, it would shatter along with the opponent. The theory was not hard, but the execution was not so simple. First, the space profound had to be very profound, and then, it had to be closely integrated with the sword art. Otherwise, the opponent would be able to find an opening and escape, and the move would be broken. Another 2 weeks passed, and Yi Chen's mastery of bewitching mirror shattering was getting better and better. It had also reached 70% completion from 60 to 70%. He could feel that as this move was perfected, his recently stagnant space profound was steadily improving. With the improvement of the space profound, his mastery of bewitching mirror shattering was getting better and better. The two complemented each other, and the improvement of the move was even faster. Rumble, on this day a mountain peak in the west of the mountain range started to shake, and an extremely powerful demonic ripple spread out in all directions. Morong is coming out of seclusion. Yichen looked over. Morong Qingqing had consolidated her cultivation a week ago. In the following week, she had been using the demonic crystals to increase her demonic power. The demonic crystals were worthy of being called demonic crystals. In just a week, her cultivation had doubled. The demonic power fluctuations she emitted were much stronger than when she had just advanced to the half-step demonic king realm. Even the space around her was trembling. Stretching out her right hand, Morong Qingqing gently pushed forward. Puff, powerful demonic energy gushed out, piercing through the mountain wall that was hundreds of meters thick. It was no harder than tofu. In a flash, Morong Qingqing turned into a black rainbow and flew out of the mountain peak. It looks like your cultivation has doubled, Yichen walked over and speculated based on the demonic aura emitted by Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing said, originally, it was impossible to double my cultivation in a week. However, after I advanced to the half-step demonic king realm, the remnant demonic power essence in my body started to dilute and merge with my demonic power. Demonic power essence is no small matter. It is your fortune to have obtained it. Recalling the past, Yichen couldn't help but sigh at the effect of the demonic power essence on Morong Qingqing. Without the demonic power essence, it would have been extremely difficult for Morong Qingqing to advance in this world where demonic qi was scarce. Others might have advanced by 2 realms, but she might not have advanced by 1 realm. It could be said that the demonic power essence made Morong Qingqing who she was today. This demonic power essence still has its mysteries. Morong Qingqing reached out her left hand. Amidst the flickering black light, a black crystal the size of a date seed rose up. Yichen said in surprise, "You can already control the demonic power essence?" "Yes, but it can't leave my body. Otherwise, it will scatter." Morong Qingqing faintly nodded and continued, "I can feel that there is something imprinted inside. It seems to be a demon race martial art or something. In the past couple of days, some vague fragments of information have appeared in my head. In the parallel space battlefield, the demonic king has been sealed for countless years, and his demonic power has been severely depleted. Even so, the Thunder King, the Beast King, and the Shining King were almost killed by him. It is easy to see that at his peak, he had the strength of a titled monarch. It is understandable that his demonic power essence is a bit mysterious." Yichen looked at the remaining demonic power essence and found that it was somewhat similar to a demonic power crystal, but not completely. There were many complicated and profound patterns inside. These patterns were not inanimate objects, but were slowly moving and changing form from time to time. "My space-profound sword art has reached 70 to 80% completion, and its power has surpassed waning moon. Your cultivation base has also been consolidated, and it has doubled. We can leave now." As he spoke, Yichen had the intention to leave. "Let's go." After staying for so many days, it was time to leave. Morong Qingqing did not have any objections. The deep ocean was boundless, as if there was no end to it. After flying above the ocean for 7 days and 7 nights, the two crossed millions of li and arrived at a new ocean region. This ocean region was marked on the map as Richlight Ocean Span. The reason it was called Richlight Ocean Span was because there were many ruins here. Some of these ruins would often be explored by people, obtaining treasures that ordinary people could only dream of. As time went by, this ocean region got its name. Yichen spent a large amount of spirit stones to buy a map and decided to go there to try his luck. The Sky Scorpio sword in his storage ring was a huge source of Jinyuan. Yichen really couldn't use it. Thunder Disaster Sword and other semi-extreme grade swords were also starting to fall behind. He needed a pseudo-extreme grade sword, or perhaps an even more powerful semi-extreme grade sword. As for Morong Qingqing, she didn't have a pair of artifact gloves. "I heard that Richlight Ocean Span is very prosperous, and auctions are often held there. Perhaps we won't need to explore and can obtain what we want." Morong Qingqing smiled. "I hope so." Yichen faintly nodded. Foursquare Island was one of the more famous islands in Richlight Ocean Span. The island was vast and towering, shaped like a square, hence the name Foursquare Island. There were many forces stationed on Foursquare Island, including human sex, demonic beast and oceanic beast forces, as well as some organizations of deviant species. In short, one could see all kinds of strange life forms here. It wouldn't be strange if one ran into them on the street, since the people here had long since become accustomed to it. With influence, there would naturally be business. The most prosperous business here was undoubtedly the auction house, followed by miscellaneous goods stores, material stores, restaurants, and so on. Due to rich light ocean span's peculiarity, many experts from the surrounding ocean span would come here from time to try their luck. As a result, the experts here were like cabbages. Sea of Soul realm experts were as numerous as dogs, and half-step kings could be found everywhere. Experts were not very valuable here, but they were also very valuable. Above the ocean near Foursquare Island, numerous figures stood in the sky. Dozens of li away from these figures, two figures were engaged in an intense battle. The flames of battle soared into the sky, and the multicolored chi even eclipsed the blazing sun in the sky. Bastard, eat my fist. One was a golden-haired youngster, and the other was a red-faced man with a wide mouth and a square face. The two fiercely fought, and their chi raised several 100 meters tall waves. Amidst the intense battle, the golden-haired youngster roared and stomped on the waves, punching toward the red-faced man in the sky. This fist didn't contain Jin Yuan, but an incomparably dense demonic power. The demonic power was golden in color and incomparably resplendent. Little bastard, your grandpa will skin you alive. The red-faced man wasn't someone to be trifled with. Raising the blade in his hand, he rapidly spun down. The snow-white blade light was like a tornado, devouring the golden fist power and then devouring the golden-haired youngster. The fierceness of the blade aura was frightening. There are so many experts here. 10 to 20% of the spectators are half-step kings. Amidst the crowd, two figures, one male and one female, had appeared out of nowhere. They were Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing. Yi Chen glanced around and exclaimed. Morong Qingqing was attracted by the battle and said that golden-haired youngster should be a half-step demonic beast king. I wonder what kind of demonic beast he is? Young miss must be a newcomer. You don't even know the young master of the Golden Lion clan, Shi Xiaobao. Beside her, a handsome youngster in luxurious clothes was attracted by Morong Qingqing's clear and melodious voice. He couldn't help but turn his head and see that the speaker was a peerless beauty. His eyes couldn't help but brighten as he said. Golden Lion clan? Morong Qingqing had never heard of it. Yi Chen, on the other hand, had heard of it. The Golden Lion clan should be one of the 100 beasts. They have boundless strength, and the demonic power they cultivate is called golden demonic power. Among the 100 beasts, they are ranked at the top. In the ancient era, it was said that there were more than 100 kinds of peak aptitude demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were classified as 100 beasts, and the Golden Lion clan was one of them. Some of the ancestors of the half-beast clans were also part of the 100 beasts, such as Nine-Headed Snake, Sky Tiger, Blue-Eyed White Wolf, and Yen Feng Feng. Moreover, they were ranked even higher than the Golden Lion clan. After all, the Blue Luan was a descendant of the Phoenix. Eh? You seem to know quite a bit. The well-dressed youngster sized up Yi Chen. Seeing that Yi Chen was merely at the peak of late Sea of Soul realm, he couldn't help but reveal a disdainful expression, thinking that he was merely Morong Qingqing's follower. How could a follower have the qualifications to butt in? Clearing his throat, he no longer looked at Yi Chen and said to Morong Qingqing, Shi Xiaobao is a rare genius of the Golden Lion clan. His battle strength is extremely frightening. Even if I were to face him, I wouldn't have much of a chance of victory. As for this red-faced man, he is called Han Yaokuan. Because of a quarrel, the two have turned into a big battle. From the looks of it, they won't stop until one of them is dead. Rumble. As the well-dressed youngster spoke, the battle between Shi Xiaobao and Han Yaokuan reached its climax. Roar! A muffled thunderous roar resounded as Shi Xiaobao suddenly transformed into his true form, turning into a 30-meter-tall golden lion. This golden lion had 4 pillar-like limbs, sharp claws, and a golden mane that shone resplendently as if forged from gold. Amidst his roar, a golden light radiated in all directions as he suddenly leaped up, appearing above Han Yaokuan and stomping down. Han Yaokuan's battle strength was more or less the same as Shi Xiaobao's in human form. At this moment, Xiaobao had reverted to his true form, so how could he be his opponent? He was stomped down, his whole body bathed in blood. Xiaobao was a savage by nature. After stomping down on Han Yaokuan, his huge head swooped down and fiercely bit down on Han Yaokuan's body. Pucci, Han Yaokuan's body was torn in two at the waist. Blood spurted out as he died on the spot. Roar, spitting out the corpse, Xiaobao faced the sky and roared. A domineering aura erupted, intimidating many people. He is indeed worthy of being a rare genius of the Golden Lion race. Once he regains his true form, his strength will increase by several folds. Han Yaokuan can be considered a powerful half-step king, but he was actually bitten in two. Everyone was already used to the tragic death of a half-step king. In rich light oceanography, experts died every day. They were happy to watch the show. This is already the second half-step king Xiaobao has killed in this month. TSK, this golden lion is indeed brave and fierce. The luxuriously dressed youth said arrogantly with battle intent rising in his heart. Let's go. The battle had already ended, and Golden Lion Xiaobao had the last laugh. Yichen also gained a new understanding of this peak high-grade demonic beast. Morong Qingqing followed behind Yichen. What's going on? A lackey actually wants the master to follow him? The luxuriously dressed youth was displeased, but he couldn't say anything. After all, even Morong Qingqing didn't object, so why should he? Miss, this one is Lin Yuxuan. Remember me. The luxuriously dressed youth Lin Yuxuan sent a Zhenyuan transmission to Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing paused for a moment, but didn't say anything. She followed behind Yichen, flying toward the nearby Foursquare Island. The top of Foursquare Island was very flat, and a huge city was situated on it, spanning several dozen li in both length and width. Landing on a long street, Yichen casually glanced around and found a map shop. Boss, give me a map of Foursquare City. Yichen arrived in front of the shop counter and knocked on the counter with his finger. Alright, here's your map. It's worth 10 upper-grade spirit stones. The shop owner took out a folded map from the counter drawer and placed it on the counter. 10 upper-grade spirit stones for a map of a city? Yichen's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Walking out of the shop, Morong Qingqing laughed. The people who come here are all experts with a net worth of millions. They don't care about a mere 10 upper-grade spirit stones. Every place has a price, and it varies from person to person. However, compared to other places, it's a bit too ruthless. In an ordinary city in a small country, a city map would only cost a few taels at most. Even though super cities like the Martial City would only cost a few low-grade spirit stones. Compared to this place, the difference was too big. Of course, such a high price was understandable. The people here were all Almighty Sea of Soul Realm experts and half-step kings. If one were to ask for a few low-grade spirit stones, some of them would not be able to take it out. After all, everyone had only upper-grade spirit stones, and mid-grade spirit stones were rare. The map of Foursquare City was very detailed. What was on each street was clearly marked. Let's go to the material store first. Maybe I can find what I need. Breaking through to Half-Step King Realm was not without shortcuts. According to Battle King's memories, there was a kind of half-step extreme-grade spirit plant called Heart-Protecting Flower that could protect the heart. If it could be refined into a heart-protecting pellet, the effect would be doubled. With the heart-protecting flower, Yichen would be able to increase the speed of his blood flow several times when breaking through to Half-Step King Realm. As long as the speed did not reach a certain level, he would not have to worry about his heart not being able to bear it. The material shop was on the 3rd street next door. This street was filled with material shops and grocery stores. Most of the things inside were not of much value, but it was possible to find priceless treasures. It depended on whether one had luck and good eyesight. Arriving at the first material store on the street, Yichen and Morong Qingqing walked in. 2 guests, feel free to look around. Our store's goods are guaranteed to be cheaper than other stores. The store owner greeted them warmly. Yichen faintly nodded. In this material store, most of the materials were of the middle grade. There were very few high-grade materials. As for the semi-supreme grade materials, they were all locked in the counters and could only be seen through the crystal. In some corners, there were some materials of unknown grade and function. Because they had been piled up there for many years, some dust had already fallen on them, making them look even more ancient. This place actually has soul stones. But there aren't many of them. On the wooden shelf on the east side, Yichen saw a few silver-black soul stones. He extended his soul power, but it was immediately blocked by the faint silver light outside the soul stones. Although it could not block all of them, it could still somewhat limit the soul power. Moreover, there were only a few of them. Only when there were enough of them could one's soul power be blocked. Without a doubt, these soul stones were genuine. A fist-sized soul stone would be worth about 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones on the market. These soul stones are all half the size of a fist. So, 4,000 upper-grade spirit stones would not be too much of a scam. Yichen sized them up, then turned around to look for something else. "Boss, do you have any more soul stones?" Right at this moment, a man walked over, picked up a soul stone from the wooden shelf, and asked the boss. Seeing that business had come, the boss smiled and said, yes, there are some in the inventory. But, they are for my own use. Look at the price, the boss rubbed his hands. Don't worry, I will take as many as you have. In addition, I will add 5% to the price. This man was wearing a white robe and had a graceful bearing. It was obvious that he was a high-level figure in a sect. Collecting soul stones was probably a sect's mission. A powerful sect must have a protective formation that could block soul power. Therefore, soul stones were quite necessary. Therefore, soul stones were generally useless for individuals. But, they were very useful for a sect. Alright, follow me. Xiaofeng, help me look after the store. The boss smiled and led the white-robed man into one of the rooms in the store. Let's go and have a look at the other stores. After walking around the store, Yichen did not see anything good. He left the store with Morong Qingqing and returned to the street. Next, Yichen visited 7 or 8 stores in a row. Finally, he found 3 heart-nourishing grass, 2 spirit-melting grass, and 1 ice-spirit flower. Heart-nourishing grass was a top-rank spirit plant. It had the same effect as the heart-protecting flower. However, the difference between the two was that the heart-protecting flower emphasized the word protect. For a certain period of time, the heart-nourishing grass had an extremely powerful protective effect. On the other hand, the heart-nourishing grass was used to nourish the heart and strengthen it. After a long time, the heart would naturally be able to withstand more pressure. The 3 heart-nourishing grass could increase Yichen's chances of breaking through to half-step king realm to a certain extent. But, whether he would succeed or not, Yichen did not know for now. As for the top-rank spirit plant, spirit-melting grass, it was an extremely special spirit plant. This kind of spirit plant could allow Jinyuan and blood to fuse for a longer period of time. When this period of time was considerable, Yichen would be able to fuse his Jinyuan with his blood and successfully enter half-step king realm without the heart-protecting flower and heart-nourishing grass. Unfortunately, 2 plants were still too little. As for the last one, the ice spirit flower was used as a precaution. When the pressure on the heart was too great and could not be reduced in a short period of time, the ice spirit flower could be swallowed to freeze the blood flow and reduce the pressure on the heart, preventing the blood from necrosis. Using these 3 spirit plants together would undoubtedly increase the success rate. But, in truth, the effect was still not as good as the heart-protecting flower. After all, although the effect of the heart-protecting flower was very short, only lasting for a week or so, it still had a very powerful protective effect on the heart during this period of time. The 3 heart-nourishing grass cost each an 800,000 top-rank spirit stones. The spirit-melting grass cost 200,000, so 2 would be 400,000. The ice spirit flower was a bit cheaper, costing 80,000 each. The total cost was 1,280,000 top-rank spirit stones, which was several times more expensive than other spirit plants of the same rank. The reason why it was so expensive was because everyone knew that it was a supplementary item for breaking through to half-step king realm. Once one broke through to half-step king realm, why would they care about 1 million top-rank spirit stones? Let's wait and see. The heart-nourishing grass has a nurturing process, so it won't help me break through to half-step king realm in a short period of time. Once I find the heart-protecting flower, I will be able to do so soon. Yichen sighed. According to the map, he and Morong Qingqing went to another street and entered one material store after another. The sun was setting in the west, and a day passed by quickly. Yichan and Morong Qingqing had visited almost all of the material stores in Foursquare City, but couldn't find a single heart-protecting flower. However, they heard from a material store owner that a trace of a heart-protecting flower appeared in an auction half a year ago, and was sold for a high price of 5 million top-rank spirit stones. No matter where it was, the heart-protecting flower was a rare treasure. It was even rarer than some of the top-rank materials, and had a price but no market. After all, there were a lot of peak-level late Sea of Soul Realm experts in 5th rank and even 4th rank sections. Once there was a heart-protecting flower, they would go crazy over it. It was impossible for it to be found in the outside world. Therefore, there were a lot of people who had heard of the heart-protecting flower, but very few who had actually seen it. After walking around with Yichen, Morong Qingqing also had some small gains. What she bought were all spirit plants with demonic nature. Their value was not high, and there were even some suspicions that it was a buy one get one free deal. In the Elysium, there were very few people who cultivated demonic arts, and not many people who cultivated demonic arts. After buying dozens of materials, they only spent 100,000 top-rank spirit stones, which was a free deal. After finding a restaurant with a courtyard, the two checked in. Night fell, and the cold wind whistled. Yichen was meditating in a special secret room in the restaurant. On the walls of the secret room, there were a few lamps, which were very bright and not dazzling. After a while, Yichen opened his eyes and took out 3 stalks of heart-nourishing grass from his storage ring. These 3 stalks of heart-nourishing grass had different maturity levels. The most mature one was 5,200 years old, while the least mature one was only 3,300 years old. Picking up the least mature one, Yichen opened his mouth and inhaled. The medicinal power inside the heart-nourishing grass turned into a sparkling blood light and was sent into Yichen's mouth. Gulp! Once the sparkling blood light entered his body, it immediately stuck to the surface of his beating heart. Under his inner vision, Yichen could see that his heart was covered with a layer of blood cloves. This blood cloves kept on wriggling, and some of the blood strands seeped into his heart, nourishing it. After about half a cup of tea's time, Yichen felt a chill in his heart, which was then followed by a wave of heat. The cold and heat kept on coming, and it was hard to tell whether it was the cold or the heat. In the end, Yichen decided to just ignore it and let the heart-nourishing grass nourish his heart. Time passed by day after day. In the blink of an eye, Yichen and Morong Qingqing had stayed for 3 days. In these 3 days, the 3,300 years old heart-nourishing grass had already absorbed half of its medicinal power into Yichen's heart. Yichen could clearly feel that his heart had become a lot stronger. Although its beating frequency did not change, it was more powerful than before. On this day, Yichen and Morong Qingqing came to a tea house in the central square of Foursquare City. This tea house was very unusual. The people who came to drink tea were all experts who wanted to form a team. As for why they wanted to form a team, it was naturally to explore the ruins. There were too many dangers in the ruins. If they went alone, they would most likely die in there. As soon as Yichen and Morong Qingqing entered the tea house, they didn't join in the fun. Instead, they found a window seat and sat down, ordering 2 cups of tea. The tea house was huge, divided into 4 floors. The center was hollow, so one could see the 4th floor from the 1st floor, and the 1st floor from the 4th floor. Yichen and Morong Qingqing were on the east side of the 2nd floor. Although there were a lot of people in the tea house, there wasn't any noise. Everyone was like Yichen and Morong Qingqing, sitting at their seats and drinking tea with their eyes closed. Others had arranged to enter the secret chambers of each floor to discuss matters. Everything seemed to be in order. 2 guests, your tea. The footsteps of the waiter were very light. When he arrived in front of Yichen, he said softly. Yichen nodded and told the waiter to put down the tea. The freshly brewed tea was slightly hot. Yichen picked it up and blew on it a few times. Using this opportunity, he shifted his gaze and started to observe the people in the tea house. There was nothing much to see on the 1st floor. Everyone was at the Sea of Soul realm, and there wasn't a single half-step king. Yi Chen's gaze first fell on the second floor. On the second floor, there was only one person who caught Yi Chen's attention. It was the yellow-robed woman sitting on the west side. She looked to be in her 30s, and her face was tender and beautiful. Her nose was high, and her eyes were pitch black with a hint of deep yellow. Her gaze was very scattered, and it was hard to tell where her focus was. What caught Yi Chen's attention was not her appearance, but the extremely well-hidden strange aura on her body. This kind of aura was like a maggot in one's bones, extremely feminine. I wonder what kind of demonic beast cultivated it. Yi Chen thought to himself. Just as Yi Chen was sizing up the yellow-robed woman, she seemed to have sensed something. She turned her head toward Yi Chen, revealing a gentle yet chilling smile. Not to be trifled with. Yi Chen gave him a label. Compared to the second floor, there were undoubtedly more people worthy of attention on the third floor. There were twin brothers sitting by the railing. One was as majestic as a tower, while the other was as sturdy as a bull. Both of them wore copper earrings on their left and right ears respectively. There was a middle-aged scholar who was holding a sword and resting with his eyes closed. There was a haggard old woman with a sinister aura. There was a bald fatty with a tattoo on his head. There was also a strange old man wearing a raincoat. There are dozens of peak half-step kings in this tea house, and I can't see through 7 or 8 of them. I'm afraid they are close to strongest half-step kings. Morong Qingqing was also observing the people in the tea house. Yi Chen said, the yellow-clothed woman on the second floor and the old man in the raincoat on the third floor should be the strongest. The others aren't weak either. They're all rare powerhouses. Among the ones worth paying attention to, the yellow-robed woman and the raincoat old man posed the greatest threat to Yi Chen. Even if they weren't strongest half-step kings, they wouldn't be far off. My eyesight is still a bit worse than yours. I don't see anything wrong with these two. Morong Qingqing sized up the yellow-robed woman and the old man again and couldn't help but lightly shake her head. She didn't have the frightening intuition that Yi Chen had. Yi Chen chuckled, based on my first impression, there might be some oversights. Perhaps there are even more hidden ones. The tea house was very quiet. From time to time, a group of people would walk out of the secret pavilion and leave the tea house. The number of people in the tea house was getting fewer and fewer, and it was getting quieter and quieter. Look, that yellow-robed woman has been invited away. Morong Qingqing said. Yi Chen looked over and saw that the one who invited the yellow-robed woman was a waiter of a tea house. He led the woman to a secret pavilion on the third floor. Soon after, the door of the pavilion closed, and the waiter walked out. Half a cup of tea's time later, the twin brothers were also invited into the secret pavilion. Another half a cup of tea's time later, the servant walked in front of Morong Qingqing. Miss, the owner of the secret pavilion invites you for a chat. Oh. Morong Qingqing wasn't surprised at all. After all, everyone came to the tea house for the same purpose, which was to form a team and explore the ruins together. I'm with him. Morong Qingqing knew that with Yi Chen's cultivation base, he would be looked down upon. In this world, how many people could be like Yi Chen, who could kill people with higher realms as if they were eating? Those who saw him for the first time would think that he could compete with ordinary half-step kings at most. Whether he could win or not was another matter. The servant obviously got the hint, then let's go together. Following the servant, the two arrived at the door of the secret pavilion on the third floor. With a creaking sound, the secret pavilion's door opened, and Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing walked in. Seems like there is a soul stone array inlaid on the wall. Entering the secret pavilion, Yi Chen didn't find anything mysterious. Instead, his soul power could seep out, but outside, his soul power couldn't sense the situation inside. Inside the secret pavilion sat 9 people. Apart from the yellow-robed woman and the twin brothers, there were 2 young men, 1 middle-aged woman, 2 middle-aged men, and 1 old man. Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man. His face was bronze, and his skin had a metallic texture. His eyes were shining brightly like 2 shining black gems, more black than white. What's going on? Can a peak late Sea of Soul Realm warrior join our team? Don't you think he'll drag us down? The middle-aged woman with a mean expression muttered. Hee hee, kid, you've come to the wrong door. One of the twin brothers grinned. The 2 youths had different expressions. One had a sneer on his face, while the other was expressionless. His eyelids were drooping, as if he didn't care about anything. Meanwhile, the yellow-faced man with a lustful gaze was releasing his soul power without the slightest scruple, sweeping across Yi Chen as if he wanted to humiliate him. On the other hand, the tanned man and the yellow-robed woman didn't make a sound, calmly observing the situation. Humph, Yi Chen lightly snorted and counterattacked with his soul power. The yellow-faced middle-aged man felt his soul tremble, and his body went out of control. What shocked him was that Yi Chen's soul power seemed to carry a cutting intent, as if it was cutting into his soul. The feeling of being like a fish on a chopping board was not pleasant. Seeing that it was the yellow-faced man who was at a disadvantage, the others' gazes toward Yi Chen couldn't help but change. This yellow-faced man was a half-step king after all, and his soul power wouldn't be weak. Moreover, he had formed a soul membrane. Not many here could make him suffer a loss using soul power. Thus, they all inwardly looked at Yi Chen a bit more highly, and their attitudes were somewhat restrained, at least on the surface. "You too, please sit." The tanned man retracted his strange expression and indifferently said as he gestured with his palm. Morong Qingqing nodded and reservedly sat down. Yi Chen's gaze swept past Lin Yuxuan, who was beside the tanned man, and calmly sat down without the slightest bit of restraint. "You too, I've already discussed with everyone here to explore some ruins, and they have all agreed. The reason I've invited you too is because you two look different from the others, and your strength is certainly not weak. As the saying goes, one more person is one more portion of strength." The tanned man hadn't paid much attention to Yi Chen at the beginning, and only wanted to invite Morong Qingqing. But now, he naturally couldn't say that. Moreover, Yi Chen didn't look as weak as he looked. The yellow-faced man, as a half-step king, had actually suffered quite a bit of loss in soul power. This spoke volumes. Yi Chen said, "Continue." The tanned man and everyone present were somewhat astonished. Between the two, Yi Chen seemed to be the leader. Could it be that this Yi Chen really had some ability, or was it only in name? Clearing his throat, the tanned man said in a deep voice, "If you two agree, I'll continue. If you two don't agree, then please leave. For the time being, not many people know about the ruins I've discovered. This information can't be leaked." Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing exchanged a glance, then Yi Chen said in a deep voice, "We agree." "All right then." The bronze-skinned middle-aged man smiled and said, "This relic is very large. The place I found is only a part of it. But even this part is not small. This relic is the relic of the True Water Palace." True Water Palace ruins? Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing were at a loss. They'd never heard of it before. Lin Yuxuan interjected, "True Water Palace was once the strongest fourth-grade sect in this ocean region. Its strength is not something any fourth-grade sect can compare to. In its most flourishing era, it had 13 life and death kings, and its master was one of the strongest titled monarchs at that time, True Water Emperor." 13 kings. True Water Emperor. Yi Chen was inwardly startled. This True Water Palace was indeed frightening at its peak. Nowadays, which sect could have 13 life and death kings? Not to mention a titled monarch, True Water Emperor. In ancient times, titled monarchs were genuine monarchs who could leave their marks on the emperor's scar steel. However, even the most flourishing sects would fall one day. The current True Water Palace was merely a pile of ruins, lying silently at the bottom of the ocean for countless years. "There's something I'd like to tell everyone. This ruin is shrouded by a restriction, and for some reason, many frightening life forms have appeared inside. I've invited everyone to enter so that we can take care of each other and smoothly take away the treasures inside." The bronze-skinned burly man explained. "All right, when do we leave? These kinds of ruins would usually have great weapons." So, Yi Chen did not hesitate and agreed right away. "In order to avoid any accidents, and I'm also afraid that someone might leak the news, we'll leave the moment we leave the secret pavilion. Does anyone have any objections?" The tanned man's gaze swept the surroundings and asked. "What objections can we have? It doesn't matter when we leave." The twin brothers grinned. "Me neither." The cold-faced youngster nodded. The others naturally didn't have any objections. Wasn't the reason they came to Richlight Oceanspan to try their luck and obtain some treasures? "All right, there's no rush for now. Everyone, rest for a while. After drinking some tea, we'll leave together. The tanned man didn't intend to invite anyone anymore. He nodded in satisfaction and lightly shook the bell in the secret pavilion, ordering people to bring tea and pastries. After drinking tea and eating some pastries, the tanned man stood up and said, "Let's go." Chaotic demonic ocean was far enough from true spirit continent, but rich light ocean span was even farther. It was already in the depths of the Southern Ocean. There were few people here, but many oceanic beasts were plentiful. However, due to the vile environment, the oceanic beasts were cruel, bloodthirsty, and had low intelligence. The group of 11 flew above the ocean, encountering the attacks of oceanic beasts and flying demonic beasts from time to time. Moreover, they came in large groups, numbering in the thousands and tens of thousands. The group was quite annoyed, and their speed kept decreasing, wasting a lot of time. Only after 3 days did they reach their destination. The bronze-skinned man was called Xianxia, an old man of rich light ocean span. Relying on his good luck and ability to judge the situation, he had obtained a lot of treasures. With these treasures, as well as thousands of extreme battles, his strength had long since reached the profound realm of half-step kings. Although few people had seen him fight and didn't know his exact strength, no one dared to look down on him. After dozens of years, those old men of rich light ocean span had either died or left. Only he was alive and well. Standing at the front of the team, Xianxia turned around and said, "The ruins are 300,000 meters below the seabed. Remember, follow me later. There is a huge water array around the ruins. Although it's badly damaged, the slightest carelessness will cause you to be attacked by it. I'm sure everyone knows what will happen if you cause too much of a commotion 300,000 meters below the seabed. We're naturally aware of this. We'll follow you." The only old man in the group spoke for the first time. His face was full of wrinkles, showing the traces of time and the vicissitudes of life. "Alright, let's go." Xianxia's figure flickered, turning into a golden rainbow and shooting down. Swish swish swish, Yi-chan and the others followed behind him, not leaving even an inch behind. 300,000 meters was an extremely dangerous depth for ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. The water pressure here was unimaginably powerful. As long as there was a hole in the protective Xianyuan, one would instantly be squeezed into a meatball. Even if a half-step king retracted his protective Xianyuan, his life would still be in danger. However, apart from Yi-chan, the rest were all half-step kings. As long as they were a bit careful and didn't get careless, the chances of something happening were very low. Soon, everyone arrived at a depth of 300,000 meters. The huge water pressure caused their speed to become slower and slower. They were not even 1% of their speed on land. The bottom of the deep sea wasn't pitch black. There were many glowing things here, including glowing crystal corals and small glowing creatures. There was a kind of creature with a shining tail and a perfectly round body the size of a thumb. It looked extremely hard, like a solid metal ball. About dozens of meters above the seabed, everyone was wrapped in a colorful protective layer of Xianyuan, slowly swimming forward. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Xianxia's voice came through the vibration of his Xianyuan, "We're here. This is the outer area of the ruins, covered by the water element formation. Everyone, be careful and follow me." Everyone nodded and looked ahead. In the dim seabed, there were many white jade stone pillars that were dozens of meters tall. The surface of the stone pillars was carved with complicated water patterns. From time to time, there would be blue flowing lights following the traces of the water patterns, attracting many spherical creatures to come closer. Xianxia waved his hand and began swimming toward the stone pillars. No one knew how big the stone pillars were. If it weren't for Xianxia leading the way, they might have gotten lost in the stone pillars and couldn't find their way out. It should be known that the reason why a formation was called a formation was that it wouldn't have too many flaws. For example, the seemingly safest place, the sky, might actually be the most dangerous. Therefore, no one swam to the top of the white jade stone pillars. They all maintained a height of dozens of meters. Many of these white jade stone pillars have already been broken or collapsed. If we follow the broken pillars, the formation won't be triggered. Yi-chan finally saw through it. No matter how big the stone pillars were, there was still a limit. Everyone followed behind Xianxia, turning here and there, sometimes taking a big circle. Finally, they passed through the entire stone pillar group and arrived in front of a dilapidated but exceptionally grand building complex. The tallest building was over 1,000 meters tall, standing at the bottom of the ocean. The shortest was an arched gate at the front, which was at least 70 to 80 meters tall. It was clearly not Jin Wanchuang's first time here. He explained, "This is the ruin I've found. However, I've only explored less than 1/10 of it, and this arched door is the only entrance. We need to break the restrictions on this door to enter." "That's easy. Let us do it." The two brothers walked up. The older one took out a human-sized axe, while the younger one took out 2 machetes. Jin Wanchuang didn't object. The restriction on the arched gate wasn't that high-leveled. With the two's strength, it was more than enough to break it. If they couldn't, then there was no point in entering the ruin. It was too dangerous. "Huh!" The two brothers roared at the same time. The axe and machete slashed toward the arched gate. Their speed was so fast that even at the seabed, it was enough to raise everyone's eyebrows. Gotcha! The arched gate flickered, and a huge hole appeared. "Come, let's go in." Jin Wanchuang led the group and entered through the hole. The moment everyone entered, the hole had already been repaired. The light was withdrawn, and there was nothing strange about it from the outside. The ruin was very dilapidated. The buildings were all over the place, and there were some places where the ground had caved in. Black chi was surging inside, and it was immeasurably deep. A single glance would make one dizzy. No one knew what had happened here. Yichen used his soul power to sense it and vaguely felt a trace of evil aura. The moment his soul power touched this aura, an illusion and a bad omen immediately appeared in his mind. It was a bit like a curse. This place is indeed an ominous place. Yichen transmitted his Jin Yuan to Murong Qingqing, telling her to be on guard at all times. I also felt it. Just now, when I used my demonic eyes to observe, I seemed to have seen a blurry shadow flash through the buildings. Murong Qingqing replied. Since we're already here, we'll just deal with it. Yichen was not the kind of person who was overly worried. Following the passageway, the group walked here and there, and soon reached the depths of the building complex, arriving in front of a winding corridor. The carvings on the pillars on both sides of the corridor were very strange. They were all bronze-armored warriors. No one knew if it was for the sake of realism or something, but the weapons of the bronze-armored warriors were forcibly inserted into the pillars. Holding the weapons in their hands, the postures were all different. "I've never been here before." Jin Wanchuang only said one sentence before walking in front. "They're just decorations." The twin brothers were the most unscrupulous, touching here and there. They even wanted to pull out the weapons of the bronze-armored warriors, not knowing the meaning of caution. The corridor was rather long, and unknowingly, the group arrived at the center. Crack, a faint sound was heard. "What's that sound?" The middle-aged woman stopped. "Watch out." The group behind her raised their heads and saw that the bronze-armored warrior on the pillar to the right of the middle-aged woman had opened its eyes, shooting out a red light. Rumble, the bronze-armored warrior jumped down and slashed at the middle-aged woman's head with its saber. This scene happened too quickly. The bronze-armored warrior seemed to have broken through the limits of space and appeared above the middle-aged woman. Yichen could clearly see that the bronze-armored warrior and the pillar were not embedded, but connected by an array. Therefore, after the bronze-armored warrior jumped down, the pillar still had its carvings, but they were not as realistic as before. The middle-aged woman was not a small character. She was very, very powerful. Apart from Thunder Spirit King and Blackwater Alliance's Wang Tai, Yichen had never seen anyone stronger than her. Of course, that was in the past. After arriving at Foursquare Island, Yichen had already discarded his previous understanding. There were too many half-step kings on the island, and there were also many half-step kings with unfathomable depths. Among the 11 present, which one of them was simple? If they were to fall out, Yichen wouldn't dare to look down on any one of them. Under life and death realm, he was far from being invincible. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged woman's body faintly swayed, leaving behind a lifelike afterimage. The bronze-armored warrior slashed down, cleaving the afterimage into two and dispersing it. "You dare to have designs on this old lady?" The middle-aged woman's temperament was unkind. She coiled her finger, and a black thread coiled around the bronze-armored warrior's neck. With a forceful pull, a head was torn off. "Let's go." Jin Wanchuang was very experienced. With a single glance, he could tell that the bronze-armored warrior's strength was equivalent to an ordinary half-step king. The middle-aged woman didn't die because of her superior strength. However, the number of bronze-armored warriors in the corridor was not just a few dozen, but several hundred. 11 against several hundred bronze-armored warriors was not an easy task. Ka. Just as Jin Wanchuang's voice faded, the bronze-armored warriors on the corridor revived one after another, crowding the corridor so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Clang, Yichen waved his sword and sent a bronze-armored warrior flying. The opponent's bronze armor was extremely sturdy, and only a sword mark was left on it. It seemed that only the exposed parts of the armor were the weak points, such as the neck, eyes, and face. "Let's go." F***ck. So many. The group didn't have the time to face the bronze-armored warriors head-on. They crazily ran, blowing away the bronze-armored warriors, blocking their way one after another, opening up a path for only one person. At this moment, everyone's style was revealed. Jin Wanchuang's attacks were simple and unadorned. They were not magnificent, but they were extremely effective. They were just right, not wasting the slightest bit of strength. The experienced old man was not inferior to Jin Wanchuang. His withered palms seemed slow, but were actually fast. The bronze-armored warriors on both sides were squeezed together, unable to exert their strength. Although the yellow-faced man had suffered a loss at the hands of Yi Chen, he wasn't weak either. Holding his shield in one hand and a spear in the other, his footsteps were steady as he borrowed strength to counterattack. The cold-faced youngster was a sword artist just like Yi Chen. His sword speed was extremely fast, and the bronze-armored warriors pouncing at him were all blown away by his sword chi, unable to climb back up for a long time. On the other hand, Lin Yuxuan seemed to be somewhat inexperienced. His moves were wide and powerful, and the bronze-armored warriors that were hit by him fell off one after another. Although it seemed like he was unstoppable, doing so in this kind of dangerous place was a bit too much of a waste of Zhenyuan. The yellow-robed lady was indeed one of the people that Yi Chen couldn't see through. From the beginning to the end, she hadn't made a single move, and those bronze-armored warriors couldn't even touch her clothes. In addition to these people, there were also two people in the crowd who were even more unscrupulous than Lin Yuxuan. They were the twin brothers. The two of them carried a giant axe and a machete as they charged forward. How could the charging bronze-armored warriors resist the two wolf-like people? They were knocked over and lost their footing, swaying left and right. However, they were different from Lin Yuxuan. These two mostly relied on brute force and did not use much Zhenyuan. Although they looked impressive, their consumption was pitiful. As for the middle-aged woman, she found it difficult to deal with so many bronze-armored warriors. It could be seen that she walked the path of cunning and sinister. 1 against 1, 1 against 2. It was much easier for her to deal with them than ordinary people, but once the numbers reached a certain level, she would find it difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, her movement techniques were quite good, and she could always avoid the bronze-armored warriors' attacks at critical moments and follow closely behind the group. Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing were also at the back of the group. In front of them were the twin brothers, and behind them was the middle-aged woman. Morong Qingqing relied on speed to make a living. Speed was her talent, so she was naturally very calm. Clang! 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 Yi Chen strolled leisurely. The Thunder Disaster sword in his hand seemed slow but was actually fast. Every time it was swung, it was just right when the warriors were about to attack. So, it looked like they were coming to him on their own. It was orderly and pleasing to the eye. Before, the middle-aged woman had looked down on Yi Chen a bit, thinking that he had no other use besides his soul power. But now, she did not think that way anymore. Among the 11 people, Yi Chen was the most relaxed. It was not that he was the strongest, but his perception and timing were the best. This brat does have some skills. He is not that easy to deal with. If there are any disputes in the future, I will wait and see. Living at their level, it was very important to judge the situation. Arguing with someone they had no confidence in dealing with was not a rational and stupid thing to do. The bronze-armored warriors in the corridor were like a tide, while the group was like an iron boat on the tide, cutting through the waves and pressing forward. After about the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, everyone safely passed through the corridor. Turning around, they saw that all the bronze-armored warriors were frozen in place. Then, with a flash of light, they merged into the pillars on both sides of the corridor, becoming one with the sculptures. "Is everyone all right?" Jean Wanchuang let out a breath and asked after scanning the surroundings. "Not bad, let's continue forward." The bronze-armored warriors were nothing more than an appetizer for them. Any one of them would be an invincible figure under life and death realm. How could they be defeated by a group of mindless scrap metal? That's good. Jean Wanchuang continued to lead the way. He also believed that these things wouldn't be too troublesome. When he invited people, he had thought it through. Of course, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the tea house, so he had only invited a portion of them. After passing through the corridor, everyone came to a central hall. This hall was equivalent to an aisle rest area. There were some restrooms on both sides, but there was nothing else. Everyone left the hall and directly walked out of the hall through the passage in front. As soon as they exited the hall, everyone suddenly stopped. What entered his eyes was a large forest that was divided into two. The small path in the middle was the only path that led to the other side. In the forest, there were countless red lights that flickered as if there were countless fireflies dancing in it. It was incomparably gorgeous. Without saying anything, Jean Wanchuang took a deep breath and took a step forward. The secluded path was covered in layers of mist and immeasurably deep. The trees on both sides of the path were lush and quiet, carrying a trace of deathly stillness. So beautiful. A firefly flew down from a nearby tree and was about to perch on the shoulder of the younger twin brother. It shone as brightly as a bean. The younger twin was attracted by the firefly and reached out to grab it. Bang, an intense flame exploded, and a powerful chi wave blew the surrounding 10 people off balance, making it hard for them to open their eyes. Meanwhile, the younger twin's entire right hand was scorched black, emitting green smoke. "Little brother." The older twin was startled. "Motherf *Ker, this firefly can even explode." The younger twin turned his head and revealed a smile toward the older brother. His scorched right arm lightly shook, and the ashes of his clothes fell down, revealing the skin underneath. What a powerful body! Yi Chen's eyes squinted. The might of a firefly's explosion could only be described as frightening, not any weaker than a full-powered attack of a normal half-step king. Yet, the younger twin was still fine even after holding it. It was easy to imagine the extent of his body's defense. If it were someone else, their arm would definitely be destroyed. "This is a self-exploding firebug." The elder opened his eyes wide and said word by word. "Self-exploding firebug?" The others looked at him with a confused expression. A trace of fear appeared on the elder's face. "These bugs have existed since ancient times, but they are extinct now. The explosion of one self-exploding fire bug will attract all the others. This is the fire forest, a place where powerful warriors burn. If you want to live, leave this place as soon as possible." "Leave? Where to run?" Everyone looked ahead and then back. Both sides were covered in layers of mist, making it hard to advance or retreat. If they went forward, they wouldn't know where the end was, and if they retreated, the distance was not short either. Moreover, they had come here for treasures, so there was no reason to retreat. However, compared to their lives, retreating did not seem shameful. "Forward." Jean Wanchuang's face was firm as he led the way. "Follow him." At this moment, there was only unity. However, when they saw countless light dots coming through the mist, everyone stopped and looked at each other in dismay. "They're coming. There are some on the left and right as well. Are they forcing us to retreat?" Whoosh, as everyone discussed, the twin brothers shot out an axe light and 2 blade lights. The axe light and blade light were as fast as lightning, slashing into the depths of the mist. Pung 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 pung, continuous explosions resounded, and the dazzling flame light illuminated the entire fire forest. The mist on the path was also swept away by the shockwave, leaving no obstacles behind. Everyone looked forward and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. They could not see the end of the line. What they saw was an overwhelming number of self-detonating fireworms. Among them, there were some fist-sized self-detonating fireworms with blue light flashing on their tails. On the other hand, although there were a lot of them, they were sparse, not even 1% of the ones at the front. The ones on the left and right sides were a bit more than the ones at the back. Xianxia turned his head and said, "This is the only way. Either we go forward or we go back. If we go back, then this ruin will have nothing to do with him, unless we can find a way to deal with these bugs. Since we came here together, we will naturally advance and retreat together. Now, let's vote. Those who support moving forward, take one step forward, and those who support moving back, take one step back." The bugs were getting closer and closer, flying up and down. They didn't have much time left. Forward. The cold-looking youngster was the first to vote as he took a step forward. "I also agree to move forward." The yellow-robed lady was the second. Agreed. Yichen and Morongqingqing moved forward at the same time. In the end, only the elder and the middle-aged lady didn't vote. Lin Yuxuan hesitated a bit, but still took a step forward. 9 against 2. Whether we vote or not, it is meaningless. The elder took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Then, let's go forward." The middle-aged lady's face was bitter. She couldn't go back alone. The treasure was too tempting, and she would definitely regret it when she went back. At this moment, the elder said again, "The bugs will be attracted by blood qi. Only by approaching them will they come over. We have to be fast, and don't try to kill them. On the other hand, if the blood qi is reserved, it won't come near." The yellow-robed lady suddenly said. The elder said bitterly, "How could it be that easy? Reserved blood qi is useless against the bugs. As long as you are still alive, they will be able to sense your blood qi." The yellow-robed lady smiled without replying. Could she be able to do that? Yichen sensed a non-committal expression flash past the yellow-robed lady's face, which made him suspicious. "Alright, since everyone has agreed, then from now on, don't think about anything else. Take out all the things that can be used for defense. Don't be afraid of wasting them." Xianxia activated his defensive armor. He didn't carry any weapons in his hands, but 2 shields, one big and one small. The big one was as tall as a human, while the small one was only 1 meter. The others also had a lot of stock. Just like Xianxia, they all held shields and activated their defensive armors. They were all armed to the teeth, looking like warriors who were about to enter the battlefield. Charge! The group of 11 people flew forward at their fastest speed. Due to the invisible power in the ruins, their speed was only 1% of their speed on land. The self-exploding flaming bugs were a kind of fierce bug that was extremely sensitive to blood qi. Everyone revolved their Xinyuan, causing their blood qi to become even more exuberant. Without a doubt, the self-exploding flaming bugs were even more attractive to them. One by one, they flew over and then developed into groups. As far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with light spots. Boom 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 boom, flames shrouded everyone, along with a series of metal exploding sounds. It was the sound of the bugs hitting the metal shields. Go! The upper-ranked shield in his hand was destroyed. Yichen shook his Xinyuan, and the shield flew out along with a wave of fireflies. He then took out another shield, and the one that he had thrown away disappeared into the distance with a ball of flame. The speed at which the shields were being destroyed was too fast. Upper-grade shields would not be able to last for a long time, and only the semi-extreme grade shields could slightly withstand this kind of explosion. Unfortunately, shields were one of the rarer artifacts, and everyone only had 1 or 2 semi-extreme grade shields on them. At most, they would take out one, since no one would use all of their semi-extreme grade shields on the exploding firebugs. Therefore, the upper-grade shields had become the fastest consumable. After dozens of breaths, everyone had already used up dozens of shields, which was a horrifying sight to behold. Pung, all of a sudden, a 10 times louder sound exploded, and the group's formation was torn apart. Yichen looked over. Unknowingly, those fist-sized fireflies with their tails flickering with blue light had also joined the attack. Their self-detonation power was 10 times that of ordinary fireflies. After splitting up, the crowd did not dare to be careless. Not only did they not slow down, they even activated their secret arts, increasing their speed drastically. Of course, no one dared to collide with the blue fireflies. They were all trying their best to avoid them. Even if they could not avoid them, they would still send out an attack to take them down. As time went by, everyone began to understand the terror of the exploding firebugs more and more. Normal attacks were useless against the exploding firebugs. There seemed to be an invisible membrane around their bodies, which had the effect of neutralizing chi power. Only extremely condensed attacks could hit the exploding firebugs from a distance and make them explode. On the other hand, the exploding firebugs could actually ignore their protective Xianxia to a certain extent. If it were not for the shields in their hands, they would have already been blown to pieces. Dark Force Field. Dozens of blue fireflies flew over from Yichen and Murongqingqing's side. The ordinary fireflies numbered in the thousands, and their speed was extremely fast. Murongqingqing's expression turned serious. Her body suddenly flickered with purple-black electric arcs. As the electric arcs appeared, a twisting force field spread out, enveloping the fireflies and the surroundings. Buzz, all the fireflies that approached were bounced off, unable to move an inch closer. When Murongqingqing was still at Clasping Yuan realm, she had already mastered the Sky Demon force field. But now, the Sky Demon force field had naturally been eliminated. According to the characteristics of the Sky Demon Great Art, Murongqingqing had researched the Dark Force Field based on the Dark Profound. Compared to the Sky Demon force field, the Dark Force Field had reached a whole new level. It was like comparing the magnetic field of a human body to the magnetic field of a star. With the protection of the Dark Force Field, Yichen and Murongqingqing immediately felt a lot more relaxed. I didn't expect the force field to be so useful at this moment. Yichen sighed. Murongqingqing's Dark Force Field had yet to reach a profound level. Using it to deal with a half-step king of the same level, it was naturally insufficient and ineffective. However, it was more than enough to deal with the self-detonating flaming bugs. This was like the saying, everything has its counter. Murongqingqing said, previously, I didn't understand the characteristics of the self-detonating fireflies. That's why I tried using the darkness force field to block them. The effect is better than I expected. Yichen smiled and said, with the darkness force field, we can come and go as we please. The sudden silence on their side naturally aroused the suspicions of the others. Immediately, 8 or 9 soul forces scanned over. Eh? The middle-aged woman's eyes lit up and a look of ecstasy flashed across her face. Among everyone here, she was the one in the most sorry state. The successive explosions had already caused her to suffer considerable internal injuries. If it wasn't for her profound cultivation and several secret techniques that could lock her injuries and prevent them from worsening, she would have long since been smashed into pieces. Even so, she also began to despair. This small path seemed to have no end, and just like the small path, there was no end to the self-exploding fireflies. They were innumerable. If this continued, she would be blown to death sooner or later. At this moment, seeing that Murongqingqing had a secret technique to restrain the fireflies, how could she not be ecstatic? Disregarding everything else, the middle-aged woman urged her Xianxia and turned toward Murongqingqing's direction with her shield in hand. She wanted to seek shelter and leave this damned place. Not only the middle-aged woman, but the others also rapidly approached. Among them, there were some who were confident in passing through the small path, but they would certainly consume a lot of energy. At this moment, a shelter had suddenly appeared. Who would be stupid enough to not accept it? Buzz, the middle-aged woman was just about to approach, but unexpectedly, an invisible force field bounced her back. Normally, she could naturally break through the force field, but at this moment, this force field was her only hope. You. The middle-aged woman's face was full of grievance and anger. Miss, we are now a team, so we should help each other. How about this? I promise on behalf of them that as long as we find a treasure, not only will you be the first to choose, you will also get 10% more. How about it? Does everyone agree? Jin Wanchuang was indeed worthy of being an experienced person. At this moment, he knew that it would not be good for anyone to fall out. Moreover, before coming here, no one had thought that they would need to seek shelter. It was true that they were a team, but when there was only one person who could protect the others, it was a completely different matter. Finishing his words, Jin Wanchuang turned to the others. He believed that they would make the right choice. 10% more, but only for the first time. The twin brothers nodded, then shook their heads. Alright, I have no objections. Me too. Everyone agreed. They did not know how long the small path was, and they did not dare to joke around with their lives. Let them in. Yichen said to Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing faintly nodded and opened a gap in the dark force field, letting everyone in. Pop, as soon as they entered, the fireflies followed the blood qi. However, the dark force field had already closed up, and they were bounced away. Maintaining the dark force field, Morong Qingqing led everyone and continued to advance. In fact, she did not let the middle-aged woman in at the beginning, not because of her personal benefits, but because of her personal principles. If you want to come in, then come in. What do you think I am? At this moment, she could not take a single step back. She had to maintain her position, or else others would take it for granted. Although it would not cause any irreconcilable conflict, it was still a problem. The reason Yichen did not stop her before was because he knew why Morong Qingqing wanted to do this. Only after everyone expressed their opinions did he let Morong Qingqing open the dark force field. The length of the small path was beyond everyone's imagination. After flying for a cup of tea's worth of time, they still could not see the end. At this moment, everyone's displeasure was completely gone. Compared to the extra 10% of the treasures, they did not lose out at all. On the contrary, they had profited. This kind of length was something that no one among them could pass safely. They would have to pay some price, perhaps even their lives. Moreover, they still could not see the end. Who knew how long it would be? Jin Wanchuang also had the same thought. He smiled at Morong Qingqing and said, "Many thanks." Morong Qingqing nodded and did not say anything else. Another cup of tea's worth of time passed, and everyone finally saw the end. They all let out a breath, getting rid of their previous gloominess. Plop, at the end of the small path, everyone landed. Looking back, he saw that the fireflies were like headless flies, flying around aimlessly. It was as if they could not sense the presence of blood qi. After a while, all of the fireflies dispersed and flew into the blazing forest, disappearing without a trace. Finally made it. Jin Wanchuang laughed. Your force field is rather special. It should be driven by profound, right? The yellow-robed woman looked at Morong Qingqing with interest. Same here. Morong Qingqing said a thought-provoking sentence. The yellow-robed woman was dazed at first, then slightly surprised. She did not say anything and retreated to the side. This woman is really hard to understand. Yichen said. Both of them had already noticed that when they were attacked by the self-exploding flaming worms, all 10 of them were flustered. Only the yellow-clothed woman had very few self-exploding flaming worms around her. Thinking back to what the yellow-clothed woman had said before, that as long as she restrained her blood qi, she would not be attacked, it was not difficult to guess what was going on. Of course, the two did not believe that the others were fools. They must have noticed the peculiarity of the yellow-robed woman, but just did not say it out loud. The extremely dangerous small path landed behind them. In front of everyone's eyes was a golden palace. The palace's door was tightly shut, looking majestic. Open! Jin Wanchuang saw that the palace's door was not covered by any restrictions, so he slapped his palm toward the metal door. Rumble, the doors of the palace that had been closed for countless years finally opened. It was as if a door to the past had been opened to the crowd. Everyone held their breath and stared unblinkingly at the gradually opening palace, afraid to miss the most exciting moment. The palace's door finally opened completely. All of a sudden, a spirit qi light pillar shot out from the door. No one had expected such a change. None of them could dodge in time and were hit by the light pillar. However, no one was injured. Instead, they felt refreshed. This spirit qi light pillar did not have any offensive power. Once it hit them, they absorbed a lot of it. This is the spirit qi emitted by spirit stones. The middle-aged woman exclaimed. How many spirit stones are needed to gather such a dense spirit qi light pillar? That rush just now seemed to have recovered some of the Zhenyuan I had consumed. The two brothers opened their mouths wide. Let's go in first. Jin Wanchuang took a deep breath and walked into the palace. The group followed behind him. The palace wasn't very big, and it was decorated with gold and jade. Bright crystal lamps hung from the ceiling, and the floor was paved with priceless white jade bricks. In the center of the palace, there was a huge formation. The formation was circular, and there were countless patterns carved in the center. It was incomparably beautiful. What attracted everyone's attention wasn't the formation, but the spirit stones that were pushed into the formation. A small mountain of spirit stones. All of them were high-grade spirit stones. Next to the small mountain of spirit stones were 7 or 8 small chests, their lids already open. Inside were all sorts of power gems of various attributes: red, blue, green, black, yellow, pink, purple, and everything else. So many upper-grade spirit stones. How many are there? And 7 to 8 chests of energy gems. Everyone's mouths were wide open, unable to say anything. The elder was the first to recover. He cleared his throat and said, "There are at least 500 million upper-grade spirit stones and 7 chests of energy gems. Not a wasted trip. Not a wasted trip." The yellow-faced man's face was full of joy. Although they had come for treasures and did not care much about upper-grade spirit stones, when they reached a certain level, no one would not be tempted. They were no exception. One must know that with their net worth, having 10 to 20 million upper spirit stones was already the limit, and this was under the premise that they did not consume much. If they bought some priceless items and participated in a few auctions, their net worth would be reduced by at least a few times. 500 million upper-grade spirit stones would be at least 40 to 50 million per person. Adding the energy gems, it would be at least 50 to 60 million. What kind of concept was 50 to 60 million? It was almost equivalent to 10 half-step kings' net worth. Entering that kind of huge auction, they would be almost invincible. Of course, the premise was that there were no life and death king's parents. After all, although 50 to 60 million was a lot, it was not much for life and death king. A life and death king could casually go to a king-grade forbidden zone or find some treasures in the starry sky and sell them for hundreds of millions. But no matter what, 50 to 60 million was a shocking amount of wealth for most of the half-step kings. If they encountered it, they would definitely not let it go. Jin Wanchuang let out a breath and said, "According to what we said before, this Lady Morone will get an extra 10% of the treasures. In other words, we will first take out 10% of the upper-grade spirit stones and give it to her. The remaining 90% will be split among the 11 of us. Does anyone have any objections?" Jin Wanchuang did not let the upper-rank spirit stones go to his head. Keeping promises was the basic requirement of forming a team. If he broke his promise because of a large amount of upper-rank spirit stones, how could he expect others to keep their promises? As the leader of this team, Jin Wanchuang had the obligation to keep his promise. He did not want the team to fall apart because of him, which was not in line with his personal principles. Taking a step back, they had not even explored a third of the ruins, and there would definitely be other treasures later on. There was no need to create irreconcilable conflicts over the first batch of treasures, which was not rational at all. 10% is more than 50 million upper-rank spirit stones. The twin brother was a money grubber, so he was quite reluctant. "What? You two don't plan to keep your promise?" Jin Wanchuang's face sank. "How could that be? Although 50 million is a lot, it would only be a few million after splitting it evenly. We two brothers can still see the big picture." The older twin brother grinned. "I'll listen to my brother." The younger twin brother also said. "What about you guys?" Jin Wanchuang looked at the others. "I have no objections. We've already made a deal. Why would we go back on our words? A few million upper-rank spirit stones is not enough for me to throw away my face." The middle-aged woman snorted. The most troublesome ones had been dealt with, so the others did not have any objections. "All right, let's start counting the upper-rank spirit stones." Jin Wanchuang revealed a smile and walked over. Seeing this, Yichen smiled faintly. A darkness force field had earned him 50 million upper spiritual stones. This was a very good deal. Unfortunately, there were times when things did not go as one wished. Just when everyone was about to count the number of upper spiritual stones, a group of people suddenly appeared at the other end of the teleportation formation. This group of people was one less than Yi Chen's group, but the aura they emitted was even stronger. And among them, the leader was the golden-haired young master of the Golden Lion clan, Xiaobao. Xiaobao had a tall stature, at least 2 or 3 meters tall. He had broad shoulders, a golden complexion, and a pair of golden eyes that emitted a resplendent golden radiance. But this alone was not enough to worry Yi Chen. What worried Yi Chen was that among the people standing next to Xiaobao, there were a few that he could not see through back in the tea house. For example, there was a bald fatty with a tattoo on his head, a middle-aged scholar carrying a sword, a middle-aged woman with a sinister aura, and a short old man wearing a raincoat. Apart from them, although Yi Chen had never seen the others beside Xiaobao, none of them could be underestimated. They were not at all inferior to their side, and there were even 1 or 2 that surpassed them. The sudden arrival of the uninvited guests caused Jin Wanshuang's group to tense up. Each of them stared at the other side, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. "I'm afraid we're going to have a big battle," Morong Qingqing said gravely. Yi Chen nodded, "Unless everyone can sit down and divide the spirit stones equally. But that's obviously impossible, so we can only have a big battle. There were too many things that happened in ancient ruins because of wealth, so it would be strange if there weren't any great battles. Moreover, everyone was already used to this sudden great battle, so they wouldn't have any complaints, nor would they cower in the slightest." "Haha, so many top-grade spirit stones, the heavens are indeed blessing me," Xiaobao. Walking out of the teleportation array, Xiaobao ignored everyone and laughed arrogantly. His golden hair fluttered in the wind like a golden flame. "Hee, why do I see a few flies?" The bald fatty's body moved horizontally, and he stood beside Xiaobao like a lump of meat, trembling incessantly. However, this person's mouth was too sharp, immediately belittling Yi Chen's group. Just like Xiaobao, he did not put them in his eyes. Just slap them to death. There was also a middle-aged woman on Xiaobao's side. Although she did not look like the middle-aged woman on Yi Chen's side, and her figure was a bit sturdier, her aura was a bit similar. Being stared at by her small eyes was like being stared at by a venomous snake. On this side, Jin Wanshuang did not speak, but looked at everyone else. This was not a battle of one person, but a battle of one team against another. He needed to ask everyone's opinion. If a few people did not agree, then there would be no need to fight, since they would not be able to win anyway. Those who block the way shall die. The apathetic youngster who had been silent all this while coldly looked at Xiaobao's group and spat out these words. Faintly nodding, Jin Wanshuang looked at the others. "Those who obstruct us brothers from getting rich are all people who deserve to die. Killing those who deserve to die is our greatest pleasure." The twin brothers had a fiery temperament. Forcing them to retreat was worse than killing them. The younger twin brother could no longer hold back and was about to attack. His eyes were filled with savagery, and there was no trace of his previous naive appearance. When Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing were invited to the secret pavilion, Yi Chen had already seen this kind of expression. He naturally knew that these two could not be judged by their appearance. "That chick is not bad." The yellow-faced man had suffered at Yi Chen's hands. On the way, he did not look at Morong Qingqing with his lustful eyes, only sneaking a few glances. But now, his true nature was exposed. His naked eyes constantly scanned the young woman on Xiaobao's right, as if he could see something he should not see through her clothes. "I'm old, and I don't have many years left." The only ancient old man sighed and said something unimportant. However, when they heard it, it sounded a bit sinister. "Leave that old woman to me." The middle-aged woman did not like the middle-aged woman in front of her. She was too ugly. Now, only the yellow-robed woman, Lin Yushuan, and Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing remained. However, Jin Wanshuang retracted his gaze, not intending to ask anything. He couldn't see through the yellow-robed woman, but if she was a kind person, then he would have wasted his eyes. Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing. Just from their baleful auras, one could tell that they had killed many people. Especially Yi Chen, whose baleful aura was heavier than anyone else's. Jin Wanshuang admitted that he had underestimated Yi Chen. Perhaps this person was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Lin Yushuan was young and frivolous. This kind of person was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. Roar! The twin brothers roared savagely. Their footsteps shook the air as their killing intent and savagery filled the air. They were itching to immediately kill their way over. A bunch of ants dares to clamor in front of me? I'll tear you apart alive. Xiaobao's expression was cold and sinister. Xiaobao, I've seen your strength long ago, but I have yet to exchange blows with you. Today, you and I will have a decisive battle. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Lin Yuxuan stepped forward, boasting shamelessly. A youth behind Xiaobao walked out. He looked even younger than Lin Yuxuan, around 20 years of age. His face was as white as powder, and he was waving a fan. Whether I'm boasting shamelessly or not, you'll know soon enough. Xiaobao, do you dare to fight me? If not, then leave this place immediately. Lin Yuxuan took out his weapon, which was a halberd. Right now, the two sides were evenly matched, and both were experts. Whoever backed down first would not only lose face, but also their pride. Experts paid great attention to their pride. Only when facing an undefeatable opponent would they put it away. However, they naturally wouldn't think that their opponent was an undefeatable opponent. How could they back down? Not even half a step. A great battle was about to begin. You're not qualified to fight me. Zhao Shiwen, you go fight him. Xiaobao said to the pale-faced youth waving his fan. That's for the best. The pale-faced youth walked out, standing in the center of the battlefield. He slightly raised his head, arrogantly looking at Lin Yuxuan. Then let's fight. Lin Yuxuan's face was ashen. The radiance in his eyes seemed to have materialized and shot out, as if wanting to pierce through his opponent. Courting death. The pale-faced youth suddenly counterattacked. Let's exchange blows. This wasn't a challenge, but a battle for wealth. How could he just sit and watch the winner be decided? Coincidentally, the middle-aged woman on Yu Chen's side and Xiaobao's side walked out at the same time, slowly approaching each other. When they were about 100 meters away, their bodies instantly turned illusory, as if trying to confuse their opponent. However, when both of them did this, their killing intent became even more awe-inspiring. Roar! Xiaobao's golden hair fluttered as he soared into the sky. Golden demonic energy burst out from his body and swept through the entire palace, causing many people's blood and qi to boil, inwardly aghast. This was a young super expert, as well as the most arrogant young master of the Golden Lion clan. He wouldn't allow others to defy him, and now, he was about to take action. Leave it to me. As the captain of Yu Chen's side, Jin Wanchuang stepped out without hesitation. With each step, the metallic luster on the surface of his body increased by a bit. After 10 steps, his entire body seemed to have turned into a metallic man, emitting a dazzling luster. You guys go and kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Xiaobao's voice rumbled as he charged at Jin Wanchuang. Boom, the battlefield boiled. Xiaobao's words were akin to igniting a barrel of gunpowder. Everyone's expression turned sinister, revealing their killing intent. Kill. The indifferent young man found the middle-aged scholar who was holding a longsword. Both of them were rare experts. Once they started fighting, only sword lights and sword shadows could be seen. It was impossible to see the two of them. Even the surrounding people avoided them. Swordsman was a synonym for attack power. Both of them had similar strength. When they met a swordsman, their momentum would be weaker. When two swordsmen fought with their lives on the line, it was definitely a terrifying scene. I'm old, just a bag of old bones. The weathered old man's figure flashed and floated over to the strange old man in the raincoat. When the old man in the raincoat saw an old man like him, he curled his lips and said strangely, I hate dealing with old men the most. They are old and smelly. Change one, change one. I'm afraid it won't be as you wish. The weathered old man laughed. A black cane appeared in his hand and he attacked. Damn it. The old man's body slid to the side, avoiding this attack. While he was slipping, it actually started to drizzle. The raindrops fell on his raincoat and slid down. The old man gave people the feeling of a ghost in the rain, light and evil. This old man is quite hard to deal with. The weathered old man frowned and started to fight with his opponent. The middle-aged man wanted to find the young girl, but halfway, he was stopped by the bald fatty. He was so angry that his face turned purple. He held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, fiercely attacking the bald fatty. It seemed like there was an irreconcilable grudge between them. As for the twin brothers, they were a bit unkind. The two of them did not separate from each other. 2 against 1, they faced off against a guy wearing a mask. The elder brother's giant axe was like a falling mountain, while the younger brother's twin blades were like fire and water. The two of them cooperated seamlessly, forcing the masked guy into a difficult situation. He was mumbling something. Among the remaining 3, the yellow-clothed girl randomly found an opponent and started to fight. It seemed like she didn't have much ability. Morong Qingqing's opponent was the young girl that the middle-aged man had his eyes on. The two of them also started to fight. In the end, only Yichen was left. It seems like only the two of us are left. On the other side, the skinny middle-aged man who looked like a drying pole looked at Yichen with an ugly smile. His skinny fingers even dug his ears. Yeah. Yichen smiled faintly. In that case, let's not waste time. I'll let you have 3 moves first. How about it? The skinny man flicked his earwax and smiled. All right then. Yichen walked over step by step with a gentle smile on his face. The two seemed to be exchanging pointers, not a life-and-death battle. Shoo! All of a sudden, Yichen took one step forward as his Thunder Disaster Sword was taken out of its scabbard, slicing through his opponent's body. It was so fast that the air did not even have the time to vibrate. His opponent could not even feel that Yichen had already taken out his sword, only seeing his body shake. After doing all this, an ordinary person would have put away their sword, since the opponent was already dead. However, a sneer appeared on the corner of Yichen's mouth as he suddenly turned around and stabbed out. Ding! The cold light clashed, and a figure flew backward. On the other hand, the skinny middle-aged man behind Yichen was only a clone. It was just that this clone was extremely plump. From the outside, it was impossible to tell at all. Even using soul power to scan it, one could not find anything. Moreover, at this critical moment, who would have the time to carefully plan and kill the opponent first? Who would have thought that the skinny middle-aged man had already prepared for this? It seemed like his real body was already hiding in a corner before the battle even started. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yichen. What kind of person was Yichen? His soul power was 5 times that of an ordinary person. Adding on his cautious nature, it had always been him sneak attacking others. Therefore, in Yichen's opinion, the skinny middle-aged man's actions were merely a show to him. He would play along with the opponent, since he wouldn't lose anything in the end. Yichen's counterattack startled the skinny middle-aged man. The number of people who had died under this method was too many to count. He had already lost count of how many people he had killed, apart from those whose strength was too high to assassinate. Yichen was the first person with a peak C of Soul Realm Cultivation base to see through this move of his. How could he not be shocked? What? Didn't you say you'd let me have 3 moves? Yichen looked at the opponent with a sneer. The skinny middle-aged man retracted his astonishment and smiled. I only said my clone would let you have 3 moves, not my real body. You didn't hear me clearly. Is that so? How about I let you have 3 moves first? You let me have 3 moves first? The skinny middle-aged man was a bit confused. However, thinking of Yichen's shrewdness, he still shook his head. No, I'm afraid of being cheated by you. To be honest, I've never seen someone as shrewd as an old fox at your age. Hee, you're overpraising me. Let's see what I can do. Yichen suddenly attacked. The Thunder Disaster Sword drew a transparent arc in the void, its tip pointing straight at the middle-aged man's forehead. Before the sword arrived, a sharp sword chi had already locked onto the opponent. No matter how many tricks the opponent had, it would be impossible to confuse Yichen. I found a tough one. The skinny middle-aged man inwardly cursed his bad luck. Waving his bony palm in the air, a silver-black ghost claw stretched out, covering all the vital points of Yichen's body. Ding 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 ding, the two fought fast against fast, and the middle-aged man's strength was not something Yichen dared to underestimate. Yichen was sure that apart from a small portion of the people present, everyone else's strength was about the same. It would be impossible to win without paying a price. Yichen also didn't dare to say that he could easily defeat the middle-aged man, because both sides hadn't used their killing moves yet. They were still at the stage of testing each other's strength. Rumble, 10 battles suddenly erupted in the palace, Jin Wanshuang against Shi Xiaobao, the cold-faced youngster against the middle-aged scholar, Lin Yuxuan against the pale-faced youngster, the middle-aged woman against the middle-aged woman, the weathered old man against the raincoat old man, the twin brothers against the masked man, the yellow-robed woman against the curly-bearded man, Morong Qingqing against the young woman, and Yichen against the skinny middle-aged man. The 10 battles were all spread out, each occupying an area. The entire palace had turned into a battlefield. Only the upper-rank spirit stones in the center of the palace, which was enveloped by a spirit array, did not erupt. Fortunately, there was a spirit array there. Otherwise, the superimposed chi strength would inevitably destroy all 500 million upper-rank spirit stones, leaving nothing behind. Apart from this, the palace itself was also protected by a restriction. Therefore, no matter how big the commotion was, it couldn't shake the palace. Whenever someone's attack landed on the palace walls, it would be absorbed by a layer of light without any sound or influence. The battles were too bitter, and everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. This was different from the previous battles. Among the 10 battles, which one of them wasn't concealing their strength? Each of them was a rare powerhouse under life and death realm with countless killing moves and trump cards. Of course, the most magnificent battle was naturally between Jin Wanshuang and Shi Xiaobao. Both of them were at the top of their respective squads. At this moment, they were no longer holding back, displaying everything they had learned and attacking each other with all their might. Lion King Claw. Shi Xiaobao furiously roared. His right hand turned into a huge lion claw and fiercely struck at Jin Wanshuang. The energy carried by the claw pierced through metal and stone, causing space to distort. Clang, Jin Wanshuang didn't hold back. He extended his palm and clenched it into a fist. This fist was shining with a silvery radiance, as if it was forged from silver. However, no one would think of it as silver, because this fist was countless times harder than silver. Even diamond would not be able to compare to it. Amidst a loud sound, Jin Wanshuang's fist shattered the Lion King claw and kicked at Shi Xiaobao's head. Courting death. Shi Xiaobao stretched out his left hand and grabbed Jin Wanshuang's ankle. Exerting strength in his arm, he lifted Jin Wanshuang and spun him several times in the air. An ordinary person would have long since become dizzy and lose all their battle strength, let alone the ability to counterattack. However, Jin Wanshuang was not an ordinary person. As if he couldn't feel the spinning, his fists repeatedly struck Shi Xiaobao's protective Jin Yuan, causing his blood and qi to boil. Scram! Shi Xiaobao furiously roared and threw Jin Wanshuang. With a slap, Jin Wanshuang's feet stomped on the palace wall and borrowed the rebound force to attack Shi Xiaobao again. His strength and reaction speed were truly frightening. Roar! Shi Xiaobao couldn't endure this kind of attack and finally reverted to his true form. The air suddenly distorted, and a 12-meter-long golden lion appeared in front of everyone. This golden lion had 4 pillar-like limbs and sharp claws. Its golden mane was draped behind its head, shining with a golden radiance as if it was forged from gold. Compared to the silver on Jin Wanshuang's body, the two colors were distinct. One gold, one silver. Roar! Shi Xiaobao roared again and suddenly leaped up, attacking Jin Wanshuang. His huge body allowed him to take countless steps forward with a single step. With a flicker, he appeared above Jin Wanshuang's head and ruthlessly stomped down with the pressure of Mount Tai. Dream on! Jin Wanshuang crossed his arms above his head, blocking the claws. Creak, the two were in a deadlock. After reverting to his true form, Shi Xiaobao became more and more violent. How could he tolerate such a situation? With a slight movement of his right claw, his huge head reached down and bit at Jin Wanshuang's head. If he was bitten, it wouldn't be as simple as a light injury, he would definitely be split in two. However, Jin Wanshuang didn't only have this much ability. His eyes turned silver, and his hair stood up like a silver hedgehog. Resisting the pressure, he clenched his left fist and punched at one of Shi Xiaobao's huge teeth, producing an intense sound of metal colliding. Shi Xiaobao was forced back a step, and cracks appeared on his teeth. He couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. This was the first time he had suffered a loss. Apart from Shi Xiaobao and Jin Wanchuang's side, the others were also in a miserable state. Although they weren't as majestic as this place, they were exceptionally murderous. The cold-faced youngster and the middle-aged scholar had already exchanged hundreds of moves. In these hundreds of moves, both sides had suffered a small loss. After all, in a fight between sword artists, the moment they saw a flaw, they would strike it. Using speed to fight speed, the slightest flaw would be fatal. The cold-faced youngster's shoulder was struck by a sword, and there was a bloody mark on his chest. On the other hand, the middle-aged scholar's hair was disheveled, and his abdomen and leg were both struck by a sword. The two were evenly matched, and it seemed like they didn't know each other well. It was still too early to decide the victor. However, in a fight between the same level, the victor could only be decided in the later stages. Only then would the small advantages and disadvantages be magnified to the point that they couldn't be ignored. However, as time passed, some people began to fall into a disadvantageous position. The first to fall into a disadvantageous position was the yellow-faced man. His opponent was a bald fatty with a tattoo on his head. This fatty was extremely hard to deal with. Just like the fat on his body, the zhenyuan he had cultivated was extremely slippery. When the spear stabbed forward, it was soft but not strong. The yellow-faced man became more and more powerless, and many bloody marks appeared on his body. He was suppressed to the point where he couldn't even raise his head. Hee, dying by my hands? It's not bad to say it out loud. The bald fatty seemed to be handling the situation with ease. Up until now, it seemed he hadn't used his full strength. His palms were the size of palms, and as they slammed out, a dense mass of thick vibrational energy could be felt. The yellow-faced man had suffered from this vibrational energy, and every time they exchanged blows, he could feel minute injuries appearing in his body. Over time, these minute injuries would accumulate, and it would be terrifying. Die. The yellow-faced man suddenly threw out the shield in his hand, slashing at the bald fatty's head while blocking the latter's vision. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the yellow-faced man suddenly leaped up, and his body split into three. The three of them attacked at the same time, creating layers of spear shadows. Hee. Unexpectedly, the bald fatty's movement technique was 10 times better than what the yellow-faced man had imagined. This kind of movement technique, let alone a fatty, even a person as light as a swallow might not be able to display it so elegantly. However, the bald fatty gave people a feeling of elegance. His figure flashed, and the bald fatty dodged the shield, suddenly appearing below the yellow-faced man. His eyes narrowed, and his small eyes couldn't be seen anymore as he pushed out both hands. The yellow-faced man had split into 3 figures, and they had a confusing effect. The bald fatty indeed couldn't see through them, so he pushed out 2 palms. Out of the 3, 2 hit. The success rate was higher than 50%. If he didn't hit, then it could only be said that the yellow-faced man's luck was too good. In fact, the yellow-faced man's luck wasn't that good. Out of the 2 figures that were hit, one was his real body. Puff, the bald fatty's fleshy palm was plump and strangely powerful. The yellow-faced man was hit in the crotch, and his whole body was thrown high into the air. His lower part was smashed into a pile, and his stomach was pierced through. Due to the powerful pressure, the yellow-faced man's blood didn't come from his mouth, but from the top of his head. His head suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. At this point, Yi Chen's side had lost 1 person. This wasn't the end. The battle between the middle-aged woman and the middle-aged woman also ended. The one who died was the middle-aged woman on Yi Chen's side. I've roamed the Jianghu for so many years, but this is the first time I've met someone more sinister than me. I deserve to die. The middle-aged woman stood upright on the ground. Her back was full of silver needles, and the real fatal wounds were the 2 silver needles on the soles of her feet. It turned out that the middle-aged woman on Shi Xiaobao's side had placed the silver needles on the ground from time to time during the battle, waiting for her opponent to step on them. Such a small trick couldn't have been hidden from the middle-aged woman on Yi Chen's side. However, she had already refined the silver needles into her body, forcing them out from the soles of her feet and hiding them in the ground around her. Therefore, the one who lost this battle wasn't because they were weak, but because they weren't as sinister as the other side. They hadn't expected that the other side would use such an unimaginable trick. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's side lost 2 people. In terms of numbers, the balance shifted towards Xiaobao's side. The strength of both sides was about the same, and Yichen's side seemed a bit weaker. Losing two people at once was simply a devastating disaster. It was like a tug-of-war. Both sides were evenly matched, but as long as the other side exerted a little more strength, it would lead to an overwhelming victory. You two brothers should be barbarians, right? I've never fought with such a powerful half-step barbarian king. Let's see if your brute force is stronger or if my palm energy is stronger. The bald fatty swept his gaze, and fell on the twin brothers who were besieging the masked man. Both of them were powerful half-step kings. 2 against 1, even if the masked man's strength reached the heavens, he was still beaten to the point of spurting out blood. If not for the fact that the two brothers had too few variations in their moves, the masked man would have long since been chopped into meat paste. With his body as light as a swallow, the bald fatty floated to the masked man's side and extended his chubby palm, blocking the elder brother's axe. The elder brother was called Daer Xiong, and the younger brother was Daer Ba. In the deep-sea barbarian race, they were known as the Daer brothers. They were the most famous geniuses of the race. Unable to bear the rules of the barbarian race, the two brothers had come out to roam the world. Relying on their powerful defense and combined strength, they had been doing very well and had never suffered a loss. Seeing a fat guy like a big white pig running over and stopping the two brothers from joining hands, Daer Xiong was enraged. Wielding the axe with one hand, he doubled his strength. Creak, the pressure on the bald fatty increased sharply. His knee slightly softened, and the ground beneath his feet vibrated, producing a sound of metal twisting. Good heavens! His strength is close to 1,000,000 Jin. The bald fatty's eyes widened as blue veins popped out on his forehead. With a roar, he inflated like a balloon and sent Daer Xiong flying. Brother! Daer Ba turned to look at Daer Xiong. Daer Xiong waved his hand and said, I'll leave the masked man to you. I'll deal with this big white pig. Remember, don't ruin the reputation of us Daer brothers. Of course not. My blood is boiling. Daer Ba turned his head and looked at the masked man with a different gaze. His eyes were like two flames, burning fiercely as a wild power gradually awakened in his body. F***ck. Madman. The masked man was in a miserable state. These two brothers had incomparably powerful fleshly bodies, no different from monsters. Perhaps even body refining experts of the same level would be somewhat inferior to them. Seems like I have to use 20% of my strength. A dangerous light flashed in the masked man's eyes. On this side, the bald fatty helped the masked man share some of the pressure. On the other side, the middle-aged woman went to help the curly-bearded man deal with the yellow-clothed woman. She could see that the yellow-clothed woman's strength was unfathomable, and the curly-bearded man was most likely not her opponent. If the other party got serious, the curly-bearded man would be finished. As for Xiaobao, the middle-aged scholar, and the raincoat old man, they didn't need her help. The others' opponents weren't very strong, so she didn't bother to consider them. Oh, another one. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? The yellow-robed woman lightly patted with her slender palm. Not only was the curly-bearded man's fierce strength neutralized, but his body was also pushed back by a gentle force, causing him to stagger. With a faint smile, the yellow-robed woman drew a circle in the air with her left hand, and all the silver needles were fixed there. Soft profound meaning. The middle-aged woman walked over. Not bad. You've also comprehended the soft ultimacy, right? The woman in yellow said. The middle-aged woman didn't answer directly. She said to the curly-bearded man, You've comprehended the profound of toughness, while I've comprehended the profound of gentleness. Let's work together to deal with her. All right. The curly-bearded man didn't hesitate at all. The threat that the yellow-robed woman gave him was too great. Her aura was like maggots in one's bones. Once touched, it would be hard to get rid of. He didn't know how much power she had used, but he himself had already used 90% of his power. The reason why he didn't use his full power was because if his power increased, the opponent's power would also increase. He didn't dare to use all of his power. Since the middle-aged woman proposed to work together, he naturally wouldn't refuse. The two of them stood on the left and right, vaguely surrounding the yellow-robed woman. The yellow-robed woman ignored them and said with a smile, It seems like if I don't use some of my true power, I'll be beaten to death by you too. Bring it on. The middle-aged woman circulated her Xinyuan and focused her mind. Through her body, one could see that inside her body, there were countless silver needles following her meridians to her fingertips, soles of her feet, knees, and elbows. It was as if her body was a weapon that could shoot out silver needles from anywhere and kill people. Compared to the hidden killing intent here, the battle on the other side was much fiercer. The two sides were Lin Yuxuan and the pale-faced youngster. Since Lin Yuxuan dared to call himself Shi Xiaobao, he naturally had some ability. The bronze halberd in his hand danced like an azure dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The azure dragons roared and released a majestic aura that surrounded the pale-faced youngster. The pale-faced youngster's fighting style was similar to his appearance, leaning towards the feminine side. However, his feminine side was different from the yellow-robed woman's. The yellow-robed woman's feminine side gave off a feeling of hidden needles, while the pale-faced youngster's feminine side was more domineering. Waving his fan, the pale-faced youngster fanned away the azure dragon halberd lights. At the same time, his left hand wasn't idle either, occasionally giving Lin Yuxuan a sneak attack. His palm energy was unceasing, and the after-effects were strangely strong. Water-like ripples spread out in the void, affecting Lin Yuxuan's follow-up movements. Soaring dragon-breaking water. Lin Yuxuan roared. His whole body rose from the ground and thrust the 3-meter-long bronze halberd forward. With an indomitable will, the azure dragon halberd light soared into the sky. Come at me. The pale-faced youngster waved his fan 3 times at the azure dragon halberd light, and the two brushed past each other. Puff, spurting out a mouthful of blood, Lin Yuxuan staggered and landed behind the pale-faced youngster. The pale-faced youngster didn't have a good time either. There was a cut on his shoulder with blood spurting out. One move, both of them were injured. Rumble, in the sky above the palace not far away, an intense aura exploded, radiating in all directions. One side was pure white, overbearing and condensed, while the other side was ink black, deep and gloomy. The two combatants were the young woman and Murong Qingqing. One cultivated a pure and fierce martial art, while the other cultivated a dark martial art. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other and could only clash again and again, hoping to suppress the other in terms of endurance. Dark force field. While retreating, Murong Qingqing's body suddenly flickered with purplish-black lightning, and a distorted force field enveloped the young woman. Puff, this force field contained a powerful repulsive force. Originally, the young woman shouldn't have been injured by this repulsive force. However, the two of them had clashed countless times, and were already somewhat exhausted. Adding on that last clash, her blood and qi were still boiling, and she didn't have time to adjust her condition. Who would have thought that Murong Qingqing still had this hidden card? Spurting out a mouthful of blood, the young woman was sent flying. Come back. Murong Qingqing's right hand made a grabbing motion in the air, forcibly pulling the young woman over. She used dark gravity. Don't go too far. The white Xinyuan on the young woman's body started burning like a white sacred flame. With a shout, she punched at Murong Qingqing, and white light shone brightly. Swish, a pair of black wings suddenly stretched out from Murong Qingqing's back. Black qi surged, and she disappeared in front of the young woman. That invincible punch naturally missed. Not good. The young woman hurriedly turned around and punched. Pung, Murong Qingqing was blasted back, and the young woman spurted out another mouthful of blood. Richlight Oceanspan was a gathering place for experts. It could be said that experts were as common as clouds. Foursquare Island was one of the few flourishing islands in Richlight Oceanspan. Thus, every island here was naturally a gathering of experts. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the two sides fighting in the palace were all elites of Foursquare Island. Once they returned to their respective territories, they would be near invincible existences under life and death realm. Unfortunately, when experts met experts, invincible would become not so easy. For example, the skinny middle-aged man fighting with Yi Chen was an ordinary expert. If placed in True Spirit Continent, even if he didn't rank in the top 5, he would at least rank in the top 10. However, he was also unlucky to run into Yi Chen. His battle skills were worthless in front of Yi Chen, and his display of weakness was also useless in front of Yi Chen. In any case, Yichen was the kind of person who had no weaknesses. If one wanted to defeat him, one would have to use overwhelming superiority. Apart from this, there was no other way. The skinny middle-aged man was forced into a panic by Yichen's mysterious sword arts. His mysterious movement technique had become his trump card, and he couldn't gain the slightest upper hand. I don't believe it. The skinny middle-aged man was enraged. His body split into 9, and the 9 figures surrounded and attacked Yichen. Sometimes, 2 against 1, sometimes, 3 against 1. Sometimes, he sent a clone to his death, fighting for an opportunity for the other clones and the main body. Go! Yichen leaped high and pointed with his left sword finger. Clang, 9 sword shadows shot out. Puff 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 puff, the middle-aged man's clones were swept clean, and his main body retreated several steps. Die! Right at this moment, a skinny middle-aged man appeared in the void behind Yichen. Meanwhile, the main body, which had been pushed back several steps, turned into green smoke with a ping sound. It turned out that the doppelganger secret art cultivated by the skinny middle-aged man was an extremely powerful heaven-grade mid-rank secret art. Not only could it create a doppelganger, it could also create a fake body. Apart from not having any flesh or bones, the fake body was almost no different from the main body. The only weakness was that condensing a fake body required 40% of his Jinyuan. The ghost claw was like lightning as the middle-aged man clawed through Yichen's head. Not right. The middle-aged man's expression changed. The Yichen he had clawed through did not have a real body, and was just a void. You have a cloning secret art, and I have a shadow profound martial art. The main body appeared behind the middle-aged man, and Yichen stabbed out with his sword, piercing through the middle-aged man's head and coming out from the middle of his eyebrows. Swoosh, pulling out the sword, Yichen quickly retreated, while the middle-aged man fell on his back. This was his main body, not a clone or fake body. He did not expect that Yichen had also comprehended a shadow profound, and it was so profound that even he could not see through it. Huff, landing on the ground, Yichen let out a breath of turbid air and thought to himself, it was not easy at all. In the battle with the middle-aged man, Yichen did not use his trump card, because the middle-aged man had too many clones, and he could not lock on to any of them at all. The latter would not give him the time to use it, and forcefully using it would only be a waste of Jinyuan. Of course, Yichen was confident that he could kill the middle-aged man with bewitching mirror shattering, but he did not want to reveal it yet. After killing the skinny middle-aged man, Yichen stood in place and did not go to help anyone, because there was no one on his side who needed help. Jin Wanchuang was fighting Shi Xiaobao, and the latter still had the upper hand. The cold-faced youngster was fighting against the middle-aged scholar. Both of them were sword artists, and if Yichen went to help, it would only make the cold-faced youngster unhappy. As for Lin Yuxuan, it was better to forget about it. This person was extremely arrogant, so how could he accept the help of others? The twin brothers had strange and unfathomable characters, so it was better not to interfere. As for the yellow-robed woman, no matter how Yichen looked at it, it was her opponent who needed help. If he went, it would only be superfluous. Moreover, Morong Qingqing had also gained the upper hand, suppressing the young woman. It seemed that the battle would be settled after a while. In the end, the battle between the old man and the raincoat old man was a bit confusing. The old man's style was fast, precise, and accurate, while the raincoat old man's style was the same as his attire, strange and inexplicable. Sometimes, it was better to attack in a straight line, but he always chose an arc. Sometimes, when it was necessary to clash head-on, he would retreat with all his might, and when it was necessary to retreat, he would attack with all his might. In short, it could not be speculated with common sense. Retracting his gaze, Yichen turned around and looked at the small mountain of upper-grade spirit stones at the center of the palace. The reason this astonishing amount of upper-grade spirit stones could be preserved for so many years was directly related to the formation below. If Yichen's guess was correct, this formation should be called the spirit locking formation, which could lock spirit chi within the formation and not let it leak out. Apart from locking spirit chi, the spirit locking formation also had a powerful defensive ability. Once the chi surging back and forth in the palace rushed over, it would immediately be deflected by the formation's power, unable to shake it in the slightest. However, the spirit locking formation was, after all, not a defensive formation. After suffering countless attacks, it became unstable and flickered. Yichen didn't dare to break open the array and collect the upper-grade spirit stones. He was afraid that once the array was broken, the upper-grade spirit stones inside would be shattered by the chi energies coming from all directions. If he were to shatter more than 500 million upper-grade spirit stones, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Therefore, even if he had nothing to do, he could only watch from the side without doing anything. For symbol Sky Absolute Sword Art. Limitless Death Sword. The confrontation between the two peak sword artists attracted Yichen's attention. The middle-aged scholar and the cold-faced youngster both used their killing moves, preparing to decide the victor and the loser. The middle-aged scholar's killing move contained 4 elements: wood profound, metal profound, fire profound, and water profound. Of course, these 4 profounds weren't fused, but rather separated and complemented each other. 4 consecutive sword strikes cut off all of the cold-faced youngster's paths of retreat and advance, giving off an aura of extermination. Meanwhile, the cold-faced youngster's killing move fused the earth profound and metal profound, carrying the weight of earth and sharpness of metal. It didn't need many transformations. Once the sword pierced out, even gods and ghosts wouldn't be able to escape. It aimed at the middle-aged scholar's flaw. Amazing. Either one of them has the strength to compete with me. If I don't use bewitching mirror shattering, it will be almost impossible for me to defeat them. Even if I use it, I only have a 70% chance of defeating them. Yichen's mind turned quickly, analyzing the two's strength and comparing it with his own. In the blink of an eye, the two's killing moves collided with each other, and then thousands of cold stars burst out. Even Yichen couldn't figure out what had happened in a split second, and could only speculate based on the trajectory of the thousands of cold stars. Puff, the cold stars faded, and a stream of blood sprayed 7 or 8 feet high. The middle-aged scholar's head was raised up, and on his neck, there was a horrifying sword mark. His throat had been cut, and his spine was strangely broken, unable to support the weight of his head. In the confrontation of killing moves, the middle-aged scholar was the first to die. Yichen then looked at the cold-faced youngster. The cold-faced youngster's injury was very serious. For an ordinary person, this would be a fatal injury. His left and right chest were pierced, and his 2 thighs were also cut with deep sword marks. Blood spurted out crazily, and his whole body seemed to be bathed in blood. One dead, one seriously injured. This is a battle between swordsmen. Yichen sighed. Clang, after killing the middle-aged scholar, the cold-faced youngster's body went limp. His long sword fell to the ground, and he knelt on both knees, spurting out a huge mouthful of blood. His hair was drenched in sweat and blood. At this moment, not to mention a half-step king, even an astral-reaching expert could easily kill him. The injuries on his thighs and right chest couldn't be considered fatal. However, the injury on his left chest was extremely fatal. If not for the slightest deviation, his heart would have been pierced, and he would have died. It could be said that his survival was 70 to 80% luck. This middle-aged scholar was the most frightening sword artist he had ever encountered, and had the possibility of killing him. Die. Right at this moment, a huge lion claw suddenly attacked the cold-faced youngster. The huge lion claw shone with a golden luster, and its owner was naturally Shi Shaobao in his true form. It turned out that Shi Shaobao and Jin Wanchuang had both been blown back by the clash just now, and Shi Shaobao had been blown back by the cold-faced youngster. Seeing that the cold-faced youngster had killed the middle-aged scholar and was also heavily injured, Shi Shaobao casually swiped his claw, wanting to kill him. The cold-faced youngster didn't even have the strength to raise his eyes, let alone defend with his sword. If there were no mishaps, his death was already decided. Clang, however, a mishap occurred. A long sword blocked Shi Shaobao's claw. It was Yichen. You're courting death. Shi Shaobao's huge lion head spat out human words as he glowered at Yichen. Yichen faintly smiled, we're enemies. Since we're enemies, I can't let you have your way. The reply to Yichen was a furious roar. Shi Shaobao's body twisted, and his other claw swiped at Yichen like lightning. Go back. Yichen held his sword with both hands. A black lightning ball condensed on the blade and instantly exploded, sending Shi Shaobao flying. Dozens of golden hairs danced in the air. Dong, after returning to his true form, the lion claw was Shi Shaobao's toughest part. Yi Chen's sword didn't injure him, but when he was sent flying into the air, a silver silhouette shot over and punched his chest, issuing a drum-like sound. After this punch, Jin Wanchuang didn't get greedy and immediately retreated to avoid Shi Xiaobao's counterattack. Sure enough, after receiving this powerful punch, Shi Xiaobao's mouth and nose leaked a large amount of blood. However, what he did first was not to temporarily dodge, but to fiercely counterattack. Under the pain, Shi Xiaobao's counterattack was even crazier than his all-out attack. Unfortunately, how could Jin Wanchuang give him such an opportunity? Failing his counterattack, Shi Xiaobao was sent flying backward. His 4 claws landed on the ground, and there was a small fist imprint on his chest. Blood flowed out of his 7 apertures, indicating that he had suffered a serious internal injury. If he wasn't a genius of the Golden Lion race with the noblest peak high-rank bloodline and an incomparably tyrannical fleshly body, even if he didn't die from this punch, he would be heavily injured. However, his strength was similar to Jin Wanchuang's, and with enough time, he had the confidence to grind Jin Wanchuang to death. But now that he was injured, he was definitely not Jin Wanchuang's opponent. Turning his head to look at the others, Shi Xiaobao turned silent. Apart from the rain-robed old man, the others had either encountered an opponent that was hard to determine, or had an opponent that was as unfathomable as the rain-robed old man. The situation was not as good as he had imagined. If this continued, they would be annihilated one by one. Retreat! Shi Xiaobao roared and shot toward the teleportation array. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as Shi Xiaobao's voice faded, 2 people flashed over. One was a pale-faced young lady, and the other was a blood-soaked masked man. These 2 had encountered extremely powerful opponents. The young lady's opponent was Murong Qingqing, who was extremely fast and possessed a mysterious dark martial art. The masked man's opponent was Dayer Ba, a monster with an undying fleshly body. Therefore, they had long since thought of retreating. Time to retreat. Hee, your strength is not bad. This old man will not play with you anymore. The rain-robed old man shuttled through the rain, his figure flickering erratically as he shook off the weathered old man and flashed toward the teleportation array, leaving behind countless afterimages. The middle-aged lady saw that the situation was not right and abandoned the curly-bearded man. The pale-faced young man was rather unlucky. His path of retreat coincided with the bald fatty's. The latter's movement technique was too powerful, and Dayer Xiong did not manage to hit him. Instead, his axe chopped down on the pale-faced young man's body, splitting him into 2 from head to toe. Seeing that most of the enemies had fled, Jin Wanchuang and the rest did not stop them. As the saying goes, don't chase a cornered enemy. If you forced the enemy into a desperate situation, you would inevitably face the enemy's final counterattack. Everyone's strength was equal, and one side's final counterattack would more or less increase the number of casualties. Let's go. The teleportation array had already been activated, flickering with radiance. Shi Xiaobao coldly said. The masked man said, there's one more. He looked at the curly-bearded man. Shi Xiaobao shook his head, he won't be able to live. At the last moment, the yellow-robed lady became slightly serious. Her body turned into a stream of light and coiled around the curly-bearded man like a huge yellow snake. Clatter, the curly-bearded man's body emitted continuous popping sounds. As soon as the yellow-robed lady left, his body softened and collapsed on the ground like a pile of meat. In just a moment, the curly-bearded man's bones were completely shattered. The yellow-robed lady's strength shocked everyone. Buzz, the teleportation array flickered, and Shi Xiaobao and the rest disappeared from the palace. I owe you my life. The cold-faced youngster said to Yi Chen. He's also my enemy. Yi Chen sheathed his sword. Those are 2 different matters. This life of mine, I will return it to you. Saying so, the cold-faced youngster sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to begin healing. Yi Chen faintly smiled and moved closer to the others. The silver luster on Jin Wanchuang's body receded as he sized up everyone. Seeing that the middle-aged woman and the yellow-faced man had died, he couldn't help but sigh. The 10 people he had invited were all experts, but facing an elite like them, casualties were unavoidable. Fortunately, the enemies had more casualties. 10 had come, but only 6 were left. 4 had died, which was double their numbers. Even if they won this battle, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. the dead could not come back to life. Moreover, they did not have any deep feelings for the middle-aged woman and the yellow-faced man. They were not even friends, so they naturally would not feel sad. Since they were already dead, the treasure still had to be divided. What was undeniable was that with the two dead, each of them would get a bigger share of the treasures. Everyone's emotions were complicated. Clearing his throat, Jin Wanchuang said, "Right now, there are 9 of us left. Lady Morong will get 20% of the treasures, and we will each get 10%. Now, let's break the formation and count the upper-grade spirit stones." As he spoke, Jin Wanchuang arrived before the spirit lock array. Ha! Silver light overflowed from his palm as Jin Wanchuang's palm slammed into the void. A ring of light yellow light blossomed in the void. It was the light of the spirit lock array. As Jin Wanchuang's palm slammed down, the array's light fluctuated, dimming and brightening at times. Jin Wanchuang had long since had experience in this aspect. His palm pressed against the array's light and swiped horizontally. Pop! The spirit lock array was broken, and the dense spirit chi within the array was released, spreading out in all directions. In an instant, the entire palace was filled with spirit chi, making it slightly moist. Hee hee. The twin brothers could not help but smile. The previous battle had made them extremely satisfied, and now, there was so much wealth waiting for them. Life's happiness was nothing more than this. Just like the twin brothers, everyone revealed a knowing smile. The killing intent left over from the great battle also vanished like smoke in thin air. As for the middle-aged woman and the yellow-faced man's deaths, they had long since forgotten about them. At this moment, no one was thinking about them. All they were thinking about was how many high-grade spirit stones they could get. Everyone, start counting. Jin Wanchuang nodded to everyone. With their powerful soul power, everyone's counting speed was extremely fast. In just a short while, everyone had finished. I have 81 million here. I have 75 million here. 84 million. Apart from the indifferent young man who was still recovering from his injuries, the 8 of them added up to a total of 648 million, which was more than 100 million more than the 500 million. This was definitely a great harvest. Even if they did not gain anything from this, it was still a rewarding trip. Jin Wanchuang said with a smile, a total of 648 million. 10% is 64,800,000. Lady Morong will take 20%, so it will be 129,600,000. Now, everyone can take your share. Don't take more, but don't take less either. It's more than I imagined. Yichen's upper-grade spirit stones had already surpassed 30 million, reaching a total of 36 million. With the addition of 64,800,000, he had over 100 million. Such a huge amount of wealth was something even the majority of 6th-grade sects couldn't compare to. If not for the upper-grade storage ring he had obtained in the Blackwater Alliance's crystal vault, a mid-grade storage ring wouldn't have been able to store so many upper-grade spirit stones. Morong Qingqing's harvest was the most. This was all thanks to her dark force field, which allowed her to obtain 2 portions of the wealth. After collecting their own upper-grade spirit stones, everyone's gazes fell on the 7 chests of energy crystals. The distribution of energy crystals was a bit complicated, because there were too many types of energy crystals, and everyone's needs were different. However, energy crystals were the same as spirit stones, and could also be used for cultivation. For example, for those who cultivated fire Xianxia, using fire energy crystals to cultivate would have a better effect than using spirit stones of the same grade. Moreover, it could increase the destructive power of the fire Xianxia, as well as contain more fire attribute energy. First, let's count how many energy crystals we have. Jin Wanchuang frowned and said. Soon, the number of energy crystals was also counted. There were 70,000 upper-grade energy crystals in total, 10,000 per chest. Among them, there were 8,000 gold energy crystals, 10,000 wood energy crystals, 12,000 water energy crystals, 11,000 fire energy crystals, 13,000 earth energy crystals, 7,000 wind energy crystals, 5,000 thunder energy crystals, 2,000 light energy crystals, 2,000 dark energy crystals. There were energy crystals of all 9 major attributes, and the quantity varied according to their rarity. The rarest ones were naturally light and dark. Jin Wanchuang said, 70,000 energy crystals, divided equally among the 9 of us. Each of us will get 7,777 crystals. I cultivate metal element Xinyuan, and I don't see anyone cultivating metal element Xinyuan in the team. Thus, I will take 7,777 metal element crystals. I want 2,000 dark energy crystals. The rest doesn't matter. Morong Qingqing also said. Yichen said, I don't care about any energy crystals. The Zhenyuan he cultivated did not contain any attribute, and was the purest Zhenyuan. In this way, the distribution was much easier. Among the 9, there weren't many who cultivated attributed Zhenyuan. Moreover, they didn't overlap, so there was no conflict between them. Yichen took a bit of each attributed energy crystal. Even if he didn't cultivate, he could still use these crystals as a form of wealth. After distributing the energy crystals, there was nothing left in the palace. Alright, the distribution is done. Everyone can rest here for a while and heal your injuries. Jin Wanchuang said. Among the 9, the one with the heaviest injuries was the cold-faced youngster, followed by Lin Yuxuan. Jin Wanchuang and Shi Xiaobao had also suffered some light injuries. The remaining 6 were not injured, but they needed to replenish their Zhenyuan. At this moment, time was not pressing, so no one wasted precious pills. Instead, they sat cross-legged to recover their Zhenyuan. Half a day later, apart from the cold-faced youngster, everyone had recovered to their peak state. A day later, the cold-faced young man also stopped healing. His injuries weren't something that could be healed in a short period of time. However, with the help of precious medicinal pills, he was almost fully recovered. He didn't want to waste everyone's time, so he stopped healing. Let's go. Jin Wanchuang waved his hand and walked out of the palace. There were 2 paths outside the palace, one to the left and the other to the right. Everyone chose the path on the right. Following the path, they gradually arrived at the core of the ruins. The surroundings were filled with layers of buildings, and the atmosphere was gloomy. Morong Qingqing suddenly whispered into Yichen's ear, I saw a blurry shadow just now. It wasn't an illusion. Oh. Yichen was moved, even ignoring the hot breath that Morong Qingqing blew into his ear. While walking, Yichen pondered for a while, then said, I don't know what happened here, but I don't think it was anything good. The fall of the True Water Palace is most likely related to this, and the ruins have become an ominous place. Should we tell them? Morong Qingqing asked. Yichen shook his head and said, even if we tell them, they will not leave. After all, exploring ruins is a dangerous thing. How could they be scared by a blurry shadow? Telling them now will only make them feel uneasy. Yichen used his soul eyes, so he could naturally see the blurry shadow as well. However, under normal circumstances, he could not sense where the shadow was. Morong Qingqing was different. She cultivated demon power, and she had the perfect demi-demon bloodline, so she was very sensitive to dark things. Among the group, only Morong Qingqing could sense the shadow watching them. Yeah, that makes sense. Morong Qingqing nodded. Alright, no matter if the shadow is a human or a ghost, it will be exposed one day. At that time, we will act according to the situation. Yichen was not too afraid of this kind of evil being. His destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent were not to be trifled with, and were specialized in dealing with formless evil beings. The road was full of twists and turns, and before long, they had passed through a series of buildings and arrived in front of a magnificent, cold, and dignified tower. The base of this tower was more than 10 times the size of an ordinary manor. It was 1,000 meters tall and had a total of 33 floors. It was like a giant's tower. This tower was also the tallest building in the ruins. On the door of the tower's first floor, 3 words were carved, Mysteriousine Tower. Mysteriousine Tower, could this ruin be the residence of the True Water Palace's Life and Death King? Jin Wanchuang guessed. At its peak, True Water Palace had 1 titled monarch and 13 life and death kings. Its reputation was like a rainbow, like the sun in the midday sky. As a life and death king, his position was naturally the most respected. Controlling a faction was nothing out of the ordinary. The Mysteriousine king is already dead. There must be all of his wealth in this tower. The brother Daershong laughed heartily. The old man said, whether it's mysterious king or not, we can't be sure. However, the chi in this tower is too dense. It's almost the densest place in this ruin. It's very ominous. If you're afraid, you can leave. I have to enter this tower no matter what. Ba was the same as his brother, not knowing what fear was. This old man has lived for a long time. How could I be afraid of death? I just don't want to die in vain. The old man didn't lower himself to Ba's level. Lin Yuxuan said at this moment, the tower contains great treasures. This is 80 to 90% certain. I'll definitely go in and take a look. Otherwise, this trip would be a waste. Lin Yuxuan was also a person with great fortune. The reason why he could have the strength he had today was because he had many fortunes and obtained many treasures. Therefore, in his eyes, the mysterious tower was a land of treasures. As for the danger, that was normal. Without danger, there was no value in exploring this place. Everyone. As the nominal leader of this team, Jin Wanchuang spoke, the mysterious tower is basically the most valuable place in this ruin, and the reason we came here is also for the treasures. I agree to enter this tower. If there is anyone who doesn't agree, you can wait outside, or you can explore other places on your own. Jin Wanchuang had made his stance clear. Everyone knew that they had to enter. If they stayed outside, what if they ran into other people? As for exploring other places, it would be even more dangerous if they went alone. After all, everyone could see that this place was not a peaceful place. Therefore, no matter how dangerous the tower was, entering was an inevitable choice. As for other situations, they could think about it later. The door of the tower was filled with evil qi, as if it was the door to hell. Vaguely, there was an extremely cold and ominous qi. Even if Sea of Souls realm warriors stood in front of the tower, they would not be able to help but shiver, not to mention going in. But, it did not include the 9 of them. They were not only half-step king warriors, but also almost invincible among them. Unless it was a life and death realm warrior, it would not be easy for anyone to kill them, and they would have to pay for it. Although they did not like this ominous qi, they were not afraid of it. The road to life and death realm was already rough and full of danger. How could a mere ominous qi scare them? Crack, pushing open the door, the 9 walked in. After the 9 entered, the door closed automatically, letting out a sound that seemed to come from the underworld. Swoosh, when the 9 of them first entered, the first floor was as dark as ink, so dark that they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. However, very quickly, the sound of burning flames could be heard. With the 9 of them as the starting point, 2 rows of faint green flames lit up, sticking to the walls and extending into the distance. Not long after, the first layer was shrouded in a faint green light. It was neither bright nor dim, only icy cold. Yichen casually glanced at the flames. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he said word by word, "These flames are lit from the white skulls." What? Hearing him, everyone looked toward the nearest flames. On the wall, a rusty chain was holding a white skull. There was a hole on top of the skull, which was the Baihui meridian. A beam of flame was released from inside, burning steadily. Because the flame was not that bright, and the light was directed outward, the surface of the wall was still pitch black, which was hard to see through with naked eyes. Therefore, the white skull was naturally not that eye-catching. At this moment, with Yi Chen's reminder, everyone finally noticed this detail, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. White skulls lighting up. This is an extremely evil method. The elder frowned as he looked around from time to time. Lin Yuxuan said, "Could it be that the True Water Palace is an evil sect? That's why it has fallen silently after provoking the wrath of the heavens?" There's no way to prove it. But judging from the current situation, it's quite possible. Perhaps the True Water Palace tried to use some forbidden technique and triggered a terrible backfire. Jin Wanchuang pondered. Alright, who cares about the skeletons lighting up the lantern? Evil sects? We're not here to judge the quality of the True Water Palace. We're here for treasures. The twins were getting impatient. That's true. Let's continue. Jin Wanchuang took a step forward. About an hour after the 9 of them entered the mysterious tower, a group of acquaintances arrived outside the tower. This group of acquaintances was Xiaobao and the others. After they were teleported out of the palace, they rested for 2 days before heading to the mysterious Ying Tower, the tallest building in this ruin. They were 1 step slower than Yi Chen and the others. Why is this mysterious Ying Tower filled with Ying Qi? The middle-aged woman said hesitantly. Don't follow us if you're scared. Xiaobao led the group and pushed open the door of the tower without hesitation and walked in. The middle-aged woman bit her teeth and followed them. The first 18 floors of the tower were empty. Yi Chen and the others went straight to the 19th floor, which was much more sinister than the 18 floors below. Waves of cold wind blew over from nowhere, making everyone's hair stand on end. Everyone, be careful. Jin Wanchuang's voice came from the front. Yeah, the Ying Qi here is even more intense, and there are strange vibrations coming from time to time. Don't be careless. The elder was the most cautious one in the team, but it was not because he was afraid of death. People who were afraid of death were not necessarily cautious, and those who were cautious mostly did not want to die in vain. The twin brother Xiong said, "It is not that I am arrogant and want to mess with you guys, but I think we do not need to worry about anything at all. We are almost invincible below the life and death realm. Only life and death realm warriors would be able to kill us. Of course, if we run into them, it would be our bad luck. No matter how cautious we are, it would be pointless. Besides them, I cannot think of anyone who could kill this many of us at once." The elder felt that these 2 little B***stards were thinking too highly of him, so he could not help but say, "Then what about the top half-step king warriors? If they want to kill you, it should not be hard, right?" Xiong froze, unable to say anything for a while. Although they were all considered to be invincible below life and death realm in their own territories, there was still a gap between them and the top half-step king warriors, because the top half-step king warriors were invincible below life and death realm. If a top half-step king warrior wanted to kill any one of them, it would not be too hard. Xiong explained, although the top half-step king warriors could kill me, they would not be able to take on all of us at the same time. Then, do you think there would only be one enemy? The elder sneered. Seeing the 2 start bickering, Yi Chen faintly smiled. The old man's worry was not without reason. Although they were elites of Four Corner Island, if they encountered a strongest half-step king, they would not be able to win. Apart from a strongest half-step king, there were too many things that could kill them. For example, some mysterious traps, some strange poisons, and some destructive energies could all kill them. The reason why the twin brothers were so fearless was probably because they thought that with their powerful bodies, they would not have to worry about ambushes. Alright, you guys are really annoying. Lin Yuxuan could not stand this kind of argument anymore, so he said with a low voice. On the 19th floor, there was no danger at all. On the 20th floor, on the 27th floor, damn. There is nothing here. Don't tell me there is nothing up there as well. After another 7 floors, everyone still did not encounter anything. There was neither treasure nor danger, so it was very boring. At this moment, everyone would rather have a little bit of danger. At least, they would not have nothing to do. Before they knew it, they had already reached the 32nd floor, which was only 1 wall away from the highest floor. And on the 32nd floor, something finally appeared. On top of a square stone platform, there were 4 items, a great sword, a demonic staff, a purple gold bowl, and a jade ruler. Besides that, there was also an ink painting right next to the 4 items. It was half open, and seemed to be drawing a human figure. Great item. Everyone's eyes brightened. The mysterious Ying Tower had completely disappointed them. They thought that this place might not have mountains of treasures, but at least there would be some. However, they didn't see a single treasure on the way. From the 1st floor to the 31st floor, it was completely empty, and the place was full of Ying Qi. Right then, seeing the 4 great items on the stone platform, everyone's mind started to work, and the way they looked at each other became more unfriendly. There were only 4 great items, and being able to be on the 32nd floor meant that they were not normal items. But, there were 9 people here, so no matter how they divided them, it would not be fair. In that case, there was only one way to solve this problem. Yi Chen sensed the change in the atmosphere, so he said, "We do not know the rank of the great items yet. There is no need to fight to the death. The 4 items on the stone platform had all hidden their power. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what rank they were. However, since they were placed on the 32nd floor of the tower, they should not be lower than demi-extreme rank items. With Yichen's guess, they might even be pseudo-extreme rank items. Of course, before confirming the rank, it would be a bit impatient to make such a big fuss about it. He is right. Jin Wanchuan took a deep breath, his eyes calming down. Then how do we confirm the rank of the items? I do not trust other people to do it. Even if we want to confirm it, I will have to do it myself. Lin Yuxuan said. Yeah, who knows if the first one to confirm it would take it for himself or not. Although he would not dare to take all of them, but if he could take 1 or 2 and leave the tower while everyone else is fighting for the rest of the items, no one would be able to do anything to him. Daer Xiong's thoughts were not as simple as they looked. Very simple. We will attack the items from afar, and the items will release their own power to block out the attack. The items had their own power as well, but it was passive and could not attack on its own. However, if it was attacked, it would still activate its own power to block out the attack. Yichen said lightly. Alright, let's do that. Yichen's suggestion was approved by everyone. Let me do it. Jin Wanchuan stood out, his right fist tightened as he threw out a punch. Pooh! A light exploding sound appeared in the air as that unstoppable fist power shattered the square stone platform. The aggressive chi attack landed on the walls of the tower and bounced back, blowing the 4 items and the painting into the air of the 32nd floor. Who? The great sword, the evil falling stick, the purple gold bowl, and the jade ruler all released a powerful aura, shining with different colors. Among them, the sword was shining with a red light, the evil falling stick was gold, the purple gold bowl was purple gold, and the jade ruler was pure white. The 4 colors interweaved together, and the air of the entire tower's 32nd floor became as sticky as water. The strange thing was that the paper of the ink wash painting was made of some unknown material. Under the impact of the precious weapon's power and the violent chi, it was not damaged at all. It also did not emit any light. It was just that the ink wash painting, on the other hand, was completely opened up by the external force. It was a picture of climbing high and looking far away. Pseudo-extreme grade artifacts, all 4 of them. Everyone was breathing heavily. Boom, almost at the same moment when everyone confirmed the grade of the artifacts, an intense cyan energy whirlwind appeared. Lin Yuxuan's eyes turned red as his Jin Yuan burst out, producing a powerful destructive power. It instantly shattered the space solidification created by the power of the 4 pseudo-extreme grade artifacts, then shot out like a sharp arrow with an unstoppable momentum. How dare you steal our treasures? The twin brothers roared as their muscles tightened. Their skin shone with a solid light as they bent their knees and bounced out like 2 gorillas. Their speed was not much slower than Lin Yuxuan's. At the same time, they took out their own weapons, ready to fight at the critical moment. The 3 reacted fast, but the others were not slow either. Jin Wanchuan's body shone with a silver light as he turned into a metal man, following closely behind. His body and his fists were his weapons, and his eyes were just like metal, cold and emotionless. The elder's movement art was fast and agile. As his black robe spread out, he looked like a huge bat. At this moment, he would not let go of the treasure. Whoever dared to stop him would not be able to blame him for being merciless. Meanwhile, the girl in yellow that Yichen could not see through frowned slightly. She actually crossed her arms in front of her chest and took a step back. She did not plan to fight for the artifact. Just like the girl in yellow, the cold-looking teenager did not go up to fight for the artifact either. He seemed to think that he did not have much hope since he had not fully recovered yet. Of course, this was just what the others thought. In fact, deep down in his heart, he was more afraid of Yichen. The weapon he wanted was that great sword with a red light. However, Yichen was also a sword artist. When the 2 met, there would definitely be a battle. Right now, he could not compete with Yichen. Yichen, I am not going. You should go now. Morong Qingqing frowned and shook her head. Yichen studied the girl in yellow, then looked at Morong Qingqing. He seemed to have understood something, so he said, "All right." A pair of sword wings appeared on his back. Yi Chen's body flashed like a beam of sword light flashed through the sky, catching up to the 5 people in front of him. Lin Yuxuan was the first one to fight for the artifact after all. He reached out his hand, wanting to grab the only long weapon among the 4 artifacts. Let go. The twin brothers also had their eyes on the evil weapon. The older brother, Daer Xiong, waved his huge axe and hacked towards Lin Yuxuan. Damn it! Lin Yuxuan had no choice but to raise his bronze halberd to block the attack. His whole body was blown away. Brother, I will help you. You go get it. Daer Xiong said to Daer Ba. Alright. Daer Ba growled and jumped towards the evil weapon. Forgive me. This evil weapon is also my first choice. Jin Wanchuang, who had turned into a silver metal man, threw a punch at Daer Ba. If you want to pass this, ask me. Daer Xiong blocked in front of him and raised his axe, blocking the fist power. Hee, I only want that purple gold bowl. The elder smiled slightly and set his eyes on the purple gold bowl above the evil weapon. With his movement art, he would be able to get it within a second. In your dreams. Although Lin Yuxuan wanted the evil weapon more, it did not mean that he could ignore the other great artifacts. He stabbed out dozens of times with his bronze halberd, and a green dragon roared. Dang, the weathered old man and Lin Yuxuan clashed head-on. The shockwave rippled out, forcing everyone to take a step back. The 4 artifacts and the standing tall gazing painting also flew up into the air, messing up their order. Shoo, at this moment, a streak of sword light flashed past, heading for the tower view painting, and the treasured sword that was glowing red. Brat, stop. Derba was almost about to get the staff, but who would have thought that after the shockwave, the staff would be blown away again? Seeing that Yi Chen was about to get the great sword and the painting, he grinned and waved his 2 blades, throwing out 2 beams of blade light. Shadow explosion. His body exploded in the air as Yi Chen turned into countless shadows and spread out. The blade light flashed, killing a huge amount of shadows. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's real body was only a couple of steps away from the painting. Wind chasing 18 strikes. Daer Ba's attack missed, and the elder's attack followed up. The black short stick in his hand created countless shadows, attacking towards Yi Chen. Ting, ting. Ting, ting. Yi Chen and the elder exchanged dozens of attacks, but neither of them could do anything to the other. All of a sudden, the 32nd floor of the tower turned into a mess. The 6 people who were fighting for the great weapons did not want the other to get it, so they attacked each other. Sometimes, even though they were like fire and water, they would still join hands to attack each other. Human nature is evil. Leaning against the wall of the tower, the lady in yellow sneered. Morong Qingqing said, you don't want to fight for the great weapons because they have the evil-destroying qi, which is not compatible with your beast power, right? Hee, I train the beast power, and you don't train Jin Yuan. If I am not wrong, you should have the perfect demi-demon bloodline of the demi-demon race. You train the famous demi-demon power, which makes you more sensitive to the evil-destroying qi. Same to you. Morong Qingqing was not surprised that she knew her identity. She did not plan to hide anything anyway. The demi-demon race comes from the demons, and they like the dark side. Why are you with him? His sword qi is righteous and unbreakable, which is not compatible with your demon power. The lady in yellow blinked her eyes and asked curiously. Then tell me, where did the demi-demon race come from? Morong Qingqing asked back. Eh? The lady in yellow could not help but laugh. The human devil clan was naturally the result of intermarriage between a member of the devil race and a member of the human race. Since members of the devil race could marry with members of the human race, it was not strange for a member of the perfect devil bloodline to marry with a human. While the two were talking, the cold-looking youngster was sitting in the corner of the 32nd floor, calmly healing his wounds. This kind of unmoved state of mind was extremely rare. If it were someone else, they would have already been tempted by the 4 pseudo-extreme great artifacts, even if they knew they could not get them. He is very powerful. When he came, no one expected it. The yellow-robed woman scanned the crowd, and soon, Yi Chen caught her attention. In terms of strength, Yi Chen was indeed not weaker than anyone else. It should be known that among everyone present, Yi Chen had the lowest cultivation base, only at peak late sea of Soul Realm. His power has not been used yet. Murong Qingqing said lightly. Oh. The lady in yellow glanced at Murong Qingqing. Brother Yi, your power is not bad, but you are still a bit weaker than me. The four weapons overlapped with each other, bringing the battle to its climax. Among them, Jin Wanchuang and Yi Chen, who were the closest to each other, started to battle. Jin Wanchuang was one of the most powerful warriors in the team. Besides the lady in yellow who was slightly more powerful than everyone else, no one else seemed to be more powerful than him. His whole body shone with a bright silver light as he attacked toward Yi Chen like a silver metal man. Hee. Let's take out the weakest one first. Lin Yuxuan rolled his eyes and also set his target on Yi Chen. No matter if it was for business or personal reasons, he felt that he should take out Yi Chen first. In terms of business, Yi Chen's cultivation was the weakest. Although his power was not weak, his protective Zhen Yuan was still a lot weaker, which would not give him an advantage. In terms of personal reasons, the relationship between Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing annoyed him a bit. It was the jealousy that men were born with. Therefore, making sure that Yi Chen could not get any great items would make him feel better. Raising his bronze battle halberd, Lin Yuxuan also attacked toward Yi Chen. Then us two brothers will also join in the fun. The twin brothers seemed to be careless, but they were actually very shrewd. 6 people were fighting for the weapons, and after one person was taken out, there were only 5 left, which made the difficulty much lower. The elder did not dare to snatch the weapons at this moment, fearing that he would anger the crowd and turn against him. With his power alone, he would definitely be heavily wounded. Seeing that the others were going to attack Yi Chen, he was naturally happy to do so. The black short staff shot out a staff shadow, attacking toward Yi Chen. All of a sudden, the 5 attacked Yi Chen together. Shameless! Murong Qingqing was enraged. It seems like I have to use that move. Yi Chen was helpless. He did not expect that this move would be forced out by his own people. Fighting 1 against 5, none of the moves that Yi Chen had used before would be useful. Only the bewitching mirror shattering created from the space profound would be useful. The bewitching mirror shattering could condense the air into a mirror, and its attacking range could be big or small. It was a move that had no weaknesses. Although the bewitching mirror shattering was only 70 to 80% complete, it should be enough to deal with 5 experts at the same level as him. Holding the Thunder Disaster Sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen instantly entered a calm and tranquil state. His eyes looked far away, as if the entire void was under his control. Meanwhile, the Thunder Disaster Sword in his hand suddenly twisted and disappeared from everyone's sight. Perhaps it was just a moment, or maybe it was a long time, but Yi Chen waved out that seemingly slow but actually fast sword, causing the entire void to shake. Not good. The 5 of them screamed in their hearts at the same time. The space profound was too profound, and it had a mysterious connection with the time profound. Before Yi Chen waved out that sword, they already felt that time had slowed down a lot. It was so much so that their attacks were slowly approaching Yi Chen. When Yi Chen waved out that sword, time seemed to have frozen in their perception. Other than their thoughts, even their own movements had slowed down. Their hands and feet were tied, and their hearts were filled with panic. Their battle intent had dropped to a freezing point. Different from the 5, the yellow-robed woman, Murong Qingqing, and the cold-looking young man who had opened his eyes could clearly see that Yi Chen's sword had reached an extreme speed. It was obviously the 5 of them who had attacked first, but it was Yi Chen who had attacked first. Different positions, different sensations. This was the change brought about by the space profound. Without a sound, the void where the 5 of them were started to twist without any pattern. The 5 of them seemed to be in the same mirror, and their expressions kept changing. This mirror could shatter at any moment, and the 5 of them would naturally not be able to escape. Should I kill them? Yi Chen was a bit hesitant. Suddenly, pong, in the mirror, Jin Wanchuang's position exploded, and illusory glass shards shot out in all directions. Jin Wanchuang, who was covered in silver light, spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out with a pale face. Soon after, the weathered old man and the twin brothers broke free at the same time. Their faces were pale and filled with terror. The last one was Lin Yuxuan. Whether it was Jin Yuan cultivation base, physical strength, or experience, he could not compare to the other 4. The only reason he could come out was because the frozen mirror had a flaw. Even so, his injuries were extremely severe. Blood flowed out from all 7 of his orifices, and his body had been cut dozens of times by the illusory glass, dyeing his clothes red. Attacking 5 people at once is a bit of a stretch. Yichen was not surprised. Bewitching mirror shattering could kill any one of them, but attacking all 5 at once was a bit difficult. After all, these 5 were not ordinary people, but 5 experts on the same level as him. If it wasn't for the bewitching mirror shattering containing the profound of space being too strange and frightening, how could it have almost killed them? How is this possible? His space profound. How did it reach such a horrifying level? Jin Wanchuang still had lingering fear as he stared at Yichen blankly. Not only is the space profound this powerful, but this sword art created based on it is also too frightening. No matter how you look at it, there is no weakness at all. How could this be created by a young man? Compared to Jin Wanchuang, the elder was even more shocked by Yichen's creativity. Creating profound sense martial arts was a talent that was just as important as learning profound sense. The same space profound and the same realm might not have the same power, which was the importance of creativity. Although power was not everything, and some profound sense martial arts did not focus on power, no matter what, Yichen's bewitching mirror shattering had shocked the elder. The twin brothers, who had always been fearless, were also shocked. Derba said, "He actually wounded us too. Is he a strongest half-step king warrior? Even if he is not, he is almost there. It is a bit different." Xianxia had thought more than Derba. Just based on this attack alone, even a strongest half-step king warrior would have to avoid it. But, in other aspects, Yichen was a lot weaker than them. Why? Lin Yuxuan was confused. He could not understand how Yichen, who was only a couple of years younger than him, could comprehend the space profound and create such a powerful sword art. With just one sword attack, he had made them lose the confidence to fight him. Condensing the air into a mirror. Good move. The lady in yellow sighed. The cold-looking young man hid away the shock on his face as he once again entered his healing mode. But, this time, it took him a long time to calm down. The space profound is 3 times more powerful than the normal profound, but it requires 9 times more Xinyuan to use. It seems like I have to become a half-step king warrior as soon as possible. Only then will I have enough Xinyuan to use. Otherwise, if I run into a powerful enemy, I will not be able to use it that many times. Letting out a breath, Yichen's body flashed, flying toward the painting and the great sword that was shining with red light. He was determined to get these 2 things. Seeing this, the 5 gritted their teeth. Although they could not compete with Yichen, if Yichen wanted to take all the treasures, they would have to try. After all, these were pseudo-extreme rank weapons. If they missed it this time, they would not know when they would get to see them again. The 5 stared at Yichen with a complicated expression. Shoo, the painting was taken over by Yichen and thrown into his storage ring. Then, Yichen grabbed the great sword that was shining with red light in his hand. Holding it in his hand, he saw 2 righteous and ancient characters carved on the sword's body. Evil vanquishing. Good sword. Yichen could sense that the sword chi of the evil vanquishing sword was very righteous, which was very compatible with his sword art. There was no rejection at all. With the 2 treasures in his hand, Yichen started to study the other treasures. The evil vanquishing stick was more than 2 meters long, shining with a golden halo. It gave people a peaceful feeling, but also contained a horrifying evil vanquishing power. It was as if holding it in one's hand, one would not need to be afraid of any evil beings. Not far away from the stick was a purple gold bowl that was the size of a bowl. It looked like it was made from purple gold, but Yichen knew clearly that normal purple gold would not be able to make pseudo-extreme rank weapons. The last treasure was the jade ruler, which was pure white in color and 2.5 feet long. An auspicious beast was drawn on its surface, stepping on clouds and looking peaceful. Seeing Yichen studying the other great weapons, Jin Wanchuang and the other 4 started to get nervous. They did not want to fight with Yichen, but they would not give up on the great weapons either. Therefore, they were very concerned about Yichen's choice. Would he give up on the great weapons? Or would he take all of them? Don't worry, I am not as greedy as you think. Yichen did not go for the last 3 great weapons. First, he had already gotten the painting and the evil vanquishing sword. Second, these 5 were not easy to mess with. If he pushed them too hard, they might fight to the death with him. He could not guarantee that he would not be able to kill all 5 of them at the same time. Third, even if he had the power, he would not be able to guarantee that he would not die. Third, even if he had the power, he would still give it to them. For him, those 3 great weapons would have to be traded anyway. It would be too much of a waste to keep them. Holding the evil vanquishing sword, Yichen flew to Murong Qingqing. Huff, Jin Wanchuang and the other 4 let out a breath at the same time. Their tense nerves finally relaxed as they looked at Yichen with a bit of gratitude. If it were them, they would most likely take them all in one go. After all, pseudo-extreme rank great weapons were extremely precious. Even if they did not need them themselves, they could leave them to the auction house and sell them. Or, they could go to some high-class market and trade for what they wanted. Brother Yi, I, Jin Wanchuang, apologize to you. Also, many thanks. Jin Wanchuang held his fists together and said. Me too. The elder smiled bitterly. Yichen nodded slightly and did not say anything. In this world, the most important thing was still power. As for what these people were thinking, it did not matter. Getting rid of Yichen, this powerful enemy, the 5 started a new round of competition. Eventually, it was Jin Wanchuang who was a bit more skillful and got the evil subduing stick. Then, the elder also got the purple gold bowl and left the battlefield. Lin Yuxuan was alone, so how could he be an opponent for the twin brothers? The Jade Ruler was taken away by them, leaving him with nothing. Huh. Lin Yuxuan was expressionless as he did not look at the others. Instead, he looked at the stairs from the 32nd floor to the 33rd floor. There might be more treasures up there. There was no soul mark left inside the evil shattering sword, so Yichen easily left his own mark on it. He then poured in his Jing Yuan and gradually familiarized himself with some of the sword's functions. Shoo, the evil shattering sword extended out a meter-long sword light, making a swishing sound. Morong Qingqing squinted her eyes and took 2 steps back uncontrollably. The evil shattering sword light made her a bit uncomfortable. This sword's evil shattering power is too powerful. I'm afraid it is the best of the 4 great weapons. No wonder you feel uncomfortable. Yichen put the sword back into its sheath and kept away the sword light. Swords were originally the most aggressive, evil subduing stick for subduing demons and devils, purple gold bowl for suppressing and collecting, and the Jade Ruler for defense. Its offensive power was not as powerful as the other 2. Yeah, I wonder who left it here. Morong Qingqing said. Yichen looked at the 33rd floor and said, I hope it is not what I think it is. Not only did the evil shattering sword not have a soul mark, even the stick, purple gold bowl, and the Jade Ruler did not have any. With these 3 treasures, Jin Wanchuang, the elder, and the twin brother Daer Xiong's power had increased drastically again. Even if they ran into a top half-step king warrior, they would be able to fight for a bit. Since you all have gotten your weapons, it is time to go to the 33rd floor. Right then, the lady in yellow said. There are already 4 pseudo-extreme rank weapons on the 32nd floor. We have to go to the 33rd floor for sure. The twin brothers were not satisfied yet. Although the Jade Ruler was good, it did not fit their taste. If they could get 1 or 2 more powerful pseudo-extreme rank weapons, it would be even better. Let's go. Jin Wanchuang held the stick with both of his hands, his aura getting even more powerful. Letting out a breath, the cold-looking teenager stood up. His wounds had already recovered to 80%, and he would not just stand by and watch anymore. Following the stairs, the 9 of them walked up to the 33rd floor. Lin Yuxuan was walking at the front. Under the attack of Yichen's bewitching mirror shattering, he had been wounded the most. But, different from the cold-looking young man, his wound was not one that went through his body. Therefore, after swallowing a precious pellet that he had prepared himself, he had almost recovered. As a half-step king warrior, some of the pellets that could heal wounds in a short period of time were still available to him. But, it was also because of this that the top-rank soul stones and treasures were even more important to him, since the consumption was way too high. Yichen had his evil shattering sword on his waist as he followed at the back with Morong Qingqing. The 33rd floor. I am afraid it will not be that easy. Yichen had a feeling that the 4 pseudo-extreme rank evil shattering items and the painting were not just randomly placed on the 32nd floor. They must have some other purpose. The tower was full of evil chi, and up until now, no one had run into any danger. But this unknown 33rd floor might be full of danger. Yichen had given up on the other 3 evil shattering items because of this reason. After all, he could not control all 4 of them by himself. Even if he could, he would not be able to use their full power. And for Morong Qingqing and the Lady in Yellow, one had the perfect demi-demon bloodline, and the other was an unknown beast. Naturally, they would not be able to touch the evil shattering items. At the end of the stairs, everyone stopped. In front of them was a stone door. The surface of the stone door was engraved with complicated lines. These lines were of different colors, and there were a total of 5 colors: gold, cyan, green, red, and yellow. The 5 colored lines intertwined with each other and finally converged at the center of the stone door. There was a groove there, and there was a faint 5-colored light flickering, connecting the 5 colored lines. This is a 5 elemental spell. It needs 5 elemental energies to open. Jin Wanchuang had done some research on spells, so he said. There are 9 of us here, and only 3 of us have trained 5 elemental Jinyuan. We cannot gather all 5 elemental energies. The elder frowned. Jin Wanchuang had trained metal element Jinyuan, Lin Yushuan had wood element Jinyuan, and the lady in yellow had water element Jinyuan. The remaining fire and earth element Jinyuan would not be enough. Yichen said, you should be able to use something else to replace it, right? Like energy crystals? Jin Wanchuang nodded, indeed. Not all elemental Jinyuan is needed. Elemental energy crystals will do as well. With that, Jin Wanchuang took a step forward and said, I'll pour in metal Jinyuan first and see how much is needed. Placing his right hand inside the groove, Jin Wanchuang circulated his Jinyuan and slowly poured it in. As Jin Wanchuang poured in his metal attribute Jinyuan, the golden lines on the stone door suddenly lit up and slowly extended. After a while, Jin Wanchuang said, this won't do. This 5 elemental formation requires too much energy. Even if I use up all of my Jinyuan, it won't be enough. Everyone realized that the golden lines on the stone door had only lit up by less than a tenth. It looked like it was still lacking 90%. Looks like I'll have to use energy crystals. The 5 elements formation required too much energy. Even if there were 5 people here who cultivated true essence of the 5 elements, it would not be enough. In other words, if the 9 of them had not obtained a large number of energy crystals, it would have been impossible for them to enter the 33rd floor. The others would not have been able to do it either. How about this? Everyone gather 900 metal energy crystals and 1000 wood, water, fire, and earth energy crystals respectively. The excess will be returned to everyone, and if it's not enough, everyone will make up for it. Energy crystals were extremely precious. 1 upper-grade energy crystal was equivalent to 1000 upper-grade spirit stones. Asking 1 or 2 people to provide it was obviously unfair. After gathering all the energy crystals, Jin Wanchuang threw them in. One could see that the groove at the center of the stone door could actively absorb the 5 elemental energy from the energy crystals. Meanwhile, the 5 colored lines on the stone door gradually lit up. With the groove as the center, they spread out in all directions, slow and steady. Not enough. Gather another 100 energy crystals for each element. Jin Wanchuang turned around and said. There was still a short section of the 5 colored lines on the stone door that had yet to light up. Here. Everyone gathered another 500 energy crystals, 100 for each element. Receiving the crystals, Jin Wanchuang threw them all in. Buzz, the 5 colored lines on the stone door all lit up, and the entire stone door shone with a 5-colored radiance. The radiance interweaved together, forming a complex 5 elements formation in the air. Rumble, the stone door opened with a sound. This 5 elements formation is indeed a glutton. It took 5,400 energy crystals. Derba made a face. 5,400 energy crystals would be equivalent to 5,400,000 top-rank spirit stones. Normal life and death realm warriors would not be able to break through it in a short period of time. According to the energy that the 5 elements formation had devoured, Yichen thought of something else. With the protection of this five elements formation, not to mention half-step king warriors, even normal life and death realm warriors would not be able to break through it in a short period of time. As for whether or not they would be able to tear open the surreal space and go in directly, he did not know. The stone door opened completely, and a wave of powerful evil wind blew out. Although the 9 of them had activated their protective Xianyuan, they were still blown back a couple of steps by this evil wind. The blood in their bodies seemed to have been frozen, and the coldness was so intense that it even threatened their souls. What the 9 of them did not know was that the second they opened the stone door, a 5-colored light beam shot out from the top of the tower. All of a sudden, it broke through the 300,000 meters deep ocean and arrived above the ocean. It then kept going up, tearing apart the surprising sky and the extreme void sky. No one knew where it would end up at. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, everyone could see this 5-colored beam of light that connected the bottom of the sea and the sky. Most of the people on Four Corner Island that were tens of thousands of miles away could also sense the fluctuations here. However, because they were too far away, they had no way of knowing where the fluctuations were coming from. 5 elements energy. Far away from the Four Corner Island, a black G appeared, and the demi-demon king of the demi-demon race appeared. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the vibration of the 5 elements energy coming from far away. This is the power vibration after the seal was broken. There must be some kind of great treasure appearing. The elder in black hesitated for a second, but he soon made up his mind to give up on looking for the perfect beauty demon bloodline for now. This kind of fortune could only be found by luck, so he would get the treasure first before looking for the bloodline. Pop, the black G disappeared, and the elder in black disappeared from where he was standing. The 9 of them still did not know that their opening of the 5 elements spell had already attracted the attention of a demi-demon king. Right now, they had already entered the 33rd floor. The moment everyone entered the 33rd level, all the always-on lamps lit up. At the same time, everyone's gazes fell on the 5 coffins in the center of the 33rd level. Of these 5 coffins, the one in the middle was the largest, and there were 4 smaller coffins surrounding it at its 4 corners. It was unknown what kind of wood the coffins were made of, but the evil chi coming out of them was very dense. Even from far away, one could feel that the evil chi was trying to invade their bodies and freeze their blood. There is a great item on each coffin. The twins' eyes brightened. If the items on the 32nd floor were all pseudo-extreme rank items, then what about the 33rd floor? Not to mention the others, just the one in the middle would most likely be an extreme rank item. Extreme rank item, apart from Yi-chan and a few others, everyone else's eyes were burning with passion, wishing that they could rush over and snatch it. The first one to move was Lin Yuxuan. Among the 6 people fighting for the items on the 32nd floor, he was the only one who did not get one, which made him very unwilling. In the past, he had always had a smooth-sailing life. Whenever he joined a team, he would be the most dazzling existence. However, in this team, he realized that he was at the bottom. None of them were weaker than him, and there were even a few who were obviously stronger than him. This was something that he could not accept no matter what. Shoo! His protective Xianyuan shone as Lin Yuxuan rushed toward the coffin closest to him. Don't be impulsive. Jin Wanchuang and the elder warned Lin Yuxuan at the same time. Lin Yuxuan sneered, but his speed did not decrease. Got it. With a flash, Lin Yuxuan appeared next to a coffin on the outer edge and grabbed the item on it. It was a battle halberd, one of the weapons he wanted the most. So cold. Grabbing the halberd, Lin Yuxuan suddenly shivered. This halberd seemed to be made from 10,000 years old black ice. An extremely cold qi flowed along his palm and extended to his arm. His entire right arm was covered in a thin layer of blue ice. It was bone-chilling. Boom! All of a sudden, the lid of the coffin in front of Lin Yuxuan flew up, as if someone had blasted it away from the inside. Shortly after, a silhouette sat up. It was a middle-aged man with an extremely pale face. His eyes were wide open, but there were no pupils. Only the whites of his eyes. Not good. Lin Yuxuan knew that things had gotten serious, so he hurried to retreat. However, with the yin qi invading his body, his reaction speed was a bit slower. Pa! The middle-aged man's hand grabbed Lin Yuxuan's right arm and pulled. Ah! Lin Yuxuan screamed out. His entire right arm had been torn off, but there was no blood, as it had all been frozen by the Xianxia. After tearing off Lin Yushuan's right arm, the battle halberd landed in the middle-aged man's hand. He jumped out and waved the halberd in the air, cutting off Lin Yushuan's head. Resurrection of the dead? Yichen squinted his eyes, his hand gripping the handle of the evil vanquishing sword. The middle-aged man grinned, and an endless suction force burst out from his body. Lin Yushuan's warm blood spurted out from the cut on his neck and was sucked into the middle-aged man's mouth. As the blood flowed into his body, everyone noticed that the middle-aged man's face was a bit rosier. At least, his skin was not as pale as a dummy's, it was more elastic. Boom, 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 the middle-aged man stood firmly on the ground. He waved his hand, and except for the coffin in the middle, the other 3 coffins were all blown away. The treasures on the coffins fell into the coffins. The next moment, a shocking scene occurred. In each of the 3 coffins, a figure sat up. They were the evil old man, the stocky woman, and the skinny young man. The 3 of them held their respective treasures and jumped out of the coffins. They stood side by side with the middle-aged man. Endless Xianxia erupted from their bodies, freezing everything. How is this possible? People who have been dead for at least 10,000 years can still come back to life. This goes against the great Tao, and cannot be tolerated by the heavens. The aged old man mumbled. Jin Wanchuang said, according to the records, True Water Palace was destroyed 15,000 years ago. In other words, these people have been dead for almost 15,000 years. 15,000 years. Even the bones of life and death kings would have turned into fossils by now. These 4 don't seem to be life and death kings. Yichen sized up the 4 with his soul eyes. He discovered that they didn't have Jin Yuan or any other kind of energy on them, only Yin-Chi that could freeze everything. This Yin-Chi originated from their bodies and had already fused with their bodies. As long as the Yin-Chi was not extinguished, their bodies would not perish. As for whether they had consciousness or not, only the heavens knew. The yellow-robed woman analyzed, they should have been sealed in a coffin by some kind of evil secret art. Although they are already dead, the vitality in their bodies is not extinguished. After 10,000 years of nurturing, they have already fused with the Yin-Chi, becoming another kind of life form. Not a person, not a corpse, but another kind of life form? Everybody frowned. This was beyond their imagination. Stop acting mysterious. Watch me, Ba, destroy them. Ba stepped out and crossed his blades, slashing out a cross-shaped blade light at the leading middle-aged man. Puff, it was unknown whether the middle-aged man's reaction was too slow or Ba's attack speed was too fast, but the cross-shaped blade light accurately struck his chest, leaving a cross-shaped wound. Hazy Yin-Chi pervaded the wound, but no blood could be seen. Recovered. The aged old man mumbled. Everybody looked at the middle-aged man's wound. The hazy Yin-Chi had turned into flesh and blood, healing the wound. From the outside, not a trace of it could be seen. The middle-aged man lowered his head and looked at his chest. It seemed that Ba's cross-shaped blade light had awakened his consciousness. He then let out a long roar that sounded like a ghost's cry and a wolf's howl. The lamp on the 33rd floor was covered in a layer of frost. The light flickered, but it did not go out in the end. A formless sound wave spread out toward Yichen and the rest. Besides Yichen, Morong Qingqing, and the yellow-robed woman, the others all groaned as their souls shook. They did not have Yichen's 5 times stronger soul power, his destruction sword spirit and immortal sword spirit, Morong Qingqing's perfect demi-demon bloodline, her demonic soul, and the yellow-robed woman's unfathomable power. Even with the soul membrane of a demi-king, it would be hard to defend against the sound wave. Without a sound, the middle-aged man disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Ba. Holding the halberd, he stabbed towards Ba's head. Piss off. Ba did not expect the middle-aged man's speed to be this fast, so he was caught off guard. The barbarian's wild nature made him forget about life and death. He crossed his blades and attacked toward the middle-aged man's neck without caring about anything else. The two had started a battle of life and death. Shoo, the middle-aged man's battle spear pierced through Ba's protective Xinyuan layer and left a small bloody hole on his forehead. Ba's blades had also almost cut off the middle-aged man's head. The crossed blade marks almost went through his chest. "Brother!" Xianxia roared as he held the axe in one hand and the jade ruler in the other, attacking toward the middle-aged man's body. The huge axe had only made a small crack on the middle-aged man's body, while the jade ruler seemed to melt some of his Xianxia like snow in the spring. The middle-aged man looked shocked as he backed out hurriedly. Xianxia chased after him, waving his axe and jade ruler in the air, covering the middle-aged man. Shoo! The middle-aged man's body suddenly collapsed, turning into a hazy Xianxia and returning to his original position, standing together with the other three. The wounds on his body had already healed completely. However, if one observed carefully, one could see that the Xianxia was slightly thinner. The jade ruler can cut off his Xianxia. Yichen came to a conclusion and exchanged a look with Qingqing. "Brother!" Xianxia gave up on chasing the middle-aged man and returned to Ba, shaking his body. Ba's pupils were enlarged, and his eyes were lifeless. On his forehead there was a fingernail-sized bloody hole, from which Xianxia kept coming out. "Dead." The elder shook his head in pity. That moment had passed too fast, and they could not help in time. "Fuck off." Xianxia cursed loudly, and then burst into tears. "I don't think we should stay here for long." The cold-looking young man frowned and said. The lady in yellow nodded. "As long as the Xianxia is not destroyed, their bodies will not be destroyed. Besides that, there is still a coffin that has not been opened." Ba's body was extremely powerful, but it still could not block out the middle-aged man's attack. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the middle-aged man was. Of course, it was also related to the fact that the halberd was a pseudo-extreme rank item. Besides the four middle-aged men, the one in the middle coffin might be even more powerful. It might even be the body of the mysterious king. "I am afraid that we will not be able to get out," Qingqing said suddenly. "How could we not be able to get out?" Everyone turned around. No one knew when, but the entrance to the 33rd floor had been sealed up by 4 coffin lids. The coffin lids were surrounded by Xianxia. Boom! Jinwan held the stick with both of his hands and threw out an attack. The golden light shone brightly, and the coffin lids kept shaking. The Xianxia was destroyed by the golden light. "Damn it!" The elder raised his purple gold bowl, and a beam of purple gold light shot out from the bowl, shining on the Xianxia on the coffin lids. With a sizzling sound, the Xianxia seemed to have met its nemesis and was destroyed. But what made them frown was that no matter how much Xianxia was destroyed, there would always be an equal amount of Xianxia pouring out of the coffin lids. It seemed like the lids were the source of the Xianxia. During that time, Yichen took out his evil shattering sword and threw out a sword attack on the Xianxia. The evil shattering sword was indeed the most powerful one among the 4 evil shattering items. A huge amount of Xianxia was destroyed, and it almost reached the coffin lids. But in the end, it was too weak. Seeing Yichen and the rest attacking the coffin lids, the middle-aged man and the other 3 moved at the same time. They turned into blurry Xianxia and attacked the group. If they did not defend, their blood might be frozen by the Xianxia, and they would be killed. Therefore, the group had to give up on attacking the coffin lids and turned around to fight them. According to the previous situation, everyone already knew that the evil vanquishing treasures were the bane of this kind of evil beings. The 4 people with the evil vanquishing treasures all split up, each fighting one of them. The other 3 supported them from the side, wearing down their opponent's energy. His brother Ba had been killed, so Xianxia hated the middle-aged man to the bone. He put away his huge axe and crazily attacked him with his jade ruler. The one helping him was the cold-looking youngster. On the other side, Jin Wanchuang was fighting against the bulky woman alone, while the elder and the yellow-robed lady were fighting against the evil elder. As for Qingqing, she was naturally with Yichen, fighting against the skinny youngster. Dark Devour. Qingqing formed a seal with both of her hands, creating a black light ball that was continuously rotating beside the skinny youngster, trying to devour him. However, the Xianxia on his body was too powerful, and it froze the black light ball instead. Whoosh! The skinny youngster turned into Xianxia and attacked Qingqing. Cut! With the evil shattering sword in his hand, Yichen took a step forward and threw out a sword attack at the Xianxia. With a shoo sound, a lot of the Xianxia was cut down, and the skinny youngster's body appeared again, fighting against Yichen once again. He had no time to deal with Murong Qingqing. The evil shattering sword and the weapon in the skinny youngster's hand were both pseudo-extreme rank items. One contained evil shattering power, while the other contained evil power. They were like fire and water, but Yichen found out that no matter how much yin qi he took away from the skinny youngster, the 33 floors of the tower would still have yin qi to nourish him, making his efforts futile. "Let me see how much yin qi you have." Yichen squinted his eyes as he waved the evil shattering sword in his hand to the extreme, performing the spiritual sword attack. Shoo, shoo. 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 In terms of battling techniques, how could the skinny youngster compete with Yichen? His body was cut into pieces by the sword qi, and he was at a complete disadvantage. Waning moon. After throwing out hundreds of sword attacks in one breath, Yichen waved his arm, and a crescent-shaped sword qi flew out, slicing through the skinny youngster's body. The power of that sword attack was way too powerful, and the skinny youngster was cut in half. Half of his yin qi was gone, and his power was greatly reduced. Besides Yichen's side, the others were also starting to gain the upper hand. After all, they had evil-shattering items, which could naturally suppress evil beings. If it were not for the fact that the opponent had yin qi to nourish him, he would have been beaten to a pulp already. Break! The evil-shattering stick in Jin Wanshuang's hand was extremely aggressive. It shattered half of the bulky woman's body, and a huge amount of gold light swept out. Collect! The elder held the purple gold alms bowl, and beams of purple gold light shot out, turning the evil elder in front of him into 1,000 holes. Occasionally, some of the yin qi would be sucked into the purple gold alms bowl and turned into nothingness. De Erxiong's jade ruler could be used for protection. In close combat, the middle-aged man was not his opponent, and his yin qi was shaved off layer after layer by the jade ruler. As the yin qi in the tower became thinner and thinner, the coffin in the middle of the 5 coffins started to move without a sound. Since everyone was busy fighting, no one noticed it. The coffin lid did not move obviously, but it started to move inch by inch, and the movement was getting bigger and bigger. While the 7 of them were fighting, Shi Xiaobao and the rest were blocked by the coffin lid at the entrance. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move the coffin lid at all. Damn it! Shi Xiaobao, who had turned into his real body, roared and shot out a gold light at the coffin lid. With a rumbling sound, the 6 of them were blown back by the coffin lid's power, returning to the 32nd floor. Outside the mysterious yin tower, an elder in black robes appeared out of nowhere. His eyes looked at the top of the 33rd floor, and his body suddenly disappeared. After a while, he was jolted back again. I can't tear open the surreal space and enter. The elder in black revealed a surprised expression. Well, the more mysterious this tower is, the more precious the treasure is. The elder in black chuckled and stepped into the first floor of the tower, gradually disappearing into the darkness. Bewitching mirror shattering. On the 33rd floor of the tower, Yichen had already used up 1/5 of the skinny teenager's evil qi. This 1/5 would not go down no matter what, since the teenager's recovery speed was only a bit slower than his own. Plus, Yichen would not be able to keep killing him for a long time, since the latter was very powerful and had a pseudo-extreme rank evil weapon. He would still be a threat to Yichen. Seeing that it would be hard to kill him with other methods, Yichen took advantage of the fact that the skinny teenager's evil qi was at its weakest and performed his space-profound sword attack, bewitching mirror shattering. As he waved out a sword attack, the space around the skinny teenager twisted. His whole body seemed to have been embedded in a mirror. Even if he turned into a hazy evil qi and tried to run around, he would not be able to get out. Boom! The mirror was shattered, and the skinny teenager was twisted into nothingness by the space power. Yichen squeezed his eyes. In his sight, a hazy shadow suddenly appeared. It was the skinny teenager. His body had already become so faint that it could not be seen with naked eyes. If it were not for Yichen's sharp eyes, he would not have been able to notice this change. The hazy shadow kept twisting and changing its shape, as if it was trying to return to its peak. But eventually, it failed and disappeared into nothingness. Finally dead. As long as the evil qi was not destroyed, the body would not be destroyed. It sounded powerful indeed, but as long as the opponent's evil qi was destroyed in a short period of time, he would not have enough power to absorb the evil qi around him. then, he would be able to kill him for good. Of course, it would be very hard if the power difference was not that big. Plus, he could not be hit by the opponent's attack. Once he was hit, the evil chi would invade his body, and that would be the end of him. Yi Chen was able to kill the skinny teenager because he had the evil shattering sword and the bewitching mirror shattering. Without any of them, he would not be able to succeed. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen glanced over and noticed Lin Yuxuan's dead body not far away. Almost subconsciously, Yi Chen reached out his hand and sucked Lin Yuxuan's storage ring over, then threw it into his own storage ring. Morong Qingqing leaned over and said, "This Yin Qi is really hard to deal with. It's not an ordinary Yin Qi, it seems to have a life of its own." Yi Chen said, "Vitality can give birth to life, such as wind spirits and thunder spirits. Yin energy should also be able to give birth to Yin spirits and evil spirits. In some places where Yin Qi gathered, it was possible for evil spirits to be born. However, the strength of these evil spirits was not high. They could only cause trouble for low-level martial artists and ordinary people. If they encountered high-level martial artists, they would be helpless. However, the evil spirits that were born in some places with extreme Yin Qi were especially terrifying. The thin young man and the other three were not people, nor were they corpses. They might be a life form that had fused with the evil spirits. Yi Chen could kill the skinny youngster, but the other three couldn't. Although they had evil vanquishing artifacts, they didn't have the means to erase a large amount of Yin Qi in one go. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Yi Chen's bewitching mirror shattering was. Thunder Devour. From a great distance, Yi Chen shot out a lightning ball towards the bulky woman who was fighting against Jin Wanshuang. There was a loud bang, a huge amount of lightning shot out, and the bulky woman's body became a lot more illusory. This was the sign of consuming too much Yin Qi. Yi Chen's Thunder Devour contained a powerful thunder power, which was the bane of Yin Qi. On the other hand, the destruction sword intent was the bane of all things. Combined with the evil vanquishing sword's evil shattering power, its effect was not any weaker than bewitching mirror shattering, and might even be stronger. The reason why he didn't use it on the skinny youngster was because that was a head-on battle, and the latter had a pseudo-extreme rank evil artifact, which made the Thunder Devour ineffective. However, it was different now. This was a sneak attack. This was a rare opportunity. Jin Wanshuang's demon subduing pestle turned into beams of golden light as he threw out dozens of attacks at the bulky woman. The bulky woman couldn't even run away, and could only slowly erase her Yin Qi bit by bit, eventually following the skinny youngster's footsteps. "Many thanks." Jin Wanshuang nodded at Yi Chen. With two dead, the remaining two were naturally nothing to worry about. Under the combined attacks of the four evil shattering artifacts, the four evil beings that were neither human nor corpses turned into ashes. It was worth mentioning that after the evil treasure in the opponent's hand lost its master, cracks appeared on it. Then, with a bang, it exploded, transforming into thick Yin Qi. The Yin Qi converged on the treasure on the lid of the coffin in the middle of the 33rd floor and then entered it. Things are not looking good. Only then did everyone realize that the lid of the coffin in the middle had moved quite a bit to the side, and a gap had been opened up. "Open the exit quickly." The elder's hair stood on end as he held the purple gold alms bowl and turned around to attack the coffin lid. Beams of purple gold light shot out. The others did not say a word as they attacked the coffin lid with all of their power. Under the continuous attacks of the seven, the coffin lid kept on shaking, and the Yin Qi became chaotic. Right then, the lady in yellow's expression also turned serious as she took out a huge dark blue rapier from her storage ring. The aura coming from it was not any weaker than Yi Chen's evil shattering sword or the other evil shattering artifacts. It was obviously a pseudo-extreme rank artifact. Holding the rapier in her right hand, the lady in yellow yelled and threw out an attack onto the coffin lid. Rumble, the power of this attack was even more powerful than Yi Chen's bewitching mirror shattering. The intense dark blue light was like a sun that rose up slowly, evaporating a huge amount of Yin Qi. "This is..." Everyone looked at the lady in yellow with shock. "She is a top half-step king warrior," Morong Qingqing said with a low voice. Yi Chen nodded, "She has hidden it well." With a pseudo-extreme rank artifact, even normal top half-step king warriors would not be able to compete with her. A pseudo-extreme rank artifact could increase one's power exponentially. The lady in yellow was already a top half-step king warrior. With a pseudo-extreme rank artifact, she could be said to be unbeatable under the life and death realm. Unless the opponent was also a top half-step king warrior with a pseudo-extreme rank artifact, it would be impossible for them to compete with her. The coffin lid started to shake, and the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Right at that moment, the Xianxia in the 33rd floor of the mysterious Yin Tower suddenly started spinning violently. Then, like a funnel, it poured into the coffin in the middle of the floor. Such a powerful sound made everyone's body feel cold. Their protective Zhenyuan started to freeze. "Hurry!" Jin Wanchuang yelled. Boom! 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 5 different colored lights shone together. Right then, everyone did not hold back at all. Unfortunately, they were still one step too late. Boom! The lid of the coffin in the middle was blown away, and a blurry human figure appeared out of it. He reached out his right hand, grabbing the flying great weapon in the air. Yichen continued to attack as he looked back. He could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. It was out. This time, it was an expressionless elder in yellow robes. His clothes were torn and tattered, looking like they could be eroded at any second. He was holding a strange-looking weapon in his hand, which looked like 2 great swords that were placed side by side. There were 2 sword tips, and a cold sword light was shooting out of the 2 sword tips, freezing the surreal space. It is the mysterious Yin King. It must be her. This time, we will die for sure. The elder was almost desperate. Judging from the powerful evil chi coming from the elder in yellow, he was definitely a former life and death realm warrior. That strange-looking weapon must be an extreme rank great weapon as well. Either one of them would be able to kill them instantly, not to mention having both at the same time. Die. 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 Different from the 4 evil beings before, the mysterious Yin King could only say simple words. But, it was these simple words that made everyone face a huge disaster. After the first word was said, all 7 of them were blown backward, pressing against the wall. Their heads were spinning, and their hearts were beating 10 times faster than normal. All of their blood was flowing backward, and their limbs were numb. After the second word was said, beside Ji Chen, Morong Qingqing, the lady in yellow, and De Er Xiong, the other 3 were bleeding out of all of their orifices. Their hearts were beating like a drum. Soul Sound Wave Attack. Yi Chen was shocked. Soul Sound Wave Attack was to let the soul spread out in the form of sound waves. It could not only hurt the soul, but also cause a huge pressure on the body. If one of the 2 was weaker, then both of them would be killed. It did not matter if it was the death of the soul or the death of the body. Immortal, suppress. The first thing that came to Yi Chen's mind was not himself, but Morong Qingqing. Although her body was a perfect demi-demon body, her soul would not be that powerful. It was very possible that she would be killed by her soul. At this moment of life and death, inside Yi Chen's soul ocean, the immortal sword spirit that had not made a breakthrough for a long time finally condensed into a rank 4 immortal sword spirit. But, right then, Yi Chen did not know about the breakthrough at all. He only knew that he had to push his immortal sword spirit with all of his power and release the eternal immortal sword intent to protect. Morong Qingqing. The 3rd word of death had finally arrived. Boom. Boom. Boom! Jin Wanchuang, the elder, and the cold-looking teenagers' heads exploded, blood spraying out everywhere. This was the result of their soul shattering, and their Zhenyuan going out of control, rushing around inside their bodies crazily. Pooh! Although the lady in yellow was a top half-step king warrior, and her soul membrane was extremely powerful, it was still not enough to block out the mysterious Yin King's soul sound wave attack. She puked out a mouthful of blood, her face extremely pale. On the other hand, Morong Qingqing had Yi Chen's immortal sword intent to protect her, so her soul would not shatter. But, this soul sound wave had still gone through the immortal sword intent and landed on Morong Qingqing's soul ocean, knocking her out. As for Yi Chen, he was also suffering bitterly. His soul power was 5 times that of normal people, but because he did not have a soul membrane, the soul sound wave directly rushed into his sea of soul, sweeping around crazily and creating huge waves. Sensing their master's danger, the destruction sword spirit and the immortal sword spirit both shone with a bright sword intent light, lighting up his soul ocean and clearing out the abnormal soul sound wave. Among the seven, only Xiong did not have any problems, which was really strange. Am I going to die here? Yichen had finally made it through the soul sound wave. Looking at the mysterious evil king floating in the air, a bitter expression appeared on his face. The latter had only uttered the word die 3 times, and they had almost been killed. If he had attacked with a single attack, they would have been dead for sure. Boom, a sudden change occurred. The coffin lid that sealed the entrance was struck by a tremendous force and flew inward. An elder in black robes, who was not tall but had an aura as deep as the ocean, walked in. The black-robed old man clearly did not expect to see a yellow-robed old man floating in the air on the 33rd floor after clearing the obstacles. The yellow-robed old man's clothes were in a weathered state. Dancing chi wafted from his body, freezing the surrounding space. Evil Spirit King. No, he looks like an evil spirit, but not. As the demi-demon king of the demi-demon race, the elder in black had seen a lot. He could tell that this elder in yellow was not just an evil spirit. He was a life form that was even more evil than an evil spirit. Once he was exposed in the normal world, he would be attacked by the god's thunder. However, inside this mysterious tower, the destiny was blocked, and he could not sense his existence. Apart from the yellow-robed old man, the black-robed old man also sensed 3 other living beings. He turned his head to look, and his eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Among the 3 lucky survivors, the energy fluctuation emitted by that beautiful woman was actually the devil power. Devil power could only be cultivated by those with the perfect demonic bloodline, and there were only a handful of people with the perfect demonic bloodline. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that this woman was the one with the perfect demonic bloodline that his clansmen were talking about. He didn't expect that when he was looking for the perfect demonic bloodline, she would come to him on her own accord. It was like wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without even looking for it. Demi-Demon King. Yi Chen and the girl in yellow squinted their eyes. Only the Demi-Demon King Xianyuan would have demon chi that could not be hidden. In other words, the demon chi was already the element of their Xianyuan. For example, the fire element Xianyuan could be called demon fire element Xianyuan, which was much more powerful than normal fire element Xianyuan. This place was not good to stay for long. Yi Chen had a bad premonition. The opponent was most likely here for Murong. Right now, Murong was still in a coma, so he could only rely on himself. Carrying Murong with his left hand, Yi Chen stood up. He stared at the elder in black and moved his body. Pa. When he passed by Xiong, he was knocked down to the ground by Yi Chen. It turned out that Xiong's physical body was extremely powerful. Although the soul sound wave of the elder in yellow had shattered his soul, it did not cause any damage to his physical body. Although he looked normal on the outside, he was already dead. Where do you want to go? The black-clothed old man slowly stretched out his right hand and grinned. Leave this place. Yi Chen secretly gathered his vital energy, his eyes subconsciously glancing at the evil vanquishing sword in front of him. If my guess is correct, you've killed many of my demonic human clan's clansmen. Now, you can't go anywhere. This will be your grave. As he spoke, the black-robed old man made a grabbing motion with his right hand. Just half a step, and Yi Chen would be able to step on the evil shattering sword. However, right then, he and Murong were both bound by an invisible power. Their feet were floating in the air, unable to move at all. The power of a demonic human king's grab had already surpassed the limit of a half-step king warrior. Without experiencing it for themselves, it would be hard to imagine how powerful a life and death realm demonic human king would be. That kind of power had already reached the level where it could do whatever it wanted. Clatter, the black-robed old man's power was very ingenious, not harming Murong at all. However, it made Yi Chen feel as if he had been coiled by a huge python. His bones creaked as if they couldn't bear the burden. The Xianyuan he had just gathered was forcibly cut off from its source, and was completely blocked. On the right side, the yellow-robed lady held her breath as she watched this scene. She was inwardly regretting that Yi Chen couldn't see through her, but how could she see through Yi Chen? The fact proved that her intuition was right. Yi Chen was far more mysterious than she had imagined. Everyone had died, and only she and Yi Chen were safe and sound. Moreover, she was the strongest half-step king warrior, while Yi Chen was only at the peak of late Sea of Soul realm. Unfortunately, such a genius was about to die, and she herself couldn't even protect herself. She could only hope that this demonic human king would be in a better mood. At the critical moment, the yellow-robed old man, mysterious king, saved Yi Chen's life. Die. The mysterious king sensed that the black-robed old man was not normal, so he held a strange weapon in his right hand and waved it down. That horrifying chi power seemed like it was going to cut open the surreal space inside the tower. If the black-robed old man did not let go of Yi Chen and use his full power, he might be wounded by that attack. Letting go of Yi Chen, the black-robed old man pushed out with both of his hands. Boom! The power from the mysterious king was cold and evil, while the demonic Jin Yuan from the black-robed old man was aggressive and dark. With the two powers clashing together, it was like the end of the world. Yi Chen did not even need to look to know that in the middle of the 33rd floor, there was a destructive tornado coming toward him. If he did not get away from the 33rd floor in time, he would most likely be killed. Run! Without thinking, Yi Chen stepped on the evil shattering sword and performed his defensive sword spell. The pseudo-extreme rank great sword turned into a beam of light, shooting out of the 33rd floor within a second. He did not even have the time to pick up his storage ring, because any delay would cost him his life. As he flew on his sword, a layer of white cuticle appeared on his body as well, which was indeed the dragon bone defense layer. Outside of the dragon bone defense layer was his protective Jin Yuan, which was imprinted with bronze symbols. With the two layers of defense layered together, it was his most powerful defense. Yi Chen was fast, but the lady in yellow was not slow either. At this moment, she finally revealed her identity as a demonic beast. With a twist of her body, she transformed into a giant snake that seemed to be made of yellow crystal. The thickest part of this giant yellow crystal snake was as thick as a waist, and the thinnest part was its neck, which was only as thick as a calf. On its head, there was a small yellow horn that flickered with a pure, flawless yellow light. Shoo! The yellow crystal snake that the lady in yellow had turned into was as fast as lightning as it shot out of the entrance of the 33rd floor, following closely behind Yi Chen. The destructive tornado was spreading too fast, and the whole 33rd floor was covered by it. The corpses of Jin Wanxuan and the rest had been turned into ashes within a second, and even their storage rings had been slowly eroded until nothing was left. In the next second, the destructive tornado had caught up with them through the entrance of the 33rd floor. It was like a hot knife through butter, and nothing could stop it. When Yi Chen arrived at the 31st floor, he was finally caught up by the destructive tornado. The powerful power touched his body, and Yi Chen felt like he was in the middle of an endless ocean. On top of the ocean, there were endless waves, and he could not control the direction of his flying sword at all. I have to hold on. The protective Jin Yuan layer that had been activated along with the bronze armor started to wobble, and its color started to dim down. The bronze symbols made a couple of popping sounds before disappearing. Yi Chen held on to Murong Qingqing tightly, protecting her in front of him. Even if the destructive tornado broke through his protective Jin Yuan layer, it would not hurt her immediately. Stumbling, Yi Chen rushed to the 30th floor with Murong Qingqing in his arms. The destructive tornado had finally weakened a lot, but what made his expression change was that another huge explosion was heard from the 33rd floor. A powerful vibration was transmitted down through the tower. Not good. Yi Chen looked extremely serious. The first wave of the destructive tornado had not disappeared yet, and if the second wave caught up, it would be impossible for him to survive. While flying on his sword, a lot of thoughts flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Too weak, I am still too weak. One life and death realm warriors battle, and the resulting tornado was already enough to kill me, and that was only because I had escaped fast enough. If I had been slower, I would have been dead already. Is this the power of life and death realm warriors? Even a tiny bit of it could kill any warrior below life and death realm. If I did not have the bronze armor and the defensive sword spell, would I still be alive? For the first time, Yi Chen truly felt the gap between him and life and death realm warriors. That kind of gap was like a chasm that could not be crossed. His protective Jin Yuan continued to weaken, and the aftermath of the first wave of destruction storm could no longer hurt him. However, an even greater danger had arrived. The second wave of destruction storm had caught up with him. Although it had weakened a lot as time passed, once it overlapped with the aftermath of the first wave, its power would not be far off, even if it was not as strong as the previous one. You owe me a favor. A yellow light flashed once behind him, and a massive yellow crystal snake wrapped around Yi Chen. At the same time, an even more horrifying destructive tornado appeared, drowning the three of them. Yi Chen realized that the yellow light around the snake had the special effect of weakening the destructive tornado. It was like a water snake swimming against the current. Although the water was a hindrance, it was much smaller as she swam. Her speed was even faster than Yi Chen's flying sword. Yi Chen could feel that the woman in yellow had a special attack. The snake spoke in human language. This is my special power. I see. Thank you. I do owe you a favor. Favors were the hardest to repay, but it was also not easy to do so. Hee, let's get out of this first. The destructive tornado was too powerful. The third, fourth, and fifth waves had already appeared. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle the two on the 33rd floor were having. Right now, they were still on the 24th floor, and there were still a lot of floors below. The destructive tornado would be able to attack all the way to the first floor of the tower. Only after getting out of the tower would they be truly safe. As soon as they arrived at the 23rd floor, Yi Chen and the woman heard a few screams. Looking over, Shi Xiaobao's group had been torn apart by the destructive tornado. Only Shi Xiaobao and the strange old man survived. The others were all dead. 22nd floor, 21st floor, 20th floor, 19th floor, the third wave of the destructive storm stacked on top of each other, keeping the destructive storm at its original power. Then came the fourth wave, the fifth wave, and the destructive storm continued to increase. Inside the mysterious tower, there seemed to be an infinite amount of light, lighting up the entire tower. The first floor, after half a cup of tea's time, 4 figures flew out, all with pale faces and bleeding from all 7 orifices. Shi Xiaobao had already returned to his golden lion form. The golden fur on his body was completely bald. After a miserable roar, he flew out. The strange old man mumbled and also left. The yellow crystal snake turned into the woman in yellow. She smiled and said, "See you later." Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood and left. So close. The dragon bone defense layer on Yi Chen's body disappeared as he carried Murong Qingqing and left. After an unknown period of time, another human figure flew out. It was indeed the old man in black. Right now, he looked even worse than Yi Chen and the rest. His ji was a lot weaker, and there was a cut on his shoulder. Although the muscles inside were not damaged at all, life and death realm warriors had an undying body, so it might have been cut off already. The dead mysterious king is even more powerful. Damn it. The old man in black tore open the space and disappeared without a trace. After the old man left, the mysterious king wanted to rush out of the mysterious tower and escape. However, as soon as he stepped out, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the ocean. Inside the black hole, a golden lightning pierced through the sky and landed on the mysterious king's foot as if it had teleported. Pop, the mysterious evil king's entire foot was burned into ashes by the golden flame, and the fire spread towards his body. However, when it entered the mysterious tower, the golden flame died out automatically, and the mysterious evil king also gave up on leaving the mysterious tower. Above the ocean, the elder's figure appeared. He raised his head and saw the black hole slowly disappear. The expression on his face changed many times. Although the mysterious tower restricted the mysterious evil king's freedom, it also increased his battling ability. Damn, I can't believe that in one battle, I lost hundreds of years of cultivation. This hundreds of years of cultivation, I will need at least a few months to recover. The elder's expression was not good. Losing a lot of cultivation, although it wouldn't decrease his battling ability, it would affect his stamina. Most importantly, if he didn't recover the lost cultivation immediately, the longer it took, the harder it would be for him to recover. They shouldn't have gone far. Should I go after them? A look of hesitation flashed across the elder's face. Pooh, suddenly, the elder spat out a mouthful of cold blood. The blood was gray, and once it touched the air, it made a sizzling sound. Damn, I will clear out the yin qi in my body first. Feeling that there was too much yin qi in his body, it would be a hindrance to recovering his cultivation, so the elder gave up on the idea of searching for Murong Qingqing. To him, as long as he recovered, finding a person would be a piece of cake. There was no need to make things too difficult for himself. Pop, the figure disappeared like a black bubble, and the elder disappeared without a trace. Yichen took Murong Qingqing with him, but didn't leave the ruins immediately. Instead, he found a very hidden building and temporarily moved in. If he went back the way he came, he would undoubtedly encounter the self-exploding fireflies. Yichen was not confident that he could leave this place safely with the unconscious Murong. It was better to wait for Murong to regain consciousness first. However, Yichen was also a little anxious. It was hard to say how long it would take for Murong Rong to recover from the soul shock. It was possible that Murong Rong could recover now, but it was also possible that she would not wake up for a long time. This depended on her luck, and it also depended on whether Murong Rong's soul was condensed or not. Spreading a blanket on the floor, Yichen carefully placed Murong on it. Looking at her pale and delicate face, Yichen sighed softly and sat cross-legged to the side. He began to regulate his breathing and heal his injuries. If it was anyone else, they would have suffered serious internal injuries from the Tiamat's wrath and would not be able to recover within 3 to 5 days. Fortunately, Yichen had the most basic immortal body. As long as the injuries did not affect his core, he would be able to recover in a short period of time. Half an hour later, Yichen slowly let out a breath of turbid qi and opened his eyes. I didn't expect this to be a blessing in disguise. The mysterious Yin King's soul sound wave greatly increased the burden on my heart, but it also stimulated the effect of the heart-nurturing grass. Originally, I would need more than a month to refine the heart-nurturing grass into my heart. But now, I only need a week. I'll take this opportunity and try to break through to half-step king realm. Even if I can't break through, I'll at least familiarize myself with it. Keeping his promise, Yichen began his second attempt at half-step king warrior realm. On the 5th day, on this day, Murong Qingqing groaned and woke up from her coma. I'm not dead. Murong Qingqing thought that she was dead for sure. Now that she had woken up, it proved that she was only unconscious. At that time, her soul was in a mess, and she thought that she was dead for sure. Turning her head, Murong Qingqing saw Yichen sitting cross-legged on the ground. Steam was rising from his body, and he seemed to be beside a stove. Knowing that Yichen was trying to break through to half-step king realm, Murong Qingqing didn't disturb him. She crawled up from the bed and sat cross-legged on the ground. Taking a deep breath, she slowly entered a meditative state. On the 8th day, Yichen woke up. Huff. It's still not enough. Seems like I'll have to refine all 3 heart-nurturing grass before I can enter half-step king realm. However, I've finally refined the first one. Beside him, Murong Qingqing sensed Yichen's movements and opened her eyes. Still not successful? Yichen said joyfully, You're awake. Yeah, it feels like a dream. Murong Qingqing leaned over. Being alive was a gift from the heavens. She couldn't bear to die. It's good that you're awake. As for breaking through to half-step king realm, there's no rush. I'll succeed sooner or later. When Murong Qingqing hadn't woken up, Yichen had always felt that he couldn't enter the right state. There were too many worries. The soul was a person's foundation, and it was very troublesome. Hugging Murong, Yichen stood up and said, Since you're awake, let's leave this place first. This is not a good place. How is mysterious Yin King? Murong Qingqing suddenly asked. She didn't know how Yichen had brought her out safely. Yichen smiled and said, It's all thanks to your demonic human king. He fought with mysterious Yin King, and I took the opportunity to leave the 33rd floor. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for us to leave alive. As for mysterious Yin King and demonic human king, I think they're still alive. At their level, killing each other is very difficult. It's the chaotic demonic ocean's demonic human king. Murong Qingqing said in astonishment. It should be. I'll try my best to enter half-step king realm. Otherwise, if I run into them, I won't even have the strength to fight back. Although entering half-step king realm meant that Yichen couldn't be an opponent of life and death kings, he had a large amount of Zhenyuan crystals, which could allow him to increase his cultivation base to a certain extent. Once his cultivation base was enough, adding on his own tricks, it would be better than having no hope at all. Morong Qingqing woke up, and the two left the ruins with much more ease. Those self-exploding fireflies still couldn't do anything to her dark force field. After leaving the ruins, the two dived for a long time. Only when they were tens of thousands of li away from this place did they break out of the water. Huff, breathing in the fresh air, the two felt as if they had seen the sun again. Let's find an uninhabited island first. Yichen looked around and said to Morong Qingqing. I feel that my cultivation base can increase again. Morong Qingqing nodded. Finding an island in the boundless ocean was too easy. In less than half a day, the two found a relatively safe island. After the effect of the heart-nourishing grass had been used up, Yichen swallowed the second one. While refining it, he comprehended the space profound while studying the bewitching mirror shattering. The two complemented each other, and studying them together brought about unimaginable benefits. As Yichen's first space profound sword art, bewitching mirror shattering opened a new door for Yichen. As he studied it more and more, Yichen felt that the space profound was more and more profound. Wherever one was, there was a space. Space was not a box, but a container that could hold everything. Even time itself had an inseparable connection with this container. As the intensity of the bewitching mirror shattering increased, Yichen faintly felt that the things he saw were different from before. Before, he was limited to the surface. But now, he could already look at the essence of things. Perhaps it was a little hard to adapt to looking at the essence of things at the beginning, but once he got used to it, it would have an unimaginable effect on his future path. Break! As the sword slashed out, the seawater on the east side of the island twisted and folded, splitting into countless layers. Each layer was like a glass container. Pung, the seawater within the range of the space power was completely shattered, and waves soared into the sky. It should be about 80 to 90% done. Sheathing the evil vanquishing sword, Yichen let the waves wash over his body. Unknowingly, a month had passed. The second heart-nourishing grass had been refined successfully. Compared to before, Yichen's heart strength was several times stronger. With his blood pumping faster, his heart was like a drum, letting out thumping sounds. This sound caused the surrounding earth to shake and dust to rise. Once, Yichen had dived into the sea. The sound of his heart beating had even killed a fourth-grade demonic beast. Ripples spread out in all directions with Yichen as the center. It was hard to imagine the extent of Yichen's heartbeat. However, this was not the end. Yichen had officially refined the third heart-nourishing grass. Once he succeeded, he would attempt to break through to half-step king realm. This time, he could only succeed, failure was not allowed. On the other side, a powerful demonic aura soared into the sky, dyeing the sky black. Black whirlwinds appeared out of nowhere and revolved around the island, fiercely blowing. Morong Qingqing's cultivation base had clearly increased by another level. She was getting closer and closer to a veteran half-step king. Apart from this, the soul membrane of half-step kings would also increase along with the increase in cultivation base. For example, the yellow-robed woman was the strongest half-step king. Even if she suffered the soul sound waves of mysterious king, she would only suffer some injuries and not lose consciousness. This was the effect of the soul membrane. On the other hand, Yichen possessed a fifth-step destruction sword soul and fourth-step immortal sword soul, as well as a soul power 5 times that of ordinary people. Even if he wasn't a half-step king, he could completely resist mysterious king's soul sound waves. Compared to the yellow-robed woman, once he entered half-step king realm and formed his soul membrane, it would be difficult for even life and death kings to attack him with soul power. Unless it was some extremely frightening heaven-grade high-step soul attack secret art, or a heaven-grade peak soul attack secret art of annihilation. Another month passed by. Suddenly, a huge wave rose up in the sea. The huge wave took the shape of a ring and suddenly spread out. This was not the end. In the center of the ring-shaped wave, a huge water ball was suddenly born. It expanded to a size of several dozen meters before exploding violently. Water vapor filled the air. Dong 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 dong, the intense vibrations could be heard even on the island, startling some seabirds and causing them to flutter their wings and flee in panic. 3 heart-nourishing grass actually strengthened my heart to this extent. It seems like the success rate of breaking through to half-step king realm is at least 70%. Yichen emerged from the sea and stood on a reef. What Yichen didn't know was that the main reason his heart could be strengthened to this extent was related to his undying body. The human body had a limit, and too much medicinal energy would be wasted, and the body wouldn't be able to endure it all at once. If it were someone else, refining 3 heart-nourishing grass might not be as effective as refining 1 heart-nourishing grass for Yichen. This was because Yichen's undying body could maximize the potential of his body, allowing him to absorb medicinal energy like a bottomless pit. Moreover, if there was any injury, the undying body would also help repair it. As long as his heart didn't explode, there wouldn't be any problem. Therefore, although the undying body seemed insignificant in many aspects, nobody knew the truth. At the very least, Yichen wasn't clear about it. Morong Qingqing had already come out of seclusion. Her current demonic power cultivation base was much stronger than when she was in the ruins. With a slight circulation of demonic power, the sky around the island darkened and demonic wind whistled, as if they had entered a world of darkness. According to Yichen's estimation, Morong Qingqing's current cultivation base was almost at mid-half-step king realm, while the yellow-robed woman was clearly at high step. This was the difference between having demonic power crystals and not. With Morong Qingqing here, Yichen could relax and enter seclusion to break through. Inside the spacious cave, Yichen sat cross-legged on a stone platform with his 5 hearts facing upwards, rapidly entering a state of wholehearted cultivation. Gulp, under the control of his consciousness, the Zhenyuan in Yichen's dantian slowly and powerfully revolved. Strands of Zhenyuan gushed out of his dantian and flowed into his blood vessels. Then, driven by his blood, he began to break through to half-step king realm. There were countless blood vessels in the human body. Apart from the cornea, hair, nails, teeth, and epithelium, blood vessels could be found all over the body. According to the different structures and functions of blood vessels, they were divided into arteries, veins, and capillaries. Breaking through to half-step king realm naturally didn't need to fuse all 3 types of blood vessels with Zhenyuan. He only needed to make the Zhenyuan perfectly circulate along with the blood in the arteries. As his blood began to flow faster, Yichen's heartbeat became higher and higher. Every beat was like a coconut, yet also like a tightly clenched fist, extremely powerful. Thumping sounds rang out incessantly, and the air in the cave also vibrated, spreading outwards. Good. This is several times smoother than the first time. Feeling the power of his heart, Yichen was even more confident. Under the control of his consciousness, his blood flow once again increased, reaching an unimaginable level. However, just in case, Yichen still swallowed a spirit-melting grass, which could allow Zhenyuan and blood to merge for a longer time. With enough spirit-melting grass, he wouldn't even need heart-protecting flower or heart-nurturing grass to directly break through to half-step king realm. Unfortunately, spirit-melting grass wasn't cabbage. Yichen had only found 2 of them in Four Corner City. Everything was ready. Yichen could feel that his breakthrough to half-step king realm was not far off. While Yichen was trying to break through to the half-king realm, the outside world was not calm either. It was unknown when a head the size of a castle had emerged from the raging sea. It was a giant whale. On the giant whale's head, there were 4 lake-sized eyes. 2 of the eyes were blue and flashed with electricity. The 2 eyes in the middle were scarlet, cruel, and bloodthirsty. It was a 4-eyed thunder whale at the half-step demonic king realm. It was the largest among the cetacean sea beasts. It was said that the largest 4-eyed thunder whale was comparable to a city. It could swallow half a city in one bite, killing countless lives. Its huge body meant that the beast power inside its body was boundless. The moment the 4-eyed thunder whale appeared, everything within hundreds of miles became strangely still. The waves froze in the air, the wind stopped spinning, and everything was frozen. Puny human, hand over all your wealth. The 4-eyed thunder whale let out a thunderous sound towards Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing stood on a tall rock. She reached out her hand and brushed away the hair that had been messed up by the wind before. She said lightly, "Cut the crap. You are perfect for the experiment." With her cultivation increasing, Morong Qingqing was just about to find someone to test it out on. The 4-eyed thunder whale was a huge sea beast, so it would be a good opponent. "You are looking for death." The 4-eyed thunder whale was furious. It opened its huge mouth, and a thick water column with electricity shot out, attacking at Morong Qingqing, who was relatively small in size. Morong Qingqing did not dare to be careless, so she reached out her right hand and blocked in front of her body. Rumble, a semicircle black barrier appeared, protecting half of the island within. The 100-meter-thick water column crashed onto it, bringing up a huge splash. However, those arm-thick electric currents were unable to penetrate the barrier and harm Morong Qingqing. Dark element profound sense martial art, darkness sky. Die. The most powerful attack of sea beasts was not energy attacks, but physical attacks. The mountain-like four-eyed thunder whale jumped up. The sky was dark, and the whole island was covered in its shadow. Swoosh! Swoosh! The four-eyed thunder whale's body was surrounded by electricity as it smashed towards Morong Qingqing. Dark Devour. Morong Qingqing was afraid that the battle would affect Yi Chen, who was in the middle of breaking through. She quickly formed a hand seal with both of her hands. After that, she waved her right hand in the air. All of a sudden, 4 black light balls formed in a row, spinning and collapsing like 4 small black holes. As soon as the four-eyed thunder whale touched the black light balls, it immediately felt that half of the impact had disappeared. The beast power in its body flowed out like water, pouring into the black light balls. This black light ball could devour power and energy. Piss off. Her tall and slim body jumped into the air as Morong Qingqing threw out a palm attack at the four-eyed thunder whale's forehead. That powerful demon power exploded, blowing the four-eyed thunder whale dozens of miles away. The shockwave that was brought up even tore apart the clouds in the sky. Such a rich beast power. The second her palm made contact with the four-eyed thunder whale, Morong Qingqing could feel that its beast power had not decreased by much. Ever since she had become a half-step king warrior, her dark devour ability had increased by more than 10 times. Even a half-step king warrior would lose 1/10 of their power if they were hit by it. If they were hit consecutively, they would not even need to fight before their Jinyuan would be completely devoured. However, the four-eyed thunder whale's beast power could be said to be endless. For dark devour attacks would only devour 1/100th of its beast power, which was almost negligible. Well dance. As a half-step beast king, the four-eyed thunder whale would not only have this kind of attack. Its body shone with a bright thunder light, and hundreds of giant whales were formed from the ocean water. These whales were not even 1/100th the size of the four-eyed thunder whale, but there were a lot of them. Their bodies were covered in thunder and lightning, making cracking sounds. Hundreds of huge whales rode the wind and broke through the waves, rushing toward Morong Qingqing and attacking her. Morong Qingqing's expression did not change at all. The purple and black electric currents on her body moved quickly, and an invisible power field spread out with her as the center. Within a second, hundreds of giant whales were affected. Under the effect of the power field, every step the whales took would have to bear 10 times the pressure. Before they even got close to the island, they had all been shattered and turned back into ocean water. What kind of power field is this? The 2 eyes in the center of the four-eyed thunder whale squinted into slits. A normal force field wouldn't be this powerful. His whale dance was one of his most powerful trump cards, but he couldn't even get close to her. This woman's power was beyond his imagination. I will come again. The four-eyed thunder whale sank back into the ocean, and its towering mountain-like body disappeared. Lightly landing on a rock nearby, Morong Qingqing frowned slightly. Ocean beasts are usually huge, and their beast power is extremely powerful. It is not easy to kill them, unless I can break through their defense with one attack and hit their vitals. That palm attack from before had already wounded the four-eyed thunder whale. But obviously, compared to its huge body, that injury was just a small one. It did not even have the right to cause the four-eyed thunder whale any pain. Ocean beasts were called moving fortresses for a reason. Guarding the island, Morong Qingqing did not move, but her soul power would scan out from time to time. Inside the cave on the island, Yi Chen had already reached the critical moment. His blood was driving his Jinyuan, completing the perfect cycle. He was only 1 step away, and it would be the most difficult one. Taking out the second and last spirit melting plant, Yi Chen swallowed it without any hesitation. All of a sudden, a wave of cool and sticky medicinal power seeped into his blood vessels, making the blood and Jinyuan combine even better. There would not be any sign of separation in a short period of time. Success or failure depends on this. Yi Chen moved his mind, and his blood flow increased rapidly. His heart was reaching its limit, and a thumping sound could be heard continuously. Soon. Soon. Yi Chen's body was surrounded by a hot mist, and within the mist there was a vague red light. It was the sign of the excessive water evaporation, bringing out the qi and blood. In his inner vision state, Yi Chen could see that inside his arteries, his blood and Jing Yuan had almost formed a perfect cycle. There was only a small gap left, which would decide whether or not he would be able to reach the half-step king warrior level. Let's make a breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen pushed his blood flow to an overloaded state. All of a sudden, his heart was slightly damaged, and a lot of his blood vessels were broken. Boom! Right then, a wave of powerful Jing Yuan vibration spread out in all directions with the cave as the center. Dark clouds gathered in the sky all of a sudden, and heavy rain poured down. Lightning and thunder roared, and the intense Yuan qi vibrated, causing a huge storm. It was nature's reaction to the change of the environment. Ting! All of a sudden, a massive sword qi shot out into the sky, tearing apart the sky and earth. The breakthrough is successful. This sword qi. Morong Qingqing turned her head, a joyful expression on her face. Without a doubt, from this moment on, Yi Chen had officially entered the half-step king warrior level. However, this horrifying sword qi was a bit different, completely different from the sword qi that came from great swords. It had a unique characteristic. Morong Qingqing looked like she was thinking about something. Before this, Yi Chen had trained the Green Lotus Sword spell, which was a top-rank Earth Realm martial art. Above that, there was actually a Heaven Realm martial art, which was not something that anyone could train successfully. Although it was related to the comprehensive ability, it was not directly related. Instead, it was directly related to Jing Yuan and Realm. Normally, only Life and Death Realm warriors could create a Heaven Realm martial art that was suitable for them. Of course, it would take a long time, at least dozens of years, and at most hundreds of years. Under Life and Death Realm, even if one's comprehensive ability was extremely high, they would not be able to create a Heaven Realm martial art, because under Life and Death Realm, one's Jing Yuan would not be able to support the operation of a Heaven Realm martial art. However, there was an exception, and that was some top-rank Earth Realm martial arts that could be upgraded. For example, the Green Lotus Sword spell was one of them, which was originally a top-rank Earth Realm martial art. Once it was upgraded, it would naturally become a Heaven Realm martial art. With such a huge commotion, Morong Qingqing could not think of any other possibilities. Morong Qingqing's guess was right. When Yi Chen broke through to the half-step king warrior level, he had indeed increased his Green Lotus Sword spell to the Heaven Realm. Actually, a long time ago, Yi Chen had already felt that his Green Lotus Sword spell had been restricted, as if there was an invisible barrier stopping him from making a breakthrough. Since Battle King's experience was different from Yi Chen's, he had created his own Heaven Realm martial art when he reached the Life and Death Realm. Therefore, his experience could not explain this, and Yi Chen did not think too much about it at that time. Now that he thought about it, it should be because of the special nature of his Green Lotus Sword spell. After all, when he first got his Green Lotus Sword spell, it was written that both the Green Lotus Sword spell and Green Lotus Sword arts could make breakthroughs. Later on, the Green Lotus Sword art had evolved into a Heaven Realm martial art, which was also a profound sense martial art, amaranth in nature. Heaven Realm martial arts are profound sense martial arts. Although Heaven Realm martial arts do not have much to do with profound sense, they still contain an immeasurable power like the natural law. Battle King's Heaven Realm martial art was the Platinum Sword body, which had a natural advantage in defense. Normal king warriors would not be able to hurt him at all. I wonder what kind of special effect my Green Lotus Sword spell has. Yi Chen's body was shining with a powerful blue qi flow. It was extremely sharp, and with just a little bit of combination, it could form an indestructible sword qi. That earth-shattering sword qi just now was a beam of sword qi formed by the blue qi flow. Scatter. Yi Chen groaned as he controlled the blue qi flow to scatter. Pop, as if a blue bubble had been formed, the blue qi flow spread out with Yi Chen as the center. Looking from afar, Yi Chen seemed to be inside a massive blue qi cover. Inside the qi cover, the blue qi flow was spinning without any pattern. Condense. Yi Chen could not be more familiar with the Green Lotus Sword spell. Therefore, even though his Green Lotus Sword spell had reached the Heaven Realm, Yi Chen still vaguely knew something about it. Ding! Ding! Countless sword sounds were heard as countless blue great swords appeared inside the blue chi cover. Is this the sword artist's domain? Sword domain? Yichen was surprised. No, it should be the embryonic form of a sword domain. A true sword domain would have its own unique laws, and these laws would be controlled by the person who released it. Big brother, that woman is on the island ahead. Thousands of miles away, 4 figures were galloping over. These 4 figures were a 4-eyed giant whale, a double-headed serpent, a flaming giant bird, and a hook-nosed man standing on the back of the giant bird. The man's bare arms were covered with fish scales, and he had a pair of gray wings on his back. The demonic energy fluctuations emanating from him seemed to contain the attributes of wind and water. The man nodded satisfyingly and said to the huge whale, "It's hard to see a human half-step king in the deep ocean, not to mention a beautiful woman. You've done well. Once I capture that woman, I'll give you a bit more of her wealth." "Thank you, big brother." The 4-eyed whale opened its pitch-black mouth. Sea beasts in the deep sea had always lacked spirit stones to cultivate, so human experts were one of their favorite prey. "We're here." Thousands of miles were only tens of blinks of an eye for sea beasts at half-step beast king level. Soon, the 4 beasts arrived at the island. "You're here again." Morong Qingqing had already sensed their arrival. The 4-eyed whale laughed weirdly. "I said I would come back. I didn't expect you to be this arrogant, staying here and not leaving. With your power, why do you need to leave?" Purple-black electric currents moved around on the surface of her body. As Morong Qingqing spoke, her dark power field spread out, covering dozens of miles. "Big brother, this woman is too arrogant. Let me teach her a lesson." The 2-headed serpent volunteered. The hook-nosed man glanced at Morong Qingqing. In his memory, he had never seen a human woman who was even 60% as beautiful as her. All of a sudden, a perverted look flashed through his eyes as he held his chin and said to the serpent, "Don't hurt her. I know what I'm doing." The serpent was not much smaller than the 4-eyed whale, and in terms of length, it was even longer. It coiled its body and raised its 2 heads up high, looking down at Morong Qingqing. Its long red tongues flicked in and out like 2 10-meter-long spears. "Surrender now, and you will not have to suffer any pain. My patience is limited." The 2-headed serpent was more powerful than the 4-eyed whale. It had learned from the 4-eyed whale that this woman wasn't necessarily stronger than the 4-eyed whale, but her force field ability was slightly more powerful, which rendered its trump card useless. The 2-headed serpent wasn't afraid of any force fields. Its ability was different from the 4-eyed whale's. "Kill." Morong Qingqing didn't waste any more time with the serpent. She leaped into the air and threw dozens of hand blades at the serpent. Clang! 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 Although the flying sky assassination cut was only a low-rank profound sense martial art, it was fast. Because of its carelessness, the serpent was hit by dozens of black blade lights, its scales flying everywhere. Feeling the pain, the serpent screamed. Its left head shot out a high-pressure water column toward Morong Qingqing, while its right head shot out a black venom toward Morong Qingqing. The high-pressure water column only relied on the impact to hurt people, but the black venom was different. Once a demonic beast reached rank 9 or 10, its venom would no longer be pure venom, but a powerful venom mixed with Xianyuan. Not to mention the venom from a half-step beast king, once it touched the body, it would be very troublesome. Swoosh, the wings on her back spread out as Morong Qingqing flashed once, avoiding the high-pressure water column and the black venom, appearing in the sky. Soul-extinguishing wave. Holding a black light ball in her hand, Morong Qingqing suddenly clenched her fist. Boom, the black light ball was shattered, and an energy wave mixed with a soul attack shot out toward the serpent. The serpent made a weird sound as its body flipped over, rolling around in the ocean. Although the soul attack contained in the soul-extinguishing wave was not enough to kill it, it had shaken its soul quite a bit. Moreover, the soul of the sea beasts had always been weaker than that of humans. This was the horrifying thing about soul attacks. Sky Demon Finger. Morong Qingqing seized the opportunity and performed another demon's martial art, Sky Demon Finger. The black finger power was like a small black sun, attacking toward the serpent. Boom, the black and red light spread out in all directions. In that critical moment, the flaming bird shot out a red fireball, which landed on the black sun. On the back of the flaming bird, the man clapped his hands and laughed. Not bad. Not bad. Number 4 and number 2's beast power are thousands of times more powerful than yours, but they still lost to you. Your power might even be at the top of the human demi-king warriors. The sea beasts were one of the beasts. Because of their huge bodies, their beast power was unstoppable. Normally, 10 human demi-king warriors would need to fight against one demi-king level sea beast. But, it was also because of their power that it was extremely hard for the sea beasts to produce demi-king warriors. The deep ocean was so huge, and the demi-king level sea beasts might not be that much more than the humans. Cut the bullsh *T. Let's go. Morong Xianxia frowned slightly. The sea beasts were indeed scarier than the beasts on the land. The main reason was that they were too huge, and their beast power was horrifying. Although their power and body might not be the same, the difference was still hundreds of times. Morong, let me do it. The cave on the island exploded, and Yichen and Blue flew over, standing right next to Morong Xianxia, looking at the 4 beasts in the distance. You are the one she is protecting, right? You have just reached demi-king warrior level. What can you do? The man observed Yichen carefully and realized that his Zhengyuan vibration was a lot weaker than Morong Xianxia's, which meant that he had just reached demi-king warrior level. Sword domain. Yichen did not say anything. He squinted his eyes slightly, and a blue light suddenly spread out from his body, covering hundreds of miles in a second. What is this? The man was already in the range of the blue light. He reached out his hand and made a grabbing gesture in the air, feeling that the blue chi flow was a bit piercing. Yichen smiled lightly and pushed his right hand toward the 4. Shoo! 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 Without any sign, the blue chi flow condensed into countless blue great swords, each of which contained a rank 5 destruction sword intent. Perhaps their pure attacking power was not as powerful as Yichen's normal attacks, but with enough of them, it would still have a destructive power. Tens of thousands of blue great swords shot out, and the 4 beasts were all within the attack range. Be careful. The man did not dare to be careless, so he pushed up a layer of protective beast power. The other 3 beasts also activated their beast power to block out the incoming attacks. There were just too many blue great swords, shooting out like a storm. This kind of effect was just like thousands of Sea of Souls realm warriors attacking at the same time. Without a doubt, they had suppressed the 4 beasts, and then started to weaken their defense. Too scary. Back out. The aquiline-nosed man was aghast. His protective demonic energy couldn't block so many green swords. How was this a one-on-one fight? It was clearly a group fight. Tens of thousands of people ganging up on 4 people. They weren't sea beast kings, so they couldn't ignore this kind of attack. The first one to be attacked was the 4-eyed giant whale. Its body was the widest, so it was attacked the most. Almost a third of the attacks were directed at it. Pooh. Pooh, like a piece of rotten meat, the 4-eyed giant whale was pierced by the blue great swords and turned into a pile of blood paste. The ocean water it was in had been cut into countless pieces, and it could not be healed right away. The next one to die was the double-headed snake, which was not much better than the whale. The flaming bird was rather fast. It carried the man and ran out of the sword realm. The red feathers on its body had almost all been cut off by the blue great swords. Luckily, it was at the edge of the sword realm and was able to run fast, so it was not killed right away. Do you think you can get away? Yichen took out his evil shattering sword and threw out a waning moon attack. That black crescent-shaped sword power made the full moon in the sky look even dimmer. It sliced through the flaming bird's body once. Swoosh, the flaming bird and the man were both dismembered within a second. Morong Xianxia wasn't too surprised that Yichen had instantly killed the 2. Before entering half-step king realm, Yichen already had the strength of a strongest half-step king. Now that his cultivation base had increased by several folds, his strength had naturally reached an unfathomable level. However, Yichen's sword domain had broadened her horizons. She could tell that any of the blue swords within the sword domain didn't have much offensive power, only at late Sea of Soul realm. After all, the blue swords were merely sword chi, and didn't have the amplification of artifacts or profound martial skills. They only had pure killing power. However, when tens of thousands of blue swords shot out at the same time, their momentum wasn't inferior to the combined attack of thousands of late Sea of Soul Realm experts. Is this the change brought about by the Green Lotus sword arts? Morong Qingqing asked. Yichen nodded. After the Green Lotus sword arts became a heaven-grade cultivation technique, it has many more wondrous uses. So far, I've only discovered the sword domain. Of course, a heaven-grade cultivation technique is a heaven-grade cultivation technique after all. Its Jinyuan recovery speed is 10 times faster than before, and the circulation speed of Jinyuan is also extremely fast. Cultivation techniques normally wouldn't increase one's battle power by too much, but they were extremely important. Thinking about it, one couldn't always rely on pills in a prolonged battle. If one took too many pills, their Jinyuan would become impure, and they wouldn't be able to circulate it. Therefore, one's Jinyuan recovery speed had to be impressive. At this moment, the advantage of a high-grade cultivation technique would be obvious. Secondly, during a battle, both sides would become stiff, and those with high-grade cultivation techniques could rapidly circulate Jinyuan to expel the stiffness. This was an advantage that couldn't be ignored. Lastly, the higher the grade of the cultivation technique, the faster the cultivation would be. Without any exaggeration, an ordinary half-step king who cultivated bitterly for 100 years might not be able to reach the result of Yi Chen's 10 years of bitter cultivation. The gap between a heaven-grade cultivation technique and a peak earth-grade cultivation technique couldn't be calculated with common sense. Moreover, heaven-grade cultivation techniques usually had special powers. For example, Yi Chen's sword domain. If used well, it could allow Yi Chen to ignore group attacks. If he encountered hundreds or thousands of late Sea of Soul Realm experts, he would no longer need to run, as he could annihilate them all by himself. In the past, he could only retreat. Sword domain, no wonder. Morong Qingqing suddenly understood. Domain was an extremely special existence. Even among life and death kings, only a few possessed a domain. Although Yi Chen's sword domain was not a true domain, and hadn't formed the power of rules, it was a great trump card in the same realm. Yi Chen had just stepped into the half-step king warrior realm, but he still did not have the time to use Jinyuan crystals to increase his cultivation. After taking care of the 4 beasts, Yi Chen planned to spend some more time to increase his cultivation to the limit that he could control. Otherwise, all these Jinyuan crystals would be a waste. When he was at late Sea of Soul Realm, Yi Chen had spent less than 10 Jinyuan crystals to raise his cultivation base to peak late Sea of Soul Realm. However, after reaching half-step king realm, this amount increased by 100-fold. It was not that the Jinyuan of half-step kings was several hundred times thicker than that of late Sea of Soul Realm, which would be too exaggerated. The main reason was that the Jinyuan of half-step kings was even purer, to the point that it had reached a demanding level of purity. It was like gold. Even if the purity of gold was not high, it would still be valuable, and no one would be willing to throw it away. However, at half-step king realm, it was like picking bones in an egg. Even the slightest flaw would be discarded. However, at this moment, no one would complain about their Jinyuan being too pure. In fact, the purer the Jinyuan, the better, because it would increase their chances of breaking through to life and death realm. After consuming 800 Jinyuan crystals, Yi Chen's cultivation base had finally reached the limit of what he could control. Any more and he wouldn't be able to control it, and the gains would not make up for the losses. At this moment, Yi Chen's cultivation base had actually caught up to Morong Qingqing's. The gap between the two soul power and martial arts was too huge, and it couldn't be helped. At peak late Sea of Soul Realm, I couldn't use the evil vanquishing sword's might at all, not to mention the Sky Scorpio sword. The evil vanquishing sword is a pseudo-extreme grade artifact, and it requires too much Jinyuan. Right now, if I use it with all my strength, I should be able to use it 5 times. In the mysterious Yin Pagoda, Yi Chen wielded the evil vanquishing sword, which was only a bit more powerful than the Thunder Disaster sword. Of course, at that time, the evil vanquishing sword's power was more important than its might. The reason why Yi Chen was able to kill the aquiline-nosed man and the giant flame bird from 100 li away was precisely because he had unleashed the full might of the evil vanquishing sword. Otherwise, at such a distance, its might would have been weakened by a lot. After all, this was different from Sword Domain, in which attacks would not be weakened. Raising his cultivation base to the limit of his control, it was time to leave. Instead of going to Quadrant Island, the two spent 5 days and 5 nights before arriving at another bustling island in Richlight Oceanspan, Gemstone Archipelago. Gemstone Archipelago alone couldn't compare to Quadrant Island. Added together, their total area was more than 10 times that of Quadrant Island. Gazing into the distance, the ocean seemed to be embedded with dozens of different colored gems, emitting a beautiful radiance under the sunlight. Gemstone Archipelago was named after the colors of the islands, such as Azure Island, Fiery Island, and Orange Island. The two weren't too familiar with this place, so they landed on the edge of Azure Island. As soon as the two landed, a young woman ran over. Her cultivation base was neither high nor low, at early astral reaching realm. It's your first time at Gemstone Archipelago. My name is Wang Lan, and I can be your guide. If there's anything you don't know, you can ask me. The price is very cheap, only 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The young woman looked at Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing with some expectation. Yi Chen said, "How do you exchange mid-grade spirit stones and upper-grade spirit stones in Gemstone Archipelago?" Wang Lan honestly said, "There are many treasures in the deep sea, but few spirit stones. In Gemstone Archipelago, 1 upper-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 80 mid-grade spirit stones. Oh, a very high exchange rate. Generally speaking, 1 upper-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for at least 50 mid-grade spirit stones. 1 to 60 to 70 was the most common, and exceeding 70 was already very high. As for 1 to 100, it would only appear in auctions. The exchange rate in the market wasn't that high. Here are 40 upper-grade spirit stones, half of the price. When we don't need you anymore, we'll give you the other half. For now, take us to a high-grade artifact exchange site. The higher the better." Murong Qingqing handed over 10 upper-grade spirit stones to Wang Lan. "Many thanks." Wang Lan accepted the upper-grade spirit stones with a joyful expression. "All right, take us there," Yi Chen said indifferently. "This way." Wang Lan soared into the sky and brought the two toward the center of Gemstone Archipelago. Gemstone Archipelago, red islands are generally used for the trading of artifacts. Light red islands are the lowest, and generally only mid and upper-grade artifacts are traded. Fiery red islands are for upper-grade artifacts and peak upper-grade artifacts. Above the fiery red islands is the deep red islands, where you can occasionally see pseudo-extreme grade artifacts. It's the highest grade island in Gemstone Archipelago. On the way, Wang Lan explained to the two. Murong Qingqing asked, "You're saying that pseudo-extreme grade artifacts have appeared on the deep red islands?" Wang Lan nodded, "Depending on the mountain, depending on the river. There are many treasures in Richlight Oceanspan, and people often obtain some extreme grade artifacts. They can't use them themselves, and they don't feel safe keeping them on them. Therefore, they sell them and buy things that they can use for themselves. If you two are lucky, you might be able to buy a suitable artifact. However, the price here is very high, so you two better be prepared." Yi Chen faintly smiled, but didn't say anything. After some conversation, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing learned that Wang Lan was born and raised in Gemstone Archipelago. Apart from cultivating, she was a guide for others. Although astral reaching experts didn't look good, they earned a lot of spirit stones. After all, those who could come to Gemstone Archipelago were basically Sea of Soul Realm experts, and they would have tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones. They wouldn't haggle with you. An ordinary astral reaching expert would have a net worth of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones at most, which would be close to 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Leading the way once would allow one to cultivate for a long time in peace. Of course, this kind of business wasn't easy to do. There were too many people competing with one another, so one had to rely on luck and discernment. In a short while, the three arrived at the Deep Red Island. The largest artifact trading place on the island is the Splendid Exchange at the center of the island. The minimum requirement to enter is Sea of Soul Realm. Wang Lan said from the front. Arriving outside the Splendid Exchange, Murong Qingqing stopped and gave Wang Lan 40 upper-grade spirit stones. "You wait here. When we come out later, we'll need you to be our guide." 80 upper-grade spirit stones were nothing to Murong Qingqing. She had obtained more than 100 million upper-grade spirit stones in the ruins of the mysterious Ying King, which was hard to imagine for ordinary people. All right. Wang Lan obediently waited outside. This time, she had encountered a big customer. Although she couldn't see through their cultivation bases, judging from their actions, they were at least rich late Sea of Soul Realm experts. Entering the splendid exchange, the two were startled by the flow of people inside. There were too many Sea of Soul Realm experts inside, numbering in the thousands. As far as the eye could see, the splendid exchange seemed to be packed with people. Heated discussions could be heard from far away. Wind Thunder Staff, upper-grade artifact, 300,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Smelting Fire Sword, upper-grade artifact, 320,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Dazzling Armor, upper-grade artifact, 520,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Divine Wind Boots, upper-grade artifact, 480,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Among the treasures being sold in the glorious bazaar, even the worst ones were top high-rank treasures. Of course, as Wang Lan had said, the treasures here were indeed expensive. Ordinary high-rank treasures would not exceed 100,000 high-rank spirit stones. Although the lowest grade of the treasures here were top high-rank treasures, it was still more than 100,000 high-rank spirit stones. Fortunately, one could bargain here. You could also compare the price. The higher the price was, the better it would be for bargaining. Walking through the entire splendid exchange, the two found a staircase leading to the second floor. There were 4 Sea of Soul Realm experts guarding there. Sorry, you can't go up without late Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base. The 4 obstructed a middle-aged man with mid-Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base. I have spirit stones. The middle-aged man was unwilling. Sorry, there are rules. The guard's expression didn't change. Yi Chan and Morong Qingqing were baffled. Low cultivation base didn't mean low wealth. The rules of the splendid exchange were indeed strange. The two didn't stop and proceeded to the second floor. The 4 guards carefully sized up Yi Chan and Morong Qingqing and were astonished. They couldn't see through the two's cultivation base at all. There was only one explanation: the two were half-step kings. Richlight Oceanspan had numerous half-step kings, and they were the true kings of this place. Please. The 4 opened the way. Upon arriving at the second floor, the two didn't see many people. It was quite spacious and empty. Based on a rough estimation, there were only a few hundred people here. However, the artifacts sold here were of high grade, all of them being semi-extreme grade artifacts. Moreover, the stalls were quite far apart, so there wouldn't be a crowd. Although semi-extreme grade artifacts and peak upper grade artifacts didn't differ much in terms of grade, the price difference was more than 10 times, and some even reached 20 times. Even among semi-extreme grade artifacts, there was a huge difference in quality. Some rare semi-extreme grade artifacts weren't any weaker than pseudo-extreme grade artifacts, and their imitation targets were also famous extreme grade artifacts from ancient times. Morong Qingqing's goal in coming here was to find a pair of gloves that suited her. After all, compared to her cultivation and strength, her original gloves were a bit outdated. It would be fine if she fought against ordinary half-step kings, but if she encountered strongest half-step kings, it would be hard to avoid suffering some losses. Along the way, the two saw many semi-extreme grade artifacts. Blowing Snow Glove, price 3 million upper-grade spirit stones. Silver Snake Blade, price 3,200,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Blood Flame Spear, price 3,500,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Water Moon Sky Armor, price 5 million upper-grade spirit stones. In ancient times, there were many semi-extreme grade artifacts, and some of them might not even be an imitation of an extreme grade artifact. The main reason was that the grade of the materials was somewhat low, making it impossible to make an extreme grade artifact. Even inferior artifacts couldn't be made, so they became semi-extreme grade artifacts. Bone Eroding Evil Shadow, Glove, price 6 million upper-grade spirit stones. After walking for a long time, the two finally found a pair of gloves that looked good. Excuse me, can I have a look at this pair of gloves? Morong Qingqing and Yi Chen walked over. Sure. The seller was a robust middle-aged man. His cultivation base was not low, being at the peak of late Sea of Soul Realm. However, facing Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing, who were both half-step kings, his cultivation base was not worth mentioning. He hurriedly took out the gloves and handed them over to Morong Qingqing. Taking the gloves, Morong Qingqing sensed the soul imprint inside. It wasn't that someone had used it before, but rather a basic precaution in the marketplace. It was to prevent some customers from saying that the items belonged to them, which would not be a pleasant thing. Imprinting a soul imprint on an artifact for sale. This way, as long as one wasn't a life and death king, they wouldn't be able to erase the soul imprint in a short period of time. Without one's own soul imprint, one wouldn't be able to bring out the artifact's full power. However, this was not a battle, but a test of the quality of the gloves. Putting on the bone-eroding evil shadow glove, Morong Qingqing clenched her fist slightly. All of a sudden, a huge amount of black qi poured out, twisting the space slightly. The surrounding environment was reflected inside, becoming blurry. Shoo! Reaching out her hand, Morong Qingqing's right hand was like a steel blade, leaving a light claw mark in the air. The middle-aged man held his breath. Without a doubt, Morong Qingqing was a half-step king, and not an ordinary one at that. Although that attack just now wasn't aimed at him, he felt as if his soul was about to be pierced through. It was swift and tyrannical. Not good, it's only 2 to 3 grades higher than normal semi-extreme rank gloves. Morong Qingqing shook her head and took off the gloves. Yi Chen laughed, no rush, I haven't finished the second floor yet. The bone-eroding evil shadow was a rare treasure for normal half-step king warriors. Unfortunately, Morong Qingqing needed better gloves. Even if they weren't pseudo-extreme rank, they couldn't be too bad. You two don't want it? The middle-aged man took over the gloves and asked carefully. Yi Chen waved his hand, no need. Hearing him, the middle-aged man sat back down. He didn't dare to throw a tantrum in front of 2 half-step king warriors. The second floor was finished. All in all, there were a lot of good items, but none of them could enter Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing's eyes. The two also didn't splurge to buy something they didn't need. Third floor entrance, 4 Peak Late Sea of Soul Realm guards stood there, with a sign on the side that said, only half-step king warriors are allowed to enter. Without any obstruction, the two went up to the 3rd floor. Slightly squinting his eyes, Yi Chen encountered so many half-step king warriors at the same place. There were at least 40 to 50 half-step king warriors on the 3rd floor. Most of them were elders, followed by middle-aged warriors. There were only a few young warriors. There were very few treasures for sale on the 3rd floor. In total, there were only 10 of them. Beside each treasure, there were 4 or 5 people surrounding it. There were 2 places with the most people. It seemed that the treasures for sale should be of the very high quality. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many people. After a brief glance, the two of them flew past the first 8 artifacts and arrived at the last 2 artifacts. One of them was a semi-extreme grade saber. Judging from its intense saber chi, it didn't seem any weaker than a pseudo-extreme grade artifact. Moreover, its price was also very high, reaching 13 million upper-grade spirit stones. How could most half-step king warriors afford it? It was no wonder that everyone was looking at it without making up their minds to buy it. Can you make it a bit cheaper? I only have 8 million upper-grade spirit stones. A burly man with a sturdy figure asked. The owner was an old man. He shook his head, you know this saber's might. I won't sell it for less than 13 million. If you take it to the auction, the starting price will be at least 5 million. You might not be able to buy it for 13 million upper-grade spirit stones. The tall and sturdy man became anxious. Half-step king warriors who use sabers might not have 13 million upper-grade spirit stones. If you take this saber to the auction, don't tell me you can sell it for 13 million upper-grade spirit stones? Moreover, don't forget that you have to pay 5% to the auction house. Then count it as my bad luck. The old man was calm and collected. If you don't want to sell it, then forget it. I'll come back to buy it after the auction. The tall and sturdy man studied the semi-extreme grade saber a couple of times before turning to leave. On the side, Yi Chen smiled, although the saber is a semi-extreme grade artifact, its saber chi is too intense. I'm afraid it's the best among the semi-extreme grade artifacts. No wonder the owner offered 13 million upper-grade spirit stones for it. The artifacts here seem to be several times better than the semi-extreme grade saber. Morong Qingqing looked in another direction. What is it? Yichen also looked over. Inside the crystal counter, a gloomy shining armor floated in the air. Next to the armor was a sign, Shadow Armor, Pseudo-Extreme Grade Artifact. Price, 33 million upper-grade spirit stones. Wow. It's actually a pseudo-extreme grade armor. Among the treasures, defensive treasures were usually twice as expensive as offensive treasures. The shadow armor was sold for 33 million high-grade spirit stones. Although it was expensive, it was not too outrageous. Boss, this shadow armor is way too expensive, isn't it? A defensive artifact is twice as expensive as an offensive artifact. If it were an offensive artifact, wouldn't it be 16,500,000 upper-grade spirit stones? It's a few million more than a normal pseudo-extreme grade artifact. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes said with a frown. The owner was also an old man in his 70s. He raised his head and said slowly, "This shadow armor of mine is different from normal pseudo-extreme grade artifacts. You can't compare it to them." How is it different? The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes felt an itch in his heart. As a half-step king, who wouldn't want a pseudo-extreme grade defensive artifact? With a pseudo-extreme grade defensive artifact, even those who were much more powerful than him would be exhausted to death. Even if he encountered a powerful enemy, he would still be able to escape. This shadow armor is fused with a small amount of Heavenly Star Stone. Heavenly Star Stone is a top grade ore that can only be found in the starry sky. It has a powerful force field. After fusing with Heavenly Star Stone and pouring Jin Yuan into it, you can activate the Heavenly Star Force Field, which will increase your strength by a lot. It can save your life in many situations. Sky Star Stone. The crowd was shocked. The Star Stone was an extremely rare treasure among the best quality materials. Normally, it could only be found in those fallen stars. If one could obtain a piece the size of a dragon's eye, it could be sold for a sky-high price, not to mention the armor made from a small portion of the Star Stone. But 33 million upper-grade spirit stones. It's too expensive. The middle-aged man's eyes turned red. The elder said slowly, "This shadow armor was supposed to be one of the most important items in this auction, but I have something urgent to do. That's why I'm selling it at a low price. Actually, my price is more than 35 million upper-grade spirit stones, which you can't afford." The middle-aged man was rendered speechless by the old man's words. That's right. A pseudo-extreme grade artifact fused with star stones. Even some life and death kings would be moved by it, not to mention them. Selling it for 33 million upper-grade spirit stones is definitely worth it. Morong Qingqing, besides the glove, you're also lacking a pseudo-extreme grade armor. Why don't you buy it? I think the Sky Star Force Field matches your Dark Force Field quite well. It might even have an amplifying effect. Yichen transmitted his voice to Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing nodded. She pushed through the crowd and walked over, saying, "Boss, I want the shadow armor. Let me have a look." You want it? The elder looked at Morong Qingqing in astonishment. Seeing that the other party was a very young and beautiful girl, his astonishment became even greater. Although 33 million upper-grade spirit stones were not his price, he also knew that if the price was set too high, he wouldn't be able to sell it in a short period of time. He had something urgent to do and couldn't afford to delay. Even so, 33 million was not a small number, but a huge number. Gemstone Island's auction house originally wanted to buy this shadow armor, but they were only willing to pay 30 million upper-grade spirit stones. Not bad. Morong Qingqing's expression was calm. All right. The elder opened the crystal counter and took out the shadow armor, handing it over to Morong Qingqing. Receiving the armor, Morong Qingqing held it with her left hand and placed her right hand on it. A faint purple-black electric current flickered in her palm. Yi Chen's eyes turned sharp. He could clearly sense that there were two different force fields fusing together. However, because the time was too short, it was hard to notice without careful observation. I'll take it. The corner of Morong Qingqing's mouth curved. The star force field could indeed fuse with the dark force field and amplify it. For her, this shadow armor's value would increase by a few times. After all, her warrior force was not weak in the first place. With further amplification, it would be able to greatly affect the same level half-step kings, greatly increasing her strength. It's a pleasure working with you. The elder revealed a smile. Finally, he could leave. 33 million was a bit of a loss, but if he took it to the auction house, it would be around 35 to 40 million at most. After deducting the 5% auction fee, it would not be a big loss. Wait. Right at this moment, a black skinny elder walked out of the third floor. His footsteps were like lightning as he quickly walked over and reached out his hand to take the shadow armor from Murong Qingqing's hand. Humph, Yichen coldly snorted and blocked in front of Murong Qingqing, slapping away the elder's hand. How dare you? The black skinny elder roared at Yichen. This is the glorious exchanges. Don't tell me you plan on robbing others' treasures? Yichen stood there and released a frightening aura. Although his cultivation base was only mid-half-step king, he didn't fear anyone under life and death realm in terms of aura. Huff, upon reaching half-step king realm, one's aura had already solidified and possessed a considerable destructive power. With Yichen at the center, the void suddenly shook and a transparent aura shockwave spread out. Even though everyone present was a half-step king, their faces couldn't help but change color. Some of the weaker ones couldn't help but take half a step back. Fortunately, the glorious exchanges were covered in restrictions and wouldn't collapse so easily. What a powerful aura! Among the crowd, a few young men and women were attracted by Yichen. They didn't expect Yichen's aura to be this powerful. You dare to offend me in Gemstone Islands? The old man squinted his eyes and sent out an aura not inferior to Yichen's, clashing with Yichen's aura shockwave. Creaking sounds echoed in the void, as if the void couldn't bear the collision of the two's auras. There are only two strongest half-step kings in Gemstone Islands, and Darklight King is one of them. Rumor has it that even strongest half-step kings don't dare to face his Darklight palm arts head-on. Now that I've seen it, it's indeed powerful. Just his aura alone is enough to make people despair. Darklight King is a genuine strongest half-step king. I wonder where this kid comes from. He doesn't seem to know Darklight King, or else he wouldn't have clashed with him. Youngsters are all prideful. However, this kid's cultivation base isn't at the peak, probably mid-half-step king. But his aura is so powerful. There are many reasons why one's aura is powerful. This kid's aura contains a peerlessly sharp sword intent. He should have an advantage in sword intent that ordinary people can't reach. Yeah, makes sense. But, he's still too impulsive. Clashing with a veteran strongest half-step king is simply asking for trouble. Everybody discussed in low voices. So, you are a strongest half-step king warrior. No wonder you are so arrogant. Cultivation wasn't everything. Although Darkbright King's cultivation base was a high-level half-step king, it didn't mean that he was a strongest half-step king. However, Yichen could sense his strength from his aura. Hearing the crowd's discussion, he immediately understood that this was yet another strongest half-step king. It's not too late to regret now. Otherwise, the Gemstone Islands will be your burial ground. The Darklight King sneered. His reputation in the Gemstone Islands was great. Coupled with his ruthless methods, there were not many who dared to oppose him. If this wasn't the glorious exchanges, he wouldn't be polite and would have directly killed Yichen, throwing him into the sea to feed the fishes. We don't know whose grave it will be, but for now, you better shut up. Yichen's eyes shone brightly. Like two peerless gems emitting sword light. Creak. The void trembled, and a boundless and frightening sword intent rushed toward the Darklight King. The Darklight King didn't expect that Yichen would still have strength to spare. He had no choice but to admit that the latter's sword will was higher than his martial will. In terms of aura, he couldn't gain the upper hand. With a muffled snort, the martial will in his sea of soul also rushed out, forming an invisible membrane in front of him. There was no soul-shaking explosion. The Darklight King's body swayed, and his left foot retreated half a step. On the other hand, Yichen didn't move an inch. The Darklight King's skinny face was a bit embarrassed. Although his aura and martial will weren't top-notch among the strongest half-step kings, they weren't weak either. Yet, he had lost to Yichen by half a step. This made his old face unsightly, as if he had been slapped in the face. You're courting death. The Dark Light King squeezed out a few words with a cold expression. A layer of black radiance appeared on his right hand, and the temperature gradually rose. This was a sign that he was about to use Dark Light Palm Arts. The Dark Light King is about to take action. This is the glorious exchanges. Everybody was startled. I'll accompany you to the end. Yi Chen's figure didn't move, but the evil vanquishing sword at his waist began to ring. A sharp sword chi seeped out of the scabbard like a bone-scraping steel blade. What are you doing? Just as the two were about to take action, the manager of the glorious exchanges finally appeared. An embroidered-robed old man walked up the stairs, followed by two middle-aged men. All three were half-step kings, and the embroidered-robed old man had the highest cultivation base, a high-level half-step king. The one who spoke was precisely the embroidered-robed old man. Quickly walking over, the old man's face turned gloomy as he said, "This is the glorious exchanges, not a place for you to fight." So, its manager he. The black radiance on Dark Light King's right hand dimmed. With his hand behind his back, he forced an unsightly smile. Are you still not going to stop? The embroidered-robed old man's sharp gaze glared at Yi Chen. Which eye of yours saw that he was about to take action? Morong Qingqing felt that the embroidered-robed old man was too overbearing. Yi Chen hadn't even unsheathed his sword, so how could he take action? Instead, he seemed to be siding with the Dark Light King. Clang, Yi Chen coldly glanced at the Dark Light King, then glanced at the embroidered-robed old man. The evil vanquishing sword unsheathed by an inch on its own, then fiercely stabbed in. The sword cry was incomparably ear-piercing, as if someone was cutting glass with a sharp blade. The embroidered-robed old man's face turned ashen. Although Yi Chen didn't say anything, this action was undoubtedly a provocation, not taking him seriously at all. What's going on? The embroidered-robed old man turned his head and asked Dark Light King. The Dark Light King sneered, "This kid has no eyes, daring to compete with me over the treasure. Where would I put my old face? That's why I spoke out to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect him to be so extreme, wanting to take action against me. If it weren't for me having misgivings about your glorious exchanges, I would have killed him long ago. You're really lying through your teeth. I've already bought this shadow armor, but you wanted to snatch it. Does the glorious exchanges allow others to snatch other people's goods?" Morong Qingqing's face turned frosty. Yi Chen indifferently said, "Everyone here can testify." Testify? Who can testify for you? The Dark Light King sneered as his gaze swept over the crowd. Seeing the Dark Light King's gaze sweeping over them, everyone shifted their gazes. Although some of them weren't cowards, they didn't want to offend the Dark Light King for no reason. If they wanted to live long and well, some things were better left unattended if possible. Finally, the Dark Light King's gaze fell on the old man selling the shadow armor. The old man didn't shift his gaze, and his expression didn't change as he said, "This old man is only selling artifacts. It belongs to whoever paid the spirit stones." It belongs to whoever paid the spirit stones? She hasn't paid yet. The Dark Light King revealed a confident smile. Indeed, but I've already agreed to sell it to her. The old man was in a hurry and didn't want to cause more trouble. Of course, he wouldn't lie to his conscience, so he could only tell the truth. "Don't worry, I'll pay however much she paid, plus 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones for you." The Dark Light King had seen the shadow armor yesterday, but he didn't have that many upper-grade spirit stones on him at that time. He was short by 10 million. In order to obtain the armor, he had used his connections and borrowed a lot of upper-grade spirit stones. 2 hours ago, he had finally gathered 34 million upper-grade spirit stones. But what made him angry was that someone had beaten him to it and almost bought it. This was also the reason why he was so angry. "This doesn't seem appropriate." The old man was a bit embarrassed. "What's inappropriate? You haven't sold the armor yet. This doesn't violate the rules of glorious exchanges, does it?" The Dark Light King looked at the old man. The old man glanced at Yi Chen and faintly nodded, "The exchange has its rules. As long as you don't violate them, it's fine. Since the Dark Light King is willing to pay 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones, sell it to him." The old man was the chief steward of glorious exchanges, and his strength was close to a strongest half-step king. The Dark Light King was famous in Gemstone Islands. Whether it was for public or private reasons, the old man didn't wish to have a conflict with the Dark Light King. Moreover, Yichen's arrogant and unruly attitude from a moment ago had greatly dissatisfied him. Yichen sucked in a deep breath and said to Murong Qingqing, "Murong, give him 34 million upper-grade spirit stones. Let's go." Hearing these words, Murong Qingqing directly ignored the Dark Light King and the rest and stored the armor. She then took out 3 low-grade storage rings and handed them over to the old man. Inside were 34 million upper-grade spirit stones, no more, no less. The Dark Light King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The old man checked the spirit stones in the 3 storage rings and nodded, "Just right." At the same time, he secretly transmitted to Yichen and Murong Qingqing, "I'm sorry, but this old man has an urgent matter and doesn't wish to provoke the Dark Light King. I'll return the extra 1 million to you privately." Yichen replied, "I understand your difficulties. Don't return the 1 million upper-grade spirit stones. In any case, the armor is worth it." "Then, many thanks." The old man was somewhat grateful. "A treasure is a hot potato. Do you think you can leave?" The Dark Light King had expended a great deal of effort to obtain the armor. Now that it had flown away, no matter how good his temperament was, he couldn't help but turn furious. Glorious Exchanges is really bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Yichen looked at the elder in brocade robes mockingly. The old man's complexion turned increasingly unsightly as he shouted at the Dark Light King, "Dark Light King, don't be rash. This is not the outside world." Huff 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 huff, the Dark Light King took a few deep breaths, but didn't make a move. He didn't have to give face to Steward but he had to give face to Glorious Exchanges. Killing people here was the same as breaking the rules. "Don't worry, as long as they're still in Gemstone Islands, the armor will be yours sooner or later. At that time, you won't even need to pay spirit stones." The old man transmitted a message to the Dark Light King, then turned around and left with his people. "We're leaving as well." Yichen pulled Murong Qingqing and left. When they reached the stairs, Yichen turned his head and said to the Dark Light King, "I believe you won't give up on the armor. We'll be waiting for you." Words were useless. Some things required strength. If the Dark Light King didn't come looking for them, it would be fine. If he did, he would be courting death. Blaze, Dark Light King's left hand tightly clenched into a fist, emitting a frightening heat wave. He rigidly stared at Yichen and Murong Qingqing's backs and inwardly said, "Gemstone Islands is not suitable for fighting. Once we're outside, I'll make you beg for death." Strongest half-step kings were revered existences wherever they went. They were even fewer in number than life and death kings. As a veteran strongest half-step king, even experts of the same level were apprehensive of him. After all, the longer one lived, the more ruthless one would become. This was something that newcomers lacked. Yichen and Murong Qingqing taking away the shadow armor in front of Dark Light King was undoubtedly challenging his bottom line. Only heaven knew how important the armor was to him. A strongest half-step king paired with a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact was practically invincible under life and death realm. After Dark Light King left, the crowd began to discuss in low voices. Thoroughly offending a strongest half-step king is too unwise. I'm afraid that not only will they not be able to keep the shadow armor, they will also suffer a calamity. The shadow armor is no small matter. Perhaps after equipping it, they can escape from Dark Light King's hands. The speaker was a young man. He felt that it would be too much of a pity for a stunning woman like Murong Qingqing to die at Dark Light King's hands. A robust man beside him turned his head and said, "You've just arrived at Gemstone Islands, haven't you? If you've been here for a long time, you'll know that this is impossible. As a veteran strongest half-step king, Dark Light King's strength is unfathomable. His Dark Light palmards contain fire and earth profounds, and moreover, they have been fused to a high degree. In terms of breaking through defenses, it's extremely frightening. Although 1 or 2 palms can't kill them, a few more palms can jolt them to death even with the shadow armor's protection, unless their Jin Yuan can operate the armor for a long time. Using a pseudo-supreme grade artifact required a large amount of Jin Yuan. Ordinary half-step kings simply couldn't use it more than a few times. Although pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifacts didn't have the same effect as offensive artifacts and could last longer, it could only delay death. After all, the offensive power of a strongest half-step king was incomparably powerful, and Dark Light King's Dark Light palm arts excelled at breaking through defenses. There will always be accidents. How could there be so many accidents? After leaving the glorious exchange, the two of them saw Wang Lan in a corner. Wang Lan came up to them and said, "Do you have any other orders?" After buying the shadow armor, Morong Qingqing was in a good mood. She tossed 100 upper-grade spirit stones to the other party and said, "You should know which island is quieter and more suitable for living. Bring us there. Blue islands are usually quieter, and the deep blue island is the best. There are all kinds of architectural styles there, including luxurious courtyards, gardens, ancient castles, and even underground buildings. But, only half-step kings have the right to enter the island." Wang Lan was very familiar with the affairs of the Gemstone Islands. "All right, bring us there." Yi Chen nodded. Wang Lan froze for a second, then said hurriedly, "Oh, over here." Yi Chen's words told her without a doubt that they were indeed half-step king warriors. Orchid Island did not allow people below half-step king realm to enter, but it would not be a problem if they brought someone in. After all, some half-step kings liked to be served, so they could not forbid their servants from entering, right? Therefore, Wang Lan acted as a guide and followed the two to Orchid Island. There were almost no commercial buildings on Orchid Island, only residential areas. Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing chose a huge garden and settled in. The garden's fee was not high, only 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones per month. It seemed that they did not want to earn spirit stones from half-step kings, and only wanted them to stay in the Gemstone Islands and enjoy honorable treatment. With the shadow armor in hand, Morong Qingqing returned to her room and prepared to erase the soul imprint on it. Yi Chen, on the other hand, enjoyed the scenery in the pavilion above the lake. As for Wang Lan, Yi Chen gave her an independent small courtyard, which was next door. Faintly, one could hear the sound of qi tearing through the air. She should be cultivating a martial art. The green lake was covered with water lilies, each of them with different colors swaying in the wind, looking elegant and beautiful. Besides a couple of pavilions connected to each other, there was also a stone bridge made of gray rocks. From Yi Chen's perspective, the afternoon sun and the stone bridge seemed to be on top of each other, looking very picturesque. Yi Chen was a person who did as he pleased, so he laid down in the pavilion and took a nap. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, a yellow light streaked across the sky, as if a faintly discernible meteor was streaking across the sky. "Eh?" A soft exclamation sounded out as the yellow light curved in the direction of Yi Chen's garden, ultimately landing in the pavilion. Yi Chen opened his eyes and said with a smile, "You also live in the Gemstone Islands." It was none other than the yellow-robed woman who had parted ways in the mysterious Ying King's ruins. "Huang Mei, I still don't know your name." The yellow-robed woman sat on a stone chair with a smile and poured herself a cup of tea. Yi Chen sat in front of her and said, "Yi Chen. Good name. I heard that a man and a woman offended the Dark Light King in Scarlet Island's glorious exchanges. Don't tell me it's the two of you?" Huang Mei looked pensive. Yi Chen smiled, tacitly agreeing. "The Dark Light King is very powerful. You'd better not be careless. If possible, it's best not to clash head-on. His Dark Light palm arts are extremely powerful, and even my innate ability is somewhat unable to bear it. After so many years, his Dark Light palm arts should have improved by another level." Yi Chen said, "So, you've exchanged blows with him?" Yi Chen wasn't too clear on how powerful a strongest half-step king was, but he was certain that they couldn't do anything to him. Eh? Eh? You've entered half-step king realm?" Huang Mei faintly nodded and suddenly exclaimed. She hadn't paid much attention to Yi Chen's cultivation base. Just a moment ago, she unintentionally sized him up and discovered that Yi Chen was already a half-step king. Yi Chen was already unfathomable when he was at the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm. How strong would he be after entering half-step king realm? Hee hee. Chuckling, Huang Mei said, "Seems like I was worrying for nothing." In truth, although Huang Mei felt that Yi Chen wasn't someone to be trifled with, if she went all out, she still had the confidence to defeat Yi Chen. After all, strongest half-step kings were not just for show. Moreover, she also had a pseudo-supreme grade artifact. A strongest half-step king combined with a pseudo-supreme grade artifact could erupt with an unimaginable battle strength. It should be known that pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were too high-end for half-step kings. Ordinary half-step kings couldn't use them more than a few times. On the other hand, the Zhenyuan of strongest half-step kings was incomparably deep, allowing them to bring out the might of pseudo-supreme grade artifacts to a whole new level. However, now that Yi Chen was a half-step king, his strength was bound to increase by several folds. Dark Light King would most likely be at a disadvantage. Of course, she didn't know that Yi Chen was different from others. Others only had more Zhenyuan and purer Zhenyuan, but Yi Chen had upgraded his green lotus sword arts to heaven grade. Moreover, he had unearthed a half-baked sword domain. Be it in group battles or one-on-one battles, he was a frightening existence. After chatting for a cup of tea's worth of time, Huang Mei left. A few days later, not only did Murong Qingqing erase the soul imprint on the shadow armor, she also imprinted her own soul imprint on it. As a pseudo-supreme grade artifact, the shadow armor could be adjusted to a certain degree. For example, since Murong Qingqing was a female, the shadow armor had become a lot slimmer, and her chest area had 2 protrusions. Wearing it on the body wouldn't cause any discomfort. In the courtyard, Yi Chen smiled. How about testing the heavenly star force field first? Alright. Murong Qingqing didn't use the dark force field. Instead, she poured her demonic power into the shadow armor and activated its heavenly star force field. Pop, a transparent ripple spread out. Standing in front of Murong Qingqing, Yi Chen felt that the surreal space had become much more viscous, and any movement he made would be more strenuous. He couldn't do as he pleased. Along with Murong Qingqing's manipulation of the heaven star force field, a repulsive force acted on Yi Chen's body like the power of heaven and earth. Dang! Dang! Yi Chen retreated several steps. Not bad. Just as Yi Chen finished his words, the repulsive force suddenly turned into a gravitational force, pulling him over. Without a choice, he had to increase his Zhenyuan circulation to counteract this gravitational force. Now, let's try the effect of combining the heavenly star force field and the dark force field. The heavenly star force field strength was quite impressive. Yi Chen estimated that even if he circulated his Zhenyuan with all his might, he would still be affected. The closer he was to Murong Qingqing, the greater the effect. It was no wonder that Dark Light King would pay so much attention to it. After all, in a battle between experts, even a tiny gap was a gap. The surface of Murong Qingqing's body flickered with purple-black electric currents. With a sizzling sound, the space suddenly shook, and the whole courtyard became blurry. Shoo! Caught off guard, Yi Chen was repelled by an extremely powerful repulsive force. Even if he circulated his Zhenyuan with all his might, it would be useless. He was too close to Murong Qingqing, and the density of his Zhenyuan was almost the same as Murong Qingqing's. Moreover, the latter's demonic power was purer than his. Too powerful. Yi Chen was directly pressed against the courtyard's wall. If not for Murong Qingqing restraining the repulsive force, he would have been repelled even further. Moreover, he would have suffered some injuries, and wouldn't have been able to get close. After restraining the repulsive force, Murong Qingqing suddenly changed the force field into gravity. Under the amplification of the heavenly star force field, the gravity of the dark force field was like a black hole. Yi Chen was directly sucked in, so fast that Yi Chen seemed to be passing through the void. Sword domain. At the crucial moment, Yi Chen released his sword domain, which interweaved with Murong Qingqing's dark force field. Although the sword domain was not a force field, it possessed extremely powerful defensive and offensive abilities. After layers of weakening, the dark force field no longer had much effect on Yi Chen. Pop! The purple-black electric currents on Murong Qingqing's body dissipated, and the force field retracted. Retracting his sword domain as well, Yi Chen praised, simply inconceivably powerful. Even a strongest half-step king can't get close to you, and can only attack from a distance. Force field had a huge effect on a whole object, but it would be much weaker against energy attacks, because the energy was only temporarily gathered together, and not a whole. Of course, it would still be somewhat weakened, and couldn't be ignored. Murong Qingqing said, "This shadow armor has another use." What use? Whoosh, a dim light flickered, and Murong Qingqing suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chen. Speed amplification. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Morong Qingqing's speed was already very fast, and combined with the shadow armor, her speed was probably the fastest among half-step kings. With the shadow armor, Morong Qingqing's strength had increased imperceptibly, and her survivability had also increased. With Morong Qingqing's demonic power cultivation base, she could probably maintain the shadow armor for a quarter of an hour. During this time, even strongest half-step kings wouldn't be able to do anything to her. However, defense and survivability were only a last resort. To truly increase her strength, she still needed an extremely sharp offensive artifact. As the two's guide, Wang Lan naturally gave them advice and suggestions. Gemstone Archipelago holds a large-scale auction every year. The location is the Golden Island in the middle of Gemstone Archipelago. Everything that can be auctioned is the best of the best. Although I've never been there, I've heard that even the lowest grade items are peak upper grade, with the majority being half-supreme grade items. The finale items can even make half-step kings go crazy. Sometimes even life and death kings would come and participate in the bidding. How much time is left until the auction? Yi Chen's heart shook as he asked. Wang Lan said, about a month and a half. During this time, you two should prepare a lot of spirit stones. A month and a half, not bad. Yi Chen faintly nodded. As for spirit stones, they didn't lack them at all. Although Morong Qingqing had used 34 million upper-grade spirit stones, she still had 70 million left. As for Yi Chen, after obtaining Lin Yushuan's storage ring, he had 180 million upper-grade spirit stones. If not for mysterious Yin King being so powerful that he didn't have the time to obtain other people's storage rings, his spirit stones would be in the hundreds of millions. The higher the level of a martial artist, the less they would feel the flow of time. Often, a month would pass without them noticing. For ordinary people, a month was a very long time. They could do many things, become rich overnight, or go bankrupt overnight. In this month, apart from raising his cultivation base, Yi Chen spent the rest of his time cultivating Waning Moon and Bewitching Mirror Shattering. Of course, the foundation of Space Profound was even more important. Waning Moon was a fusion profound martial skill, containing 80% metal profound and 60% water profound. Although it had been surpassed by the Bewitching Mirror Shattering, it still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. Moreover, the Bewitching Mirror Shattering consumed a lot of Jin Yuan, while Waning Moon consumed a lot less. If he wanted to improve the metal profound and water profound, it would naturally be extremely difficult. After all, the state of being one with the world could only be obtained when breaking through realms. Although it was said to be a realm breakthrough, it was actually just a transition period. Since he couldn't improve his profoundness in a short time, Yi Chen didn't want to waste his time. Instead, he focused his research on fusing the metal and water profoundness. This month's time had not been wasted. As the degree of fusion increased, Yi Chen felt that Waning Moon's power had increased. His execution speed had also increased. Bewitching Mirror Shattering contained the Space Profound. 40% Space Profound, in terms of pure power amplification, was already equivalent to 120% Ordinary Profound. It was 2 levels higher than Ordinary Perfection Profound. This was Yi Chen's ace in the hole, and also a super killing move that he wouldn't casually use. After witnessing the might of a demonic king, Yi Chen felt that he had to cultivate Bewitching Mirror Shattering to perfection as soon as possible. Although he would still be killed by the demonic human king after cultivating it to perfection, at least he had something to look forward to, which was better than no progress at all. Pop, with a wave of his sword, the fake mountain in the courtyard warped and folded, disappearing all of a sudden. Wang Lan, who happened to see this scene from the yard next door, was shocked. She could also destroy the fake mountain completely, and any condensing reality realm warrior could do it, it would be too easy. But Yi Chen, who did not release any chi power and made the fake mountain disappear without a trace, it was something she had never seen before. Of course, the fake mountain didn't disappear, but was devoured by the space power. Such a fragile thing could be directly skipped out on the process of disappearing. Another half a month passed, and the Golden Islands auction was about to begin. On this day, under Wang Lan's guidance, the 3 flew toward the Golden Island in the center of the Gemstone Islands. The island was already filled with people. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the island was suffused with a faint golden color. The people on the island were all Sea of Soul Realm experts or half-step kings. There was not a single person below the Sea of Soul realm. Wang Lan said, I can't go to Golden Island, so I'll send you here. You return to the garden first. Perhaps you'll be of use later. Wang Lan was, after all, a native of the Gemstone Islands. She couldn't be more familiar with this place. Before leaving the islands, she was the best choice as a guide, saving them a lot of time. On the island, Yi Chan and Morong Qingqing walked toward the only huge building on the island. The Golden Island auction house was entirely made of gold. Under the illumination of the sunlight, it flickered with a dazzling golden light. It was 100 times more magnificent than any building in Yi Chen's world. If the whole thing was moved there, it would definitely be called a miracle. Show. There were already enough people on the island, but groups of people still landed on the island. Among them, there was no lack of half-step kings with astonishing auras. Let's go in. At the entrance of the auction house, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing strode in. The Golden Island auction house didn't have any VIP rooms. The front row was filled with a large number of spectators, while the back row was filled with empty areas. Each area was separated by a golden fence. Inside, there was a table, a few soft leather chairs, and beautiful maids standing to the side. Yi Chen naturally didn't want to be squeezed with others, so he and Morong Qingqing sat in the back row. In fact, the place Yi Chen had chosen was precisely prepared for half-step kings. Sitting on the leather chairs, beautiful maids poured tea for the two. There were also fresh fruits and pastries on the table. Quite a lot of people. Leaning against the back of the chair, Yi Chen took a sip of tea. Dark Light King is also here. Morong Qingqing saw the Dark Light King in the third area. Dark Light King clearly saw the two as well. The killing intent in his eyes wasn't concealed at all, causing the surrounding people to retreat, not daring to sit too close. Yi Chen faintly smiled and didn't look at the other party. As time passed, the spectator seats in the auction house gradually filled up, and the empty area in the back was filled with many half-step kings. Among these half-step kings, there were many worthy of attention. For example, Shi Xiaobao, who had arrived at Gemstone Islands at some unknown time, the eccentric old man in raincoat, and Huang Mei, who had already met Yi Chen. Apart from them, there were also a few people who attracted Yi Chen's attention. For example, 2 women in white robes. One was a bit older, in her 30s, with a dignified appearance. The other was in her 20s, with exquisite facial features. She was Yu Bingxin of the Silvermoon White Fox clan. Both had a silver crescent moon tattoo on their foreheads. Yu Bingxin sensed Yi Chen's gaze and looked over. When she saw Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing, a pleasantly surprised smile blossomed on her face. Young Master Yi, I didn't expect to see you here. Yu Bingxin transmitted her voice. Yi Chen said, a coincidence indeed. Seems like the Moonlight Island of your Silvermoon White Fox clan isn't too far from Gemstone Islands. It's not too far, Yu Bingxin said. Bingxin, who are you talking to? The dignified woman beside Yu Bingxin revealed a strange expression when she saw Yu Bingxin looking at Yi Chen. Auntie, he's the young Master Yi Chen I've been talking about. In chaotic demonic ocean, he killed the experts of the demonic humans and saved my life. Oh, it's him. Then you should properly thank them. The dignified woman revealed a faint smile toward Yi Chen, her expression carrying a trace of gratitude. If not for Yi Chen, Yu Bingxin would have already been captured by the demonic humans. With the strength of the Silvermoon White Fox clan, they simply wouldn't have been able to rush over to the demonic humans and rescue her. You too, I'm Yu Bingxin's auntie, Yu Lingshuang. Many thanks for saving my life. If there's any trouble, I won't shirk my duty. Yi Chen said, it's nothing. After chatting for a while, both sides stopped. During this time, Yu Lingshuang noticed that the Dark Light King was occasionally staring at Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing with overflowing killing intent. She creased her brows and said, Bingxin, I'm afraid your benefactor's situation isn't good. I can see that the Dark Light King has a big grudge with him. What should we do? Yu Bingxin didn't notice this and immediately became anxious. She had also heard of the Dark Light King's name. Under Life and Death Realm, very few were his opponents. Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing had offended him, and their fate was grim. It would be difficult for them to leave Gemstone Islands. Auntie, save them. Yu Bingxin pulled Yu Lingshuang's sleeve. Even if you don't say it, I won't watch them die. It's just that, with the Dark Light King's strength, I'm not sure if I can repel him. I can't protect them forever, unless he's willing to come with us to Moonlight Island as a guest. I believe he won't dare to linger around Moonlight Island for a while. Once he leaves, he can leave without a trace. Yu Lingshuang was a rare genius of Moonlight Island. Since she dared to protect Yi Chen, she was naturally a strongest half-step king. Hearing her auntie's words, Yu Bingxin heaved a sigh of relief. Once the auction was over, she would certainly persuade Yi Chen to go to Moonlight Island. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the auction house was nearly full. The auctioneer stood on the stage and said a few words. Then, he waved his hand, and two beautiful maids walked up with a round plate. The auction had begun. Just as Wang Lan had said, the lowest grade items were peak upper grade treasures. The first item was a dagger radiating a cold light. Its color was bright red, as if it had been soaked in blood. The starting bid was 150,000 upper-grade spirit stones. After a round of bidding, the dagger was bought by one person for 350,000 upper-grade spirit stones. With dozens of items sold, the auction entered its climax. The following items were all half-step extreme-grade treasures, incomparably precious spirit herbs, rare materials whose names had never been heard of, or artifacts that everyone was going crazy over. The 37th item, a heart-protecting flower. On the stage, the auctioneer's face was glowing as he called out the next item. Heart-protecting flower. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Before breaking through to half-step king realm, he had always wanted to find a heart-protecting flower. However, his wish had never been fulfilled. Who would have thought that he would see one after breaking through to half-step king realm? It was simply a freak accident. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course, although the heart-protecting flower was useless to him, it was extremely useful to those who had yet to break through to half-step king realm. Therefore, Yi Chen decided to buy it and leave it for Yi family as a treasure. However, Yi Chen had clearly underestimated the crowd's desire for the heart-protecting flower. Those Sea of Soul realm experts could naturally be ignored. Some half-step kings started bidding. Many of them had sects behind them, and this was a contribution to their sections. In the future, their sects would reward them with even more wealth. 700,000. 750,000. 780,000. The starting price of the heart-protecting flower was 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The first bidder did not even think before adding 200,000, as if he wanted to intimidate the others. Unfortunately, no one bought it. What a joke. The market price of a single heart-nourishing flower was close to 300,000 spirit stones. As an essential spirit flower for entering half-step king realm, how could anyone be intimidated by a mere 200,000 spirit stones? 1 million. Yu Bingxin's Aunt Yu Lingshuang raised her hand. 1,100,000. The next bidder was the Golden Lion clan's young lord, Shi Xiaobao. 1,200,000. Huang Mei also bid. Yi Chen originally wanted to bid, but seeing Huang Mei's interest, he hesitated and put down his hand. Huang Mei had helped him once in the mysterious Ying Tower. If she was determined to get the heart-protecting flower, Yi Chen decided to give it up. Of course, if the opposite party gave up on her own initiative, he would still bid. 1,400,000. This time, the bidder was none other than the brocade-robed old man from Glorious Exchanges, Manager He. 2 million. Yu Lingshuang was a millennium genius of the Silvermoon White Fox clan, so her wealth was definitely not small. Humph, 3 million. Shi Xiaobao sneered and added 1 million. Morong Qingqing didn't intend to bid and said with a smile, "It seems like this heart-protecting flower is going to reach a sky-high price. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is." Although the heart-protecting flower is only a semi-extreme grade spirit stone, its value is definitely not limited to that. Yi Chen said. 5 million. With a smile on her face, Huang Mei ruthlessly increased the bid by 2 million, shocking everyone in one fell swoop. 5 million high-grade spirit stones was already not an ordinary number. The majority of half-step kings didn't have that much wealth. Although the heart-protecting flower was very important to the sect and could increase the number of half-step kings, sometimes one couldn't be so one-sided. 5 million high-grade spirit stones might be able to create more half-step kings. After all, not everyone needed the heart-protecting flower to enter the half-step king realm. For example, if Yichen didn't want to enter the half-step king realm as soon as possible, he could wait for several months or even a year and a half. A year and a half was nothing to a Sea of Soul realm expert. Therefore, even the arrogant Shi Xiaobao gave up on bidding, as it wasn't worth it. 5 million? Forget it. Yu Lingshuang also stopped bidding and looked at Huang Mei with interest. 1 million. The brocade-robed old man, steward he, didn't want to give up yet. 5,500,000. Huang Mei's expression was calm. Humph. Exhaling, steward he leaned back in his leather chair and stopped bidding. 5 million going once, 5 million going twice, 5 million going thrice, sold. The auctioneer slammed his gavel, his face full of excitement. The heart-protecting flower was not something that could be found all the time. It was definitely out of his expectations that it could be sold for 5 million. None of the following items were sold for more than 5 million, far less than the heart-protecting flower. The atmosphere in the auction hall also dropped slightly. The 42nd auction item is a set of top-notch high-grade artifacts. It consists of armor, greaves, boots, bracers, and gloves. The starting price is 5 million high-grade spirit stones. After the heart-protecting flower, another heavyweight auction item appeared on the stage. A single top-notch high-grade artifact wasn't enough for half-step kings. However, a full set was a different story. In terms of defense, it surpassed the majority of half-step extreme-grade artifacts. Apart from that, wearing a full set of artifacts would increase one's speed, attack speed, and offensive power. 3 million. Sure enough, many half-step kings were moved. They didn't have a pseudo-extreme-grade artifact, so a full set of top-notch high-grade artifacts was naturally the best choice. 5 million, 4 million. In the end, this set of artifacts was bought by a half-step king for 6 million. The 48th auction item is a pair of purple flame demonic light gloves, a half-step extreme-grade replica of the 3 most famous extreme-grade gloves of the past 100,000 years. The blazing divine light gloves contains the power of fire and darkness. Among all the half-step extreme-grade artifacts, it is definitely a top-notch artifact, not inferior to the majority of pseudo-extreme-grade artifacts. The starting price is 8 million high-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be at least 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. The bidding starts now. If a full set of top-notch high-grade artifacts was considered heavyweight, then the purple flame demonic light gloves was super heavyweight. Just the fact that it was not inferior to the majority of pseudo-extreme-grade artifacts was enough to make half-step kings go crazy. Not to mention, this pair of gloves contained the power of fire and darkness. Just as the auctioneer's voice faded, Dark Light King loudly said, 10 million. What? Dark Light King is also bidding? Doesn't he have a pair of pseudo-extreme-grade gloves? Everyone was shocked. You guys don't know, but Dark Light King only has one glove, and it's not complete. Moreover, the purple flame demonic light gloves contains the power of fire and darkness. Dark Light King's Jin Yuan happens to be of the fire attribute, and he also comprehended fire profound. How could he not bid? So that's how it is. It seems like this pair of gloves belongs to Dark Light King. More or less. Be it in terms of wealth or strength, Dark Light King was not someone ordinary could compare to. Even if he didn't threaten you, you wouldn't be able to compete with him. Moreover, if you provoked him, he might find an opportunity to kill you and seize your gloves. Seeing Dark Light King's bid, those who originally had some thoughts turned silent. Morong, it seems like we're going to have to contend with Dark Light King again. Yi Chen laughed. Morong Qingqing also laughed and raised her hand, 12 million. You again. Dark Light King fiercely looked at Morong Qingqing, his gaze cold and emotionless. What? Can't afford to play? Yi Chen flicked his fingers. Humph. 15 million. Dark Light King turned his head. He currently had 34 million upper-grade spirit stones, and the other party had already spent more than 30 million. He didn't believe that he couldn't compete with Morong Qingqing. 16 million. This time, the bidder was not Morong Xianxia, but a tall and sturdy square-faced man. This person had extremely long arms and thick palms. With a single glance, one could tell that his martial arts were extremely powerful. It's Crimson Fire King. This is going to be interesting. This square-faced man was extremely famous in Gemstone Islands. He was one of the few experts under strongest half-step kings. He was equivalent to Jin Wanchuang, who had teamed up with Yichen a few months ago, or perhaps even stronger. Since Crimson Fire King dared to compete with Dark Light King, he had to make a great decision. After all, the gloves were something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Once he obtained them, his strength would definitely increase rapidly. 18 million. Morong Xianxia didn't raise the price to an outrageous level. She felt that 20 million was more or less the bottom line of these people. 19 million. Dark Light King hesitated for a moment before adding another million. 19 million and 500,000. Crimson Fire King only added 500,000. 20 million. Morong Xianxia made another bid. Damn it. Dark Light King glanced at Morong Xianxia, and his eyes flickered. He actually stopped bidding, seemingly giving up. Yichen observed his expression and naturally knew that Dark Light King hadn't given up. Perhaps, this person planned to kill both of them. That way, he wouldn't have to pay any spirit stones. 20 million and 500,000. Red Flame King fiercely gritted his teeth. His entire fortune was only 18 million spirit stones, and some of his treasures could only be exchanged for 3 million spirit stones at most. This was already his limit. Any more and he would have nothing left. After bidding, he stared at Morong Xianxia. 21 million. Morong Xianxia indifferently said. Huff, heavily spitting out a mouthful of turbid qi, Crimson Fire King's face flickered with anger, but he didn't say anything else. 21 million going once, 21 million going twice, 21 million going thrice, sold. Congratulations to this young lady. The auctioneer suddenly slammed his gavel. Soon, someone delivered the purple flame demonic light gloves, and Morong Xianxia also paid 21 million upper-grade spirit stones. I'll help you refine the soul imprint in these gloves. If Morong Xianxia were to refine it, it would take several days. If Yichen were to refine it, it would take at most a cup of tea's time. It should be known that when he was at Late Sea of Soul Realm, he could refine the soul imprint of a half-step king in a short period of time. Now that he was at half-step king realm, although his soul power hadn't made any progress, its strength had increased several times. To avoid any unexpected problems, Yichen decided to let Morong Xianxia equip the gloves as soon as possible. Then, he would use the remaining time to familiarize himself with them. The purple flame demonic light gloves were a pair of black gloves with purple gold-veined patterns. It was soft and smooth to the touch, and didn't have much weight. On the back of the gloves was a purple flame pattern. Under the flowing luster, it seemed to be burning. Receiving the purple flame demonic light gloves, Yichen's soul power invaded and easily erased the soul imprint inside. In less than a cup of tea's time, he succeeded. Putting on the purple flame demonic light gloves, Morong Xianxia gradually branded her own soul mark on them. Only with a soul mark could the power of this pair of gloves be maximized. While the two were busy, several items had already been auctioned off on the auction stage. The 52nd item is a sword forging art jade strip. The auctioneer paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and loudly announced. Sword forging art. Yichen's eyes narrowed, flickering with a bright light. The auctioneer continued, this sword forging art jade strip contains everything from low to semi-extreme grade sword forging knowledge. It even contains a small portion of extreme grade sword forging knowledge. If one can master it thoroughly, it is not impossible to forge an extreme grade sword. What? It even contains the knowledge of forging extreme grade sword forging? Everyone in the auction house was shocked. In the ancient era, forging artifacts was very developed. However, as time passed, a lot of knowledge was lost. In the modern era, the highest grade artifacts that could be forged were semi-extreme grade artifacts. Moreover, only some super forces had the knowledge of forging extreme grade artifacts. Although it wasn't impossible for them to have knowledge of forging extreme grade artifacts, very few people had heard of it. Of course, to prevent people from thinking that my Golden Island auction house is deceiving everyone, I will once again declare that this jade strip contains only a small portion of extreme-grade sword forging knowledge. Moreover, it is very incomplete. The auctioneer didn't dare to speak too confidently. What a joke. Some of the people in the auction house had very deep backgrounds. If he spoke too confidently, the forces behind them would definitely come to the auction house. Even without supreme-grade sword forging knowledge, this sword forging art jade strip will be of great use to the sect. Yichen said solemnly. Morong Qingqing faintly nodded. Mastering the knowledge in the sword forging art jade strip will allow one to continuously forge great swords. With enough time, a sect that has mastered the sword forging art would be able to raise a large number of sword forging masters and mass-produce great swords. This is something that cannot be measured with money. Sword forging art jade strip's starting price is 15 million upper-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 500,000. Let the bidding begin. After explaining the situation, the auctioneer announced loudly. 16 million. Glorious Exchange's steward was the first to bid. 17 million. Shi Xiaobao didn't decline. 18 million. Yuling Shuang extended her right hand, her voice firm and powerful. This sword forging art jade strip needs at least 30 million before anyone will back out. Yichen wasn't in a hurry. He raised his teacup and took a sip. As Yichen had expected, the price of the sword forging art's jade strip continued to rise like a rocket. Those interested in the sword control art were not limited to the first three. Huang Mei, Scarlet Fire King, and some other half-step kings with powerful backgrounds also joined in, causing the price of the sword forging art to never stop. 35 million. The steward's voice was resounding. 38 million. Yuling Shuang seemed to have made up her mind to bring the sword forging art jade strip back to the Silvermoon White Fox clan. After all, it was too important to the clan. 40 million. Shi Xiaobao had already backed out of the bidding. His wealth was far from enough, and the auction house didn't accept credit. As the strongest half-step king, Huang Mei's wealth was unimaginable. Adding what she had obtained from mysterious Ying King's ruins, her wealth was probably nearing 100 million or even more. 40 million was like a feather to her. Yuling Shuang smiled bitterly at Yu Bingxin. If I had known earlier, I would have spent a bit more upper-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so helpless. Auntie, our Silvermoon White Fox clan doesn't have many sword users. Let's forget about it. Yu Bingxin suggested. Alright, let them compete. With her hands clasped together, Yuling Shuang leaned against the leather chair and relaxed. The bidding continued. Apart from manager He and Huang Mei, who were determined to get the sword forging art jade strip, there was another half-step king who was not that famous. There are 3 people left. It's about time for us to participate. Yichen had many concerns. He was afraid that Huang Mei would be the only one left in the end. It wouldn't be good for him to bid, but it also wouldn't be good if he didn't bid. After all, although he was indebted to Huang Mei, he had to obtain the sword-forging technique Jade Scroll. 50 million. Putting down the teacup, Yichen stretched out his right hand. Him again. Steward, he was furious. So, young Master Yi is also interested in the sword-forging art. Huang Mei looked at Yichen and transmitted her voice to him. Yichen said, I'm sorry, it's rare for me to be interested in this sword-forging technique jade strip. How about this? After I win it, I'll share everything apart from supreme-grade sword-forging knowledge with you. I don't think you have too much hope for the supreme-grade sword-forging knowledge inside. Right, the knowledge of a damaged supreme-grade sword-forging is of little use. Since that's the case, I'll help you achieve your dream. Immediately, Huang Mei gave up. 51 million. While bidding, Steward He transmitted his voice to Yichen, little brother, I'm Glorious Exchange's Steward He. Previously, there seemed to be some conflict between us, but as the steward of Glorious Exchanges, I have no choice in some matters. If little brother gives up, I can overstep my authority and give you a Glorious Exchanges token. In the future, as long as you set up a stall in my Glorious Exchanges, your fees will be waived. The fees charged by Glorious Exchanges were not low. The first floor was 5%, the second floor was 4%, and the third floor was 3%. In other words, selling a treasure worth 10 million could save 300,000. Once or twice didn't seem like much, but after a long time, it could save a lot of spiritual stones. Yichen sneered. This steward, he was really insincere if he wanted to send him away with a glorious exchanges token. Moreover, his tone was more or less threatening, as if he was saying, "Don't be so shameless." Of course, if it was someone else, they might agree, but Yichen didn't need to think about it. He wouldn't be staying in Gemstone Islands for long anyway, so the glorious exchanges token was useless to him. 52 million. Yichen continued bidding. It seems like little brother doesn't want to give face to glorious exchanges. Steward, his face darkened, a hint of killing intent appearing at the corner of his mouth. Of course I have to give face to glorious exchanges, but you don't have the qualifications to represent glorious exchanges. Yichen said sarcastically. I hope you won't regret it. Steward, he gritted his teeth and said. He didn't try to persuade Yichen anymore. When the price rose to 56 million, Steward, he gave up. He could only mobilize 50 to 60 million spiritual stones. In fact, the price he had in mind was not more than 60 million. After all, he had no idea how useful the knowledge in the swordsmithing art was. If he didn't buy it, it would be a great loss if it wasn't worth the price. 58 million. In the end, there was only one person left to compete with Yichen. The sword chi on this person's body was very sharp. He was a half-step sword king. The sect he belonged to was the Thousand Swords sect, which was not far from the Gemstone Islands. Basically, everyone in the sect used swords. Therefore, this jade slip of the imperial sword technique would play an important role in the Thousand Swords sect. 60 million. Yichen's expression turned solemn. It seemed like this person had prepared for this. The two continued bidding. Soon, the price rose to 70 million. The huge number made everyone in the auction hall suck in a cold breath. 70 million upper-grade spiritual stones. They wouldn't be able to get this price even if they sold themselves. If they had so many spiritual stones, they could arm themselves to the teeth. 71 million. Yichen's expression was solemn, but his opponent's expression was 10 times more solemn. Gemstone Islands had a branch of the Thousand Swords sect, which was why he had so many spiritual stones. However, Yichen didn't seem to have a limit. No matter how much he bid, Yichen would increase without any hesitation. This made him lose all confidence. 75 million. Letting out a breath, Yichen increased the price by 4 million. He was determined to get the sword forging technique. This was not for the present, but for the future. When he became a life and death king, he would have the ability to roam the starry sky. If he could find some supreme-grade materials, he would be able to forge supreme-grade swords. How fast would that be? Although the knowledge in the sword forging technique wasn't much, it should be enough to build a foundation. The other party turned silent. 75 million, he couldn't afford it. The auctioneer waited for a while. Seeing that no one else was bidding, he knew that the price had reached 75 million. Holding the hammer in his hand, he walked to the front of the auction stage and said loudly, 75 million. Is there anyone else? If not, this sword forging technique belongs to this little brother. Nobody spoke. Alright, 75 million going once, 75 million going twice, 75 million going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this little brother. With a clang, the auctioneer slammed the hammer. Soon, someone delivered the sword forging technique. Without any hesitation, Yichen handed over 75 million upper-grade spirit stones. The swordsmithing technique was the finale item of this auction. Thus, the auction came to an end. Someone had calculated that the total price of this auction was 420 million. Compared to the previous auctions, it was 30 to 40% higher. This was definitely a large-scale auction that was rarely seen in 10 years. Before leaving, Darklight King and manager he coldly glanced at Yichen. The half-step sword king from Thousand Swords sect also stared at Yichen for a long time. Seems like I can't stay here for long. Yichen sighed inwardly. He wasn't afraid of Darklight King, but the glorious exchanges and Thousand Swords sect behind manager he made him apprehensive. Who knew if the sword forging technique would provoke a life and death king? Let's go back to the garden. Gemstone Islands didn't have any life and death kings, so Yichen needed to do something useful in this short period of time. Leaving the Golden Island auction house, the two hurried back to the garden. At this moment, the sky was already dark. In the bedroom, Yichen took out the sword forging technique and poured his soul power inside. Buzz, a cool and refreshing feeling suddenly rushed into Yichen's mind, turning into countless chaotic tiny symbols. The symbols then rearranged themselves, ultimately turning into a complete knowledge of sword forging technique. Low grade, mid grade, upper grade, and semi-supreme grade were clearly separated. After the semi-supreme grade, there was a short and incomplete section on forging supreme grade swords. Sure enough, it's real. Yichen simulated it in his mind and felt that the content was real. Although he had never studied sword forging technique, as a sword artist, he always had some inexplicable intuition. However, the initial stage of forging a sword requires a large amount of materials. Even a genius in forging swords would not be able to succeed on his first try. Even if he succeeds, it does not mean anything. The art of forging swords is broad and profound, and it is not something that can be mastered in a day or two. It is also not something that can be deepened with just 1 or 2 tries. The sky turned dark, and the night passed peacefully. Early the next morning, Yichen had Wang Lan bring them to the Yellow Islands. Yellow Islands sold all kinds of materials, spirit grasses, precious ores, gems of various attributes, and basically anything one could wish for. According to the grade of the materials, they were divided into light yellow islands, bright yellow islands, and orange islands. Light yellow islands sold low-grade to mid-grade materials, bright yellow islands sold mid-grade to upper-grade materials, and orange islands sold upper-grade to semi-supreme grade materials. As for whether one could find a supreme grade material, it depended on luck. Instead of going straight to the orange island, Yichen's trio went to the light yellow island. Without a change in expression, Yichen bought over 10,000 sets of low-grade materials and several thousand mid-grade materials. For a moment, the light yellow island was in short supply of materials for forging artifacts. Following the same pattern, Yichen looted the bright yellow and orange islands, buying a total of 12,000 sets of different low-grade materials, 5,000 sets of different mid-grade materials, and 2,000 upper-grade and semi-supreme grade materials. He even got 3 sets of supreme grade materials. If not for an upper-grade storage ring and many mid-grade and low-grade storage rings, Yichen wouldn't have been able to store so many materials. After buying the materials, Yichen and Morong Qingqing prepared to leave. There were too many powers in Gemstone Islands, and staying here wouldn't bring them any good. Lord Darklight King, they've left. In the tea house, a person walked to Darklight King's side and reported. Well done. Darklight King put down the teacup in his hand and abruptly stood up, his face overflowing with killing intent. After leaving the Gemstone Islands, Yichen and Morong Qingqing headed south. Hundreds of millions of li away was a place Battle King had once visited. The reason Yichen had come to the southern deep sea was precisely because of this. He wanted to see if that place was like the one in Battle King's memories. In one night, Morong Qingqing had already branded her soul imprint on the inside of the purple flame demonic glove. At this moment, she was fiddling with the purple flames, which were the inherent power of the glove and possessed extremely powerful corrosive properties. As the purple flames receded, a faint black light pattern appeared on the surface of the glove. This was the dark halo formed by the dark energy. It had a tremendous amplification effect on warriors with dark energy. As for how much amplification it was, it could only be determined through a battle. 1,000 li behind the two, a flickering black radiance streaked across the sky and chased after them with astonishing speed. Its speed was so fast that it couldn't even be described as lightning. What belongs to me will belong to me. Enveloped in the black radiance, Darklight King's eyes were ice-cold and emotionless. With a swish, his speed increased once again, and the black radiance flickered faintly. Coming. Yichen sensed a powerful fluctuation rapidly approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw Yichen and Morong Qingqing standing side by side. Swish, with a flicker of black radiance, Darklight King appeared 10 li away from the two. You two are truly daring. You actually didn't increase your speed to the maximum. Darklight King was somewhat surprised. The speed of a half-step king wouldn't be too far off. Although he was confident in catching up to Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing, he didn't expect them to be this fast. Why would we hide from you? In fact, we were waiting for you. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint us. Yi Chen said indifferently. Arrogant. Dark Light King was infuriated by Yi Chen's attitude. A black radiance burst out from his body, making him look like a shining black sun. His powerful aura caused the ocean to surge violently. Yi Chen, let me. Murong Qingqing took a step forward. That's good. You can test out how strong the shadow armor and purple flame magic glove are. Yi Chen nodded. With the shadow armor, even if Murong Qingqing faced a veteran strongest half-step king like the Dark Light King, she would be invincible. Moreover, with the purple flame demonic glove, Murong Qingqing's offensive power had already surpassed the majority of half-step kings, allowing her to clash head-on with the strongest half-step king. As for how powerful Murong Qingqing would be, Yi Chen couldn't make a precise guess, because he himself had never exchanged blows with the strongest half-step king. Hee, you are sending your woman to her death. Don't think that just because she has the shadow armor and the purple flame demonic light gloves, I can't do anything to her. The power of a strongest half-step king is something you will never understand. The Dark Bright King was so angry that he started laughing. The black radiance on his body became even more dazzling. The piercing black radiance illuminated everything within several hundred li. There's going to be a war over there. Several thousand li away, many people were rushing over. They were Huang Mei, Yuling Shuang, Yu Bingxin, Scarlet Fire King, Steward He, as well as some well-informed half-step kings. Huang Mei's speed was the fastest. As she moved, she was like a flickering yellow light. With each flicker, she covered a distance of 100 li. Scarlet Fire King was second only to Huang Mei. With his entire body covered in flames, he was like a blazing meteor, emitting a dazzling fiery radiance. Steward He had brought a total of 4 half-step kings. Nobody knew what their intentions were, but their speed was very fast. They were clearly first-rate half-step kings. Yuling Shuang probably hadn't raised her speed to the limit. Together with Yu Bingxin, 2 streaks of silver light streaked toward the dazzling black sun ahead. Auntie, faster! Yu Bingxin mustered her strength and continuously accelerated. I'll bring you along. Yuling Shuang smiled bitterly and grabbed Yu Bingxin's arm. The Silvermoon White Fox Phantom suddenly appeared behind her. With a swish, its speed doubled. At a glance, it seemed as if it was leaping in the void. Swish 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 swish, nearly 20 people flew toward the three's location at the same time. Yi Chen and the other 2 had also sensed their arrival, so they exchanged glances. I forgot to say goodbye to Yu Bingxin. Yi Chen had left in a hurry. Although he had coincidentally met Yu Bingxin in the Golden Island auction house, he hadn't seen her again. Young Master Yi, this person is extremely powerful. You should let my auntie help you. From afar, Yu Bingxin's voice wrapped in Jin Yuan transmitted to Yi Chen's ears. Many thanks for your kindness, but there's no need. Yi Chen tactfully declined. Yu Bingxin anxiously said, strongest half-step kings are not as simple as you think. They are different from ordinary half-step kings. They have already refined Jin Yuan into their bone marrow. Refining Jin Yuan into blood vessels could allow one to reach half-step king realm. When all 3 blood vessels were filled with Jin Yuan, one would have to refine Jin Yuan into the bone marrow. Once one reached this step, not only would their Jin Yuan be incomparably robust, but its purity would also be incomparable to before. At this point, as long as one's profound martial skills and martial spirit reached the standard, one could be considered a strongest half-step king. I know. How could Yi Chen not know the strength of strongest half-step kings? Just the disparity in Jin Yuan alone was not something ordinary methods could make up for. Since you know, why are you still? Yu Bingxin was puzzled. Bingxin, let me talk to him. Yuling Shuang stopped Yu Bingxin and said to Yi Chen, young Master Yi, perhaps you have some understanding of strongest half-step kings, but you definitely don't know as much as I do. After all, I'm a strongest half-step king himself. To become a strongest half-step king, refining Jin Yuan into the bone marrow is only the most basic. My martial spirit might not necessarily be that much more powerful than the majority of half-step kings, only a slight increase in strength. As for profound martial skills, I've heard Bingxin say that your profound martial skills are not the least bit inferior to strongest half-step kings, and might even surpass them. However, Yuling Shuang's tone changed as she continued, strongest half-step king is only a general term. In fact, at this realm, one has already entered the first layer of Life and Death Challenge. The so-called Life and Death Challenge is a bridge leading to Life and Death realm. There are 3 layers in total. Once one breaks through the 3rd layer, one will officially become a Life and Death realm king. However, the first layer is easy, but the second layer is extremely difficult. Precisely because of this difficulty, the gap between each layer is not small. According to my guess, Dark Light King had already reached the second layer a year ago, and his strength is much higher than the first layer of strongest half-step kings. Then, what layer is Senior Yu at? Yi Chen asked. Yuling Shuang said, I'm currently at the peak of the first layer. However, with the bloodline power of the Silvermoon White Fox clan, it won't be difficult for me to fight the second layer. Although I'm grateful for Senior Yu's good intentions, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing have the confidence to fight the Dark Light King. Senior Yu, just wait and see. With Battle King's memories, there was nothing Yi Chen didn't know regarding cultivation. However, Murong Qingqing possessed demonic power and dark force field, as well as the shadow armor and purple flame demonic gloves. She might not necessarily have the strength to fight the Dark Light King. As for Yi Chen himself, there was no need to even mention it. Sigh, forget it. I know that youngsters are arrogant. Perhaps, you two will indeed give me a big shock. Yuling Shuang shook her head. Since she couldn't convince Yi Chen, she might as well let them suffer a bit. In any case, she would be watching from the side, ready to lend a helping hand at the crucial moment. Young Master Yi, Miss Murong, you must be careful. Seeing that the other party was still full of confidence even after her aunt had said this much, Yu Bingxin no longer tried to persuade them. She had a faint feeling that Yi Chen might really give them a big shock. Yi Chen, Miss Murong, I believe the two of you will make the Dark Light King eat a big loss. Unlike Yuling Shuang, Huang Mei knew Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing very well. As far as she was concerned, the two belonged to the inhuman category. Of course, Murong Qingqing was indeed inhuman, and possessing superhuman strength was understandable. On the other hand, Yi Chen belonged to the inhuman category. Hee hee. Yi Chen chuckled. After a while, those who had rushed over to watch the battle stopped and watched from afar. The Dark Light King might not have 100% chance of winning 1 against 2, but he should have a 70 to 80% chance. I wonder what their real strength is. None of the spectators were ordinary characters. Each of them had keen eyesight. Although the Dark Light King was a veteran strongest half-step king, he also had a pseudo-supreme grade artifact, and perhaps more than 1 or 2. The reason they had come was partly to watch the show, and partly to fish in troubled waters. Licking his lips, the Dark Light King sneered, it's been a long time since I've slaughtered. Today, I'll let you two experience my strength. The fact that he had reached the second layer of Life and Death Chamber was only known by a few people. Only strongest half-step kings could sense it. Murong, be careful. Yi Chen signaled Murong Qingqing with his eyes. I know, I won't be careless. Murong Qingqing flew out and stopped 5 li away from the Dark Light King. What? 1 against the Dark Light King? I thought that kid had some ability. Who would have thought that he's relying on a woman? But, this woman's strength alone doesn't even have a 10% chance against the Dark Light King. Even if they're confident, they're too arrogant. Do they think the words of strongest half-step kings are spoken casually? Everyone's faces were filled with puzzlement, and soon after, they revealed expressions of pity. The two of them were probably going to die. Die. The Dark Light King wasn't in the mood to talk with the two. His body flickered with a black light, and as if teleporting, he flew toward Murong Qingqing at an extreme speed. Spreading open his right hand, a flickering black light faintly appeared. Retreat! Murong Qingqing roared, and a purple-black electric current surged out of her body. The dark shadow armor was immediately activated, and a formless and powerful force field fiercely radiated out with her as the center. Due to the force field being too powerful, the magnetic field of the heaven and earth was distorted, and wind, fire, thunder, and lightning flickered simultaneously. Pop, a shocking scene occurred. How did the Dark Light King arrive? How did he fly back? The frightening recoil caused his face to turn pale, and his eyeballs to almost pop out. This time was different from the previous exchange with Yi Chen. Morong Qingqing had pushed the dark force field to the limit, fusing it with the heavenly star force field. Even a strongest half-step king wouldn't be able to get close to her. The might of the dark shadow armor was fully displayed on Morong Qingqing's body. What a powerful force field! Yu Lingshuang sucked in a breath of cold air. As a strongest half-step king, she knew better than anyone how much power was required to repel them with a force field. After all, the Zhenyuan of a strongest half-step king had already reached the peak of half-step king realm. Sure enough. Huang Mei revealed a faint smile. She had already witnessed Morong Qingqing's dark force field. However, back then, she didn't put it in her eyes at all. However, the current dark force field was something that even she had to sigh in admiration. Thinking about it, it should be thanks to the shadow armor. Dark Light King was actually repelled by the force field? This is too exaggerated. Dark shadow armor, it's definitely the dark shadow armor. No wonder she didn't hesitate to fall out with Dark Light King and buy it. If my guess is correct, she cultivated some kind of force field. Combined with the heavenly star force field of the dark shadow armor, it's not as simple as 1 + 1. I was wondering why she dared to fight Dark Light King alone. Turns out she had a trump card. Everyone discussed spiritedly, feeling shocked. The dark shadow armor is a pseudo-supreme grade artifact. Activating it requires a large amount of Zhenyuan. Let's see how long you can last. The head steward's eyes flickered as he inwardly sneered. And, young Lady Morong has such a powerful force field that even Dark Light King can't approach her. Is she undefeatable? Yu Bingxin said happily. Yu Lingshuang shook her head. A pseudo-supreme grade artifact is no small matter. But, it's still too early to say she's undefeatable. Unless she can activate her defensive artifact, the outcome won't change. At most, she'll only be able to buy some time. After flying back dozens of li, Dark Light King finally managed to stabilize his body. At this moment, his breathing was ragged, and his chest was heaving up and down. Although the sudden repulsive force didn't injure him too much, it wasn't pleasant either. Just a moment ago, his heart had almost reached its limit due to inertia. After all, being pushed back dozens of li while moving at full speed would not feel good. If one's cultivation base was a bit weaker, they might even be killed by the repulsive force. Good, good. Dark Light King said good twice in a row. He really didn't expect the other party to have such a trick up their sleeves. No wonder. They didn't put him in their eyes for the sake of this shadow armor. It turned out that they were after the heavenly star force field of the shadow armor. But do you think I can't do anything to you just because you have a force field protecting you? The Dark Light King stared at Morong Qingqing, taking the opportunity to recover. Morong Qingqing said lightly, "You said it yourself, I didn't." Hee hee. The Dark Light King grinned, "The further you are from the force field, the smaller the effect. I wonder if you can block my long-range attack." In most situations, close-range attacks were the most powerful. However, with the Dark Light King's strength, his attack wouldn't be weakened by much if the distance was a little further, and it would still have terrifying destructive power. Morong Qingqing's dark force field made him give up on the idea of ending the battle in an instant, because he knew that it wasn't realistic. Bring it on. The surface of Morong Qingqing's body flickered with purplish-black electricity, but her expression did not change. I'll let you know the difference between us. The Dark Light King's discomfort had been completely dispelled. He approached Morong Qingqing neither too fast nor too slow, as if trying to estimate the safest distance between him and Morong Qingqing. Dark Devour. Since the Dark Light King didn't attack, Morong Qingqing took the initiative. Her hands rapidly formed seals, and in the next instant, a revolving black sphere appeared beside the Dark Light King. A powerful suction force burst out, wanting to devour the Dark Light King. Break! The Dark Light King reacted as soon as there was movement beside him. With a loud roar, he slapped the black sphere with his palm. Pung! The black sphere didn't accomplish anything and immediately exploded. Worthy of being a strongest half-step king. Seeing the Dark Light King shatter the black light sphere so easily, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This black light sphere was no ordinary energy. Shattering it required a frightening destructive power. Flying assassinate chop. Morong Qingqing naturally didn't think that a single Dark Devourer would be enough to deal with the Dark Light King. She only did so to shorten the distance between them and use the Dark Force Field to influence the Dark Light King's movements and reduce his strength. With this, the gap between them would not be that big. Swish, with a flicker of light, Morong Qingqing instantly approached the Dark Light King. Both of her palms turned into blades and chopped repeatedly, creating a black blade light in the void. Damn it! Just as Morong Qingqing had expected, the Dark Light King was unable to attend to anything under the Dark Force Field. Sometimes, he wanted to retreat, but he was pulled forward. Sometimes, he wanted to advance, but he was forced back by the repulsive force. He couldn't even bring out 40 to 50% of his strength, and was being suppressed by Morong Qingqing. If not for his high foundation and astonishing strength, he would have been killed by Morong Qingqing. This dark force field is too monstrous. The Dark Light King is a veteran strongest half-step king, but he's actually being suppressed to such a state. I thought the Dark Light King would be able to deal with her effortlessly, but it seems like it won't be that easy. Let's just wait and see. Demonic Finger. Morong Qingqing's figure flickered as she slightly increased the distance between them and thrust out her strongest finger. Puff, under the amplification of the purple flame demonic glove, the might of the Sky Demon Finger was extremely terrifying. Not only was the power of darkness even more powerful, there was also a layer of purple flames on the surface of the Sky Demon Finger. The scorching heat caused the surrounding space to distort, as if it would burn into nothingness at any moment. You really think I can't deal with you? Dark Light Palm Art's first style, Dark Light Palm Imprint. The Dark Light King's face turned red as he forcefully circulated his Jin Yuan to counteract the dark force field on his body. Then, he clenched his right hand and pressed his thumb against the edge of his palm, pushing it toward Morong Qingqing with a majestic aura. The dark force field distorted, and a shining black palm imprint shot upward, colliding with Morong Qingqing's demonic finger. Rumble, the violent energy ripples were like the eruption of a volcano or the arrival of a tsunami, sweeping across the sky. Under the impact of such a vast energy, the ocean within a radius of several thousand miles trembled, creating huge waves that roared endlessly. At the same time, two figures were sent flying back, unable to stop their bodies. Fire-Earth Fusion Profound Skill? Morong Qingqing's face was slightly pale. Even with the dark light force field and the shadow armor protecting her, the blood qi and Jin Yuan within her body were still boiling. This palm contained a powerful piercing attribute. If she didn't have the shadow armor, even if she didn't die, she would be crippled. The Dark Light King wasn't having a good time either. Under the dark force field, he couldn't bring out his full strength. Moreover, Morong Qingqing had the purple flame demonic glove, which could raise her offense to a whole new level. Under such circumstances, he couldn't gain any advantage. A quarter of an hour has passed. You should have consumed more than half of your Jin Yuan, but I haven't even used 10%. A strongest half-step king was, after all, a strongest half-step king. Dark Light King quickly adjusted his condition and sent another palm strike at Morong Qingqing. This time, he didn't wait to get too close, fearing that Morong Qingqing would rapidly approach and use the dark force field to affect him. Pung, Morong Qingqing didn't say anything and used the demonic finger once more, clashing with the Dark Light King from a distance. Ripples of energy rippled in the sky. Morong, display your speed advantage. There's no need to hide your perfect demonic bloodline anymore. At this moment, Yichen transmitted his Jin Yuan to Morong Qingqing. Biting her lips, Morong Qingqing faintly nodded. Speed was her innate talent from the demons. If she didn't display her speed advantage, her demonic power would be exhausted sooner or later. Voila, a large black chi burst out, and a pair of huge black bat wings unfolded behind Morong Qingqing. With a slight flap, Morong Qingqing's figure instantly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already above the Dark Light King. Soul Extinguishing Wave. Holding a black light sphere in her hand, Morong Qingqing suddenly crushed it. Huff, a black light containing a soul attack fanned out, enveloping the Dark Light King within. The Dark Light King was blasted away. The pure offensive power of the soul extinguishing wave wasn't that powerful, so he didn't suffer any injuries. However, the soul attack contained within it made him somewhat dazed. He couldn't react in time and was immediately put at a disadvantage. Black bat wings. She has the perfect demonic bloodline of the demonic human race. Someone cried out in alarm. The previous battle had made everyone aware of Murong Qingqing's identity as a demonic human. However, they didn't think that she had the perfect demonic human bloodline. After all, the perfect demonic human bloodline was extremely rare. Even in the formidable chaotic demon ocean, there were only 2 of them. However, as soon as the black bat wings appeared, it was hard for them not to know Murong Qingqing's identity. After all, it was too similar to the appearance of the demons in the ancient records. This. Bingxin, what's going on? Yu Lingshuang looked at Yu Bingxin. Yu Bingxin replied, I only know that she's a demonic human, not a perfect demonic human. However, she killed many people in chaotic demon ocean, so she shouldn't be from there. Not from chaotic demon ocean? Yu Lingshuang's face turned pensive, then she slowly said, seems like I'm overthinking things. Apart from chaotic demon ocean, there are also demonic humans in other places. True Spirit Continent is millions and millions of li away from here. They should be from there. Very good. You actually forced me to this extent. You should be proud of yourself. However, this is still not enough. Now, I'll let you witness my true strength. Dark Light King's figure shot back, increasing the distance between them. As he spoke, the black light on his body grew increasingly denser and more dazzling. Different from Murong Qingqing's demonic power, Dark Light King's Xin Yuan gave off a scorching sensation that could scorch the earth. Buzz, Dark Light King's Xin Yuan undulations suddenly rose to a whole new level, and a frightening heatwave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Life and Death Chamber Second Layer. Yu Lingshuang's eyes shone brightly. Before this, Dark Light King had been contending against Murong Qingqing with the strength of the first layer. But now, he finally revealed his true strength. Seems like I've still underestimated Dark Light King's strength. Yichen had no idea how powerful the second layer of Life and Death Chamber was. However, Dark Light King had suppressed his strength to the first layer, yet he was able to fight evenly with Murong Qingqing. One could easily imagine how powerful the second layer would be. Moreover, the reason why Murong Qingqing was able to contend against Dark Light King was because the latter didn't dare to engage in close combat. Now that Dark Light King had revealed his true strength, even if the dark force field was effective, it would be greatly reduced. Sure enough, no strongest half-step king can be underestimated. Becoming a life and death king didn't necessarily require one to become a strongest half-step king. In fact, the majority of people skipped this process and directly broke through from peak half-step king to life and death realm. However, their foundation would undoubtedly be a bit lacking. After becoming a life and death king, the undying body could only reach the realm of broken limb regrowth, which was a common path in life and death realm. However, if one became a strongest half-step king and then broke through to life and death realm, they could directly reach the second realm of undying body, flesh derivation, which would greatly increase their survivability and foundation. The reason for these two situations was actually related to one's potential and foundation. As for other factors, nobody could say for sure. Therefore, such a situation appeared in Elysium. Some people stopped at peak half-step king realm, unable to advance even an inch in their life. However, once their luck broke out, they would directly become life and death kings. On the other hand, after reaching peak half-step king realm, due to their solid foundation and high potential, they would enter the strongest half-step king realm, and then step by step, they would reach life and death realm. Although the former occupied the majority, it was only because of the large number. After all, peak half-step kings were many times more numerous than strongest half-step kings. Thus, the number of life and death kings was naturally higher. The latter might not necessarily become life and death kings, but the probability was extremely high, reaching 1 in 3 to 4. Generally speaking, 10% of newly ascended life and death kings within 100 years were strongest half-step kings, and 90% were peak half-step kings. Therefore, strongest half-step kings could be said to be a dividing line of potential. Those who could become strongest half-step kings had extremely high potential. After becoming life and death kings, they would be much more powerful than ordinary life and death kings. If they couldn't become strongest half-step kings, their potential would be one level lower. As a strongest half-step king, Dark Light King's potential was naturally not weak. Of course, Yichen didn't dare confirm that he had relied on his own potential to become a strongest half-step king. Elysium was boundless, and there might be some heavenly treasures that could increase one's potential. Die. Obsidian Palm. With his strength rising to the second layer, Dark Bright King roared and slammed his palm toward Murong Qingqing. The enormous palm imprint blotted out the sun, and a fiery chi wave swept out in all directions, evaporating the ocean waves. Swish, not wanting to face Dark Bright King head-on, Murong Qingqing flapped her black bat wings and instantly disappeared. With her natural advantage in speed and the speed amplification of the shadow armor, Dark Bright King would have a hard time locking onto her. Where are you going? Dark Bright King thrust out dozens of palms in a row, sending out fiery palm energies. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Murong Qingqing's figure flickered unceasingly in the void, dodging palm energies one after another. Her extreme speed left everyone dumbfounded. Demonic Finger. Suddenly, Murong Qingqing attacked Dark Bright King with her finger. Who could have expected that after reaching the second layer of Life and Death Chamber, Dark Bright King's battle strength would be no small matter. With a single palm, he slapped away the black sun-like demonic finger. The power of the sky demon finger brushed against the surface of the ocean and left a terrifying mark. Finally, with a loud bang, it exploded and created a huge crater with a diameter of tens of miles. Soul Extinguishing Wave. Murong Qingqing felt that her demonic power was about to be exhausted. Up until now, she had barely used any of her trump cards. Most of the time, she was using ordinary attacks to contend against Dark Bright King. It was not intentional, but the shadow armor and purple flame demonic gloves consumed too much demonic power. If not for the fact that she had activated the shadow armor in the middle of the battle, her demonic power would have been exhausted long ago. Even so, after using the Soul Extinguishing Wave, she didn't even have 10% of her demonic power left. The Soul Extinguishing Wave's range was too wide, and its speed was too fast. Dark Bright King knew that he couldn't dodge, so he circulated his martial will and arranged a will barrier in front of him. Boom! Boom, boom! The will barrier blocked the soul attack, and the protective Zhen Yuan blocked the Soul Extinguishing Wave's energy attack. Dark Bright King wasn't injured in the slightest. Demonic Fist. Suddenly, Murong Qingqing speed soared, and she instantly appeared before Dark Bright King. Not good. Dark Bright King pushed his Zhen Yuan to the limit, and a flickering black light burst out. His whole body was like a black sun, burning fiercely. Large patches of black flame surged out, containing a terrifying power capable of scorching the earth. Just as he finished all of this, Murong Qingqing's attack arrived. Murong Qingqing's right hand clenched into a fist, and the black demonic power vortex on her fist became tighter and tighter before fiercely bombarding Dark Bright King's protective Zhen Yuan. Pung! This fist contained immense power, and a tyrannical demonic power burst out. With a swish, Dark Bright King was sent flying. Before that, he clenched his teeth and slammed his palm on Murong Qingqing's protective Zhen Yuan. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to exert his full power and was sent flying, leaving behind a black streak in the void. Puff! Murong Qingqing spurted out a huge mouthful of blood. Demonic Fist was the second martial art she had inherited from demons after Demonic Finger. Compared to Demonic Finger, Demonic Fist consumed a lot more demonic power, compressing a large amount of demonic power into the fist to deal several times more damage to the enemy. Unfortunately, Murong Qingqing didn't have much demonic power left. As soon as she used Demonic Fist, she didn't have much demonic power left in her body, causing the shadow armor to dim. Fortunately, Dark Bright King was also sent flying, and the palm didn't connect. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as just vomiting blood. Compared to Murong Qingqing, Dark Bright King wasn't having a good time. He didn't have a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact, and could only rely on his protective Zhen Yuan to resist Murong Qingqing's Demonic Fist. However, how could Demonic Fist be so easy to defend against? Therefore, he was injured for the first time by Murong Qingqing. With blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth, Dark Bright King stood dozens of li away with bloodshot eyes, as if he couldn't believe that he had been injured by Murong Qingqing. What kind of profound martial art is this? So powerful. Its offensive power increased several times, even injuring Dark Bright King, who was at the second layer of Life and Death Chamber. It shouldn't be a profound martial art. Perhaps a secret art? Someone raised a doubt. Indeed, it's not a profound martial art, nor is it a secret art. If I'm not mistaken, this is a martial art inherited from the demons, which belongs to the demons. Demons have all kinds of martial arts, and this should be a martial art that compresses demonic power to the extreme. Everybody was shocked. Even if Dark Bright King didn't have a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact, he had at least a powerful half-step supreme grade one. Moreover, his cultivation base far surpassed Murong Qingqing's, having reached the second layer of Life and Death Chamber. One could easily imagine how powerful his defense was. However, he was still injured by Murong Qingqing's hand. This demonic fist was simply too tyrannical. Murong, I'll go next. Yichen was quite supportive of Murong Qingqing and Dark Bright King's duel. After all, it would be hard to avoid encountering strongest half-step kings in the future. This duel would allow them to clearly witness the strength of the strongest half-step king, as well as the strength of Murong Qingqing. Now that Murong Qingqing's demonic power was exhausted and she was injured, Yichen naturally had to step forward. Murong Qingqing faintly nodded and retreated to Yichen's side. What's going on? Don't tell me she's giving up? What else can she do? Can't you see that her demonic power is exhausted? Without demonic power, anyone can kill her. You're right. Demonic power is different from Jinyuan, and there's basically no pill that can replenish it. This is also one of the shortcomings of the perfect demonic human bloodline. Seeing Murong Qingqing retreat, the crowd sighed inwardly. Dark Bright King was Dark Bright King after all, not someone ordinary people could deal with. Even after exhausting all means, he could only delay for a short period of time. At this moment, who among the two could stop him? That kid was probably even worse. Dark Bright King had only suffered a minor injury. He quickly flew over and coldly said, "Not bad, you actually managed to injure me at the last moment. Unfortunately, your endurance is a bit lacking. That was merely a warm-up for me. Then, let's start now." Treading on the void, Yichen walked out step by step, stopping 10 li away from Dark Bright King. Start? With just you? Dark Bright King laughed heartily as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. No way. Don't tell me he's even stronger than that woman? His cultivation base is only mid-half-step king realm, not even as high as mine. He probably thinks that Dark Bright King has consumed a lot of Jinyuan and is injured, so he wants to take turns to defeat him. Fart. This kind of injury is nothing to Dark Bright King. Although this kid's cultivation base is similar to that woman's, one has Jinyuan while the other has demonic power. They are simply incomparable. In terms of martial skills, demonic power fist is incomparably tyrannical. His profound martial skills are already not bad at all. Only his sword intent is a bit more powerful. Unfortunately, in a situation where the difference in willpower isn't too great, it won't be able to play a decisive role. Everybody's mouths were wide open, unable to understand where Yichen's confidence came from. Auntie. Yu Bingxin was a bit worried. Dark Bright King was frighteningly powerful. Murong Qingqing had exhausted all her means, yet she couldn't do anything to him. In the end, she would exhaust her demonic power and retreat. Yichen would be in danger. Let's watch first. Yu Lingshuang's expression was grave. If Yichen couldn't defeat Dark Bright King, she would have to lend a hand. Therefore, she had to grasp the perfect timing. Let me see your true strength. Among the crowd, only Huang Mei had complete confidence in Yichen and said inwardly. Stopping laughing, Dark Bright King licked his lips and said, "Don't think that my strength has fallen after the battle. I'm not afraid to tell you that my blood is boiling. I hope you can take one move from me. If you can't, then you can die." Bang, black light erupted as Dark Bright King charged at Yichen with extreme speed, slapping out with his palm. Black Kiln Giant Palm, attack, clang, unsheathing the evil vanquishing sword, Yichen's figure leaned forward. With a swish, he attacked at an unimaginable timing, brushing past Dark Bright King's body. Immediately, a black crescent-shaped sword energy appeared and streaked across Dark Bright King's body. What happened next shocked everyone. In a single exchange, Dark Bright King's entire body was sent flying. The clothes on his chest were torn, and a clear sword mark was left on his semi-supreme grade armor. He spurted out a huge mouthful of blood, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A single sword strike had sent Dark Bright King flying. How is this possible? Yu Lingshuang and Yu Bingxin were not the only ones shocked. Apart from Huang Mei and Morong Qingqing, everyone else was astonished to the extreme. They even wondered if they were seeing things, or if they were hallucinating. Otherwise, how could such a scene happen? Dark Light King was sent flying by Yi Chen's sword. Dark Bright King's cultivation base was 3 levels higher than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen was a mid-half-step king, and above him was the high level. Then, there was the first layer of Life and Death Chamber and the second layer of Life and Death Chamber. Just the difference in cultivation base alone was enough to widen the gap between the two. Dark Light King might not be able to injure Yi Chen with a single palm strike, but he should at least be evenly matched. Who could have imagined that Yi Chen would be so frightening, gaining the upper hand in a single exchange? Yi Chen indifferently smiled, but didn't pursue his opponent. When he was at peak Late Sea of Soul Realm, he had the strength of a strongest half-step king with the Thunder Disaster sword in hand. Now that he had reached mid-half-step king realm, even without the evil shattering sword, he was confident that he could contend against the Dark Light King, who was at the second layer of Life and Death Chamber. Adding the evil shattering sword, the result could be easily imagined. As for the advantage, in terms of cultivation base, Yi Chen was indeed much weaker than Dark Light King. However, one shouldn't forget that Yi Chen's profound martial skill, Waning Moon, was his trump card. No matter how powerful Dark Light King's Dark Light Palm Arts were, they were still much weaker. In terms of will, Yi Chen's Destruction Sword Intent had long since reached the 5th step, which was equivalent to an ordinary 6th step sword intent. On the other hand, Dark Light King's martial will was merely at the peak of the 4th step. A gap of 1.5 step in will was even harder to make up than cultivation base. In a situation where both sides had similar fighting strength, the one with the higher will would usually have the last laugh. As for the reason, it was very simple. Humans were made of flesh and blood, and after a long battle, their condition would inevitably decline. For example, their Jin Yuan would decrease, and as long as they didn't die, their will would not fluctuate too much. It could be said that the strength of one's will determined one's potential. As expected, I've really met someone who has the chance to become a legend. Huang Mei smiled faintly. Since ancient times, there would be many unparalleled experts born in every era. However, there would only be 1 or 2 legendary figures in every era. Currently, there were no legendary figures in this era. Although those titled monarchs were strong, they were only considered as unparalleled masters and not legendary figures. However, the situation had started to change a few years ago or even 10 years ago. Countless geniuses were competing to be born, each more abnormal than the previous one, each more monstrous than the previous one. Everyone was guessing that in the next few decades, the whole of Elysium would undergo a huge change. When the geniuses gathered from the stars grew up, perhaps Elysium would reach a golden age that would not lose to the early modern age. It might even catch up to the medieval age. Huang Mei had been roaming the deep sea for many years, but Yi Chen was the first person that made her have this kind of thought. There was no other reason than that Yi Chen was too abnormal and had somewhat broken the balance. Stop. The Dark Light King's Jin Yuan erupted to the limit, and his entire body came to a halt. The void twisted under his feet. Raising his head, the Dark Light King fixed his gaze on Yi Chen. In that split second, Yi Chen had only made 2 movements, advancing and attacking. However, these 2 movements had left him helpless. It was as if his every move had already been calculated by the opponent. No matter what he did, the outcome would not change. What shocked him even more was that Yi Chen's instantaneous burst of speed was even greater than Morong Qingqing's. What kind of explosive power was this? Morong Qingqing was healing her injuries while watching the battle. Yi Chen sending the Dark Light King flying with a single sword strike was not out of her expectations. No one was clearer than her about how fast Yi Chen's attacking speed would be once he entered a battle state. He was like a peerless sword that would not be unsheathed, but once it was unsheathed, it would definitely injure the enemy. Very well, you're worthy of me revealing my trump card. In the battle against Murong Qingqing, the Dark Light King had many trump cards that he hadn't used. Admittedly, part of this was due to the dark force field, which prevented him from engaging in close combat. However, the main reason was that he didn't want to do so. For him, although Murong Qingqing was difficult to deal with, it was not enough for him to use his trump card. Then let me experience the foundation of a strongest half-step king. Holding the evil vanquishing sword, Yichen stood in the void. His blue robes fluttered in the wind like a blue banner. The Dark Light King is getting serious. The spectators who had some understanding of the Dark Light King discussed in low voices. Before this, the Dark Light King hadn't used any trump card. From start to finish, he had only used the first style of the Dark Light palm arts. It should be known that trump cards were extremely useful. In situations where the difference in strength wasn't too great, trump cards were often the deciding factor. As one's realm increased, the requirements for a trump card to be considered more and more stringent. This was especially true for some heaven-grade secret arts, which were strange and frightening existences. It was not like the spectators hadn't seen some people instantly killing others with secret arts. As the spectators discussed, the Dark Light King made his move. His first move was a killing move. He soared into the sky like a great rock spreading its wings, yet also like the pressure of empty tide. A boundless aura covered the sun and moon, throwing yin and yang into disorder. Watching the soaring Dark Light King, everyone's heart sank. In their perception, the world had turned hazy and chaotic, as if doomsday had arrived. This is the true Dark Light palm imprint. Take this. In the sky, the Dark Light King's thunderous roar reverberated as his palm pressed down. The palm grew larger and larger until it finally flew out, transforming into a huge palm of scorched earth. It fiercely slammed toward Yichen, its surface covered in cracks and boiling magma, emitting black light smoke. His schemes are truly deep. Yichen sneered. If the previous Dark Light palm imprint was 60 to 70% complete, then the current one was 80 to 90% complete. Looking at the scorched black palm covered in magma, it seemed no different from a real object. All of its power was contained within. However, this was still not enough. The evil shattering sword created a bright white sword flower in the air. Yichen waved his arm, and the sword sliced through the air. In the next second, 7 hair-thin sword chi shot out, heading toward the scorched palm at an extremely high speed without making a sound. Puff 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 puff, a shocking scene occurred. The seemingly harmless slender sword chi immediately gained the upper hand as soon as it came into contact with the scorched black palm. The 5 fingers of the scorched black palm were the first to be chopped off, leaving the palm and disappearing into dust. Then, the 6th sword chi sliced through the center of the scorched black palm, and the 7th sword chi pierced through it in one go. It was like the sun and moon had broken through, and dawn had broken through. The Dark Light palm imprint had been broken. What? Before the sword chi arrived, the chilling sword intent had already assaulted Dark Light King's face, causing his scalp to go numb. The sword chi was simply too fast. Because of its speed, it was unstoppable and unstoppable. At this moment, the Dark Light King couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. He was sure that if he tried to dodge, he would be struck by the sword chi for sure. Seal. At this critical moment, the veins on Dark Light King's forehead bulged. Vigorous Jinyuan erupted like a volcano, frantically strengthening his protective Jinyuan to resist the sword chi. Clang! In the next moment, the sword chi slashed on Dark Light King's protective Jinyuan, creating a metallic clanging sound. A sword mark was left on the latter's protective Jinyuan. If the sword chi hadn't cut through the scorched black palm first, it wouldn't have been hard for it to break through the protective Jinyuan. Dark Light King, if this is all you've got, then I'm truly disappointed. Unknowingly, Yichen had already arrived in front of the Dark Light King. The two faced each other, one panic-stricken and the other ice-cold. Chi. Yichen raised his sword and stabbed at the Dark Light King's protective Jinyuan. No! The Dark Light King roared. His body spun, and one Dark Light King after another appeared. Each of them was vivid and lifelike, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. It's the Dark Light King's cicada shedding secret art. Many people exclaimed inwardly. The cicada shedding secret art was a heaven-grade high-grade secret art that was extremely difficult to cultivate. Once it was cultivated to great completion, as long as the difference in strength wasn't too great, it would be impossible for the opponent to even injure them. It was said that the Dark Light King had already cultivated the cicada shedding secret art to minor completion. Experts of the same realm shouldn't even think of touching him. Once the secret art was used, Yichen would most likely return empty-handed. Unexpectedly, the result was completely different from what they had imagined. Yi Chen's evil vanquishing sword was like maggots on a bone. Following an unimaginable trajectory, it pierced through one Dark Light King after another. In the end, the sword light flickered and disappeared. Dozens of li away, the Dark Light King reappeared in a sorry state. He lowered his head, his expression extremely unsightly. There was a sword hole on his thigh, from which dark red blood seeped out and dyed his clothes red. He had already used the cicada shedding secret art, but he still couldn't escape from Yi Chen's attacks. One could imagine what realm Yi Chen's eyesight, technique, and sword speed had reached. Such a terrifying swordsman didn't only make the Dark Light King feel uneasy. Everyone else was in disbelief, especially Steward He and Yu Lingshuang. One had a gloomy expression, while the other was flabbergasted. As for Yu Bingxin, she was dumbfounded. How could she know that Yi Chen's strength had reached such a terrifying level in just a few months? Shaking off the blood on the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen was somewhat astonished. The sword art he had used to break the Dark Light Palm and attack the Dark Light King was the spiritual sword. As his strength increased, the spiritual sword had become more and more refined. Although its destructive power wasn't as great as Waning Moon's, it was still extremely powerful. Of course, not everyone could perform the spiritual sword to its limit. Only Yi Chen, who had the soul power, could do it. Because when the speed was too fast, the soul power would not be able to keep up, and the situation of losing control would occur. Unknowingly, the potential of the spiritual sword would be suppressed, and it would not be able to attack with its full power. The Dark Light King being able to dodge the spiritual sword was undoubtedly due to this secret art. It was most likely an extremely powerful one. Go. Pointing out with his left hand, Yi Chen's expression turned cold. Clang, at Yi Chen's waist, the Thunder Calamity sword unsheathed itself and pierced toward the Dark Light King like a bolt of lightning shuttling through the void. Defensive sword art, clang, the Dark Light King's fist blasted away the Thunder Tribulation sword, but how could the defensive sword art be so easily broken? Although Yi Chen's soul power hadn't increased much after entering the Half-Step King realm, it had already formed a soul membrane, greatly increasing the strength of his soul. His body swaying, the Dark Light King retreated repeatedly, unable to stop his body. 15 swords. Controlling the Thunder Disaster sword from a distance, Yi Chen pressed down with his sword finger, and the Thunder Disaster sword suddenly split into 14 Jinyuan flying swords. Together with the Thunder Disaster sword, they attacked the Dark Light King at the same time. The blood and qi in the Dark Light King's body boiled, and he simply couldn't find the time to adjust his condition. He could only passively defend against the flying swords, his protective Jinyuan becoming increasingly thinner. He's even proficient in the lost defensive sword art. Who the hell is he? The Dark Light King is actually being suppressed. Moreover, it's an absolute suppression. Yi Chen's strength piqued everyone's interest. Young Master Yi is going to win. Yu Bingxin happily said. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Yu Lingshuang's brow slightly creased. Dark Light King, what are you waiting for? Don't tell me you can't kill him. Right at this moment, the head steward sent a Jinyuan transmission to the Dark Light King. You think this kid is easy to deal with? Dark Light King frantically defended against the flying swords while furiously sending a Jinyuan transmission back. It had to be said that the second layer of Life and Death Challenge was indeed the second layer of Life and Death Challenge. His protective Jinyuan was exceptionally strong. Even if he missed 1 or 2 Jinyuan flying swords, they wouldn't be able to injure him for the time being, unless the real body of the Thunder Disaster sword arrived. However, Dark Light King was no fool. How could he allow the Thunder Disaster sword to approach him? You, Dark Light King, have shaken Gemstone Islands for decades. You must have a lot of trump cards. Otherwise, you would have been replaced long ago. The head steward seemed confident that Dark Light King could make a comeback. Humph. Seems like you've studied me quite well. Dark Light King coldly snorted, not bothering to explain. Ding 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 ding, 15 flying swords crazily attacked Dark Light King, especially the true body of the Thunder Disaster Sword. Each strike was like a thunderbolt, splashing sparks everywhere. Black Star Explosion. Defending for a long time would lead to a loss. Dark Light King naturally understood this principle. After knocking away the true body of the Thunder Disaster Sword, he roared and suddenly curled up his body. As his body curled up, a blazing black radiance erupted and condensed outside his body in 1/100th of a second. In the next moment, the Dark Light King was enveloped by a 2-meter-wide scorched earth ball. The surface of the earth ball was shockingly hot, and its hardness was unimaginable. The Zhenyuan flying swords could only create sparks and shallow scratches on its surface. Explode. A deep roar came from inside the earthen ball. Rumble, the scorched earth ball was like a small star as it exploded with a loud rumble. A powerful impact swept out in all directions, not only destroying Yi Chen's defensive sword art, but also breaking the tip of the Thunder Disaster Sword. As for the other Zhenyuan flying swords, they had long since been annihilated, no longer existing. Rip, a beam of blue cold light shot towards him. Yi Chen reached out 2 fingers and caught it. It was the tip of the Thunder Disaster Sword. Fusion of fire and earth profound. Yi Chen's eyesight was extremely sharp, and he could tell that Dark Light King's Black Star Explosion was a move created from the explosion of stars. In Elysium, life and death realm experts could roam the starry sky and descend upon beautiful stars. Some of these stars were very small, and life and death kings could easily destroy them. However, when a small star exploded, ordinary life and death kings would retreat 3 feet, fearing that they would be caught in the center of the explosion. Although Dark Light King's Black Star Explosion was crude, it was undoubtedly frightening to experts of the same level. After breaking Yi Chen's Imperial Sword Art, the Dark Light King's aura rose again and again. A flickering black radiance surged around his body like a black flame. You are the first and last person to force me to this extent. The Dark Light King's voice rumbled like thunder. The violent sound waves raised towering waves with a shocking momentum. Really? Yi Chen's complexion didn't change as he flung the Thunder Disaster Sword's tip. I didn't intend to reveal too many of my trump cards, but you've made me make an exception. So, die. Dark Light Palm Art's second style, Blazing Earth. His whole body soared into the sky, and his right hand was scorched black as he pushed it toward Yi Chen. Rumble, black light and scarlet flame light interweaved together like a volcanic eruption, as if the Earth's crust had cracked open. The space Yi Chen was in was completely submerged. From the outside, it was impossible to see Yi Chen's figure. What was going on? Look. The Yuan Qi there is exploding. A person pointed at the submerged sky and said with a dumbstruck expression. Everyone looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air. Black and red intertwined in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Wind and rain intertwined. Waves of fire soared into the sky. They were accompanied by beams of intense light. Purple, white, green, black, everything was there. It was unknown how many colors and how many kinds of Yuan Qi they contained. How can he survive? Like this? Nobody could imagine that the Dark Light King's strength had reached such a level. A single palm strike had detonated a large area. I'm afraid this kid is done for. Someone sighed. Yeah, he's already strong enough. If the Dark Light King doesn't reveal his trump cards, he won't be able to beat him. But, he's still young and doesn't have a deep foundation. How can he compare to a 100-year-old strongest half-step king like the Dark Light King? Any one of his trump cards would be enough to dissolve his advantage and turn the tables. Auntie. Yu Bingxin became anxious upon seeing the situation. Yu Lingshuang squinted her eyes and said solemnly, I can feel that his aura hasn't disappeared. Moreover, it's getting stronger. Aura getting stronger? Could it be that young Master Yi is preparing for a counterattack? Yu Lingshuang's words made Yu Bingxin sigh in relief. Perhaps? Yu Lingshuang didn't know either. Break! Yi Chen's voice was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. Nothing could isolate or weaken it. Following this shout, the sky that had been submerged started to churn violently, and the 5-colored radiance clapped against each other. It was as if the sky had truly turned into an ocean wave, a wave made of countless energies. Rip, in the next moment, a black sword light shot out, tearing apart the energy waves and tearing open a huge gap. Yi Chen's figure shot out from the gap and launched 49 sword strikes at the Dark Light King. Each sword strike was fast to the extreme. Golden cicada shedding. The Dark Light King's expression turned gloomy. His body repeatedly turned, leaving behind vivid images. After 49 images, he suddenly pounced at Yi Chen. Along the way, he launched dozens of dark light palm imprints. At this moment, he was prepared to go all out. Yi Chen's strength had far surpassed his expectations. He could actually break through his blazing earth and instantly counterattack. Because the distance was too far, Yi Chen's spiritual sword couldn't injure the Dark Light King. However, it cleanly destroyed the latter's images. After 49 strikes, Yi Chen's aura turned sluggish. This was a sign that he had exhausted all his strength. Right at this moment, the Dark Light King pounced at him. Even if his timing wasn't as good as Yi Chen's, it was still extremely frightening. He was worthy of being a veteran strongest half-step king. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yi Chen, who had never been defeated in a battle of the same level as Yi Chen. Sword steps. Like a sword light, Yi Chen shuttled back and forth among the countless scorched palm imprints. His speed was like a flickering shadow, like a ray of sunlight. The Dark Light King only saw a blur before Yi Chen arrived before him. As for his palm imprints, they were completely ineffective. How can he be so fast? The Dark Light King's face turned pale with fright. In their first exchange, he had already sensed that Yi Chen's explosive power was very powerful. However, this time, the latter was much faster and craftier. Rather than calling it a movement art, it would be better to call it a sword art that used one's body as a sword. What the Dark Light King didn't know was that Yi Chen's sword steps was a sword art intent. Sword arts were naturally extremely fast, and their trajectories were ever-changing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even Morong Qingqing, with her innate speed, was inferior to Yi Chen in short-range bursts. In fact, Yi Chen could be even faster. His Green Lotus sword arts had already been upgraded to a heaven-grade cultivation technique, which provided an inconceivable boost to his sword steps. After all, one was a sword artist's cultivation technique, while the other was a sword artist's sword steps. The two naturally complemented each other. As soon as he arrived, Yi Chen waved his sword at the Dark Light King. This sword emitted a black sword chi that slashed at the Dark Light King. The Dark Light King's reaction was half a beat slower, but in this life-and-death crisis, he subconsciously used cicada shedding carapace, using his image to block Yi Chen's sword while his real body darted to the right. As a wily old fox, he didn't forget to turn around and launch an attack to prevent Yi Chen from approaching. Truly a wily old fox. Yi Chen didn't show any mercy. Up until now, apart from bewitching mirror shattering and sword domain, he had used almost all of his strength. If it were another strongest half-step king who had just stepped into the second layer of life and death chamber, they would have long since been defeated or even killed. However, the Dark Light King was different. Not only was his cultivation base profound, but he also had countless trump cards, especially the cicada shedding carapace, which allowed him to evade Yi Chen's sure-kill attacks several times. Therefore, even if Yi Chen held the upper hand, he couldn't deal any substantial damage to the Dark Light King. As for why he didn't use bewitching mirror shattering and sword domain, Yi Chen had the same thought as the Dark Light King. With so many people present, revealing his trump cards was an extremely unwise choice. Bewitching mirror shattering contained space profound, while sword domain was a sword artist's domain. Neither could be casually used unless no one was present or there was no other choice. However, I've already seen through the secret of cicada shedding carapace. After tangling for so long, Yi Chen had finally seen through the weakness of cicada shedding carapace, or rather, the weakness of Dark Light King's Golden Dynasty shedding carapace. This time, the Dark Light King couldn't escape this calamity. Damn it! Do I have to use the third style of Dark Light palm arts? Pulling open the distance, the Dark Light King revealed a hesitant expression. Although he could summon the wind and summon the rain in Gemstone Islands, this was because he had never revealed his strongest trump cards. Others couldn't see through him, but once he did, he would lose all his secrets. This was an extremely dangerous situation. In a confrontation between experts, strength was not the most important factor, but the element of surprise. In Gemstone Islands, there were two strongest half-step kings, one was him, and the other was Huang Mei. He was sure that once he used the third style of dark light palm arts, Huang Mei would study it for a long time. The next time he fought with her, he would undoubtedly suffer a great loss. Forget it, if I don't use the third style, I can't take down this kid today. Future matters can be left for later. His mind turning at lightning speed, the Dark Light King quickly made up his mind. With this palm, you'll die without a doubt. Coldly looking at Yi Chen, the Dark Light King seemed as if he was looking at a dead man. He had no doubt that Yi Chen would die under this palm without any suspense. This was because even he himself hadn't fully grasped this palm. Once he used it, he couldn't control it and could only allow it to continue. Bring it on. Yi Chen was somewhat flabbergasted. Dark Light King's expression told him that the opponent's next move would be no small matter. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, he was somewhat expectant. He wanted to see just how profound Dark Light King's ultimate trump card was. One had to know that apart from bewitching mirror shattering and sword domain, he hadn't used Waning Moon to its full power. This was because the evil shattering sword consumed too much Xinyuan. Apart from spiritual sword, all of his other moves would consume at least 10 to 20% of his Xinyuan. He couldn't use them more than a few times. Letting out a breath, the steward revealed a smile and said in a relaxed tone, "It's over." "Steward, how did you know?" A half-step king of glorious exchanges asked. The steward said mysteriously, "Just wait and see. This kid's chance of survival is 0. Buzz, the Silvermoon Arctic Fox Phantom appeared behind Yu Lingshuang. She could sense that Yi Chen was truly in danger this time. His life might be in danger, and if she didn't make preparations, she wouldn't be able to save him in time. That old geezer even created the third style. Huang Mei's brows creased. The last time she exchanged blows with the Dark Light King was 10 years ago. At that time, he had only created 2 styles, and the third was Distant Shadow. Unknowingly, the wind had calmed down, and the clouds in the sky had stopped moving as if frozen, turning into a landscape painting. As for the ocean waves below, when they reached several hundred meters in the air, they also froze, leaving little sprays floating on their tips. The heaven and earth were silent, and all creations were still. The Dark Light King's eyes shot out a black beam, devoid of any emotion. The space distorted as he leaped up. As he rose, his aura also soared, filling the air with a world-destroying aura. Burning Sky Annihilation. The aura eventually reached its limit. When it reached its limit, the Dark Light King made his move. Placing his left hand on his right arm, he spread open his right palm and fiercely slapped toward Yi Chen, who was dozens of li away. This palm directly locked onto the sky where Yi Chen was. Yi Chen shockingly discovered that the surrounding space was rapidly warping. Not to mention dodging, he couldn't even move forward. The Dark Light King's Burning Sky Annihilation had already reached the point of shattering the void. Although it didn't contain the space profound, its destructive power was frightening. Pung 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 pung, something even more frightening happened. Countless fireballs of different sizes appeared in the space. The smallest was only the size of a fist and had a deep red color, while the biggest was the size of a house. Hundreds upon thousands of fireballs revolved around Yi Chen and exploded. Being at the center of the explosion, Yi Chen could feel that even the smallest fireball had the destructive power to heavily injure ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. The largest fireball could even force a half-step king to retreat. Hundreds upon thousands of fireballs exploded simultaneously, their power stacking together. Perhaps no one under Life and Death Realm would be able to withstand it, not even Yi Chen. It was hard to imagine how the Dark Light King had created such a powerful move. Unfortunately, great might didn't mean great moves. Burning Sky Annihilation's accumulation time was too long. No one would foolishly stay where they were and let it hit them. Using the sword steps, Yi Chen flickered out just before the fireball exploded. Pung, 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 some of the fire waves struck Yi Chen's body, but they were easily deflected by Yi Chen. When the fire waves overlapped with each other and couldn't be deflected, Yi Chen casually slashed out a path. The Dark Light King's mouth curved into a cruel smile as he clenched his right hand and shouted, "Destroy!" Roar, a dragon's roar resounded. The waves of fire formed by the explosion of the fireballs rapidly gathered together, forming a black-red fire dragon that could burn the heavens and earth. The fire dragon raised its head to the sky and roared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The scorching heat caused the surrounding several miles to turn into a vacuum. With a flash of red light, the fire dragon quickly swam towards Yichen. In the eyes of the crowd, the fire dragon didn't seem to be very fast, but it caught up in a few breaths. Break! Up until now, Yichen had only used the evil vanquishing sword with his full strength once, and that was when he broke Dark Light King's ultimate move, Blazing Earth. Other times, Yichen could only use 50% of the sword's power. It wasn't that he didn't want to go all out, but the sword consumed too much Xinyuan. With the amount of Xinyuan he had, he could only use it 5 times. It was precisely because the evil shattering sword consumed a lot of Xinyuan that it was exceptionally powerful. This time, Yichen did not use any of his ultimate attacks. Instead, he used the gold pattern that he had long since retreated to the second line. Buzz! The dark gold pattern spread out, cutting off the head of the fire dragon directly, causing sparks to fly everywhere. "You think it's over just like that?" Dark Light King sneered. Boundless Xinyuan rushed out and gathered on the fire dragon. With a pop, the fire dragon grew a new head and opened its mouth, biting towards Yichen's body. Waning Moon. Yichen's expression remained unchanged as he waved the evil vanquishing sword in the air. Immediately, a black crescent-shaped sword energy swept through the fire dragon's body like a waning moon descending upon the world. Crack, crackle, no matter how powerful the fire dragon was, it still couldn't escape its fate of being crushed. The evil vanquishing sword's full power combined with the waning moon, which was second only to bewitching mirror shattering, had a destructive power that even Yichen couldn't estimate. Impossible. Dark Light King's eyes were wide open. He was the clearest about the burning sky annihilation's might, and yet, Yichen had broken it so easily. This was a devastating blow to him. At this moment, his battle intent was rapidly declining. There was only one thought in his mind: where there's life, there's hope. Run! Dark Light King's figure flickered as he shot out. With a light snort, Yichen's left finger moved, and the broken blood sword came out of its sheath. It chased after Dark Light King at an extreme speed and fiercely slashed at his protective Xinyuan. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as a clear sword mark was left on the Dark Light King's protective Xinyuan. At the same time, he himself was sent flying by the enormous power of the broken blood sword, unable to control his body. Sword light streaked across the sky as Yichen instantly appeared near Dark Light King, thrusting his sword at the air. "You want to kill me? Dream on." Dark Light King roared and once again used the heaven-grade high-grade secret art, Cicada Shedding. This secret art had helped him escape death countless times, and this time was no exception. However, Yichen was already waiting for him. Flipping the evil vanquishing sword, Yichen's wrist shook. With a speed that even soul power couldn't capture, the sword pierced through the Dark Light King's protective Xinyuan and landed on his throat. Shortly after, it came out from the back of his neck, bringing with it a wisp of dark red blood. Beside him was a lifelike image. Following the blazing world and burning sky annihilation, Dark Light King's cicada shedding carapace was also broken. However, unlike the previous 2 times, he had lost his life this time. One slash to the throat, everyone's eyes froze, including Yu Lingshuang. They didn't expect the Dark Light King's death to come so quickly. In the previous times, Yichen was clearly helpless against the Dark Light King's cicada shedding carapace. But this time, the Dark Light King didn't even have the chance to escape and was instantly killed by Yichen. The Dark Light King was still alive. His gaze fell on the evil vanquishing sword that had pierced through his throat. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out. His voice was muffled by the evil vanquishing carapace, just like how his throat had been pierced by the sword. Blood spurting out unceasingly, the Dark Light King used the last of his strength to send a spiritual message to Yichen. "Why? How could you break my cicada shedding carapace?" Since the person was already dead, Yichen didn't need to let him die with grievances. He replied, "Cicada shedding carapace has an extremely powerful confusion property, but it's not worth mentioning to me." You were able to escape the previous times because Cicada's shedding carapace was fast enough to surpass my sword art. As long as my first attack landed, none of the following attacks would be able to kill you. Therefore, the first attack was merely a feint. The real killing move is the second one, which is this one. So that's how it is. The Dark Light King understood. His gloomy eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness, all sorts of emotions gathered at this moment. The Dark Light King understood, but the others might not. What? What the hell happened? How did this kid break Dark Light King's cicada shedding carapace? That sword wasn't that much faster than the previous ones. Could it be that the Dark Light King was gravely injured and his condition has deteriorated? That's why cicada shedding carapace has a weakness? Although I don't know what happened, I can be sure that the problem lies with this kid and not the Dark Light King. How frightening. First, he broke Dark Light King's blazing earth and burning sky annihilation, and now he broke cicada shedding carapace. There's nothing more despairing than this. Having one's life-saving trump card destroyed was a cruel blow to anyone. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this happen? The one who couldn't accept it the most was none other than the steward of the glorious exchanges. He was one of the few who had witnessed the might of burning sky annihilation. Thus, he was certain that the Dark Light King would be able to kill Yi Chen. Apart from him, Cicada's shedding carapace had never been broken before. Knowing the Dark Light King's background, he couldn't accept the fact that Yi Chen had killed the Dark Light King in one strike. He couldn't understand how Yi Chen would emerge victorious with such a huge disparity in cultivation base. Nothing could be more absurd and subversive than this. He had brought 4 half-step kings this time to prevent others from interfering. As long as the Dark Light King killed Yi Chen, he could entice the latter with generous conditions and obtain the sword-forging art jade strip originally belonging to Yi Chen. As long as he brought it back, he would certainly receive a reward. However, the result was completely different from what he had imagined. He actually broke Cicada's shedding carapace. I'm afraid only he can do so. Huang Mei was one of the few who knew how Yi Chen had broken Cicada's shedding carapace. However, one had to be fast enough in order to break Cicada's shedding carapace. A sword artist's sword arts had always been fast, and Yi Chen was a peak sword artist. Therefore, even if he could break it, others might not necessarily be able to. There's still one more year before the decennial event. He should be participating. Huang Mei said inwardly. Huff, slowly letting out a breath, the Silvermoon Arctic Fox Phantom behind Yu Lingshuang gradually dimmed and retracted. She sighed, indeed, there's always someone better. Although I'm a rare genius of the Silvermoon Arctic Fox clan, Elysium has too many peerless geniuses. This one before me is enough to shock the world. Yu Lingshuang was not very old, only in her 30s. With his throat pierced, the Dark Light King slowly closed his eyes. His life aura also became faintly discernible. Abruptly, the Dark Light King opened his eyes, which were brimming with boundless hatred and madness. If I die, let's all die together. Forcefully speaking caused a hole to appear in the Dark Light King's throat. His voice, under the vibrations of Jin Yuan, was distorted and malicious. In almost an instant, the Dark Light King's body swelled up. A flickering black radiance illuminated his skin, revealing his internal organs. Looking down, one could see a lump of black radiance revolving and expanding in his dantian. At the same time, a crack had appeared on the Dark Light King's forehead, and his martial will was dispersing. In the face of death, the Dark Light King activated a secret art, intending to self-detonate his body and sea of soul. The self-detonation of a strongest half-step king at the second layer of life and death chamber. Moreover, it was a double detonation. One could easily imagine how powerful it would be. Even a strongest half-step king would be doomed if caught in it. Damn it. Everyone was indescribably horrified and frantically fled. They were only a few dozen li away from the two. This distance was not enough to resist the double detonation of a strongest half-step king. Perhaps even 100 li was not safe. The further they fled, the better. Self-detonation. Yi Chen's brows creased. He was the closest to the Dark Light King. If the latter self-detonated, he wouldn't be able to escape. Haha, so what if you beat me? You'll still die. The Dark Light King was incomparably happy, and his smile was distorted. You'll have to ask me first if you want to self-detonate. Yi Chen's expression turned solemn. His forehead suddenly split open, and a silver radiance surged out. What is this? A third eye? Dark Light King had a bad premonition. The crack on Yi Chen's forehead was like a silver vertical eye. It didn't have a pupil, but he could feel that the power of the vertical eye had already penetrated through his forehead and into his sea of soul. A majestic soul pressure was firmly locking onto him. Puff, a silver beam shot out from Yi Chen's vertical eye and drilled into Dark Light King's sea of soul. Dark Light King's sea of soul was on the verge of collapse, but as soon as the silver beam entered, his sea of soul was pierced through, and his remnant consciousness was annihilated. With the crisis of sea of soul self-destruction resolved, Dark Light King's remnant consciousness disappeared. The Zhenyuan within his body hadn't been brewed to the most crucial point before self-destruction. With a bang, Dark Light King's body turned into ashes, and a black radiance burst out, turning into a black fireball several li in size. Yi Chen's figure was instantly devoured by the black fireball. Yi Chen. Morong Qingqing was anxious. She was the only one who hadn't left the area. Don't worry, I'm fine. Suddenly, Yi Chen's voice entered Morong Qingqing's ears. At the center of the black fireball was a bronze protective Zhenyuan, firmly protecting Yi Chen's body. The black radiance could only create ripples on its surface, unable to shake it in the slightest. As the energy dissipated, Yi Chen's figure gradually became clear. Fortunately, he didn't succeed in double self-destruction. Otherwise, even if I wore bronze armor, I would have been blown into meat paste. Yi Chen's spirit was somewhat dispirited, and his face was filled with exhaustion. Double self-detonation was an extremely frightening indiscriminate destruction art. If Dark Light King succeeded, his berserk Xingyuan and martial will would explode. Not to mention Yi Chen, anyone under life and death realm wouldn't be able to withstand it. They would lose control of their own life and death. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yi Chen used his special ability, the Soul Eye. In the early stages, the Soul Eye could only be used to observe things in a large area. But, as his cultivation increased, and he was now a half-step king warrior, the Soul Eye had evolved into the Soul Light. Soul Light was, in fact, the manifestation of a highly concentrated soul power, possessing an extremely powerful soul attack effect. Under the attack of Yi Chen's Soul Light, the Dark Light King's sea of soul was pierced, and his consciousness dissipated along with it. Not only that, the Zhenyuan within his body went berserk without the Dark Light King's control. It didn't reach its peak, and was merely equivalent to the most ordinary Zhenyuan explosion of a half-step king. It couldn't do anything to Yi Chen, who was clad in bronze armor. Otherwise, the Dark Light King's self-destruction would have been enough to cripple Yi Chen even if he didn't die. It was extremely dangerous. However, after using the Soul Light for the first time, Yi Chen was not completely unscathed. His soul power had been reduced by more than half. If he wanted to recover to his peak, he would need at least a couple of months. During this period of time, although his battling power would not be affected, it would be impossible for him to use the Soul Light again. Otherwise, his soul power would be completely used up, and that would be very dangerous. This was also the reason why Yi Chen's spirit was somewhat dispirited. The self-destruction is so weak. The fleeing crowd stopped one after another. The Dark Light King's double self-destruction was too weak, and the shockwaves couldn't have reached this far. It should have been several dozen li at most. No, it doesn't contain any martial will. Someone reacted. Now that you mention it, it's true. Could this kid have used some method to stop Dark Light King's Sea of Soul explosion? Because everyone was busy fleeing, they didn't notice what had happened. Therefore, none of them saw Yi Chen use Soul Light, and could only guess. To be able to stop even the double self-destruction. Bingxin, you don't need to worry about your benefactor anymore. With his strength, those under life and death realm that can threaten him are few and far between. Although Yu Lingshuang didn't flee, she still retreated several dozen li. She couldn't stop the Dark Light King's double self-destruction, nor did she have the time to save Yi Chen. The only thing she could do was retreat. Yu Bingxin asked, Auntie, do you think young Master Yi has the qualifications to enter the life and death substitute list? Yu Lingshuang stared blankly for a moment before replying, it's very difficult. The life and death substitute list only records geniuses under the age of 50, and there are only 36 of them. One can well imagine the difficulty of entering it. After all, Elysium is too big, and there are too many geniuses. Moreover, this life and death substitute list doesn't only include humans, but also demonic beasts, sea beasts, half-beasts, demonic humans, and other races. Choosing 36 life and death substitute list from all these races, one can well imagine the difficulty. But I feel that young Master Yi is very strong. Who knows, this might not be his strongest strength. Yu Bingxin had a new understanding of Yi Chen. Therefore, she was certain that he was unfathomable. The Dark Light King is not a world-shaking genius. Therefore, even though he has reached the second layer of life and death chamber, he still lost to your benefactor. As for the life and death substitute list, each and every one of them is a peerless genius. They are all experts who can battle above their realm. I've seen a mid-half-step king who defeated a life and death substitute list second layer life and death chamber. He was only ranked in the 20s. As for the top 10, their cultivation bases are all at the first layer or higher. After several years, there might even be some at the peak of the third layer. Yu Lingshuang didn't deny Yi Chen. If the scene just now had happened a few years ago, she would have also felt that Yi Chen could enter the life and death substitute list. But now, it was a bit uncertain. After all, they were all world-shaking geniuses. If one could battle above their realm, so could she. At this moment, what mattered was cultivation base. Is that so? Yu Bingxin didn't expect that entering the life and death substitute list would be so difficult. Let's go. Seeing Yi Chen kill the Dark Light King, Manager He's eyes flickered several times. In the end, he still left with his people. With their strength, they simply couldn't defeat Yi Chen. As the 5 left, the others also left, leaving only Huang Mei, Yu Lingshuang, and Yu Bingxin. Hee, after defeating the Dark Light King, you're now a strongest half-step king. Huang Mei walked over and said with a beaming smile. Shaking off the bloodstains on the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen indifferently smiled, it's just an empty title. After killing the Dark Light King, he indeed had the qualifications to be called a strongest half-step king. However, it was only in Gemstone Islands that he could be considered a strongest half-step king. After all, who knew how many realms one could battle above one's realm? Therefore, a strongest half-step king's cultivation base was at least at the first layer of life and death chamber. Young Master Yi. Yu Bingxin and Yu Lingshuang also walked over. Yi Chen said apologetically, I'm sorry. I left in a hurry and forgot to greet you. It's fine. Yu Bingxin smiled, is young Master Yi really not going to Moonlight Island as a guest? She then looked at Yi Chen with a hopeful gaze. Let's talk about it later. Moonlight Island was overseen by a life and death king, and Yi Chen wasn't used to visiting someone else's headquarters. All good things must come to an end. After parting ways with Huang Meiyue, Yu Bingxin, and Yu Lingshuang, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing flew southward, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Richlight Ocean span was incomparably vast. The two flew on the flying puppet for 5 days, but they still couldn't leave this ocean span. Eventually, the two landed on a volcanic island. The island was rhomboid in shape, with a total of 11 volcanoes, 2 big and 9 small. The volcanoes were as tall as cones, and their craters flickered with red light as if they could erupt at any time. We're still hundreds of millions of miles away from our destination. There's no rush. We can cultivate here for a period of time. I also want to learn the art of forging swords. If a swordsman knew how to forge swords, he would have a deeper understanding of the sword Tao. My comprehension of martial arts is a bit low. Morong Qingqing nodded. Her foundation was much higher than Yi Chen's, but her martial arts couldn't keep up with her cultivation base. If her martial arts could reach a higher realm, even the Dark Light King might not be her opponent. After all, demonic power was a higher energy than Jin Yuan. Just like that, the two settled down on the volcanic island, one cultivating martial arts and the other learning sword forging. The process of sword forging wasn't very complicated, but it required a lot of patience. This was something Yi Chen didn't lack. On the contrary, he was quite outstanding. Time flew, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, Yi Chen had finally mastered the technique of low-rank sword forging, and had successfully created a real low-rank greatsword. This low-grade sword was very ordinary, even a bit crude. In terms of quality, it could only be considered as a low-grade sword. However, this had a great significance for Yi Chen, because he had taken the first step in sword forging, which was also the most important step. There were a lot of low-grade metals in his storage ring, more than 10,000 of them. After his first success, Yi Chen wasted no time in forging the second, third, and even more low-grade swords. He wasn't in a hurry to forge mid-grade swords. No matter what, one had to have a good foundation. Without a good foundation, problems would inevitably arise in the future. This was the principle of sharpening a knife to cut firewood. Inside the huge volcano was a magma lake. Next to the lake, a blue-robed youngster was hammering a sword. Dang 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 dang, the hammer was a professional low-grade hammer. By pouring a trace of true essence into it, it would have more power and could easily change the subtle shape of the sword. There were rows of swords hanging on the walls of the volcano. They were all low-grade swords. These low-grade swords emitted different colors of light. There were red, blue, green, purple, black, yellow, and there were also clouds and mist lingering around them, or water vapor filling the air. The attributes of the swords were related to the materials used to forge them. Some metals were of the fire attribute, so the resulting swords would be of the fire attribute. Some metals were of the wind attribute, so the resulting swords would naturally be of the wind attribute. Apart from this, one could also mix some other things into the metal, such as fire cloud stone, thunder brilliance stone, and other gems that contained attribute energy. A graceful figure descended from the volcano's crater. It was Morong Qingqing. She didn't disturb Yi Chen, but walked to the wall of the volcano where the swords were hanging. So many have been forged in the past few days? Morong Qingqing was somewhat astonished. Yi Chen's forging speed was getting faster and faster. In the beginning, it would take him 3 days to forge the first sword. Then, the time rapidly shortened. Now, he had forged dozens of swords in a few days. Of course, this was also related to Yi Chen's status as a half-step king. Ordinary martial artists would take several months or even a year to forge swords. Taking out a fire attribute low-grade sword, Morong Qingqing casually waved it. The quality has also improved. This sword is almost at the level of an ordinary low-grade treasure sword. Eh? This one is already at the middle grade. Ordinary. Ordinary. Medium. Among the 100 low-grade swords, the majority were ordinary, and only 3 were medium. Try this one. At this moment, Yi Chen walked over and handed the low-grade sword to Morong Qingqing. It's thunder attribute. Receiving the sword, Morong Qingqing could feel the thunder power within. Not bad. Perhaps it's because my achievements in Thunder Profound and Metal Profound are quite high, so forging thunder and metal attribute low-grade swords is quite easy. Moreover, I have a new idea for this one. It should give you a fright. Yi Chen smiled. Is that so? Morong Qingqing didn't dare to pour too much demonic power into the sword, fearing that it would break. Chi. Strands of demonic power poured into the sword and blossomed with black lightning. With a light wave of Morong Qingqing, a huge rock beside the lava lake was split into 2 halves. Destruction Sword Chi. Morong Qingqing finally understood why Yi Chen said it could give her a fright. A mere low-grade sword could actually release Destruction Sword Chi. The Destruction Sword Chi contained Destruction Sword Intent, which was more than twice as powerful as ordinary Sword Chi. Hee, what do you think? Yi Chen was very happy. He found that forging swords was very enjoyable, and he could obtain some benefits from it. Morong Qingqing's eyes lit up as she said, this low-grade thunder attribute sword is still medium-grade, but with the Destruction Sword Chi, even high-grade low-grade swords are far inferior to it. If it is given to a sect or family's disciple, their strength will increase by many folds. Yi Chen nodded, you think the same as me. The art of forging swords is very important to a sect, and the swords forged by me are even more valuable. Although the low-grade sword was useless to Yi Chen, it was very important to the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School or the Yi family. After all, they were not powerful enough to carry a mid-grade sword or even a high-grade sword everywhere. Not to mention whether or not they could unleash the full power of the sword, just having a treasure like this would cause them to die without a burial place. Therefore, one's strength could only be matched with their own sword. Morong Qingqing smiled and said, "My Morong family also has many disciples who use swords. When the time comes, you have to give me some." How could the low-grade sword she bought be compared to the destruction sword forged by Yi Chen? "Don't worry, I have a lot of materials." Yi Chen's tone changed as he said, "Moreover, I plan to merge the immortal sword intent into the sword as well. You should know how powerful it is." "That's right, the immortal sword intent is your fundamental sword intent." How could Morong Qingqing not know how powerful the immortal sword intent was? The immortal sword intent left behind by the Battle King in the natural moat gorge had only dissipated after 500 years. If the immortal sword intent was merged into a low-grade sword, apart from making the sword chi more powerful, it would also make the sword harder. Although it might not surpass the destruction sword intent in terms of power, it would be more powerful when it came to forging swords. After chatting with Yi Chen for a while, Morong Qingqing left the volcano and continued to study martial arts, while Yi Chen devoted himself to forging swords. In a flash, 1 month had passed. Within a month, Yi Chen had forged more than 700 low-grade swords. His forging skills had increased by several times. Even if he occasionally made mistakes, the low-grade swords he forged were at least mid-grade. Normally, he could forge high-grade low-grade swords. As for thunder and metal attribute low-grade swords, Yi Chen could already forge them into super-grade swords, which could be said to be a major breakthrough. Swoosh, holding the newly forged sword in his hand, Yi Chen slashed at the magma lake in front of him. The fierce sword chi tore open a huge ravine on the surface of the magma lake as the sword chi pervaded the air. This power is much more powerful than ordinary mid-grade swords. Yi Chen's face was full of smiles. He could imagine how powerful the disciples of the Yi clan or the Sky Cloud Martial School would be if they held the low-grade swords he forged. Flowers in a greenhouse would never know how to be tough. Just like Yi Chen, if he had not been through a lot of danger, he would not have been able to grow to where he was now. Therefore, having a great sword would be their fortune. My low-grade sword forging technique's foundation is already very solid, but it's still far from my goal. When the swords I forge are all super-grade low-grade swords, I'll use the low-grade sword forging technique to the point of perfection. Then, I'll start researching the mid-grade sword forging technique. Actually, Yi Chen could already forge mid-grade swords, but he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to reach the peak of the low-grade sword forging technique, and then reach the same level of the mid-grade sword forging technique. Only then would he have some confidence in forging supreme-grade swords in the future. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that anyone who had learned the sword forging technique would be able to forge supreme-grade swords? It was far from that simple. Even Yi Chen wasn't confident that he could reach that far in the sword forging technique. In the next half a month, Yi Chen's progress was even faster. Not only were all the low-grade swords he forged supreme-grade swords, but he also forged more than the previous month, reaching more than 900 swords. Half of them contained the destruction sword chi, while the other half contained the immortal sword chi. In fact, if there were any sword forging masters here, they would be dumbfounded by Yi Chen's achievements. Forging 1,600 and 700 low-grade swords in 1.5 months. Even a half-step king couldn't be this exaggerated. For ordinary half-step kings, it would be pretty good if they could have a third of Yi Chen's achievements. Moreover, it was impossible to forge all of them into supreme-grade low-grade swords. This was already a legendary low-grade sword forging master. Only the heavens knew how high Yi Chen's talent in sword forging was. Yi Chen also vaguely knew that his achievements in this 1.5 months were somewhat exaggerated. After pondering for a long time, he concluded that it was related to his own experiences. Battle King, Iron Sword King, Dual Sword King, Immortal Sword Intent, Destruction Sword Intent, and Slaughter Sword Intent. With the 3 great sword intents gathered in one body, he had a unique advantage in sword forging. He could always add some of his own creativity into the process. This was the reason why he could reach this level. If it were another sword Dao genius not inferior to Yi Chen, they wouldn't be able to reach this step, because it was simply unimaginable. Of course, forging 1,600 and 700 swords in 1.5 months was mainly because the grade of the swords was too low. If it were a mid-grade sword, it would probably shrink by several times. Upper-grade swords would shrink by several times again, and the same was true for semi-extreme grade swords. For extreme-grade swords, forging one in a few months was already pretty good, provided that they could be forged. In the first half-month, he had forged 900 low-grade swords. In the second half, Yichen had forged 1,200 low-grade swords. In total, he had forged nearly 3,000 swords. I've used up all the low-grade materials. 2,888 swords, not bad. Looking at the densely packed low-grade swords on the volcano's walls, Yichen let out a breath. Learning sword forging could be said to be a money-burning profession. 10,000 sets of low-grade materials had cost him tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, which was around 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. How could ordinary low-grade sects have so many spirit stones to spend? Therefore, even if low-grade sects had forging knowledge, the low-grade blacksmiths they nurtured could only forge mid-low-grade artifacts, which was far from Yichen's level. Finally, I can forge a mid-grade sword. Right now, Yichen could forge a supreme low-grade sword with his eyes closed. Even if he couldn't say that he had reached the pinnacle of the sword forging art, he was at least at the point of perfection, and could casually make one. After preparing the mid-grade materials, Yichen immediately began forging. A week later, the first mid-grade sword was forged. This mid-grade sword was a meter long with a dark blue hilt. The sword body flickered with a cold light and was suffused with strands of flames. Pouring in a strand of Xianxia, a foot-long flaming sword light shot out with a sizzling sound. The effect of a good foundation had arrived. This fire attribute mid-grade sword was not low-grade, but mid-grade. It should be known that the first low-grade sword that Yichen had forged was low-grade. The difficulty of forging a mid-grade sword was more than double or triple. It was at least 5 times more difficult. A sword forged by me in a year is enough for any 7th-grade sect to not have to worry about a lack of swords. Yichen smiled and muttered to himself. But a 7th-grade sect doesn't have a half-step king, nor does it have someone who is both a half-step king and a legendary swordsmith. Morong Qingqing descended from the crater. That's true. Yichen faintly nodded. A 7th-grade sect producing a half-step king was already a miracle, and this half-step king was a legendary swordsmith. This was no longer a miracle, but a legend. However, after thinking about it, he seemed to fit both criteria. Weren't Skycloud sect and Yi family both 7th-grade powers? How is your cultivation? Yichen asked. Morong Qingqing said, Dark Devour reached perfection a week ago. I've been cultivating Demonic Fist this week. Not bad. Dark Devour wasn't a high-grade profound martial skill, but only a peak mid-grade profound martial skill. However, due to the Dark Profound's innate tyrannical nature, cultivating it to perfection would have a significant effect on Morong Qingqing's strength. Most importantly, with the Dark Devour as a transition, her Dark Profound would have a huge improvement. Next, she would be able to create a high-grade profound martial skill. As for the demon's Demonic Fist, this fist art's potential was enormous. With its initial comprehension, Morong Qingqing was able to injure the Dark Light King. One could well imagine how powerful it would be once it reached greater completion. It would not be inferior to the majority of high-grade profound martial skills. Just like the previous 2 months, the two of them chatted for a while and then went their separate ways to do their own things. At the Sea of Soul realm, one would have a lifespan of 300 years, which was equivalent to 10 lifetimes of an ordinary person. Forging mid-grade swords was much more difficult than forging low-grade swords, and the efficiency was also lower. Even after mastering it, one could only forge 5 or 6 mid-grade swords a day. Fortunately, Yichen had a lot of patience. Compared to sword forgers at Condensing Reality or Clasping Yuan Realm, his efficiency was astonishing. The higher one's cultivation base, the faster one could do anything. Just like sharpening the edge of a mid-grade sword, there was no need to go through so much trouble. A single stroke of a finger on the blade would make it sharper than anything else. Low-rank great swords can only contain a limited amount of sword intent, and the increase in power is limited as well. Mid-rank great swords are indeed different. I wonder if I can create a high-rank or super-rank upper-rank great sword. Will its power reach the semi-extreme rank? It should be possible. 5th step Destruction Sword Intent and 4th step Immortal Sword Intent were so powerful that they could contain a single wisp of them. If it were any other half-step king, they would not be able to accomplish such a feat. This was because their sword intent was not as high grade as Yi Chen's, nor was it as powerful as Yi Chen's. Even if they used special methods to seal it in their swords, it would be far inferior to Yi Chen's. On the contrary, it would take a lot of time and effort. While Yi Chen was forging mid-grade swords, a person was looking for them. This person was none other than the black-robed old man who had been heavily injured by Mysterious King in the Mysterious Tower. The black-robed old man's arm had been chopped off by Mysterious King, and his heart had also suffered a blow, losing several hundred years of cultivation base. Fortunately, the chaotic demon Ocean's demonic human clan had many heavenly treasures. After spending a few months, he had completely recovered his cultivation base, returning his strength to its peak. As soon as his cultivation base recovered, the black-robed old man immediately returned to Richlight Oceanspan, searching for traces of Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. A few days ago, he had arrived at Gemstone Islands and heard the news of Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing flying south. Thus, he chased after them. I didn't expect this kid to be able to kill even Darklight King. His ability is not small. However, he can forget about escaping from me no matter how powerful he is. The black-robed old man sneered. Swish, the black-robed old man broke through space and flew in the void. Every 10,000 miles, he would come out and release his boundless soul force. Everything within a 10,000-mile radius was under his control. Not even the slightest movement of a blade of grass could escape his senses. After half a day, the black-robed old man creased his brows. Could it be that they changed their direction? Or did they fly south without stopping? Every time he appeared, he would be 100,000 li away, which was hundreds of times faster than a half-step king's flying speed. Half a day was equivalent to 200 days of searching for half-step kings. If he couldn't find them, there could only be two reasons. One was that they had changed their direction, and the other was that they were still ahead. I don't believe you can escape to anywhere. Plop, the black-robed old man once again shattered the space and disappeared. I've finally forged a supreme mid-grade sword. Inside the volcano, Yi Chen was holding a golden sword and carefully examining it. This sword's hilt was purple gold, and its body was slender and golden. On both sides of the sword's ridge, exquisite patterns spread out, giving the sword a trace of nobility and sharpness. It was as if a great general had personally arrived on the battlefield, brimming with a king's aura and killing intent. Swoosh, holding the sword, Yi Chen slashed at the lava lake in front of him, creating a few meters deep and 1 foot wide gully. The sword chi's remaining power did not dissipate as it unexpectedly broke through the volcano's wall and rushed out of the volcano. The sharp sword light seemed indestructible. As I expected, this sword's power is already equivalent to a mid-grade high-grade sword. The golden sword contained the immortal sword intent, which made the sword's body sturdier than any mid-grade sword, capable of clashing head-on with a high-grade sword. Meanwhile, the sword chi was indestructible and extremely hard to destroy. This was the power of the immortal sword intent. The destruction sword intent focused on destructive power, while the immortal sword intent focused on the body's tenacity. Just like Yi Chen, the destruction sword intent focused on killing while the immortal sword intent focused on suppressing the body. One inside and one outside, perfectly coordinated. Next, I'll focus on raising the quality of the mid-grade sword. I'll try to increase the success rate of forging a supreme mid-grade sword to over 30%. Currently, Yi Chen had 30% chance of forging a mid-grade sword, 40% chance of forging a high-grade sword, and less than 10% chance of forging a supreme grade sword. This was the only successful sword, and also the one that Yi Chen was most satisfied with. I'll call you Army Destroyer. Extending his right index finger, Yi Chen carved 2 ancient characters on the sword. With his half-step king-level cultivation and 2 great sword intents, carving words on a mid-grade sword was as easy as eating or drinking. Moreover, under his control, this kind of carving would not damage the sword's quality. And, Army Destroyer was the first sword he had named after. Casually throwing Army Destroyer into his storage ring, Yi Chen continued forging mid-grade swords. He planned to leave Volcano Island with Murong Qingqing after learning mid-grade sword forging art to perfection. After all, he couldn't stay here forever. As for sword forging art, he could continue learning it after reaching his destination. 2 days passed in a flash. Yi Chen had successfully forged 2 supreme-grade mid-grade swords, with a success rate of nearly 20%. Of these 2 swords, one was of the thunder attribute, containing the destruction sword intent, and the other was of the water attribute, containing the immortal sword intent. The might of the thunder attribute had already surpassed the army destroyer, while the water attribute was slightly inferior. Eh? Why do I have a bad premonition? Suddenly, Yi Chen raised his head. The sky outside the volcano was only the size of a washbasin. White clouds were slowly drifting, and a light breeze was blowing. Tens of thousands of li away, a black-robed old man appeared from the void. As usual, he released his soul power, covering the surrounding 100,000 li. However, the black-robed old man didn't have much hope. Soundlessly, his soul power swept across the volcanic island tens of thousands of miles away. Haha. Suddenly, the black-robed old man laughed heartily. 2 people lived on the island, a man and a woman. Who else could they be if not Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing? Let's see where you can run this time. The black-robed old man tore open the space and entered the void. Not good. It's a life and death king. Inside the volcano, Yi Chen's expression changed drastically. His soul power was at the same level as a life and death king. Sensing the black-robed old man's soul power, Yi Chen also sensed the existence of this soul power. The silver vertical eye on his forehead that had just opened closed. At this moment, there was no need to use his soul eye. The newcomer was clearly a life and death king, and 80% likely didn't come with good intentions. Rumble, a huge hole appeared on the volcano, and Yi Chen flew out. Murong, run! Yi Chen shouted at Murong Qingqing, who was not far away. Run? Seeing Yi Chen's grave expression, Murong Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. Something that could make Yi Chen's expression change couldn't be anything good. Demonic chi surged as a pair of huge black bat wings unfolded behind Murong Qingqing. Her figure flickered as she tore through the sky, and Yi Chen followed behind her. You think you can run? The island's weather changed. Unknowingly, a revolving energy barrier had covered the entire island like an upside-down bowl. Pung! Murong Qingqing's fist landed on the energy barrier, stirring up ripples, but was unable to break it open. Bewitching mirror shattering. Unsheathing the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen used all of his trump cards and forcefully slammed them on the energy barrier. Bewitching mirror shattering contained space profound, and had the innate property of breaking through barriers. It unexpectedly distorted the energy barrier, creating a faintly discernible gap. Just as the two were about to rush out, you actually know space profound sword moves. The black-robed old man was startled. Regardless of whether he admitted it or not, he couldn't compare to Yi Chen in terms of profound martial skills. What a pity, it's futile. The black-robed old man made a grabbing motion in the void, and the distorted energy barrier mended, rapidly strengthening to a meter thick. Yi Chen forcibly suppressed the urge to take out the Sky Scorpio sword. At this moment, the black-robed elder was already approaching. Even if he took out the sword and broke the energy cover, he wouldn't be able to escape from the black-robed elder's control. Therefore, it would be better to wait and see before making a decision. Otherwise, a single Sky Scorpio sword could bring about too many variables. Most importantly, compared to the evil shattering sword, the Sky Scorpio sword consumed several times more Xinyuan. One sword strike would probably drain his Xinyuan, which was tantamount to seeking his own death. Turning around, Yi Chen's face darkened. What business do you have with us, sir? The black-robed elder slowly walked over and said with a creepy smile, 2 things, take her away, and kill you. You really want a life and death struggle? Circulating the green lotus sword arts, Yi Chen's Xinyuan accumulated to the extreme. The destruction sword soul and immortal sword soul in a sea of soul trembled unceasingly, as if they would fly out at any moment. The black-robed elder was a demonic human king, and his battle power was inestimable. Yi Chen had to push his battle power to the limit, or even surpass it, to have a chance to contend against him. A life and death struggle? You think you're qualified? Stopping dozens of li away, the black-robed elder said disdainfully. Step back a bit. Yi Chen knew that this battle was unavoidable, and it would probably be the most dangerous one since his debut. Tilting his head, he told Murong Qingqing to step back dozens of li to avoid being injured by the shockwaves of the battle. If there was a chance, he would escape first. Be careful. Pursing her lips, Morong Qingqing obediently stepped back. However, it was impossible for her to escape by herself. But now was not the time to distract Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded, and his eyes moved back to the black-robed elder. Seems like you won't give up without a fight? The black-robed elder said. Yi Chen said, I, Yi Chen, have never given up without a fight. Not this time and not in the future. If you want my life, come. While speaking, he took out 10 supreme clear pills and put them in his mouth. At this critical moment, he needed supreme clear pills to recover his Jinyuan. The black-robed old man was confident of his victory, so he didn't try to stop him. Are you ready? His voice became sharp. Bring it on. Haha, go to hell. From dozens of miles away, the black-robed elder threw out a palm attack towards Yi Chen. This palm attack did not use any profound sense martial arts, it was just pure Jinyuan palm energy. However, the palm energy that had been thrown out by the human demon king was horrifying to the extreme. Once the palm attack was thrown out, the clouds in the sky sped up 100 times faster than before. The seawater was split into two, creating a miraculous deep ditch. As for the volcanic island, half of it was destroyed by the palm attack, while the other half was on the elder's side. The shattered pieces did not scatter in all directions. Instead, they floated in the air, motionless. It turned out that the black-robed old man's palm strike had turned the area within 1,000 li into a vacuum. At the same time, the sky darkened completely. Demonic chi surged, as if doomsday had arrived. However, this alone was not enough to make Yi Chen's expression change. What truly caused his expression to change was that the space in front of him had shattered into thousands of pieces like a mirror. This was a strengthened version of bewitching mirror shattering, and its might was more than doubled. Waning moon? Don't take it as a joke. Yi Chen roared, and a Xianxia flow spread out with him as the center. In the next moment, a boundless sword domain covered hundreds of li numerous Xian swords condensed and shot out, facing the incoming attack. It's sword domain. The black-robed old man's mind turned at lightning speed. Among life and death sword kings, there were not more than 3 who possessed sword domain. He only knew one. Sword domain's might was vast, combining defense, suppression, and offense. If a life and death sword king enveloped him with sword domain, the black-robed old man's only thought would be to escape. He would run as fast and as far as he could. If he couldn't escape, he would be tortured to death without any hope. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's sword domain was merely in embryonic form, and his cultivation base was a whole realm lower than the black-robed old man's. Not to mention embryonic form, even if Yi Chen had grasped the true sword domain, he wouldn't be afraid. The reason he was astonished was because Yi Chen had grasped sword domain too early, surpassing common sense. Sword domain alone was not enough. Yi Chen brandished the evil vanquishing sword, and the strongest sword move, bewitching mirror shattering, accompanied by a Xian sword rain, shot out. Ding 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 ding, kacha kacha kacha, pung pung pung, countless clashing noises were heard as a galaxy seemed to have appeared between Yi Chen and the black-robed old man. Within the galaxy, the sword light was bright and dazzling. Transparent cracks spread out in all directions, seeming like the sharpest godly blade. Wherever it passed, everything would be destroyed. In the end, all the energy shattered into energy streams, and a huge black blurry hand pierced through the colorful energy streams and slammed into Yi Chen's protective Jinyuan. Puff, Yi Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. His protective Jinyuan, which had been reinforced by the pseudo-extreme grade bronze armor, couldn't even withstand a single blow. The hazy palm imprint landed on his chest. Immediately, a majestic power passed through the armor and into his body. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter. His chest seemed to have caved in, and his back was protruding out. So powerful. Too powerful. The reason why Yi Chen didn't die was because of the bronze armor, the dragon bone layer covering his skin, and the undying body, which gave him a tenacious life force. Even so, the black-robed old man's weakened palm still nearly tore him into pieces. Yi Chen had finally experienced the might of a demonic human king. The gap between the two could no longer be calculated with logic. They were not on the same level at all. Gulp, swallowing a supreme clear pellet, he took out a handful of yuan qi replenishing upper-grade pellets from his storage ring and stuffed them all into his mouth, then swallowed them all. Impossible. He didn't die? The black-robed old man was greatly surprised. How powerful a life and death king was. As long as one knew they could shatter the void, it would be enough. Although his palm strike had been mostly neutralized by Yi Chen's sword domain and bewitching mirror shattering, the remaining power was still enough to easily kill a strongest half-step king, even if the latter was wearing a pseudo-extreme grade artifact. Not bad. I have to have a whole new level of respect for you. The black-robed old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a trace of graveness in his eyes. Given time, when Yi Chen entered life and death realm, he would become a frightening enemy. Since he was an enemy, he would have to cut the weeds and remove the roots. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. Yi Chen's body was stooped, and his aura was extremely weak. He seemed like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. However, his eyes were extremely bright as they fixedly stared at the black-robed old man. Inside his body, the yuan qi of the pellets was surging. Under the operation of the undying body, it was rapidly nourishing his body and restoring his vitality. Seeing Yi Chen's aura rising, showing signs of recovering to his peak, the black-robed old man's expression changed. What was he seeing? A mere half-step king had actually comprehended the undying body. This was an ability only life and death kings possessed, and it was one of the symbols of life and death kings. No, it still hasn't reached the level of broken limb rebirth. The black-robed old man's undying body was the first realm of broken limb rebirth, so he naturally knew the mysteries of broken limb rebirth. Although the recovery speed of Yi Chen's undying body was far inferior to broken limb rebirth, it still couldn't be underestimated. After all, such a heavy injury had been recovered by 70 to 80%. Let's see how many palms you can take. Without using any profound martial skill, the black-robed old man extended his right hand, intending to strike at Yi Chen. He believed that this palm strike could absolutely kill the latter. It should be known that the latter had been injured so heavily by him even at his peak, and had yet to recover. Demonic fist. Abruptly, the bat wings on Morong Qingqing's back blossomed with a dazzling black radiance. With a flap of the bat wings, Morong Qingqing's speed rose to an unprecedented limit. In less than 1/100th of a blink, she arrived above the black-robed old man and punched down. This punch was like a small shining black sun, indestructible and indestructible. It was unknown if the black-robed old man couldn't react in time or if he didn't care, but he actually let Morong Qingqing's punch hit him. Boom! When the fist was 3 feet away from the black-robed old man, a layer of black qi blocked Morong Qingqing's fist, and a ferocious qi burst out, soaring into the sky. Pop! The qi wall shattered, and Morong Qingqing was sent flying. The black-robed old man laughed, worthy of the perfect demonic human bloodline, you have so many secrets. Your punch just now contained an impure king-level demonic power, otherwise it would have been impossible to break my true yuan qi wall. Good, the more potential you have, the more secrets you have, the more benefits my demonic human clan will have. Even a punch containing demonic power essence couldn't touch him? Morong Qingqing's face revealed a trace of bitterness. The demonic power essence in her body came from the demonic beast kings in the parallel space battlefield, and its purity was equivalent to king-level demonic power. As she entered the half-step king realm, the diluted demonic power essence was also close to king-level demonic power. Combined with the demonic power fist, Morong Qingqing originally thought she could slightly threaten the black-robed old man. However, the latter's strength was completely beyond her expectations. In other words, she had never truly understood the strength of life and death kings or demonic human kings. She had merely made some guesses. 6-way sky ceiling array. Withdrawing his smile, the black-robed old man threw out 6 crystal pillars, which pierced through the void and landed around Morong Qingqing. In the next moment, a large number of crystal light screens exploded, interconnecting and forming a sealed crystal space. Morong Qingqing was trapped inside, floating in the air. You can have a good rest inside. After I kill him, I'll bring you back. The black-robed old man no longer looked at Morong Qingqing, and his gaze fell on Yi Chen. Yi Chen's injuries had already completely recovered, and his aura was like a beacon. A year ago, his undying body had already faintly touched upon the second realm, limb regrowth. His recovery speed was much faster than before. Admittedly, the black-robed old man's palm had left him on the verge of death, but as long as his body wasn't destroyed, his recovery would be quick. Of course, the initial stage of the undying body had its limits. He didn't dare to be sure how many strikes he could endure. I can't take a second strike. Yichen glanced at Morong Qingqing, who was trapped in the crystal space, and a resolute light flickered in his eyes. His storage ring flickered with a dim light, and a peerless sword with a boundless might appeared in Yichen's hand. Without unsheathing the sword, a world-slaughtering sword chi spread out, engulfing the surroundings. With the Sky Scorpio sword in hand, Yichen's aura rose again and again, as if there was no limit. At this moment, he seemed to be able to contend against the black-robed old man. End of chapter 817. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.